arrows are coming out of nowhere and aliens are invading. As the one destined to fight against the aliens, you are in danger. Therefore, some ambitious people among those who were destined to be king began to look for a way to save the world. 10 years later, basic bodybuilding methods for honing the physique appeared, and warriors were born. 100 years later, spiritual martial arts emerged, and the martial arts lineage was officially formed. 1,000 years later, a warrior with internal organs and divine spirits, who was on par with the one with destiny, officially stepped onto the stage of history. 10,000 years later, the bodybuilding method that is related to the foundation of a warrior has already been updated thousands of times, and the effect is thousands of times stronger than the original version. When the god of wealth who can consume financial resources and cross the timeline sees the end of mankind's destruction, he begins to allow the martial arts that were supposed to be born thousands of years later to bloom ahead of time. When the aliens broke through the arrow realm and began to invade, the warriors stood in the air and looked at them with smiles on their faces. Every part of the body is a tonic. Chapter 1: Time and Space of Wealth and Chaos. Name. Inside the police station, a police officer looked at the boy and asked, "Suwon, gender." Suwon's breathing stagnated, and he said softly, "Male." Profession: the god of wealth. The police station lowered its head when he heard this, and its eyelids kept twitching as it recorded the information. Then he took a deep breath and continued, "Have you been feeling unwell or having a migraine recently?" "No." Suwon shook his head slightly and spoke out. The next moment, a blue virtual screen appeared in front of Suwon. Name: Suwon. Rank: Rank 0. Occupation: God of Wealth. Kung Fu: None. Skills: None. Magic power: None. Talent: a lot of money. Absorb the power of wealth, gather it into one's own body. Money breaks yin and yang, and wealth disrupts time and space. The attribute panel suddenly appeared after he finished his lunch break. He originally thought that he had a burst of luck and got a golden finger, especially when he saw that rank. He was thinking about how to upgrade and become stronger, but I didn't expect that in less than half an hour, the police would knock on the door. Afterwards, he was taken to the police station. The skilled questioning of the police officer in front of him also made him realize that many people might have already obtained the attribute panel. The country even has a complete training system. Since you are here, it seems like a good idea to join the country and become a public official. It's good to be able to get a job without taking an exam. Have you considered joining a national unit? Is there an edit? The police station was stunned when they heard this, then chuckled and said, "Yes, all new members will enjoy deputy section level treatment. After joining, there will be a national potential assessment within a certain period of time, and those with higher potential will receive a higher salary. Don't worry, you will get at least deputy section chief treatment, and the state will allocate a house and a car based on your future contributions. You don't have to worry about your basic living and your family's livelihood." Suwon said, "Okay, I'll join." At this stage, the country's power should be the strongest. You just got the attribute panel, and the police station came to your door. What does this mean? The country must have the power to control the overall situation, and judging from the police station across the street, the profession of God of Wealth should not be special. Why should I fight alone when I can join a national organization? After all, I don't understand the current situation yet. As an official organization, the country must know a lot of information. So no matter from which perspective, the most correct choice is to cling to the country. My primary goal is to find out the truth of the matter first, and then see if I will encounter any danger after obtaining the attribute panel. The most important thing is, once you enter the university, you will be at least a deputy section chief, and maybe even a section chief. How proud would that be if you could tell others about it? The police officer glanced at the camera and then said, "Okay, I'll help you submit the form. Maybe we will be colleagues in the future." As he spoke, the police station paused and said, "Since your profession is the God of Wealth and you have chosen to join the organization, we will conduct a simple test of your abilities. Don't be nervous." At the same time, in the monitoring room, God of Wealth? A middle-aged man in a white police uniform looked at the surveillance footage and grinned. A man with the word God in his head voluntarily joined the country. That's a good thing. This is definitely a good thing. There is currently no one with the word God in the police system, so Suwon is just the right person. By the way, Xiaolu, don't sync Suwon's information to the military and the Ministry of Education yet. Well, if you want to test their abilities, we'll give them $1 million from the Bureau to see what they're capable of. Soon, 1 million in cash was sorted and delivered to Su Wen. And glanced at the police station opposite, then looked at the 1 million cash in front of him. He felt the power contained in the 1 million cash in front of him, and understood what the other party meant. This 1 million cash is for me to try it out. Sure enough, my choice was right. Otherwise I wouldn't have the ability to take out 1 million directly. So, this is considered a free million, buzz. Su Wen's mind moved, and the 1 million in front of him began to become illusory. The next moment, millions in cash disappeared without a trace like a broken bubble. Financial resources value, 0.1. Time and space of wealth and chaos, opened, money breaks yin and yang, not yet activated. Su Wen, although he still doesn't know what the source of income is used for, isn't the value of 0.1 too small? By this calculation, 10 million is considered a source of wealth. Isn't that too exaggerated? But what does this time and space of wealth and chaos mean? As Su Wen's mind moved, the wealth value directly returned to zero, and the column of wealth and chaos time and space began to slowly expand. And began to change into another form. In front, the police officer was sitting at his seat and looking at Su Wen in the monitoring room. Everyone was waiting for Su Wen's next move. They all want to witness the highlight moment of the God of Wealth. As a rank 0 wealth god who has not yet entered the sect, you have used up all of your wealth and used it to disrupt time and space. The powerful power of financial resources vibrates in time and space, and the extremely weak and fragmented power of time and space is shaken out, carrying you to 10 years later. You walk in the world 10 years later, and everything you see is shocking. Unlike the peaceful China, China 10 years later is engulfed in flames of war, with human lives worthless. And the Jiangcheng area where you are located has also become a ruined battlefield filled with the breath of death. You see a corpse wearing broken armor not far from you. Now you have the following choices. 1. Pretend you didn't see it and just leave. 2. Go and find out what's going on around your compatriots. 3. Turn around and walk in the opposite direction to explore more unsolved mysteries. Su Wen looked at the subtitles flashing in front of him, took a deep breath, and then made a choice in his heart. You walked towards the place where your dead compatriots were. You looked at their tragic deaths and felt mixed emotions. But as a god of wealth who has not yet entered the sect, you know your current strength, and you also know the purpose of disrupting time and space to come to the future. So you began to search your dead compatriot for any remaining items. In his inner armor pocket, you found a jade piece soaked in dirty blood. When you picked up the jade piece and examined it carefully, you didn't know that your strange smell aroused the hostility of the nearby ferocious beast. A dark shadow flashes behind you, and at the same time you smell a nauseating stench. You are dead. The weak force of time and space attached to your body begins to vibrate. The long river of time and space in this world is keenly aware that your soul does not belong to the current time point, is unwilling to accept your true spirit, and chooses to expel you. Your soul and true spirit, under the protection of the power of wealth, begin to return to the current time point. Chapter 2, Time Travel in a Group Game in a Time of Chaos and Wealth. Can we directly travel to the future? Su Wen's pupils shrank, and his eyes were full of horror. Is this the power of the property panel? Is it that only the god of wealth is so powerful, or do other professions also have similar innate abilities to bring in a lot of money? If everyone has the ability to travel to the future, even if it is just time travel similar to that in role-playing games, it would be shocking enough. Even if there are only a small number of people with evil intentions, the whole world will be disrupted. The most important thing is that if everyone has the ability to travel to the future at will, the country's control over the attribute panel will gradually reach freezing point as time goes by, and if only the god of wealth has the gift of chaos in time and space, the ability to travel through the future, then, how does it feel? The police station saw Su Wen's face was a little strange, picked up a pen, and asked, well, because your profession is special, I will only do a simple statistics of your information and won't ask too many questions. Let's go through the process and I ask you questions. Do you feel that your physical fitness has improved? Or your comprehensive abilities such as vision, hearing, and perception have improved? Su Wen closed his eyes after hearing this, and after a moment, he said softly, no. Do you have the ability to control elements such as water and fire? No. Do you have the hallucinogenic ability to create imaginary scenes? No. Are all the feelings you have right now similar to what you felt before as an ordinary person? Similar. The police station kept asking Su-won some questions, and after asking the last question, he began to record some information in a notebook. After a moment, the police officer looked up at Su-won and said softly, "You don't have to be too nervous. Your profession is a god of wealth. There are some things I can't ask. In 2 days, professionals will judge your ability. Perhaps your power is hidden in some way. Professionals will give you the corresponding answer after the evaluation. Well, you sign here, and then you can go back. Come to the bureau again at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Of course, if you feel any discomfort during this time, be sure to tell us in time." Su-won nodded, and then signed his name on several documents according to the police station's instructions. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Lee Won-za." After the police station put away the documents, he smiled and said, "We both have Won in our names. It's quite fate." Su-won smiled and said, "Brother Lee, I don't need to introduce myself, right?" "Of course. By the way, Brother Lee, why should I come to the police station tomorrow?" Lee Won-za tapped the earphone on his left ear and said, "I just received a notification. You are lucky. Tomorrow an inspector will pass through Jiangcheng, and this inspector will conduct an assessment on you." "Really? Am I so lucky? By the way, didn't you just agree to join the state unit?" "Yes." Su-won nodded and said, "With a stable job in the government, you are protected no matter what happens." Lee Won-za glanced at Su-won and said with a smile, "Since you choose to join, why don't you consider our police system? To be honest, the 1 million I used to test your ability just now was used from the bureau's public account. If you join the police system, you can apply for reimbursement directly here, and you can even apply for higher benefits directly for you. Similarly, if you join other administrative systems, we will need to upload the expense report and then review it before transferring it to other administrative systems. It's very complicated, and the handover, approval, administration, etc. are not very efficient. And the benefits you get in other systems may be similar to those here." Lee Won-ja paused, then looked at Su-won and said solemnly, "So over there, you may have to wait for a while before you can get training, and the relevant benefits will be paid even later. But it's different here. As long as you agree to join the police system, we will directly provide you with benefits. We have even prepared the relevant conditions and documents. How's that? Do you want to take a look? If you are not satisfied, you can raise it and we can modify the relevant terms." Su-won was slightly stunned when he heard this. It seemed that he was very popular. However, judging from the attitude of the police officer in front of him, the chosen one should not be particularly rare. It seems normal for each system in the country to have its own chosen ones. If I join the police department, can I get funding directly without having to go through the review process or wait? I think you should seriously consider this matter. Really, I'm doing this for your own good. Think about it." As Lee Won-za was speaking, he suddenly frowned, then he turned his head away and argued softly in a voice that Su-won could not hear. After a while, Lee Won-ja finished his conversation, sighed slightly, and said, "Okay, let's stop here for our conversation. When you go out later, I'll take you to get the manual and you can take a good look at it. It's a little unexpected. Your time is very tight. Tonight should be your first time to use the rule arrow mirror. Be sure to pay attention to safety and return safely." You probably don't understand what the rule arrow mirror is now. Have you ever played a game? Think of the rule arrow mirror as a copy in the game. You will be called up tonight and go to the copy. After tonight's copy, you should be able to upgrade. Su-won seemed to be thinking about what he heard, and then he saw Lee Won-ja take out a blue book from the bookshelf next to him. The official name of this book is Basic Knowledge of the Chosen Ones. It briefly introduces some of the rules of the rule arrow mirror, as well as effective methods to survive in the rule arrow mirror. Lee Won-za spoke after handing the booklet to Su-won. "Thank you, Brother Lee." Su-won took the booklet and spoke. Lee Won-za smiled carefreely and said, "Don't be too nervous. We all went through this before, but don't underestimate the rule arrow mirror, or you will pay a heavy price. Brother Lee, can you help me, you say? Lend me some money." At the entrance of the police station, Lee Won-ja silently watched Su-won leave in a taxi. "Director Fu, why don't you take the opportunity to absorb a professional god of wealth into the police system? Li Wanze looked at the middle-aged man behind him and asked, after you knew that the other party's profession was the god of wealth, didn't you directly order me and Su Wen to talk about the situation of our police station, and even prepare the benefits and contract for Su Wen? I didn't mean to give up on Su Wen, but just now, my superiors sent me a message. After a moment of silence, Director Fu said, this god of wealth has already alarmed those at the top. Next, the god of wealth will arrive, and we don't know the god of wealth. Facing the god of wealth's training tonight, isn't all you can do just to lend Su Wen some money? After saying that, Director Fu turned around and walked into the police station. After Su Wen returned to his rental house, he thought about it and the attribute panel appeared in front of him. Financial resources value, 0.3. Time and space of wealth and chaos, opened, money breaks yin and yang, not yet activated. Su Wen stared at the attribute panel for a while, then sat on the bench and took out the blue booklet to look at it carefully. He will enter the rule arrow mirror tonight. Before entering the rule arrow mirror, it is always good to understand the basic rules summarized by the official. Ding, the item storage time is about to exceed the upper limit of the zero-level god of wealth. If you want to continue saving, please pay the money. A cold reminder sounded in Su Wen's mind, and before he could react, a bloodstained jade piece appeared directly in his hand. Chapter 3 Foundation Building Magical Skill. You actually brought it back? Su Wen was a little stunned, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt it was very reasonable. Traveling to the future has already happened, so what's the point of bringing some things back from the future? Moreover, in the future when running the group, this piece of jade will be kept in his arms. So the meaning of Kai Chao Shi Kong is to consume financial resources and move towards the future. Then after I die in the future, it will be the end for me. Because I do not belong to the future time and space, I will be excluded from the long river of time and space. Is my future self considered dead, or not? Su Wen couldn't help but start thinking, if his future self was doing something somewhere, his past self was sentenced to death in the long river of time and space. My past self is dead, can my future self still be alive? Without the past, how can there be a future? Then he shook his head slightly, throwing away the messy thoughts in his mind. Why do you think so much? Isn't the meaning of financial chaos and time and space to allow yourself to travel to the future time and space, even if it really will have side effects on my future? Would I abandon this talent and not use it? After all, the meaning of the long river of time and space, rejecting one's past soul, is also equivalent to a kind of resurrection mechanism for oneself, isn't it? Otherwise, I would not have been able to leave the police station, and my body would probably be cold by now. Buzz. At this moment, the bloodstained jade piece suddenly trembled. The next moment, a stream of information appeared in Su Wen's mind. After a moment, Su Wen's eyes regained clarity, and his look was somewhat complicated. It turns out that this bloodstained jade piece is a talisman for transmitting power that will gradually become popular in the next 7 years. The skills in the jade piece are called the body refining technique, and it is a method that everyone can practice to strengthen their body. This technique was developed by the future China at the cost of a large amount of manpower, material resources, and financial resources, and it also borrowed some theoretical ideas from the techniques and magical powers that the destined ones brought out from the rule arrow mirror. Finally, based on the analysis of ordinary people's physical fitness, a foundation building method was developed. There are a total of 18 body strengthening movements in the body refining technique, and each movement has a corresponding breathing method. If ordinary people practice diligently every day and have sufficient medical resources, their physical fitness will have a qualitative leap within a few months. As strength increases and the difficulty of the rule arrow mirror remains unchanged, the number of Chinese destiny masters will leap forward. Even those who practice the body refining technique when they are ordinary people will become even stronger after becoming the chosen ones. Therefore, the body refining technique can be said to be a magical skill with epoch-making significance. Crack. Cracks began to appear on the bloodstained jade piece, and then it collapsed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seemed that a force was acting on it, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a handful of dust. Well, Su Wen sighed softly. It was a bit beyond his expectation that the talisman could only be taught once. However, what really made him feel complicated was the summary and emotion left by the leader of the Chinese Kung Fu Research Group on the last page after he learned the 18 strengthening movements of the body refining technique. And record point 7 years ago, the arrow mirror of rules suddenly broke, and alien races walked out of the arrow mirror, provoking conflicts and starting wars all over the world. The country and nation faced a huge crisis. I accepted the task at a critical moment and led the team members to study some cultivation theories, the basics of exercises and magical power research materials with great trepidation. With the help of the Star God, the team members soon gained a certain understanding of exercises. Through constant trial and error, we finally succeeded and compiled a foundation building exercise that is suitable for the body meridians of our Chinese nation. The Star God made an indelible contribution to the birth of this technique. During the experiment of the technique, in order to support the group members' conjectures, the Star God's magical tools were almost completely destroyed. All of us should pay tribute to the Star God. This exercise is mainly aimed at ordinary people in the trial stage of the Chosen One. Normal people can practice up to the 12th form without any problem. Please control the length of exercise time according to your own physical condition. The emergence of the body refining technique should have been a cause for great joy for everyone, but with more than half of the country's territory lost, it is hard to know where the joy comes from. I hope you all fight hard. Our martial arts team will also fight on the front line of inventing and improving martial arts, and fight against alien races together with you. September 2031, Su Zimin, stay. Su Wen picked up the cup and took a sip of water, thoughts flashing through his mind. It is 22 years now, and 10 years later it will be 32 years. In other words, the body refining technique would not be compiled until 9 years later. It is true that the body refining technique is a magical skill for building a foundation, but it requires a lot of time to lay the foundation before its potential can be unleashed. How many years can China last in the future? Does that mean that the rule arrow mirror will break in 2 years? By then, aliens will invade, war will break out, and all lives will be destroyed. The body refining technique was developed by the state-appointed group led by Su Zimin. If the body refining technique had been popularized 10 years earlier, the future situation would definitely be different. The potential of the chosen ones will be stimulated, and their number will increase explosively. Moreover, in 10 years, the body refining technique would have been revised and upgraded, right? So, the God of Wealth's chaos in time and space is equivalent to a means of blocking a bug? Travel to the future, search for future skills, bring them back to the present and hand them over to the country for popularization, then travel again to search for a brand new skill that has been developed for 10 years. After a moment, Su Wen looked up at the ceiling and let out a breath. From the words that Su Zimin had just left behind, he probably understood that the profession of God of Wealth was probably extremely special. My previous guess that everyone has a talent for making a lot of money may be wrong. Money and fortune. Money confuses time and space. These two talents are very unusual. Think again about what Li Wanzi said when he was compiling the statistics. Everything will be decided after the training in Yajing is finished and I meet the professional who will judge my ability. For some reason, he always felt that he had to be careful. This was the first time he had such a feeling, but since he had become the chosen one, he felt that he still had to believe in this indescribable mysterious feeling. Star God, Su Wen whispered softly that in order for the body refining technique to come out, the Star God's magic tools were almost completely destroyed. Star God should be the profession of a person with destiny. Although he didn't know what the divine tool was, it did not prevent him from seeing the preciousness of the divine tool from Su Zimin's words. Judging from Su Zimin's admiration for the Star God, the Star God should have the most extensive theoretical knowledge of martial arts. Since Star God devotes all his energy to the research of martial arts, his character should not be too bad. You know me? Suddenly, a cold voice came into Su Wen's ears from the side. The next moment, a man in black with a star pattern mask on his face appeared in the rental house and looked at Su Wen with interest. Chapter 4 Unique Advantages. It seems that I don't need to introduce myself. The Star God chuckled and said, "Don't be nervous. I'm not curious about how you know me. I am here for only one purpose, to ensure that you survive the training of the Rule Arrow Mirror at night. We'll talk about other things after you come out of the Rule Mirror alive." After saying this, the Star God slowly stood up and said, "You don't need to read that blue booklet. It's useless to you. The training of professionals with the word God in their profession is different from that of ordinary professionals. For example, ordinary professionals can enter the Rule Arrow Mirror and kill a few Arrow Mirror creatures to reach the first level and end their training. But we are different. Take me for example. I entered the Rule Arrow Mirror and killed a general and all his subordinates. The huge energy brought by this allowed me to advance to the first level. But I can draw the power of the stars to myself, so my life is not in danger." As he spoke, the Star God looked at Su Wen and said softly, "But you are different, God of Wealth. What fighting abilities do you have? If your method of attack is to spend money, I can provide you with a sum of money on behalf of the country so that you can use your abilities. But after you return from your training, you will need to cooperate with the country to conduct some attack experiments. Suwon heard this and said, I don't have the ability to attack with money, but the star god interrupted Suwon and said, don't tell anyone about your innate talent as a person with the word God in your name, and don't trust anyone. You just need to tell me whether you have the ability to fight or not. No. Okay, I understand then. As soon as he finished speaking, a white chess piece fell into Suwon's hands. The white chess piece contains an attack method, which uses sword energy to draw the power of the stars. The attack range is centered on the chess piece and is 200 meters in radius. Before you urge the white pieces, make sure that the number of enemies in front of you can allow you to level up. External interference with training will interfere with the iron laws within the rules, which means that using white chess pieces will make your subsequent training more difficult. So it would be best if white could let you level up once and for all, and then quickly return to the previous level. Do you understand? By the way, the moment you activate the white chess pieces, your location will be a safe zone for attack. Don't move, or you may also be targeted by the white chess pieces. Another possibility is that you cannot gather a large number of your realm creatures around you, but the realm creatures are indeed not far away from you. Then, swing the white chess piece in your hand. The white chess piece will shoot out sword light as you swing it. It should be no problem if you can resolve the battle and upgrade it within 10 minutes. There is one more thing. If the heavenly official is on duty in the realm, you can relax a little, but if the earthly official is on duty, you have to be more careful. Okay, that's all I have to say. I'll come back after you've gained experience. After saying this, the star god's figure disappeared from the spot. Suwon stared at the place where the star god disappeared, lost in thought. To be honest, he didn't expect the star god to come here. His understanding of star god came entirely from Su Zimin's words of gratitude to star god on the last page of the body refining art. If we judge the goodness of star god simply based on the words of thanks, star god is undoubtedly a person who has made significant contributions to the development of the country. Normally, such a character would not have a perverted personality, but the complexity of human character cannot be judged simply by describing it in a few lines of words. After he completed his training, he understood what the star god meant by coming to him. As for not completing the training, I guess I can't come back then. Therefore, neither the police station nor the star god mentioned the disadvantages of not being able to complete the training. Now that everyone is gone, there is nothing more to say. Name, Suwon. Rank 0. Occupation, God of Wealth. Kung Fu, Body Refining Technique, plus. Skills, none. Magic power, none. Talent, a lot of money. Absorb the power of wealth, gather it into one's own body. Money breaks yin and yang, and wealth disrupts time and space. Financial resources value, 0.3. Time and space of wealth and chaos, opened. Money breaks yin and yang, not yet activated. Suwon looked at his attribute panel, especially the additional body refining technique in the skills column, which made his eyes light up, but what really excited him was the plus sign after the body refining technique. What this represents is self-evident. As his thoughts took effect, the values in the skills column and the financial resources column began to change slowly. Kung Fu, Body Refining Technique, plus, entry level. The effectiveness of the exercise is equivalent to practicing the 18-style bodybuilding exercises for 1 year. Financial resources value, 0.2. At the same time, Suwon felt a warm current beginning to sweep through his body. The next moment, the blood surged and the bones made a sound call. Suwon clenched his fist, felt it for a while, and then a smile appeared on his face. He didn't know how strong he was now, but he had no problem killing his previous self with one punch. 1 million, advancing the body refining technique by 1 year. Although it's not cheap, it's quite cost effective, not to mention a year. Just the amount of nutrients and medicinal materials you need to supplement for your daily exercise in a year is already a lot of money. Although we have the star god's means as a backup, improving our own strength is the key. Suwon thought to himself, and then his mind moved, and the column of martial arts changed again. Kung Fu, Body Refining Technique. Proficiency stage. The effectiveness of the technique is equivalent to practicing the 18 body strengthening movements for 3 years. Financial resources value, 0. Meanwhile, on the other side, It seems that the talent of the god of wealth has immeasurable potential for growth. Sitting on a stone bench in a nearby park, Star God chuckled and said, "Spending money to increase your physical fitness and blood concentration? Interesting. If it can grow without limit, it deserves the title of god of wealth. If there are big restrictions, that would be interesting. But the god of wealth's best skill must not be combat. Otherwise, the god of wealth would not be called the god of wealth, but the god of war, or the god of martial arts. But for the current era, the god of wealth does have a unique advantage." Nearby, a few passers-by were walking by, as if they didn't see the star god. There was even a couple taking photos and playing in front of the star god, completely unaware that there was someone sitting in front of them. The star god also looked at the scene in front of him with great interest, and no one knew what he was thinking. Night, 8 o'clock. After Suwon stretched his muscles and familiarized himself with the 18 body tempering exercises, he made some simple preparations based on the information in the blue booklet. Although Star God said that the blue booklet was useless to him, he was still a little nervous about having nothing to do, so he might as well take a look at the information in the booklet. As long as the information recorded above plays even a little role in the training process, then he will not be wasting his time now. Buzz. A space ripple flashing with silver white light appeared directly in front of Suwon. The blue gold spots filled in the silver white light made the scene in front of him look like a wonder of the starry sky. Training goal: 0 level god of wealth. Please get ready, the training is about to begin. A cold mechanical voice sounded in Suwon's mind, and at the same time, the cold countdown sound echoed 3, 2, 1. The training begins. In an instant, there was a flash of light, and Suwon disappeared from the spot in an instant. The moment the space ripples disappeared, the figure of the star god appeared directly in the room. That systematic movement just now. Was it such a big surprise at the beginning? Star God looked at the place where Suwon left and muttered to himself. Next to it, a purple device that looked like a clock was constantly rotating. In the sky above it, mysterious and obscure Taoist patterns were flickering, as if it was constantly recording something. Chapter 5, Heavenly Officials on Duty. Welcome to the 73,248th training interface to participate in the Destiny training. In this interface, the heavenly official is on duty. Since the goal of the training is the god of wealth, the Destiny training has begun to make adjustments. The Destiny training mission is cancelled. The Destiny training rating is cancelled. The standards for the Destiny training are cancelled. The god of wealth can freely explore and freely choose the way to practice. All gains gained in the training interface can be freely taken out of the interface by the god of wealth. A series of information appeared on Suwon's attribute panel. Looking at this pile of information, he also understood what the star god said. The blue booklet seemed to be of no use to him. The entire article above revolves around training tasks, how to control training ratings and standards, and even how to make good use of your own talents to get higher rewards. There are also some rules about the Destiny training, and some of the hidden points in it are also partially introduced in the blue booklet. But now, as soon as he came in, everything that was said in the blue booklet was cancelled. What's the use of that blue booklet? Boom. 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 Not far away, bursts of noises continued to be heard. Suwon thought about it and quietly walked towards the direction of the sound. After a moment, a tall cave came into view. Walking back and forth at the entrance of the cave, carrying digging tools, were a group of long-armed monkeys with copper coin marks all over their faces. Woo. Woo woo. Suddenly, a copper coin monkey that was closer noticed Suwon, who was sticking his head out to observe, and began to wave his arms and call out. Soon, 2 copper coin monkeys came following the call, and a total of 3 copper coin monkeys began to chase Suwon. As Suwon was retreating, he discovered that the copper coin monkey ran very slowly, even slower than an ordinary person. So he picked up some stones from the side, and after putting some distance between himself and the copper coin monkeys, he found the right opportunity and threw them hard at the leading copper coin monkey. Call out. The stone cut through the sky and hit the leading copper coin monkey directly on the head. Although Suwon had never learned throwing or force generating techniques, but with the strength he now possesses, combined with the hardness of the stone, the destructive power it possesses is enough to break down a wall. As a result, the leading copper coin monkey's head was smashed to pieces, and it fell to the ground, losing its life. Call out, call out. Suwon didn't give the other 2 copper coin monkeys a chance to react and directly threw 2 stones at them. He was even worried that he had missed his aim the first time, so he threw 2 more shots at the 2 copper coin monkeys. Bang! Bang! The two copper coin monkeys fell down without a sound. This also means that Su Wen's first battle has officially ended. 3 copper coin monkeys, experience points increased by 0.3%. Su Wen opened the property panel and frowned slightly to eye. In other words, if he wanted to level up by killing copper coin monkeys, he would need to kill at least 1,000 of them. There are 1,000 copper coin monkeys. How long will it take to kill them all, and are there 1,000 copper coin monkeys in the mine? When Su Wen walked to the body of the copper coin monkey, he found a copper coin floating on the copper coin monkey's head. The Heavenly Fate copper coin has been detected and can be converted into 0.01 financial resources. Do you want to convert it? Looking at the prompt in front of him, Su Wen was slightly stunned. The next moment, Su Wen was ecstatic and the corners of his mouth rose wildly. 1 copper coin is equivalent to 100,000. Is that what you mean? There were at least dozens of copper coin monkeys gathered at the entrance of the mine just now, right? There are more than a dozen in the mine. That's not too much, right? Even the copper coin monkeys outside the mine are only a minority, and there will be a lot of copper coin monkeys inside the mine. Not if there are hundreds of them, you will be rich, tens of millions. At this moment, in Su Wen's eyes, the copper coin monkey wandering outside the mine is no longer his enemy, but a walking source of wealth, and as long as you have financial resources, you can quickly become stronger. After becoming stronger, I can hunt copper coin monkeys more efficiently. But if you think about it this way, it's a virtuous cycle. This little bit of copper coin monkey is not enough. But since the copper coin monkeys are mining here, there must be a group nearby that allows them to mine. This group may also be copper coin monkeys, or even more advanced creatures than copper coin monkeys. First, save up money and improve your strength. At least clear out the mines here before considering the other side. Even if you have the white chess pieces to protect you, you still have to be safe. After all, I don't know if there will be such a good opportunity in the future after the training arrow mirror is released. Su Wen thought to himself, and then quickly converted the other 2 destiny copper coins into a source of wealth. Immediately, without hesitation, he began to pick up stones from the pile of stones next to him. Sharp and complete stones are the preferred choice. At present, the most convenient weapon of attack seems to be stones. To be honest, he didn't know what his current strength was, let alone what level he was in this Fang Shijing, but I guess it's not the worst. But it won't be too bad. Otherwise, the star god would not have given him the white chess piece and then said such words to him. Once he uses the white chess pieces, there will definitely be a strong person in the arrow mirror who will attack him to stop him from cheating. Next, lure the 5 copper coin monkeys over here. Su Wen looked in the direction of the mine and said, if there is spare energy, increase it slowly. There is no time limit for training, so there is no rush. After deciding on his idea, Su Wen began to take action. The coin monkeys have low IQs, and any strange groups that appear nearby seem to attract their attention and hostility, but the second batch of copper coin monkeys that were lured over was still 3 in number. After killing them simply and roughly, Su Wen decided to change his strategy. So he found the right time and started shouting loudly near the mine. When the copper coin monkeys at the entrance of the mine looked over, Su Wen made a face and stuck out his tongue to show his provocation. He wanted to see if he could attract more copper coin monkeys in this way. After all, the running speed of the copper coin monkey is far slower than his, so if it really doesn't work, he can also run, and this time, there were still only 3 copper coin monkeys coming to kill him. The other copper coin monkeys looked at him, their eyes filled with the light and shadow of the copper coins and full of confusion, as if they were watching a fool's funny performance. The corner of Su Wen's mouth twitched. He could still understand the meaning of this expression. So he was looked down upon by a group of copper coin monkeys with low IQ. Then Su Wen took a deep breath and threw 3 stones, killing the 3 attacking copper coin monkeys. Immediately, he picked up 3 copper coins that fell not far away and quickly retreated to the rear. Outside the mine, the copper coin monkeys suddenly fell into a strange silence after seeing their own kind being killed. Chapter 6. The God of Wealth from the past howl. A moment later, a wave of mixed noises mixed with various strange cries suddenly broke out. The waves of strange screams continued to spread in all directions, echoing in the empty mountain areas. Soon, a large group of copper coin monkeys walked out of the mine, holding shovels, rushed into the jungle, and began to search for Su Wen. Su Wen was hiding in the bushes, also holding a shovel in his hand. He took this shovel from the dead copper coin monkey. After a simple comparison, he found that this shovel was of the best quality, so he just picked it up. Although he was just an ordinary person the day before, who can't swing a shovel, if you are really surrounded by copper coin monkeys, it would be somewhat different to fight them with shovels and bare fists. Convert 4 Destiny Copper Coins, financial value plus 0.04. Convert 3 Destiny Copper Coins, financial value plus 0.03. Convert 6 Destiny Copper Coins, financial value plus 0.06. Suwon hid in a dark place, shooting the nearby copper coin monkeys with stones. However, since the movement of his throwing stones was large, the assassination attempt would always be noticed by some copper coin monkeys with slightly higher IQs. After being discovered, he jumped out with a shovel and smashed all the copper coin monkeys to death. After a simple battle comparison, he found that these copper coin monkeys could not get close to him at all. Come on, I'll kill him, come on, 2 of them, I'll kill a pair. And in the process of fighting, he was surprised to find that the 5th and 6th sets of breathing techniques of the body refining technique, which were alternated every 13 seconds, worked together to restore physical strength. Although it is far less than the physical consumption, it is still a small surprise. So he decisively changed his fighting style and started to kill the copper coin monkeys openly with a shovel. After all, throwing stones at someone from behind is far less efficient than a head-on attack. As for the quality of the shovel, each of the copper coin monkeys has a shovel in his hand. If one is really about to be broken, can't he just pick up another one from the side? These copper coin monkeys, after Suwon killed all the copper coin monkeys that were besieging him, he frowned slightly. He discovered that the copper coin patterns on the faces of these copper coin monkeys were actually emitting a faint blood red light. At first he thought he was dazzled, but after stopping and thinking carefully, he realized that the more copper coin monkeys he killed, the faster and stronger the copper coin monkeys coming up from behind seemed to be. Experience, 6.5%. Financial resources value, 0.65. Suwon glanced at his attribute panel and immediately gave up the idea of continuing to obtain financial resources. Almost there, he also wanted to see whether the buffs on these copper coin monkeys could be eliminated after they left the battle. The most important thing is that after coming to this training realm, he has killed 65 copper coin monkeys, more or less. A little tired, maybe you can kill a few more, but you still have to be careful to avoid overturning. If things really go wrong, it will be embarrassing. Kung Fu, body refining technique, plus proficiency stage. The effectiveness of the technique is equivalent to practicing the 18 body strengthening movements for 3 years. Suwon sat by a stream, looking at the plus sign behind the body refining technique, and felt relieved. Finally, I can add some. The body refining technique at the proficient stage should be enough if you are careful when training with the arrow mirror. However, when he learned that a copper coin monkey was worth 100,000, his mind changed. What Star God meant was that he should retreat immediately after he was promoted. But he didn't think so. He wanted to have some good experience in this training environment. Now that I'm here, how can I live up to the name if I don't gain some experience? Kung Fu, body refining technique. Mastering stage. The effectiveness of the technique is equivalent to practicing the 18 body strengthening exercises for 10 years. Buzz. A cloud of smoke formed by blood and chi slowly formed above Suwon's head. This was exactly the image of the blood and chi wolf smoke recorded in ancient books and legends. It seems possible. Suwon carefully sensed his physical condition and murmured softly. He then took a deep breath, looked at the stream not far away, and suddenly exhaled. Whoosh! A blood arrow shot out from the air, and the powerful force directly created a big hole in the stream. After practicing the body refining technique for 10 years, can one break through and possess this kind of power? Suwon's eyes lit up. In future battles, it was obvious that the chosen ones would be the main force. Ordinary people may not have the possibility to go to the battlefield, although the cultivation results of ordinary people are too slow compared to those with destiny. At least there is a path for ordinary people to practice in future battles. The role played by the non-destined ones on the battlefield may exceed everyone's expectations. After all, the number of people with destiny is always less than that of ordinary people. It seems that as long as the body refining technique is passed down, the first batch of new combat forces will be born in the next 10 years. Even though this fighting force is very weak, as long as the timeline is extended, the role of this fighting force will inevitably become more and more important. There is another possibility that your talent is not good, and when a person with extraordinary talent appears, it may take only a few months to condense the power of chi and blood. Financial resources value, 0.15. Time and space of wealth and chaos, opened. My strength has made a qualitative leap this time. When I go to the future again, I should be able to kill that ferocious beast, right? If it really doesn't work, it's okay if I can run away. Well, if you really can't run away, hold on for a while and see if you can get some more skills. Suwon looked at the financial value and many thoughts came to his mind, and now I am in the training stage, and the body training technique has reached the mastery stage from the proficiency stage, which has cost 0.5 financial resources. To move up further, you need at least some financial resources, or even more. Moreover, his physical fitness is pretty good now, but what he lacks is the force generating skills and attacking methods. So let's look into the future. What if we gain something? Anyway, it's just 10 copper coin monkeys, right? Thinking of this, Suwon's mind moved and he once again activated his talent of wealth, chaos, time and space. As a rank 0 wealth god who has not yet entered the sect, you have consumed most of your wealth value, using wealth to disrupt time and space. The powerful power of financial resources vibrates in time and space, and the extremely weak and fragmented power of time and space is shaken out, carrying you to 10 years later. But the environment you are in this time is completely different from what you saw and felt the last time you came here, which also makes you full of doubts. You looked around and found a few broken pieces of iron writing not far away. You can only vaguely see 4 words from these words: Jiangcheng Battlefield. The roars and explosions coming from all directions also make you realize that Jiangcheng in this time and space has not fallen, but is in a stalemate with the aliens, forming a battlefield like a meat grinder. God of wealth from the past. Jiangcheng Battlefield welcomes you. Chapter 7, The Gaze of the Long River of Time and Space, Such a Big Change? Suwon frowned. If he traveled to the future through that Siluan spacetime, and the future he went to was a different spacetime each time, that would be a little beyond his expectations. This is how the battlefield in Jiangcheng is this time. Who knows what it will be like next time? Then it's purely a matter of appearance. If you are European, you will live longer, but if you are unlucky, you will be killed as soon as you arrive. But if the future changes are caused by one of your actions, is it a star god? Soon, Suwon thought of the crux of the problem. The last time I completed a time travel group run was in the police station, and it ended very quickly without saying anything, and he didn't say anything. The only possible impact was that he owed the police station 1 million and borrowed 3 million from Li Wenjia. 4 million is a lot for an ordinary person, but compared with the changes of an era, what is 4 million? So there is only one person left, the star god. Thinking about it carefully, I practiced it several times in the room in order to master the body refining technique, and my blood was boiling after the exercise. If nothing unexpected happened, the star god was watching him from not far away, and after seeing it, he thought the body refining technique was very good, so he wrote it down. Well, if the body refining art, a magical foundation building skill, had been invented 10 years earlier, it would not be surprising that such great changes would occur in the future. After all, if the time is extended to 10 years, the effects of the body refining technique are amazing just by thinking about it. But all this is just Suwon's own guess. When he goes back this time, he should know the specific situation. If it was really recorded by the star god, he would definitely ask about it when I return. Anyway, the body refining technique was originally developed by a group of researchers led by the star god. Strictly speaking, it is someone else's work, so it doesn't matter if they took it away in advance. Not far from you, the battle is raging. Do you want to move forward to observe the battle and wait for an opportunity to join in, or do you want to retreat and find a new path? Suwon did not hesitate and chose to retreat directly. Timid god of wealth. You knew your own weakness and made a wise choice. As you retreat, you see broken walls and ruins everywhere, especially the remaining energy and blood in some sinkholes, which seem to prove to you the cruelty of war. At the same time, you see powerful figures flying across the sky, and these figures quickly fly towards the battlefield on the horizon. Soon, there were roars from the horizon, accompanied by bold words of fighting to the death, and the blood of several strong men was spilled in the sky. God of wealth from the past. Does the death of your compatriots in battle make your blood boil? Are you willing to follow in the footsteps of your compatriots and show your sword to the aliens in the sky? Suwon, with your level 0, how can you participate in a flying and ground diving battle? Are you afraid that you won't die fast enough? After all, with my level 0 in 10 years, I might not even have the chance to be cannon fodder. You gave up your plan to join the battle and quickly ran towards Jiangcheng. Cowardly god of wealth. You come from the past, travel to the future, play with the order of time and space through wealth, and tease the law of cause and effect. But you, who seem so powerful, let your compatriots die in front of you. You can't even do the most basic thing of scolding your enemies. One day you will be ashamed of your own behavior. Suwon looked at the text in front of him with a face full of question marks. The subjectivity implied in this text is very strong. Why does he always feel that the other party wants to trick him into going there to die? Look at this adjective. First it means timid, then it means cowardly. What should I do as a newbie? To influence other people's performance, or should I jump in front of the enemy, spray his face with my blood, and bring the greatest insult to the enemy with my life? You hid here and there, moved forward cautiously, and finally arrived near Jiangcheng. But you look at the completely different, even unfamiliar Jiangcheng gate in front of you, and your mind becomes a little confused. Beside the main gate of Jiangcheng, there is a small door. If both doors are opened at the same time, it seems that people can pass through. Young god of wealth. Please make your own choice. Su Wen frowned as he looked at the options regarding the city entrance gate. The gate built in Jiangcheng in the future time and space is undoubtedly to prevent the invasion of alien creatures. He was also a little unsure which door he should go through. I have no source of money in my wallet now, so I'm hoping to get some martial arts skills during this chaotic time. As for the choice of the main door, you dare not make a decision easily due to the shortage of financial resources. So you stand aside and want to observe the patterns of others entering the city. But your sneaky behavior was discovered by the soldiers guarding the city. They thought you had been observing the fortifications of Jiangcheng for a long time and had ulterior motives. According to the regulations of war, the soldiers guarding the city will shoot you. You are dead. The weak force of time and space attached to your body begins to vibrate. The long river of time and space in this world is keenly aware that your soul does not belong to the current time point, is unwilling to accept your true spirit, and chooses to expel you. Your soul and true spirit, under the protection of the power of wealth, begin to return to the current time point. Because you have disrupted the order of time and space many times in a short period of time, you have attracted the attention of the long river of time and space. You get buff, the gaze of the long river of time and space. Within 4 hours, your financial resources consumption in time and space will double. Su Wen's mouth twitched. How could there be such a buff? The frequency with which I use the Cylon time and space isn't that fast, right? Will this cause displeasure in the long river of time and space? Just by fluttering a few times, a small wave like me can attract the attention of the long river of time and space. The long river of time and space that runs through the ancient, present, and future sounds like a very noble existence. How could it be related to me, or is this equivalent to a restriction on his own talent for wealth, chaos, time and space? Does it mean don't use it too often? If I use it too frequently, I have to pay extra. Is this what you mean? The river of time and space is a bit stingy and greedy. If you have a little temper, you can either settle it with money or let time settle it. Is that what you mean? You have obtained a new buff, the gaze of the river of time and space? Within 1 hour, your financial resources consumption in time and space will be doubled. Can be superimposed. Su Wen, what does this mean? How come the buff lasted another hour? Because I said the long river of time and space is a bit small. The long river of time and space transcends thousands of worlds and lasts forever in the universe. It is truly the most powerful, most unpredictable, and most indescribable existence in the world. The awe in my heart for the long river of time and space is endless. No matter how gorgeous the words are, they lose their meaning in the face of the long river of time and space. Ahem. Su Wen coughed twice and quickly diverted his attention. He finally understood that the gaze of the long river of time and space was really staring at him, so don't think too much or let your mind wander, and try to get through these 5 hours safely, but don't add any more time. Chapter 8 Ancestors being worshipped. After Su Wen returned to the jungle, he found that the copper coin monkeys had returned to the entrance of the mine and continued their regular mining activities. In the next battle, he plans to change his fighting style. The Go-style fighting style can indeed ensure one's own safety within a certain range, but now that the fighting power of the copper coin monkey has been confirmed, and his own strength has also made a qualitative leap, there is no need to adopt a cowardly style of play, show up openly and kill face to face. However, Su Wen also knew that as long as anything happened to these copper coin monkeys, he would flee the battlefield as soon as possible. After all, he is here to make money, not to risk his life. This shovel has been used for a long time and it is quite convenient. Su Wen held the shovel and laughed softly. He just tried it and found that when he wrapped the shovel with blood and attacked the part, the front end of the shovel would become extremely sharp. It can't be said that it can cut iron like mud, but at least you don't need to replace the shovel as frequently as before. But Su Wen did not plan to use blood to cover the shovel at the beginning. The main reason was that there was no need to do so. There were so many shovels nearby, and if one broke, he could just replace it with another one. When you really encounter a tough opponent, use your blood and energy to attack. At this stage, his physical fitness is completely sufficient. Then let's get started. Suwon looked at the copper coin monkey busy at the entrance of the mine and grinned. The next moment, his body turned into an afterimage and rushed straight down. Suwon's arrival also brought about a complete change in the working of the mine's mechanical procedures. The bloody flower began to bloom wildly at the entrance of the mine, showing off its weird appearance and gradually spreading into the interior of the mine. Experience value, 7.5%. Experience value, 11.6%. Experience value, 17.7%. When Suwon's experience value reached 22.5%, the blood in his body trembled violently, as if there was a terrible crisis lurking around him that was about to devour people's souls, but also as if there was no crisis at all and there was a smooth road ahead. The blood in his body gave him a warning, so Suwon did not hesitate. After collecting all the Destiny copper coins and converting them into financial resources, he left the mine at an extremely fast speed and went into the vast jungle. It is better to believe it exists than to believe it does not exist, coming to a strange world to gain experience. Suwon's logic is to consider the success or failure of a thing from the perspective of the worst outcome. If you can bear the worst outcome, then go for it. If not, weigh the pros and cons and then choose whether to move forward. If an event is developed with the worst-case scenario as the starting point, where will it go? A moment later, an army of monkeys wearing black armor and with black coin marks on their foreheads appeared outside the mine. The leader of the monkey army is a burly monkey with a silver coin mark flashing between his eyebrows. When the silver coin monkey saw the corpses scattered all over the ground outside the mine, he couldn't help but roar towards the sky. There was huge energy in his roar, and the turbulent white airwaves continued to spread around. Fortunately, we walked fast. Suwon felt a roar coming from the direction of the mine and his eyelids jumped. The other party's roar can make such a big noise. In comparison, can you do it? Maybe if the chi and blood burst out, it should be possible, but who would roar twice and then burst out with all their strength to roar? Ever since he knew the effect of Sailuan Shikangzi's talent, his goal has been to stay alive and extend the timeline to observe future changes. White talent is obviously a late-stage talent. And he doesn't have the kind of talent that allows him to have explosive combat power and fight madly on the front line. The late stage, great assist. The kind of person who can lead an entire era by himself, therefore, he only needs to survive well, and use the subtalent of wealth, chaos, and time to constantly travel to the future, and obtain future martial arts secrets, or some other things. We will see later whether it can be handed over to the country or sold to the country through a reasonable excuse. How normal is it for the country to reward you for making contributions to the country? I am a god of wealth and have joined the public service system. The country will definitely train me, but if you keep giving it for free, you will always feel dissatisfied. In the final analysis, there is no choice but to hand in the future skills, especially the skills like the body refining technique. The country will promote it and then improve the body refining techniques, or derive new techniques based on the body refining techniques. In this way, you can continue to reap the benefits in the future. Otherwise, if you are the only one holding the future skills, what use will it be for future changes? The most important thing is that we can create a win-win situation, so why should we be obsessed with the problems of the practice itself? Kung Fu, body refining technique, plus mastering stage. The effectiveness of the technique is equivalent to practicing the 18 body strengthening exercises for 10 years. Financial resources value, 1.55. Seeing his financial value, Suwon showed a satisfied smile on his face, but when he saw the buff of the river of time and space's gaze, his face immediately fell. He immediately took a deep breath and wiped out the slight tendency of thoughts in his mind. After more than 3 hours, the buff is finally going to leave. Don't let it stay for a few more hours because of some of your own ideas. I'm a little hungry. Luckily, I brought some food with me before coming here. Suwon took out a few bags of compressed biscuits from his pocket. Only after he saw a few small fish swimming in the stream and even a few deer-like animals drinking the water in the stream did he dare to scoop up the water in the stream to drink. The blue manual states that the common materials in the arrow mirror are exactly the same as those on Earth. In short, the animals and fruits in the world can be eaten, and the water can be drunk. However, just to be on the safe side, Suwon did some research before drinking it. What if there is a problem? While Suwon was eating, drinking and thinking, the gaze of the long river of time and space finally reached its limit and disappeared. This time, go through the small gate first. If that doesn't work, then go through the big gate. It's only 0.2 financial resources, and I can afford it now. Suwon thought about it and opened up the time of wealth and chaos again. As a rank 0 wealth god who has not yet entered the sect, you have consumed most of your wealth value, using wealth to disrupt time and space. The powerful power of financial resources vibrates in time and space, and the extremely weak and fragmented power of time and space is shaken out, carrying you to 10 years later. After making the same choice as before, Su Wen quickly arrived at the gate of Jiangcheng. Without hesitation, Su Wen chose to enter through the small door. Young god of wealth, you made a wise choice. In wartime, in order to ensure the smooth passage of the army, the gates of Jiangcheng only allow the army to pass through. Not long after you entered Jiangcheng, you saw a familiar statue not far away. Curiosity drives you forward, and when you see the statue clearly, you are shocked. God of wealth from the past. You found a statue of yourself in this future, and around it, you found some wreaths. Apparently, a memorial service was held here not long ago. Paying tribute to the past, paying tribute to ancestors. When you see yourself die young and become an ancestor to be paid tribute to, God of wealth from the past time and space, what do you feel? Su Wen. Chapter 9, Untimely Death. Dead? How did he die? Suicide or homicide? Is it because of the war? Su Wen's eyelids twitched wildly. What news could be more shocking than his impending death? If it were 100 years in the future, he would not react like this when looking at his own statue and memorial activities. The key point is that this is the time and space of the next 10 years, and this is a big problem. How old are you? Now is the prime of life and there are still bright future ahead of us. But this journey through time and space told him that according to the original development trajectory, he would not live for many years. You look carefully at your own statue, and in the lower middle of the statue, you find an introduction to your life. Name, Su Wen. Occupation, God of wealth. Age, 24. Cause of death, died in May 23 while exploring a secret realm, died young. Merit, winner of the National First Class Medal. Evaluation, Su Wen's life was like a meteor across the sky, brilliant but short-lived. When people mention it, they feel infinite regret in their hearts. The basic bodybuilding method invented by Su Wen opened the way to martial arts and directly gave birth to a large group of martial artists. The Destiny ones also improved their physical fitness through basic bodybuilding methods, and their survival rate during training increases greatly. The famous martial arts master Du Guowei once said that Su Wen was the founder of martial arts. If Su Wen had not died, martial arts would have made a greater contribution to fighting against aliens, and martial artists would have a brighter future. Alien researcher Bai Zikai once publicly stated that if it weren't for the basic bodybuilding method developed by Su Wen, the situation of humans facing the invasion of the Arrow Realm aliens would be even more tragic. Some warriors believe that there is something strange about Su Wen's death. The rest of the people who were exploring did not die, but Su Wen died during the exploration? They will definitely find out the truth and bring the murderer of Su Wen to justice. Su Wen looked at the 24-year-old man, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly after seeing the thoughts of the martial arts fanatics below. His eyes narrowed. May of 23, only 10 months away. He didn't die during the exploration of the Yajing, but he died on his own. Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. I am not a reckless person. How could I die on my own? So there is definitely something wrong with Yajing's exploration in May of 23rd year. But who wants to kill himself? I didn't provoke anyone, did I? But why did the name of this body refining technique change? It has become a basic bodybuilding method. Is this what the Star God meant? How do you express your vision for the future potential of martial arts through the Word Foundation? You find yourself in the future and you still have 10 months to live. This short time makes you a little scared, but after thinking about it carefully, you feel that it is somewhat unreasonable. You know your own character well, you are timid and cowardly, and you are well versed in the principle of survival. If you feel that something is beyond your ability, you will never do it. You are the God of wealth who can travel through time and space. Disrupting time and space and reversing yin and yang are abilities you naturally possess in your eyes. How could you, who are so powerful and thoughtful, die so early? 10 months, what's the difference between it and the blink of an eye for you? So you feel that this matter is not simple, and you will leave the way of your own death to think about it slowly in the future. Now you always want to do something. You walked into the city and found a martial arts school. Xingyun Martial Arts School, while helping to train martial artists, also sells some martial arts techniques. You walked up with great interest, and after talking to the owner of the martial arts hall, you found that you couldn't even afford the cheapest martial arts there. Poor God of wealth. As the God of wealth, you should be in charge of the source of wealth in the world, but now you have fallen to the point where you can't even afford the simplest martial arts book. Do you feel ashamed when you can't even hold $100 in your pocket? Before you were about to leave, the owner of the gym called you over. He was very confused as to why you were still practicing the original version of the basic bodybuilding method, even though the country had already issued the latest version of the bodybuilding method 3 years ago. After staring at you carefully for a while, the owner said that since you look so similar to the martial arts master Su Wen, he handed you 2 martial arts talismans and gave you a brief introduction without charging you any money. One of these 2 basic martial arts is an improved basic bodybuilding method. Compared to the original 18 postures and 18 breathing methods in the basic bodybuilding method, 4 more postures have been added, totaling 22 postures of strengthening movements. After summarizing, calculating, and condensing, the 18 breathing methods were finally reduced to 5 universal breathing methods, which correspond to the strengthening of the 5 internal organs in the body, and have a certain burst effect when used in battle. Another martial art is called Tiger Fist, which was developed by martial arts master Du Guowei a year ago based on the tiger-shaped fist in Xingyiquan and combined with the blood and qi outline and operation rules in the basic bodybuilding method. It has the effect of strengthening the body and bones. After thanking the owner, you accepted the 2 talismans for passing on your skills that he gave you. God of wealth from the past who has good luck. The seeds you planted in the past have begun to take root and sprout in the future and have tasted delicious sweet fruits. You are very curious about the basic bodybuilding methods and martial arts updated in the future time and space, so you just find a place to sit and start learning through the transmission of skills. Just when you were studying hard, a beam of black light shot up from the center of Jiangchang, directly tearing through the sky barrier, and the evil dark energy came out from the other end and began to wreak havoc in Jiangchang. Your turbulent blood is like a lamp in the dark night, loved by the evil dark forces. Your eyes are dark, your blood is flowing backwards, and you are possessed by a demon. Unlucky god of wealth. You happen to catch up with the brutal struggle of high-level combat power, but unfortunately the winner is not the human side, and you have become a victim of this energy turbulence. You are dead. The weak force of time and space attached to your body begins to vibrate. The long river of time and space in this world is keenly aware that your soul does not belong to the current time point, is unwilling to accept your true spirit, and chooses to expel you. Your soul and true spirit, under the protection of the power of wealth, begin to return to the current time point. Chapter 10 Basic Bodybuilding Method 1.0 Su Wen looked at this new way of dying without changing his expression. The innovative way of his death while wandering in the future was within his expectations. As long as there is something to gain, death is fine. However, the way he died this time shows that there must be a traitor inside Jiangcheng who was colluding with the outside world. Otherwise, how could that black light burst out from the center of Jiangcheng? If the sky barrier was not broken, how could the evil and dark energy spread? Assuming the enemy invades from the outside, it is impossible for an attack to break through the sky from the inside. This is the case under normal circumstances, but it is another matter under abnormal circumstances. The change of the body refining technique into the basic bodybuilding method also indirectly proved his guess that the star god really took away the bodybuilding moves and breathing methods that he had practiced. After 7 years, the basic bodybuilding method changed again, and the efficiency of bodybuilding increased significantly. There are also breathing methods. 18 breathing methods are still too complicated. But if there are only 5 breathing methods, and these 5 breathing methods include all the benefits of the 18 breathing methods, it will be much more convenient. There is also the famous martial art Tiger Fist from the future time and space. Overall, the harvest this time was quite good. Kung Fu, body refining technique, plus mastering stage. The effectiveness of the technique is equivalent to practicing the 18 body strengthening exercises for 10 years. The body refining technique is highly overlapped with the basic body refining method 1.0, and you can use financial resources to replace the body refining technique. Skill, Tiger Fist, plus. Financial resources value, 1.45. Looking at his attribute panel, Su Wen had an idea and directly chose to change. Although he was going to tell Star God about the 1.0 version of the basic body tempering method after returning from the Arrow Realm, there was a high possibility that the basic body tempering method would change again when he went to the future. No, it should be said that ever since I obtained the basic bodybuilding method 1.0, the changes in time and space in the future have been destined. The most important thing is that there are many opportunities in the Arrow Mirror, but there are also a lot of crises. The key is to turn financial resources into your own strength and enhance your own strength in the realm of arrows. What's the point of keeping the source of money? It won't become more. Crack. Suddenly, the sound of chains breaking could be heard all around, as if the shackles within the body of a living being were broken. Blood and energy rushing to the sky, with the blessing of the vast blood and chi. The content and concentration of chi and blood in Su Wen's body are constantly increasing. It was at this moment that Su Wen's body and soul began to undergo a profound transformation. Life evolves, soul leap. The violent movement here also attracted the attention of nearby creatures, but the pressure caused by the accumulation of blood and energy made these animals dare not approach, and even instinctively wanted to escape. Meanwhile, in the mine, after discovering the surging blood and chi smoke in the distance, the silver coin monkey did not hesitate, picked up his weapon and ran in the direction of the blood and chi. He had just been counting the number of dead slaves and their bodies. Slaves were worthless, but he felt sad when so many of them died, and on the dead slave's body, he felt a hint of unusual aura. This breath is somewhat similar to the surging chi and blood energy in the distance. So he wanted to investigate and see what was happening over there. Will it affect the kingdom's rule over nearby areas? Name: Su Wen. Rank 0. Occupation: God of Wealth. Kung Fu, Basic Bodybuilding Method 1.0, Mastered. Skill: Tiger Fist, Plus. Magic Power: None. Talent: a lot of money. Financial Resources Value: 0.95. Life Form: First Order. Su Wen looked at the newly added life form in the attribute panel and understood. This is easy to understand. It's a first-order life form. Normally, the column for living beings will appear only after one's rank is elevated to become a first-level god of wealth. Therefore, the ranks of ordinary destiny beings and life forms should correspond. With the blessing of martial arts, I have the power comparable to that of a first-level destiny being, so I am recognized as a first-level life form. At present, this should be the case. In other words, only after becoming a first-level life form can one become a true destiny being. But even if his guess was wrong, Ye Jing would not ask about this matter when he went out. He would always show the status of the god of wealth. As for my true fighting power, you know it yourself. Why say so much? After all, his death in the future is a mystery, and it is most likely not a natural death. Therefore, exposing everything about yourself without leaving any cards behind is a way to seek death. Hide it if you can. If you really can't hide it, just reveal a little bit. It can't be too fake, right? I spent 0.5 financial resources to replace the body refining technique. The improved basic bodybuilding method, even if the effect of each exercise is not obvious, can bring about earth-shaking changes after 10 years. And Tiger Fist, finally I have a way to attack, and I finally don't have to swing around with a shovel anymore. Su Wen looked at the Tiger Fist on the skill bar with shining eyes. The next moment, the skill column began to change. Skill: Tiger Fist, Plus. Entry level: just getting started. The boxing style contains a subtle tiger's fierce intent. Financial Resources Value: 0.75. Skill: Tiger Fist. Proficient stage: Perfection. The boxing style contains a certain fierce tiger's ferocity, and with the condensation of chi and blood, it can produce the power of a tiger's roar. Financial Resources Value: 0.15. As his Tiger Fist skill improved rapidly, Su Wen's blood and energy began to rise, and his bones began to change. Tiger boxing has the effect of strengthening the body and bones. When practicing it, it can naturally increase chi and blood and strengthen muscles and bones. At the same time, a large amount of information about Tiger Fist flooded into Su Wen's mind: how to punch, how to attack the enemy's weakness, what kind of blood flow combined with one's own spiritual will can bring out the fierceness of a tiger, how to control the fierceness of this tiger. In an instant, Su Wen had a very good understanding of Tiger Fist in his mind, and even had his own unique insights into it. Perfection, nothing more than that. At this moment, Su Wen himself didn't know how strong his fighting power was now. Of course, considering that accidental death of Ye Jing when he was exploring the future time and space, he was not arrogant at all. He just wanted to try out his current strength so that he could have an idea. On the premise of knowing both yourself and the enemy, let the enemy think that he has figured out your situation and make judgments accordingly. Only in this way can your future be safe. Could it be that the enemy, knowing that I am a first-level god of wealth, would still send top-notch warriors to kill me? Suddenly, a smile appeared on Su Wen's face and he looked to the left and back. The next moment, Su Wen's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Chapter 11 Monkey Kingdom. Meanwhile, on the other side, the silver coin monkey, who was on his way, suddenly stiffened and a chill ran straight to the top of his head. Danger, escape. At this moment, silver coin monkey only had these two thoughts in his mind. Although he didn't know where the danger came from, the strong sense of crisis made him stop and turn around to escape without thinking. Before he could escape, a powerful fist shadow suddenly appeared above him and smashed the silver coin monkey to the ground. Bang! A deep pit appeared in the jungle, and the powerful shockwave directly uprooted the nearby trees. The silver coin monkey was lying in the center of the pit, blood splattered everywhere, unable to move. Obviously, the punch just now had already put the silver coin monkey on the verge of death. The roar from the mine earlier should be from this silver coin monkey, right? Su-wen saw the silver coin mark on the silver coin monkey and said thoughtfully, "It seems that the silver coin monkey's strength is still some distance away from the first level." Immediately, without hesitation, he sent the silver coin monkey, who was only breathing his last breath, away. Delay will lead to changes. The creatures in the Arrow Realm are so mysterious. They may be able to go out and attack humans in the future, and even beat humans to the point where they cannot fight back. Who knows what kind of trouble they will come up with? Although the basic bodybuilding method was released ahead of time, the situation will change in the future, but all he knew about was the city of Jiangcheng. Moreover, not long after he arrived, such a big problem arose inside Jiangcheng. Who knew how dangerous the external situation had become? Therefore, if you can kill the creatures in the Arrow Realm instantly, there is no need to waste time. Experience increased by 5%? Su-wen noticed the increase in experience points and his face lit up with joy. A copper coin monkey only has 0.1% experience value. In other words, the experience value of the silver coin monkey is 50 times that of the copper coin monkey? Convert 1 Destiny Silver Coin, Financial Resources plus 0.5. Financial Resources Value, 0.65. Su-wen looked at the financial value and murmured in a low voice, "There are Destiny Copper Coins and Destiny Silver Coins, so are there also Destiny Gold Coins?" Silver coin monkeys are 50 times more than copper coin monkeys, so gold coins are 50 times more than silver coins. That's not too much, right? In other words, 1 Destiny Gold coin is equivalent to 25 sources of wealth? That is 250 million? Besides, the silver coin monkey is only that strong. It can be killed with a slap. The gold coin monkey is probably only at the first level. You can't just jump to the second level, right? After all, this is just a training ground. There won't be any very powerful creatures here, right? Just as he was thinking about it, Su-wen's mind suddenly flashed with the cause of his own death in the future. Time and space, died while exploring the Arrow Realm. Although it's unlikely. What if, just like what I thought just now, under the temptation of wealth, I had to force my way in without having a clear understanding of the enemy's strength? Then a tragic death in the Arrow Realm is inevitable, right? So, be safe. Get some financial resources and then go look for gold coins. Don't be in a hurry. Didn't I tell you about this training realm when I came here? Explore freely to freely choose the training method. If that's the case, why are you rushing forward in such a hurry? Let's go to the mine first. Su-wen thought about it and immediately rushed towards the direction of the mine. A moment later, he arrived near the mine. Is that the black coin monkey? Su-wen saw a monkey holding a weapon not far away with a black coin mark on its forehead. His eyes narrowed slightly. He originally thought that the one above the copper coin monkey was the silver coin monkey, but now it seems that the one above the copper coin monkey responsible for mining is the black coin monkey. Standardized weapons. Are these monkeys from a unified force? The copper coin monkeys are responsible for mining, and the black coin monkeys are responsible for guarding. Why does this division of labor system feel like slaves mining and supervisors guarding? So the silver coin monkey is the boss of these black coin monkeys? This means that there are a large number of monkeys nearby. Whether it's copper coin monkeys, black coin monkeys or silver coin monkeys, there are a lot of them. Su-wen's eyes lit up and an old farmer's smile appeared on his face, as if he saw a large number of moving leeks not far away waiting for him to harvest. The next moment, he jumped up and rushed directly towards the black coin monkey guarding outside the mine. The black coin monkeys closest to Su-wen only felt a gust of wind passing in front of them, and then they felt darkness in front of them and lost consciousness. Convert 6 black coins of destiny, financial resources plus 0.3. Su-wen looked at the black coin monkeys rushing towards him from all directions. Without hesitation, he opened fire at full force, starting a massacre inside and outside the mine. 1 black coin of destiny is worth 0.05 source of wealth, which is 5 times that of a copper coin. Although there are fewer coins than the destiny silver coins, there are more black coin monkeys. The financial income brought by dozens of black coin monkeys is still more than that of silver coin monkeys. And killing them was just like killing chicks, one slap at a time, very quickly. Convert 4 black coins of destiny, financial resources plus 0.2. Convert 5 black coins, financial resources plus 0.25. Convert 7 fate copper coins, financial resources plus 0.07. Convert 3 destiny copper coins, financial resources plus 0.03. Suwon used the fighting techniques from Tiger Fist to kill all the monkeys he could see, whether it was a black coin monkey or a copper coin monkey. He didn't let any of them go. It was hard to imagine that in less than a day, he had transformed from a boy who had never killed anyone into someone who could kill monkeys without blinking an eye. There was only one reason that prompted him to change so much: he didn't want to die. The Star God is very strong. Perhaps it can be said that anyone whose profession contains the word God will not be weak in combat power. I am an exception. This exception may be the main reason for his future exploration of the realm of sudden death. He has no fighting ability and has great potential in the future. If you put yourself in his shoes, if you were a traitor, the first person you would kill would be this kind of person. Coincidentally, Jiang Cheng's experience made him realize that there is a high probability that there are traitors among humans. At present, there is only one way to keep yourself alive and safe, that is to become stronger, seize the opportunity, obtain financial resources, and quickly improve your own strength. He didn't know whether he could encounter materials like destiny coins that could be directly converted into wealth in other training realms outside of this realm. What if it's just this once? What if the destiny coins in the training arrow realm are a gift to the god of wealth? If I fail to seize this gift because of some emotions in my heart, how much will I regret when I face life and death situations in the future? He doesn't dare to gamble, and he can't afford to gamble at this stage. He can only try his best to fight for a way out for his future. Even if the next time there is a financial chaos, you will still see your own death information, but at least your death will not be so inexplicable. If my future self works hard to figure out some information and provide some ideas and precautions for my present self, then that's always a good thing. The enemy has been eliminated. Should we destroy the core of the Monkey Kingdom's affiliated mine and reoccupy the mine? After Suwon killed the last copper coin monkey, a cold reminder voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Chapter 12, Interferers, Punishment. A mine attached to the Monkey Kingdom? Suwon's eyebrows twitched. It seemed that his previous guess was correct. There was a unified group of monkeys nearby. However, since they have developed to the level of a kingdom, it means that there are quite a few of them and they have already established an organization. And who could be this powerful person who comes here to guard an affiliated mine? The copper coin monkeys are at the bottom, and the black coin monkeys are the grassroots soldiers. According to this calculation, the silver coin monkey is at most a lower middle class in the Monkey King Kingdom. Little general? Gold coin monkey should be considered a high level. If our strength improves, we'll be able to make a lot of money. Suwon thought about it and took out the white chess piece given by the Star God. 200 meters in radius? It seems that we need to plan carefully and try not to waste the Star God's kindness. He didn't know the rank of the Star God, but from his current perspective, he couldn't see anything unusual about the white chess piece. It seems like it's really just an ordinary white chess piece. After all, he is now a first-level lifeform and cannot understand by chi at all. Then, at least the Star God must be at least second level, right? However, he estimated that the Star God should have reached the third or fourth level. After all, he is the strong man who will explore the martial arts for the general public in the future. If he is not strong, how can he find another way and open up the road of martial arts? So with the white pieces as a backup, he was not panicked, occupied. Suwon started talking, and as soon as he finished speaking, the entire mine began to shake. The next moment, a golden beam of light shot straight into the sky. The God of Wealth's affiliated mineral vein. Type, small. Daily output, 1 source of income. Suwon looked at the data in front of him with his eyes slightly narrowed. He chose to occupy the mine purely to see what he would gain after occupying the mine. If you make a big noise and attract the surrounding forces, you can just run away if you can't defeat them. But the output of the mineral vein is a source of wealth, which is quite interesting. The daily output of a small mineral vein is a source of income. It may not seem like much, just 2 silver coin monkeys, but what about the medium size? What about large ones? If you are strong enough to occupy the nearby mineral veins, the income you receive every day will be an astronomical figure. Explore freely. At this moment, Suwon suddenly understood the significance of exploring nature. Perhaps the training realm was originally a gift given to those with destiny, but they were too weak to grasp it. After coming to the Arrow Realm to train, killing some Arrow Realm creatures and completing the upgrade, he left in a hurry, missing the great opportunity to train in the Arrow Realm. But it's so high profile, the Monkey Kingdom must have known about it. Suwon looked up at the golden beam of light that pierced the sky and whispered to himself, "Why does it look like it's showing off its presence? Announce the coming of the god of wealth? Attract experience? Increase difficulty? That's right. How can I occupy the mine and make money every day? One source of income a day, that works out to 10 million a day." At the same time, in a palace in the distance, the golden pillar has arrived, and the god of wealth has appeared. An old monkey with sparse hair and a purple gold coin mark flashing between his eyebrows, who looked more like a human, was looking at the golden beam of light in the sky with excitement. After a while, he reacted and quickly began to issue orders. "Quick! Call the generals from all directions. Call the 8 spiritual vein masters. The god of wealth has finally appeared. We have been imprisoned for countless years and have waited for countless years. Finally, this opportunity has come." All the high-ranking officials of the Monkey Kingdom are included. The 10 generals and the 8 spiritual vein masters represent the highest level of combat power in the Monkey Kingdom. The moment he saw the golden beam of light, the old monkey had already made a decision in his heart. Especially the aura emitted by that golden beam of light was so faint that he couldn't help but feel greedy. Kill the god of wealth. Seize wealth. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely strong pressure came down from the sky, pressing the old monkey to the ground with an unstoppable force, making it unable to move at all. God of wealth is training you. Anyone who interferes will be killed. A majestic voice suddenly appeared in the sky and continued to echo in the palace. After the sound dissipated, the pressure also disappeared in an instant. Well, the old monkey slowly got up from the ground, sat on the steps of the palace, and sighed heavily. Experience. Why did we meet the god of wealth who was still in the process of training? After a moment's silence, the old monkey slowly stood up. Send the order. Order a black armored squadron to go to the location of the golden pillar and retake the mining area. Sending a squadron to attack the chosen one who was still in the process of training was the limit of what he could do. If there are more, I'm afraid the person above will be dissatisfied. The first time is a warning, the second time, it may not necessarily be a warning. Kung Fu, Basic Bodybuilding Method 1.0, plus. Mastering stage. The effectiveness of the technique is equivalent to practicing 22 body strengthening exercises for 10 years. Experience value, 57.5%. Financial value, 3.65. Suwon looked at his attribute panel. After seeing that he could add points to the Basic Bodybuilding Method 1.0, he found a quiet and secluded location and added points directly. Buzz. 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 Suwon's body began to tremble slightly, and the frequency of his breathing slowly corresponded to the frequency of his body trembling, forming a wonderful resonance. At the same time, as Suwon continued to breathe, the aura around him did not increase, but instead began to gradually weaken. After a while, Suwon recovered to the normal state of chi and blood. Skill, Basic Bodybuilding Method 1.0. Transcendence. One has reached the limit of the technique, and has mastered and applied the technique to perfection. Tip: to advance further, you need to spend a lot of money to break the limit of the technique, and the technique cannot be taught after the breakthrough. Financial resources value, 0.25. Life form, first order. Suwon looked at the prompt below and sighed slightly. He felt that this time, both the total amount of chi and blood as well as his control over chi and blood had been greatly improved, but he didn't expect to reach the limit of Basic Bodybuilding Method so soon. This is a basic bodybuilding method that has been modified and improved once. I didn't expect the upper limit is still so low. For a person with destiny, a first-order life form is just the beginning, but for warriors, this is already the end. It is normal to think about it. After all, the original intention of Star God and the exercises group to study the basic bodybuilding method is to enhance the physical fitness and combat ability of those who are prepared for destiny. As for the birth of a warrior, I'm afraid even the Star God did not expect it. However, warriors have been around for too short a time. Judging from the basic bodybuilding exercises alone, a warrior's journey has just begun. Although he can still use financial resources for improvement, is it necessary, instead of breaking the upper limit to increase the financial resources, it is more cost effective to make 2 more trips in the future. I just happen to have some money left, let's do it again. Look at the future. What exactly is causing the changes? It only changed after I gave the technique to the star god? Or is it just simple? As long as I know this technique and have it in my mind, the future will change in real time? Chapter 13 reports from Chaoyang Masses. As a rank 0 wealth god who has not yet entered the sect, you have consumed nearly half of your wealth value, using wealth to disrupt time and space. The powerful power of financial resources vibrates in time and space, and the extremely weak and fragmented power of time and space is shaken out, carrying you to 10 years later. When you come to Jiangcheng again, you find that Jiangcheng is peaceful, as if it has not been affected by the war. It is completely different from the solemn and desolate atmosphere in the previous future time and space. God of wealth from the past. You have come to the future many times, but this time, the place where you landed is no longer a battlefield. You look at the familiar peaceful environment around you and feel very happy. Suwon looked at the words jumping in front of him and had a clear understanding of the changes in time and space in the future. It seems that I was overthinking it. When I was doing the physical exercises in the house, the star god did not monitor me, nor did he take away the records of those exercises. The reason why the future time and space changed the first 2 times was because he obtained the body refining technique from the future, and then passed it on after walking out of the training realm. After all, Jiangcheng has undergone tremendous changes. It seems that the early emergence of basic bodybuilding method 1.0 in Tiger Fist will be of great help to future wars. You saw a taxi passing by, and you reached out to stop it. On the way to Jiangcheng City, you chatted with the driver. From the driver, you learned that the rules of the Arrow Realm were broken 7 years ago, and the aliens walked out of the Arrow Realm and wanted to invade the mountains and rivers of China. As he was talking, the driver couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, Suwon, the founder of martial arts, the pioneer of martial arts, and the creator of physical training, warned us before his death. The Chinese departments had already taken countermeasures. Otherwise, the situation would have been even worse now. While sighing, the driver couldn't help but glance at you twice, and joke that you look quite similar to Suwon. If Suwon hadn't died many years ago, he would have thought that the passenger he picked up was Suwon, god of wealth, who is lamenting his increasing fame. What do you think when you hear about Future's death again from a taxi driver? You talked with the driver about the cause of Suwon's death. After learning that he died while exploring the Yajing, you sat in the back seat of the car and fell into a strange silence. Foolish god of wealth. You need to reflect on yourself. You fell into the same pit twice, and it was a pit that cost you your life. Where did your cowardice and timidity go? Suwon, at this moment, he looked at the last slightly sarcastic text and fell into silence. It is not surprising that one's future self dies early, but he still died during the exploration of the Arrow Realm, which is amazing. He is now curious whether his future self will still die in the Shijing exploration in May of 2023. If so, this is a bit scary. After knowing that there is a traitor inside and that the other party is targeting him, he will definitely hide his strength and even start to add more cards to his card. Be steady in everything, be careful everywhere, but even so, he still explored the Arrow Realm without hesitation and failed to get out. On the one hand, it shows that there are reasons why one has to explore that realm. On the other hand, the trap left for him in that Arrow Realm might be a little beyond his imagination. Killing a chicken with a butcher knife? No. The other party is already using orbital artillery to attack mosquitoes, the god of wealth that transcends time and space. It seems that I have underestimated the importance of the god of wealth in the eyes of my enemies. If the enemy does everything to kill him, then he should be more or less aware of the god of wealth's talent and future potential. When you were silent, the driver began to observe your face frequently while driving. After briefly talking about the tragic experience that happened to him, he suddenly changed the subject and turned to the martial arts library that had just opened outside Jiangcheng a year ago. You are very interested in the martial arts library. After receiving your consent, the driver grinned, turned the steering wheel sharply, and took you directly to the location of the martial arts library. Half an hour later, the driver stopped in front of a library. In front of the library stood a huge statue, and the statue was engraved with your face. The driver saw your embarrassed look and guessed that you had no money, so he said frankly that since you look so similar to the martial arts pioneer Su Wen, he would take you here for free this time. God of wealth who was good at getting something for nothing. You who came from the past to the future, once again used your shameless talent to complete an act of getting something for nothing. It seems that because you look similar to Su Wen, the driver is very enthusiastic to take you to the martial arts library and introduce you to the basic situation of the martial arts library. But just as you entered the door of the martial arts library and were about to be inspected, something strange happened. The driver suddenly told the guard of the martial arts library that you have the face of a deceased ancestor and know nothing about the current situation. He seriously suspected that you were a spy in disguise. The guard of the martial arts library looks at your familiar face, immediately presses the alarm, and assumes a fighting stance. If you make the slightest movement, he will fight you to the death. Silly god of wealth. Living in peacetime, you don't understand that people are wary of outsiders during wartime. Even if you are just a taxi driver, you still have a sincere heart to eliminate harm for the people. Su Wen, so, he was arrested as an alien spy. It seems quite reasonable for the Chaoyang people to regard themselves as spies. After all, he had the face of a deceased ancestor and knew nothing about the current situation while chatting with the driver, even when taking a taxi in Jiangcheng. I didn't even know about the martial arts library that Jiangcheng built a year ago. As the name suggests, the martial arts library is not something that can be built by anyone who wants to. Perhaps the construction of the martial arts library has already caused a sensation in the world. If he doesn't know and his behavior is suspicious, wouldn't he be considered a spy? But this is also a good thing. In the next 10 years, the general public will know that aliens can disguise themselves as humans and sneak in. The authorities may have means to restrain the alien's disguise. The person in charge of the martial arts library rushed down after hearing the alarm. The moment he saw you, he roughly understood the cause and effect of the incident. As the head of the martial arts library, Li Dong's fate was changed by martial arts, so he has endless respect and admiration for you, the founder of martial arts, the pioneer of martial arts, and the creator of physical training. So when Li Dong saw your face, he could hardly control his inner rage. How dare you, a shameful and disgusting alien, desecrate his idol like this? Chapter 14, The True Martial Arts Master. You looked at the other person's angry expression and quickly looked at your own character introduction not far away. Your purpose is very clear. You can die quickly, but before you die, you must get some useful information to avoid the tragedy that may happen to you. Good luck to you, god of wealth. You have met a warrior who is more rational than emotional, and your inner rationality prevented Li Dong from attacking you immediately. Although Li Dong doesn't think you are Su Wen, what if you are real? You, the founder of martial arts, did not die in the exploration of the Arrow Realm, but were trapped. Now, you are back. The martial arts were created by you, and the path of warriors was opened by you. Your return will surely lead the martial arts to a brighter future. So he suppressed the urge to smash your head, and told the driver to go home and wait for notification. Once you are confirmed to be a spy, relevant personnel will deposit a bonus of 500,000 into his account. After the driver left, Li Dong observed your every move while reporting your situation to his superiors. And you, the god of wealth who came from the past and traveled to the future, making great use of the power of wealth, finally saw clearly how the future time and space would evaluate you. Name, Su Wen. Occupation, god of wealth. Age, 24. Cause of death, died in May 23 while exploring a secret realm, died young. Merits, National Special Medal winners, reissued, National First Class Medal winners, National Third Class Medal winners. Evaluation, Su Wen's life is like a summer flower, brilliant but short. The basic bodybuilding method invented by Su Wen opened the way to martial arts and directly gave birth to a large group of martial artists. A month later, Su Wen launched the basic bodybuilding method 1.0 version, which greatly improved the effectiveness of the method. In addition, the 5 breathing methods in the basic bodybuilding method 1.0 version, on the basis of exercising the 5 internal organs, are more likely to stimulate the birth of blood and qi. At the same time, Su Wen even introduced a fist technique that strengthens the body and bones, creating a precedent for martial arts, named Tiger Fist. Those who practice Tiger Fist for a long time can strengthen their bones and concentrate their qi and blood. Combined with the effects of basic bodybuilding methods, It can make the warrior's flesh and blood evolve and become comparable to the first-level Destiny warriors. After being elected as the Chosen One, the improvement brought by the basic bodybuilding method in Tiger Fist can directly enhance the Chosen One's survival rate in the experience. For those who have been training their bodies for more than a year, there is almost no possibility of death in the Chosen One's experience. 5 years later, martial arts master Du Guowei used the basic bodybuilding method 1.0 as the foundation and the fierce tiger spirit in Tiger Fist as the basis to create the art of Qi and blood resonance. Under the guidance of the Qi and blood resonance technique, warriors whose Qi and blood have reached the peak of the First Order have broken through bottlenecks and possess power comparable to that of Second Order Heavenly Destiny warriors. In homage to Su Wen, the founder of martial arts, the Qi and blood resonance technique is also known as the physical training method. In public, martial arts master Du Guowei has said more than once that although he and martial arts pioneer Su Wen have never met, the knowledge he has gained from martial arts makes him feel that they have met too late. The Qi and blood resonance technique was also inspired by the Tiger Fist, so the creator of the physical technique must be Su Wen. He is just an ordinary person who stands on the shoulders of giants to reap the fruits. 3 years after Su Wen's death, the chief star god of the Shanhai battlefield roared his name on the Shanhai battlefield, which made a large number of warriors ponder Su Wen's death. There must be something strange going on. Mr. Du Baihua, a fanatical admirer of the martial arts pioneer Su Wen, once publicly stated that the moment he broke through his limits on the battlefield and became a third-level warrior, he received the will of the martial arts pioneer. The pioneer was killed, he will do everything he can to avenge the pioneer. He even said frankly that if he died inexplicably in the future, he must have been killed by the mastermind behind the scenes. At the same time, he called on the warriors to gather together and seek the hidden truth for the death of the pioneer. Su Wen looked at the densely packed reviews and introductions about himself and shook his head slightly. It seems that this time, my weight is much heavier than last time, and the amount of information this time is quite large. First of all, there is the Star God. 10 years later, the Star God turned out to be the general commander of the mountain and sea battlefield. He didn't know what the Shanhai General Battlefield represented, but he knew that being able to put the word general in front of the battlefield was definitely not simple. The mountain and sea battlefield, if he understood correctly, should be the highest level struggle between humans and aliens. The outcome of the war over there is the key to ultimately determining whether humanity can survive. As the general commander of the general battlefield, this introduction alone has already explained the lofty status of the Star God in the future battlefield. Being able to make the Star God roar makes this matter very complicated. There is another important person, martial arts master Du Guowei. This is not a fake like me, but a real martial arts master. In the future, after he took his martial arts achievement Tiger Fist to the past, the master took a look at it, and then used some inspiration from Tiger Fist to create another Gloriot. He, who had mastered basic bodybuilding method 1.0 to perfection, knew very well that the limit of this basic method was the peak of the first level. Therefore, the art of Qi and blood resonance can be said to be the key to the birth of a second-level warrior. I can only say that he is worthy of being a master. Inspiration is like a spring or like diabetes insipidus. It cannot be suppressed and it blooms everywhere. Moreover, the more you pull the wool, the thicker it becomes, and different types of wool will automatically grow in other places, which is eye-catching and very surprising. As for Du Baihua, who broke through to the third level, everyone has different experiences, qualifications, personalities, and many other aspects. There will always be one or two evildoers in every industry, right? Most importantly, this person is also his fanatical follower, who is willing to go to great lengths to find out the truth for him. It seems that he was also threatened and intimidated. Who will threaten you? The result is self-evident. Li Dong watched you focus on reading the character reviews, and read them very carefully. He couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Could it be that you are not an alien in disguise? After you finish reading, you turn your gaze to Li Dong and ask if you can go and look through the books in the martial arts library? Li Dong thought about it, and in order to prove his guess, he agreed to your idea of flipping through the books, but he made a request that he must be by your side while you flip through the books. You happily agreed to the other party's conditions. After many journeys through time and space, you have never been as happy as this time. The martial arts library stores the achievements of the martial arts over the past 10 years. If you can move it back to the past, the martial arts flowers of the past time and space will surely bloom more brilliantly. At the same time, you are very clear about Du Guowei's potential, so you shamelessly decide to help him tap his potential in martial arts. Greedy god of wealth. With the help of Li Dong, an uninformed person, you began to read the martial arts articles published by Du Guowei, and learned the art of qi and blood resonance through the transmission of talismans. Chapter 15, Martial Arts Pioneer Character Template. After you memorize the qi and blood resonance technique, you walk towards the area where the basic bodybuilding technique is located. Next to the 2.0 version of the basic bodybuilding method, there are records of the relevant deeds of the bodybuilding method innovation. After the qi and blood resonance technique was created by Du Guowei, the basic bodybuilding method was used as the foundation of martial artists. In order to help martial artists adapt to the feeling of resonance and advance, the martial arts research team proposed to modify the original bodybuilding movements. After years of hard work, the members of the Kung Fu research team have greatly improved their research efficiency, especially after the martial arts master Du Guowei joined the research. The basic bodybuilding method was revised and completed 5 months ago. The 22 style strengthening movements are expanded to 36 styles, forming a small Zhoutian circulation system. The 5 breathing methods are condensed into a comprehensive breathing method, which can resonate with the blood flowing in the body during breathing, and temper every part of the body with the power of blood circulation. A martial arts researcher said that this reform of the basic method has significantly increased the efficiency of bodybuilding and significantly reduced the complexity. This will be the biggest innovation in martial arts since its birth. While some people advocated changing the name of the basic bodybuilding method, Du Guowei firmly believed that the aspirations of the pioneer should be upheld in order to commemorate the historical contribution of the martial arts pioneer Su Wen. Since the main part of the technique comes from the basic bodybuilding method version 1.0, it should be called the basic bodybuilding method version 2.0. Through the birth history of the basic bodybuilding method 2.0, you sense the respect that martial arts master Du Guowei had for you, so you began to learn the reformed basic bodybuilding method more decisively. God of Wealth who doesn't know what a face is. Through your observation, you have learned the basic bodybuilding method 2.0. You are a little tired after learning 2 martial arts methods continuously. What are your plans next? 1. Chat with Li Dong and learn about the changes in the situation in the next 10 years. 2nd, continue to check nearby martial arts and martial arts theories, and do your best to move all future martial arts achievements back to the past time and space. Su Wen didn't think much and made his choice directly. You decide to continue looking up nearby martial arts and martial arts theories, and move as much as you can before this time-space journey ends. In your opinion, if you are weak, then it is useless to know how the situation will develop in the future. But if you are strong, even if you don't know how the situation will develop in the future, you can still deal with it. You discovered a martial art, Baguazhang. Baguazhang was created by Li Tszuzhua, a Taoist priest from Longhu Mountain, combining Taoist martial arts and Taoist classics. Each palm and each posture contains the meaning of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. When you learned Baguazhang through the communication talisman, you didn't quite understand the explanation of each Baguazhang style, especially the Taoist classics and professional terms quoted below, which made you confused. Li Dong saw your confusion, and he suggested that you read about the interpretation of Baguazhang's moves and the key points hidden behind them. But because you can't read Baguazhang's behavior, Li Dong is almost certain that you are not Su Wen, but an alien in disguise. In his opinion, the martial arts realm and knowledge of the founder of martial arts are definitely above everyone else. How could he not understand the mere Baguazhang? And you are a destined one with the word God in the beginning, a great God of wealth. What you know, think, and feel are absolutely beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. It's a pity that you died early, otherwise you would be one of the top destined ones now. Therefore, the possibility that you are Su Wen has been reduced to 0 in his mind. The reason why he still did not take action against you is because his superiors gave the order and someone was rushing to the scene. You ignorant God of wealth. Little do you know that your actions will cause great psychological trauma to your followers who worship the pioneer of martial arts after they learn of your true identity. When Su Wen saw this, the corner of his mouth twitched. How normal is it that he can't understand the annotations in Baguazhang? How could someone like me who only practiced basic bodybuilding methods in Tiger Fist easily understand the martial arts created by combining Taoist classics? However, it is a bit embarrassing to say that the founder of martial arts cannot understand martial arts. I am the God of wealth, not the real founder of martial arts, so it is reasonable that I don't. Understand that if he really wanted to know everything, then he wouldn't have to travel across time and space to move the martial arts achievements from the future time and space. As for the fact that Li Dong might have psychological trauma, don't worry, give him time, he will make great progress in martial arts. Using the psychological shadow of Li Dong in this time and space to exchange for the prosperous military fortune of Li Dong in other time and space, the other party will definitely thank me when he knows it. If there is no worry in the future, it would be great to be a leisurely person. Su Wen sighed softly and talked to himself. When material conditions are abundant and the situation is peaceful, who doesn't want to lie down? You found an analysis article of Baguazhang, titled Research on the Presentation of Baguazhang Ontology. The article points out the key points of Baguazhang training, and in the second half, it analyzes in detail the adjustment of qi and blood ratio, force control, etc. in each move of Baguazhang. After you finished reading, you suddenly realized something, and after seeing that the author of the article was Du Guowei, you became more and more certain of the other party's martial arts potential. You have learned the martial art, Baguazhang. Out of curiosity about Du Guowei, you used the equipment in the martial arts library to open Du Guowei's personal information interface. Name, Du Guowei. Age, 32. Graduation University, Imperial Capital Normal University. Representative works, Basic Bodybuilding Method 2.0, The Art of Qi and Blood Resonance, Monkey Leap, Tiger Roar. Published articles, Reflection on the Relationship between the Conception of Qi and Blood Theory and Basic Bodybuilding Methods, Research on the Presentation of Baguazhang Ontology, Human Thought Movement from the Perspective of Martial Arts. After reading Du Guowei's personal introduction, Su Wen couldn't help but say, awesome. After reading the introduction, I realized that Du Guowei is really strong. He deserves to be called a martial arts master. Basic Bodybuilding Method 2.0 and The Art of Qi and Blood Resonance. Which one is not a creative work that innovates the martial arts community? He hasn't read the later Monkey Leap and Tiger Roar, but it's Du Guowei's representative work, so how could it be bad? There are also a lot of articles about martial arts. Almost all aspects of martial arts are involved. This is the character template of a true martial arts pioneer. Everything, for the future. Su Wen let out a breath. He was going to take a look at all of Du Guowei's recent articles, and try to remember as much as he could in the future. The article did not record the power transmission talismans, which delayed things a bit. However, some of Du Guowei's martial arts conjectures and insights were released ahead of time, and the young Du Guowei had several years to slowly think about them and transform them into a new martial arts. It seems that this is the only way now. After all, it seems that there is no one who can match Du Guowei in martial arts theory, incompetent god of wealth. Knowing that you have no talent for martial arts, you can only choose to entrust your future in martial arts to martial arts master Du Guowei. Chapter 16 Brave God of Wealth. You found reflections on the relationship between the theory of qi and blood and basic bodybuilding methods. Start reading. You found the movement of human thought from the perspective of martial arts. Start reading. While you are reading the article on the path and thoughts of the fusion of blood, qi, and spirit, a breeze blows by, and then a young man appears next to you, looking at you with a smile. Li Dong was stunned when he saw the man, then he quickly saluted and called him Lord Wind God, the god of wealth from the past. This is the first time you have met a destiny person after coming to the future so many times. And he is a destiny person like you, with the word God in his profession. Just as the star god can become the general leader of the mountain and sea battlefield, the wind god in front of you also has outstanding combat power and an extraordinary status. As the saying goes, when fellow villagers meet, their eyes brimming with tears. I just wonder if the wind god in front of you will believe that you are the real god of wealth and provide you with shelter, allowing you to live well in this future time and space for a while? After looking you up and down for a while, the wind god suddenly showed a kind smile on his face and extended his right hand to you. Good luck, god of wealth. Your future comrade seems to have recognized you and is showing you goodwill. Perhaps you can explain your true situation to him in exchange for his trust. When Su Wen saw this, his eyes lit up. Although he didn't know the god of wind, as the ones with the word God in their names, they should have some intersection. Maybe the god of wind also knows his own situation and understands his future potential. Moreover, when the news of the god of wealth's return spread, the god of wind was the first to arrive and he shows kindness to me. It is obvious that this is a strong thigh that I can hug if I hold on to it and extend the time of my journey through Time and space, the gains I would gain would be huge compared to the previous times. First, memorize the innovative martial arts articles, and if you have time, collect the major events that will happen in the future. If I hadn't guessed, the National Special Medal that was reissued in my character introduction should be the compensation for me giving the news of the destruction of Yijing. As for why this kind of thing was not marked, either the martial arts library only marks things related to martial arts, or this matter is a bit sensitive. The latter possibility is probably more likely. Li Dong looked at the god of wind talking to you, with a look of disbelief on his face. You are really the god of wealth, the pioneer of martial arts, and the founder of martial arts, Su Wen? Just now he actually wanted to attack the idol. How disrespectful. At this moment, since you just couldn't understand Bagwazang's behavior, Li Dong has already found a good reason for you. You have been trapped in the Arrow Realm for 10 years. After you come back, you must carefully understand the development of martial arts. Looking at the innovations in basic bodybuilding methods, martial arts and theories, and even reading relevant articles, doesn't this reflect your noble spirit as a pioneer of martial arts? You are reminiscing about the past with the god of wind, and you don't know what Li Dong is thinking. However, after talking to you about the current situation of the star god, the wind god suddenly made some strange sounds towards you. You have never heard such a sound, and you can't even understand the action made by the wind god, but you are cautious and realize that the wind god's move is a test. If you can't satisfy him, I'm afraid you will face a life and death crisis. What a troubled god of wealth. You can't respond to the strange voice just now, and even a horrifying thought pops up in your mind. Could the god of wind sitting in front of you be a traitor? In response to your reaction, Fengshen still had a warm smile on his face, as if your lack of response was the right thing to do. And the wind god said that the star god missed you very much. If he knew you were back, he would definitely be very happy. Searching for this opportunity, you expressed your desire to meet the star god. You jump into the long river of time and space, and use the power of wealth to protect yourself and come to the future. While you are carrying the flower of martial arts back to the past, what you want to know most is the position of the star god. After listening to you, the wind god nodded slightly to show that he understood. You have been locked in the Arrow Realm for so long, and you should indeed go see the star god when you return. After saying this, the wind god once again made some strange noises towards you. Seeing that you didn't react twice, Fengshen shook his head slightly, then glanced at Li Dong. You were sitting on the second floor of the martial arts library and witnessed the scene of Li Dong exploding and dying. Unlucky god of wealth. It seems that the answer you submitted made the god of wind very dissatisfied, and the seriousness of the situation makes you realize that if you don't speak up, perhaps Li Dong will be a lesson for you. But you know very well in your heart that if the wind god is a traitor and he knows that you have the ability to travel through time and space, you might be imprisoned now and you won't even have the chance to commit suicide. Then, you have two choices. 1. Tell the wind god the truth and take a gamble. Second, he stood up with a sneer, flipped the table onto the face of the wind god, and proved his bravery with his blood and life. Su Wen, rather than having two choices, it's better to say that there is only one choice. How could he possibly tell the truth when facing the god of wind who was suspected to be a traitor? If he and the god of wind had a really close relationship, perhaps when he was chatting nonsense with the god of wind, he would have dropped some hints in his words. So, just die, brave god of wealth. You made a wise choice. You stood up and overturned the table. You were afraid that the other party would kill you, so you spit in his face. The wind god stood up expressionlessly, wiped the spit off his face with paper, and just stared at you without taking any action. You look at the other person's expression, feeling a little horrified. You've insulted him like this, but he still doesn't take action? He is indeed a traitor. He has a strong psychological quality and can really take on the responsibility. So you don't hesitate and directly point your head to the floor, wanting to commit suicide and return to the past time and space. But you made a mistake. You are no longer a human being. Even though the building materials of the martial arts library are resistant to knocks and collisions, they are still too fragile compared to your head. Under your stunned eyes, you used your head to knock a big hole in the martial arts library. The wind god smiled strangely, then waved his right hand, tightening the wind around you, directly binding you and making you unable to move. You know in your heart that the other party does not intend to kill you, but intends to take you away and imprison you. However, you cannot allow the other party to imprison you in this time and space. You start to think about how to die. Ding. Do you want to spend the corresponding financial resources, use the power of financial resources to disrupt time and space, and force a recall? Chapter 17 Secondary Advancement Recall. Suwon said in his heart that with the development to this point, a forced recall has become inevitable. Fortunately, Siluan Time and Space has the ability to force recall, otherwise the wind god would catch himself, imprison himself, and control himself through his ability, but not kill himself. What should I do then? If you can't die, then your future self will not be able to return. It can almost be said that the subtalent of Siluan Shurkong, the greatest reliance of the god of wealth, is ruined. Poor god of wealth. You have spent most of your own wealth and used the power of wealth to forcibly interfere with time and space. The long river of time and space in this world noticed the fluctuation of the power of wealth, and keenly realized that you do not belong to the current time and space, and began to expel your soul and true spirit. Under the protection of scattered financial resources, your soul and true spirit return. Because you forcefully interfered with the long river of time and space this time, you are being watched by the long river of time and space. You get buff, the gaze of the long river of time and space. Within 12 hours, your financial resources consumption in time and space will double. Suwon, is the time increasing again? Then he took a deep breath, not daring to let his thoughts wander in the direction of the river of time and space, and turned his gaze towards the attribute column. Financial resources value, 0.05. Seeing only 0.05 yuan of income left, Suwon couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. The price of a mandatory recall is the same as the price of traveling across time and space. It seems that I need to prepare at least double the financial resources before crossing time and space in the future. After all, I don't know if I can use the money I get after crossing time and space. But this time, I was so poor that I had to pawn my pants. Wind god, Suwon narrowed his eyes slightly. Although the cost this time was twice as much as before, at least he knew the enemies he needed to guard against in the future. God of wind, this time it was bad luck again. When the big news of the god of wealth's return came out, the first person to arrive was actually a traitor. If there were no other traitors, then the one who framed me would probably be the god of wind. As both of them are destined to be gods, there will definitely be contact between them. As for telling the star god that the wind god is a traitor? He had just awakened and didn't know the situation in the realm of the chosen ones were the news about the god of wind. He also didn't know the relationship between the god of wind and the god of stars. To be honest, can I produce any concrete evidence now? Who can't speak empty words? Furthermore, before the star god gave him the chess piece, he interrupted him and stopped him from speaking about his innate abilities. It even conveys a feeling that one must never expose the talents of those who are destined to be god. It seems that there should be some problems among the chosen ones. If you come into contact with the god of wind, you can first check the other party's rank. If the opponent is not strong, we can use someone else's knife to kill, hire someone to kill, poison, curse, deceive. We will see the situation at that time, and the main purpose of everything is to kill the opponent. You can also make more friends and use your talents and information gaps across time and space to help them avoid risks and find opportunities. If we can get more allies here, especially some good friends with the word God, things will be much easier. Suwon thought about it, rubbed his eyebrows, and felt a little headache. He just wants to work hard in the future. Why is it so difficult? It is understandable that he was killed by aliens and affected by the war. High-level battles have a wide impact and great lethality, so he really cannot interfere at the moment, but the traitor was also thinking about killing him all day long. Being the god of wealth was not only poor but also tiring. Suwon sensed a large amount of aura approaching from a distance, and his lips curled up. When you are poor, someone will come to give you money. This came at the perfect time. 100 black coin monkeys and 2 silver coin monkeys? Suwon hid beside a huge rock, watching the squadron approaching from a distance, and said with a smile, total of 6 sources of wealth, very good. As he spoke, Suwon extended his index finger. Buzz. A weak but tenacious force of chi and blood condensed at Suwon's fingertips, then cut through the air and shot out directly. The attack method of using fingers as guns and chi and blood as bullets is only the most basic application of chi and blood in the art of chi and blood resonance. Moreover, the chi and blood bullets fired are the warrior's own chi and blood, so the warrior can also remotely control the chi and blood bullets to a certain extent. In the future, when warriors face enemies that are far weaker than themselves, or want to use the power of chi and blood to interfere with their opponents, this will be an extremely effective method. As for techniques such as using chi and blood to condense a spear, they are also extensions of this chi and blood technique. Swoosh, 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 one after another, the blood and energy bullets cut through the sky and accurately hit the black coin monkey's forehead. Kill with one blow. Even if some black coin monkeys have a stronger sense of danger and dodge the first attack of the blood bullet can still hit the opponent's head after turning a corner. These black coin monkeys cannot avoid the tracking bullets. Soon, there were only 2 tall and strong silver coin monkeys left on the field. Suwon did not use blood bullets to attack the silver coin monkey. There was no need. 2 silver coin monkeys, 2 slaps. However, he did not intend to kill them all. It would be best if he could leave one to escape and lead the way for him. As for the mine behind, guarding a mine, especially a small one at that, how could the income be as fast as killing monkeys? 2 Tianming silver coins are the daily income of a small mine. Bang. Suwon flashed in front of the silver coin monkey on the left and punched it away. The other silver coin monkey was frightened by Suwon's deliberate intimidation and ran towards the southeast. Convert 100 Destiny black coins and obtain 5 sources of wealth. Convert 1 Destiny silver coin and gain 0.5 wealth. Financial value, 5.55. Tip: experience value is full. Do you want to upgrade? After reaching the first level, you can freely choose whether to end the training and leave the training realm. Suwon followed the fleeing silver coin monkey while checking the attribute panel. After seeing the upgrade prompt, he moved his mind, and a wisp of energy and blood power attached to the silver coin monkey without anyone noticing. After finding a relatively secluded place, Suwon sat cross-legged. Begin upgrading. After reaching the first level, you can freely choose whether to continue training. This means that your basic training is complete and you can leave at any time. There is no need to worry too much about what to do before leaving. After using the Star God's methods, if it doesn't work, just leave. What are you afraid of? Buzz. 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 The familiar feeling of trembling came again, and then the feeling of sublimation from the physical level and soul made Suwon instantly understand the importance of martial arts. Ordinary chosen ones evolve once when they level up, but chosen ones who practice martial arts can evolve twice. The improvement effect brought by 2 advancements will definitely crush that of 1 advancement. Or it can be said that the potential for the second advancement is definitely stronger than the first. Perhaps, this is the true meaning of why the Star God Joint Research Group spent several years, even at the cost of several divine tools, to create the body refining technique in the original time and space. After a while, Suwon completed his advancement, looked up at the sky, and thought to himself, increasing the survival rate of the chosen ones is one thing, but improving the future potential of the chosen ones is the most important thing. But in the future time and space where I moved bricks twice, why didn't the Star God study martial arts? Chapter 18, The Power of the God of Wealth. Forget it, what's the point of thinking about this? Suwon shook his head slightly and said, you will know it naturally when the time comes. Kung Fu, Basic Bodybuilding Method 1.0. Transcendence. One has reached the limit of the technique, and has mastered and applied the technique to perfection. Basic Bodybuilding Method 1.0 and Basic Bodybuilding Method 2.0 have a moderate overlap. You can consume financial resources to replace Basic Bodybuilding Method 1.0. Suwon frowned slightly as he looked at the skill column. With more than 5 points of financial resources, he couldn't even replace the Basic Bodybuilding Method 1.0. If you convert it, more than 5 points of income would be more than 50 million. When I go back, even if the country really allocates a large amount of funds to build it for me, sooner or later I will end up with national deflation. After all, I am only at the first level. The further I advance, the financial resources I will need will increase exponentially. He could already imagine a situation in the future where the country's major banknote printing factories would be unable to supply their own consumption even if they were running at full capacity. After I go back, I'll think of a way to make some money. Suwon sighed and said, he is the god of wealth after all. It would be fine if he didn't help us make money, but he made us lose money. This is a bit too much. As he spoke, Suwon turned his gaze to the Magical Powers column. Magic Power, Refining. Note, this god of wealth's magical power can refine all things in the world, taking their essence and discarding their dross. Suwon's eyelids twitched, and he murmured softly, this magical power doesn't look like the magical power that a god of wealth should have. Refining everything in the world, this commentary on magical power is quite overbearing, but shouldn't the god of wealth's magical powers be the kind that makes money, or spends money, in short, something related to money? Find something to try and you'll know. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Suwon immediately began to work on refining. Refining target, rock. The target value content is too weak, refining is not recommended. Suwon, suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to Suwon's mind. Immediately he jumped up and ran towards the direction of the mine. Refining target, mineral vein. Begin retrieving target value content. Searching, name, God of Wealth's subordinate mine. Type, small. Origin, Training Arrow Realm number 73248. Daily output, 1 source of income. The target's value content is low, and it is recommended to be refined. Suwon touched his chin and said, the value of the mine that makes a fortune every day is also relatively low? The requirements for refining magical powers are quite high. As for the small mineral vein, his idea was that it would be better to have it, but it didn't matter if he didn't have it. After all, he didn't know how many days he was going to stay here. Who knows, he might go into the Monkey Kingdom and kill everyone, make some quick money and then run away. So let's refine this small mineral vein. He also wanted to see what effect the God of Wealth's magical powers could have after being refined. Refining target, small mineral vein. Begin refining. Refining completed, refining income, 10 financial resources. As soon as the prompt sounded, the mine in front of Suwon collapsed. Even the surrounding environment began to change dramatically, as if the small mineral veins had never existed here. It was very magical. The God of Wealth's magical power, so that's it. Suwon looked ahead and said, the meaning of refining is to refine everything in the world into a source of wealth. Refining the mineral veins is equivalent to 10 days' income. Although it doesn't look like much, it's enough for someone like me who is only staying in the training realm for a short time. You can even say that we made a lot of money. Only by quickly accumulating financial resources and improving strength in the early stage can we earn more financial resources in a snowball-like manner in the later stage. I think this will give me another way to earn money in the future. If we harvest any materials in the future and the price is suppressed, we can directly refine them and turn them into a source of income. Even after killing the enemy, he refined the enemy's corpse. Refining magical power is the necessary skill for killing people and setting fires. Having said that, Suwon paused, and he suddenly remembered something. When a war breaks out in the future, you can go to the battlefield and take a look around, and you will receive a large sum of money. Isn't it possible to refine everything? Can the curse be resolved? Are toxins okay? If all of these are possible, then the abilities gained from refining this magical power would really be beyond my imagination. I can only say that he is worthy of being the God of Wealth. Suddenly I felt that it was reasonable for the enemy's traitor to assassinate me and set a trap for me. Suwon suddenly laughed out loud and said helplessly, if I am a traitor, anyone can be spared, but the God of Wealth must die. He is a very late-stage warrior. Not only can he carry an entire era, but he is also a great assistant. Who knows, he may even become a god of war in the future. A true hexagonal warrior. Who dares to let the God of Wealth develop? Thinking about this, Suwon no longer felt so uncomfortable about his future tragic death or being killed by a traitor. Yes, the God of Wealth is so powerful, isn't it reasonable for others to kill him, and you must also be careful. As the God of Wealth is so powerful, the other gods will not be weak either. In this way, in the future humans will continue to be defeated by aliens. During the first time travel, the human race was almost doomed. He estimated that he could not contact the alien that had walked out of the Arrow realm at this stage, but the opponent's strength was probably beyond his imagination. Be ye respectful to the world, be moderate in your attitude towards yourself, and be diligent towards your enemies. I end this way, you can survive better. The world is still too mysterious. Suwon looked up at the sky, looking at the purple-blue sky of the Training Arrow realm, and sighed. Kung Fu, Basic Bodybuilding Method 1.0, Plus. Transcendence, one has reached the limit of the technique, and has mastered and applied the technique to perfection. Basic Bodybuilding Method 1.0 and Basic Bodybuilding Method 2.0 have a moderate overlap. You can consume financial resources to replace Basic Bodybuilding Method 1.0. Financial resources value, 15.5. Suwon looked at the attribute panel, smiled slightly, and said, after the replacement, let's go to the Monkey Kingdom and take a good look. Meanwhile, in the Monkey Kingdom, almost the entire army was wiped out, with only one person left? The old monkey frowned after receiving the news, as he had expected the entire army to be annihilated. This squadron was originally sent to give the god of wealth training, but the speed of destruction is too fast, isn't it? Calculate the time it took for that squadron to travel and for the order to be conveyed. In other words, it would only take a few minutes, or at most 10 minutes, for the god of wealth to kill the entire squadron? Send the survivors to see me. After thinking for a while, the old monkey gave the order. Soon, the surviving silver coin monkey was brought to the old monkey. Snort. The moment the silver coin monkey stepped into the palace, the old monkey narrowed his eyes and the atmosphere in the palace instantly became cold and murderous. Chapter 19, Monkey Kingdom Rebellion. Back off. After a moment's silence, the old monkey spoke. The silver coin monkey did not dare to hesitate and hurried out of the palace, but after walking out of the palace, he scratched his head in confusion. The king summoned me, and then let me leave without saying a word. What does this mean? But if you can't figure it out, then forget about it. It seems that Wang does not intend to pursue his own responsibility, which is good enough. Chance. This is an opportunity sent by God. The old monkey jumped up from the throne with an excited look on his face. The moment the silver coin monkey stepped into the hall, he sensed the unusual energy hidden in the silver coin monkey, that is a cultivation energy that is completely different from that of their tribe, and who else except the god of wealth could leave energy on the silver coin monkey at this point in time? Why does the god of wealth leave energy? The biggest possibility is to come here for training. They cannot interfere with the god of wealth's training. Then don't interfere, just wait for the god of wealth to arrive on his own. They did not interfere, everything developed independently, and the god of wealth came here on his own, to the gate of the Monkey Kingdom Palace, and even wanted to take action against them. When they are attacked, can't they fight back? How can this be true in this world? 10 Direction General. 8 Spiritual Vein Master. Come quickly. The old monkey pointed his right hand, and a purple talisman appeared in front of him. The next moment, the purple talisman turned into a stream of light and flew out, quickly flying towards various places in the Monkey Kingdom. Since the god of wealth is so bold, why don't I send him an east wind so that he can take off? The old monkey smiled and said, as for whether the god of wealth will fall to his death? It is normal to have dangers during training, isn't it? When the god of wealth came in front of us and attacked us, we should have been the god of wealth's training target, right? After saying this, the old monkey stopped talking and just waited quietly. After a while, the old monkey suddenly grinned. Very good, the person above didn't stop him anymore. That means his guess was correct. After all, for that person, not stopping it means consent. In this way, there is a lot of room for maneuver, king. A golden light flashed, and then a tall and mighty ape wearing golden armor appeared in front of the old monkey. The old monkey nodded slightly to the golden armored monkey, motioning him to stand aside and wait. After the Monkey Kingdom's 10 generals, 8 spirit vein masters, a total of 18 top fighters had all arrived, the old monkey took a deep breath and his face became stern. Generals! It's time to decide the future of our tribe. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kung Fu, Basic Bodybuilding Method 2.0. Transcendence, one has reached the limit of the technique, and has mastered and applied the technique to perfection. Life form, second order. Financial resources value, 3.5. Suwon looked at the attribute panel and his left eyebrow twitched slightly. The Basic Bodybuilding Method 1.0 was replaced with the Basic Bodybuilding Method 2.0, which consumed 12 financial resources. It can be said that this was the largest expenditure of financial resources in his history. But he did not expect that breaking through to become a second-level lifeform would require so much financial resources. This is just the cost of replacing the skills. Otherwise, the financial resources consumed would probably be even greater. Basic Bodybuilding Method version 2.0, it seems that it is greatly influenced by the Qi and blood resonance technique. Suwon felt the flow of Qi and blood in his body, and vaguely felt that the integration between Qi and blood in his skin became closer, but it's normal. The Basic Bodybuilding Method 2.0 was revised after the Qi and blood resonance technique appeared, and in order to enable the nascent group of warriors to better break through to the second level in the future, it is reasonable to use the theory of Qi and blood resonance. Most importantly, Du Guowei also participated in the revision of the Basic Bodybuilding Method. How normal is it for this big shot to join the research team, put forward his own ideas and insights during the research, and add his own theoretical results? Of course, for ordinary warriors, breaking through the second level still requires pure resonance of Qi and blood. He was able to break through directly because he had mastered the Basic Bodybuilding Method 2.0 to perfection, and could control the integration of qi and blood with the body as easily as with his own arms. He also had some understanding of the qi and blood resonance technique, and read Du Guowei's articles on the subject in the future. Therefore, in the process of sublimation and tempering, he naturally broke through to become a second-level warrior. Once you've adapted, it's time to go over there. Suwen simply stretched his body and then rushed towards the direction of the Monkey Kingdom. On the way, when Suwen saw some patrolling black coin monkeys, he killed them casually. 500,000 for a black coin monkey, he doesn't think it's too little. Moreover, it is such an easy and quick way to make money. If you miss it, you might never find such a store again. Soon, Suwen saw a huge city in front of him. Very nice. With such a large wall, there must be a lot of monkeys. The name of this city wall, Monkey King City? What the hell? Suwen couldn't help but swore, this is different from what he thought. The Monkey Kingdom calls itself a kingdom, so it must have at least dozens or hundreds of cities, right? How could it be that, as it is now, the first and possibly the only city he saw was called Monkey King City? Doesn't this mean that the Monkey Kingdom only has this one city? Speaking of which, there isn't only one Monkey Kingdom in this training realm, right? No other forces? No way? It's still a world after all. Isn't it a bit too much to have such a small place? Suwen looked at the relatively prosperous city gate in front of him, and began to wonder how he could obtain the destiny coin. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to just walk in so openly and start killing people directly? What if there are very lethal crossbows or some strange attack weapons inside Monkey King City? Then I have to return early. You have to think carefully about what you can do to maximize your benefits. Boom! Suddenly, a blood-red evil light shot up into the sky from the central area of Monkey King City. The huge energy fluctuations made Suwen's face change slightly. The old king is dead, and the new king is on the throne. Today, this throne is secured for me. A terrifying roar came from the city, followed by a blood-red light rising into the sky, fighting with a golden figure. The battle between the two sides was brutal, with each move containing terrifying murderous intent. The impact of the aftermath of the battle alone caused Monkey King City to tremble constantly, as if it could not bear the burden and would collapse at any time. That angry column! You are unworthy of the king's trust. How dare you stab the king in person? How outrageous! In the distance, another roar echoed around. The next moment, a strong man with ice crystals flashing all around joined the battle, following the golden figure and launching a crazy attack on the bloody figure. Suwen looked at the battle in the sky and whispered to himself, did I just happen to catch up with the Monkey Kingdom's rebellion? Chapter 20 The Cautious God of Wealth. Are the Monkey Kingdom's high-ranking officials so powerful? Suwen stood outside the city, looking at the battle scene in the sky, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Comparing himself with the others, he felt that he had somewhat underestimated the Monkey Kingdom's cutting-edge combat power. Originally, he thought that there was a black coin monkey between the copper coin monkey and the silver coin monkey. There should be some kind of monkey between the silver coin monkey and the gold coin monkey. The silver coin monkey is of ordinary first level strength, and the monkey in the middle should be at the peak of the first level gold coin monkey, at most level 2, but he estimated that he should be inferior to himself. After all, he had experienced 2 advancements, and the basic bodybuilding method 2.0 had been added to the realm of perfection, reaching the level of perfection. In the future, Du Baihua will be able to break through and become a third-level warrior with the basic bodybuilding method 2.0. Although Du Baihua's breakthrough was definitely due to external factors, natural resources, powerful people's skills, and his own understanding, but the potential of basic bodybuilding method 2.0 is still certain. The most important thing is, if you really can't beat the gold coin monkey, you can also use the attack methods left by the Star God to defeat the opponent. But what is happening in front of me now? The aftermath of this fight is about to destroy Monkey King City. Are you sure you want to go? Are you sure that the white chess pieces left by the Star God can defeat the opponent? Don't let the white pieces that you regard as your trump card be scattered by the opponent's slap, which would be very embarrassing. Remember, the Star God said that his experience in the Arrow Realm was to kill some soldiers and a general before returning, right? So, even if the Star God is extremely powerful, the means left for him are probably only to deal with minor generals. In other words, at most he can crush the silver coin monkey to death? I have reached that level now. How about retreating? Suwen fell into deep thought. In fact, he had gained a lot since coming to the Arrow Realm. On the one hand, become a first-level god of wealth. On the other hand, become a second-level warrior. All in all, he gained much more than Star God did when he entered the training realm. I've made a lot of money, so it's no loss if I leave. The opponent is so dangerous and his strength level is so high. Who knows if he is at the third or fourth level? The gap is so big, it's better not to join in the fun. The opponent just attacked casually. No, there was no need to actively attack. The aftermath of the attack might be too much for me to withstand if I was too close. You, Newly, you must die today for stabbing the king and killing him. As a cold shout sounded, a black lotus bloomed in the sky. A boom. The explosion of the black lotus produced violent waves, which directly shattered all the clouds in the sky. The bloody figure was also blown away by the black lotus and was obviously injured. In the following battle, the bloody figure was obviously unable to cope with the situation and began to fall into a low ebb, being suppressed by the three powerful men. Damn it, Yessa, how long are you going to watch the show? The aura of the blood-colored figure rose violently, and then he suddenly roared, "Here it comes!" A voice came from the east. The next moment, a long spear carrying the sound of a dragon's roar directly lifted the golden figure away. Then Newly, as agreed, I will stop Sicho for you. A figure with purple light flashing all over his body joined the battle, took up a spear and started fighting with the golden figure. In an instant, dragon's sword and tigers leaped in the sky above Monkey King City, and all kinds of visually and auditorily shocking moves were used. Even people with a little bit of vision could tell that the battle in the sky was not a show, because some strong men's arms had been chopped off and blood was spilled all over the city. This is a real battle of life and death. Men of the Black Flag Army, follow me in charge. Suddenly, an angry shout came from the sky. As soon as the order arrived, the soldiers stationed in Monkey King City began to line up and charge forward according to the order. The general rebelled, leaving the defense of Monkey King City empty? Suwon looked at the empty gate of Monkey King City after the guards were withdrawn and said, "Wait. There won't be more plot in the training realm, right? Why does the development of this plot seem more and more like a destiny figure intervenes in the plot and helps the righteous side win?" As he spoke, Suwon shook his head and smiled. In the future, aliens will break out of the Arrow realm. How could this be a planned plot development? And even if it was really a plot development, he couldn't intervene in the current situation. Let's take another look. If you can, fish in troubled waters. If not, withdraw immediately. Anyway, leaving Yajing is just a matter of thought. Suwon moved his mind and a white chess piece appeared in his hand. He is now wondering whether he should try it with the white pieces first. The white chess piece contains the power of stars, which can release sword energy when activated. In other words, you can use this white chess piece as a sword. How about swinging the sword up to the sky and see what happens? Wait a little longer and see how the situation develops? At the same time, on the other side, King, the god of wealth, is still outside the city. A monkey holding an ancient fan, with a face very similar to a human, frowned and said, "If the god of wealth doesn't enter the city and come to us, we can't do anything." The old monkey was watching the battle in the sky, as if he didn't see what the ancient fan monkey was saying. After a moment, the old monkey suddenly said, "You go too, beat the angry ones to death, their beating is not brutal enough." The ancient fan monkey was slightly startled, then nodded and said, "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, the figure of the ancient fan monkey disappeared from the spot. In the sky, with the joining of the ancient fan monkey, the golden light monkey was beaten miserably. His arms were chopped off, blood kept spurting out, his left leg was also chopped off, and even one of his eyes was blinded. After fighting like this, Newly was a little angry, who was as miserable as him on the battlefield. As the angry monkeys exploded, the other monkeys were beaten back step by step, and their faces and bodies became increasingly miserable. But they knew very well that only by being seriously injured and dying, and putting themselves in the most dangerous situation as bait, could they lure the weak god of wealth into the trap. It's been such a fight, why hasn't the god of wealth entered the city yet? The angry Lai asked in an annoyed voice while being beaten. Who knows? The ancient fan monkey replied, maybe he is worried that we still have the energy to resist. It can be seen that the god of wealth is very cautious. Then Newly, things have come to this point, we might as well go a step further. The angry man was startled and asked, how can we go further? For some reason, he felt an ominous premonition in his heart. I'll split your head in half. Before the voice fell, several terrifying attacks came from the surroundings of the angry group. Of the next moment, Newly's head was chopped in half, and his broken body fell into the city, his breath extremely weak. The Monkey King is my best friend. How could you not inform me when something so big happened in the Monkey Kingdom? Suddenly, a violent voice came from a distance, below. The old monkey's pupils shrank and his face turned extremely pale. Chapter 21 3 Big Drama's Leopard King. The old monkey looked around, full of murderous intent, without any concealment. How long had it been since the god of wealth stepped into their perception range until the rebellion broke out on their side? How come the Leopard King happened to appear outside the city in such a short time? Everyone, stop fighting. Follow my orders. Defend against the enemy. Kill the Leopard King. The old monkey raised his right hand and shouted angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, he put on a purple gold battle robe. The old monkey, who usually looked a little weak, looked like a god of war at this moment. After hearing the old monkey's order, the generals of the Monkey Kingdom who were fighting in the sky stopped fighting tacitly and began to rush out of the city. At this moment, except for the golden monkey Nanuli, who was beaten into a dying state and had only half of his head left, everyone followed the Monkey King out of the city to fight the enemy. Then Nuli, the future of the tribe depends on you. At the moment of flying away from the city, the Monkey King sent a message to the angry group according to their original plan. When the god of wealth stepped into their perception range, they pretended that the country was in rebellion. In order to seduce the god of wealth to attack them, they arranged 3 big dramas. In the first scene, Nanuli rebels and stabs the king, and generals from 3 parties surround and kill Nanuli. When Nanuli is in a critical moment, a general will come to support him, and in the process, Nanuli will be seriously injured. In the second scene, Nanuli summoned the Black Flag Army, and the gate of Monkey King City was left with 0 defense, allowing the god of wealth to enter the city unnoticed, and the angry group would also be besieged, severely injured, and made to look as if they were about to die. During the second scene, after noticing the god of wealth's caution, they decided to turn the fake into reality and beat Nuli so badly that he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Only if it is genuine can the god of wealth avoid detecting the taste of deception. The third scene, and the most important one, is the big fight. When Nuli was about to be killed, the 8 spiritual Vein Masters attacked from all sides, trying to defeat the general and support the Eastern Spiritual Vein Master to ascend the throne. From then on, demons began to dance wildly and a chaotic war began. The outcome of this battle has been planned. No matter how the battle develops, the 10 generals and the 8 spiritual Vein Masters will fall in various places in the palace, all seriously injured and dying. The major armies in Monkey King City will be caught in a chaotic fight, unable to distinguish between friend and foe. Only the Monkey King, who was supposed to die according to the drama plan, watched it all coldly and became the ultimate mastermind behind it. After the god of wealth was lured into the palace, he still wouldn't take action. The god of wealth will certainly look for a seriously injured general to hunt. During the hunt, if the general can kill the god of wealth with his seriously injured and dying body, then naturally everyone will be happy. Otherwise, he would wear royal robes and armor at an appropriate time and pretend to be at the end of his strength. After the god of wealth hunted down the general and gained something, his defenses must have been relaxed. The clever god of wealth must think that he is a trapped turtle in a jar, and he is seen through everything. When the god of wealth launches an attack, he will kill the god of wealth and plunder his wealth, thus leading the tribe out of this endless cage. They knew very well that the god of wealth's training was just training, and that the god of wealth would definitely want to take their lives as a reward for the training. In this case, they should seize this opportunity just in case, to prevent the god of wealth from getting suspicious, and for the future of the tribe, they can only pretend to be serious, betting the entire kingdom, all the generals and clan leaders at the cost of their lives, betting that the god of wealth will take the bait. But who would have thought that the Leopard King would come out and cause trouble at this time? Now that the Leopard King has arrived, this matter can no longer proceed according to the planned schedule. Otherwise, before they can seize the wealth, the Leopard King will lead the army of the Leopard Kingdom to flatten their royal city. King, I try my best. Nuli's weak voice was heard, and this extremely weak voice made the Monkey King even more angry. On the other side, the Leopard King was a little confused. He just wanted to come here to take advantage of the situation and take a look at the golden pillar that soared into the sky in the Monkey Kingdom. The legend of the god of wealth is also circulated in the Leopard Kingdom, but he wasn't sure, so he wanted to come here and take a look. It didn't matter if it wasn't the Monkey Kingdom. He could find the right opportunity to attack the Monkey Kingdom and see if he could get some resources, but when you got there you found out that the Monkey Kingdom was in rebellion, and judging from the situation, they are all bloodthirsty. TSK, one of the generals was killed, and the rest of the Monkey Kingdom's high-ranking fighters were all injured. The Black Flag Army guarding the city gate all ran away. The most important thing is, from the roar I heard just now, the old Monkey King is dead. If he didn't attack the Monkey Kingdom when encountering such a good thing, all his dead ancestors would crawl out of their graves and slap him in the face. But when he roared and prepared to attack the Monkey Kingdom, why did the old Monkey King fly out wearing a battle robe? Isn't this guy dead? And the others, why the hell don't they fight anymore? When is rebellion a joke? Didn't he just yell? As for the murderous look as if he wants to skin himself alive? Secret technique. Blood is burning. The Monkey King roared towards the sky, his voice shaking the heavens. In an instant, the sky began to turn dark and blood red, as if the Monkey King was about to release his ultimate move. Beside them, all the high-level fighters of the Monkey Kingdom roared at this moment, releasing their own special moves and burning their lifeblood. In fact, they won't roar in normal battles, after all, shouting twice when using a special move. Isn't this just a different way of reminding the enemy, I'm going to zoom in, be careful, but things are different now. After the anger, the Monkey Kingdom's top leaders came up with a remedy in a short period of time. Since the Leopard King's attack was inevitable, they could not change it. Then they would take advantage of the Leopard King's attack and all of them would go out of the city to fight to the death. Well, at least in the eyes of the God of Wealth, they were fighting to the death. Thus, the only one left in Monkey King City was Newly, who was seriously injured and dying. Usually the high-end combat forces of the Monkey Kingdom are all there. Even if they are injured, the cautious God of Wealth may be worried about a crash and not plan to enter the Monkey King City, but now, they are all gone. Those who were able to fight have all left. Not only did it leave, it also howled and burned itself to fight with the Leopard King. Now, the only one left in the Monkey King City is Newly, who is about to die. What a great opportunity, the right time, the right place and the right people, it all counts. They cleared away all the obstacles that could be cleared for the God of Wealth. Even if the God of Wealth is timid and cautious, since he is here to gain experience, he should go in, right? If this still doesn't work, they will think of other ways now. As long as the God of Wealth can hunt down the angry beast, all their efforts will be worth it. Meanwhile, outside the city, the rebellion in Monkey King City was fake? Suwon was surprised and asked. The fight was so real that even the golden monkey was beaten like that. Is it just an illusion? Just to attract the Leopard King? Well, then we can use the advantage of home court and the fact that the Leopard King underestimated the Monkey Kingdom to slaughter the Leopard King. Fuck! These monkeys are quite capable, eh? Chapter 22, Persecution Delusion. The Copper Coin Monkey and the Black Coin Monkey are stupid. These high-end combat forces are really different. Suwon sighed. Perhaps this is also the reason why humans will be defeated in the future, and even have traitors infiltrating. Aliens are inherently stronger than humans. If they are also better at plotting and scheming than humans, then the future of humanity will truly be dark. As he spoke, Suwon looked at the white chess piece in his hand and murmured, then let's go back. If a battle of this level were to spread to this side, I would be doomed. But this white chess piece, Suwon's mind moved, and a wisp of energy and blood entered the white chess piece. Buzz. 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 The white chess piece trembled slightly, and then a piece of information came into Suwon's mind. Xingwu has been activated. The countdown has begun. You can launch a star strike. You can perform the sword falling stars 10 times. It can activate the star sword chi 100 times. The next moment, the voice of the star god sounded in Suwon's mind. God of Wealth, star strike, range is 1 kilometer. Within the range of 1 kilometer, no grass will grow. But this energy level exceeds the range of the training arrow realm, and it will return quickly after use. I suggest you consider Star Strike after you reach the first level and have the ability to return. Sword Falling Stars, use sword energy to draw the power of the stars. The attack range is 200 meters. After using it, it is best to return within 10 minutes, otherwise something bad will happen. Star Sword Chi, use the power of the stars to activate the sword mark I left inside the white chess piece. If the Earth God is on duty, it would be best if the upgrade is completed within half an hour and you can leave the Arrow Realm. Finally, I wish you complete your training successfully. I will wait for you to come back in Zhangcheng. After receiving the message, Suwon chuckled. The energy of Bai Chi is totally different from what Star God told him before. It seems that what the Star God said to him was to let him try not to rely on external forces when training in the Arrow Realm. However, activating the Star Weapon by oneself means that one needs the help of the Star God. At this point, there is no need to hide it anymore. Star God is such a nice guy. If this isn't used, it's wasted. Su Wen looked at Xingwu's countdown and sighed softly. Then, while concealing his own aura, he approached the Monkey King's city. Yet he roughly knew where the golden monkey fell, and he was prepared to launch a star strike directly from a long distance. While launching, choose to return. As for the destiny coin that drops after killing the golden monkey, forget it. He was a bit impressed by the higher-ups of the Monkey Kingdom, so he didn't dare get too close. What if the golden monkey is not killed by the Star God's attack? Then wouldn't I be doomed? After all, the golden monkey was seriously injured because of the Monkey Kingdom's deliberate act. So was the golden monkey really injured? This is an unknown. In order to avoid waste, he chose to use Star Weapon to attack the golden monkey purely because he thought about it carefully and felt a little scared. If I had gone into the city, something might have happened to me. Even thinking about the problem from the perspective of paranoia, what if the target of the Monkey Kingdom's pretended rebellion is not the Leopard King, but itself? I am the god of wealth. This is the training ground for the god of wealth. He also occupied the Monkey Kingdom's affiliated mineral veins and killed one of the Monkey Kingdom's armies, leaving only one monkey. The most important thing is, the Monkey Kingdom's top leaders are so powerful, but they didn't even notice the blood and energy attached to the silver coin monkey. Is this reasonable? So find an opportunity to use Star Weapon to attack the golden monkey, then run away. At such a long distance, the opponent can't catch him. The god of wealth is approaching the city gate. Then Newly, get ready. The god of wealth is about to enter the city gate. When the Monkey King noticed Su Wen's actions, he was delighted and quickly sent a message, but he became even more crazy in his battle with the Leopard King, using furious brutality to conceal his joy. That angry column is the main battlefield, and their side is the secondary battlefield. The dispute on the main battlefield has not yet begun, and there must be no unexpected events on the secondary battlefield. The Leopard King must be beaten by the angry him. The noise of battle must be loud. Everyone must see the anger of the Monkey Kingdom. Why did the god of wealth stop? When the Monkey King sensed that Su Wen stopped near the city gate, he suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. What is the god of wealth hesitating about? Are you worried that they will come back to help? King, the god of wealth saw that we were acting just now, so is he worried that we were also acting when we beat the Leopard King? While the ancient fan monkey was burning himself to fight, he communicated through voice transmission. I was just wondering if our action of beating the Leopard King would cause the god of wealth to misunderstand. Now it seems that the god of wealth really misunderstood. The Monkey King replied, "Don't worry, the situation can still be salvaged. At least the god of wealth still thinks we are playing the role of the Leopard King. As long as he doesn't discover our true purpose, we still have hope." The ancient fan monkey suddenly said, "King, it's unreal that you can only beat but not kill." The Monkey King was startled, then gritted his teeth. "Everyone, the Leopard King has oppressed us for many years. He is cruel and tyrannical, and I don't know how many of my compatriots have been killed. This is intolerable. Today, fight to the death." As the Monkey King roared, purple flames burned all around, and at the moment when the purple flame rose, all the generals of the surrounding Monkey Kingdom understood. At the next moment, the aura of all the generals of the Monkey Kingdom began to become eerie and crazy. On the opposite side, Leopard King and his group were confused again. What the hell is going on? Even though they were fighting fiercely just now, he could sense that they had no intention of fighting to the death, and the special moves that the Monkey King shouted out were just fake, maybe, to intimidate, in battle, but now it seems that this is fucking true. And why does he always bully the Monkey Kingdom? When two countries go to war, is it not basic practice to extort money from each other, add fuel to the fire, and kick someone when he is down? You are allowed to hit me, but I am not allowed to hit you. How can this be true in this world? Thinking of this, the Leopard King became a little annoyed. Are you the only one who would burn your life? Are you the only one with a special trick, brothers? Fuck him. The Leopard King roared, and white flames began to appear around him. Burning life will increase your combat power dramatically. So the Monkey King had to burn, and he had no choice but to burn, otherwise he would be beaten badly. Even a mistake can put life in danger. Roar, roar, roar. The generals of the Leopard Kingdom roared and began to fight with all their lives. The kids in the Monkey Kingdom dared to do so why don't they? What are you afraid of? On the other side, Su Wen passed through the city gate and saw the towering and magnificent palace in the distance. The golden monkey just fell in the northwest of the palace. Although I only know the approximate direction, a range of 1,000 meters is enough. The next moment, the white chess piece floated in front of Su Wen, and following Su Wen's thoughts, the white chess piece turned into a stream of light and flew rapidly towards the northwest of the palace. Su Wen stood in the distance, watching the sky above the palace gradually change color and the star strike was about to come return. Chapter 23, Heavenly Officials Intervene Call Out. A beam of white light descended from the sky and directly took Su Wen away from the training realm. No! When the Monkey King sensed that Su Wen had left, his eyes turned red and he let out a roar of anger and despair. The God of Wealth just left like that, why not explore the Monkey King city? It is clear that the defenses in Monkey King city are lacking and the main force is at a disadvantage. As long as we go in, we will gain something. Even though the God of Wealth was right in front of them, they had made many arrangements and even made many calculations about what the God of Wealth might do. Obviously wealth is within your reach, but why did the God of Wealth just go to the city gate, take a look and then leave? The God of Wealth's training must have some experience results. Doesn't the God of Wealth want to improve his experience results? They all made such great sacrifices, and even began to really burn their lives for the sake of acting, fighting to the death. That New Lai was really badly injured and was about to die after paying such a heavy price. The facts tell them that it is useless. At least give them a chance of success. Even if the God of Wealth went to the palace and all their plans failed, it would be better for the God of Wealth to leave safely after New Lai was killed than for the God of Wealth not to enter the palace at all. At least the God of Wealth killed that angry lady, which means their plan failed. Failure is always better than planning everything in vain, as it is better to build everything at a heavy price in vain. Leopard King, cease fire. There's no need to fight any further. After the Monkey King gathered his strength and knocked the Leopard King aside with a palm, he said dejectedly that he no longer had any interest or need to continue fighting with the Leopard King. There is no point in continuing to fight, Leopard King? He listened to the Monkey King's words and was confused again. What followed was rage. Damn it, these dead monkeys in the Monkey Kingdom, did they really think a fight to the death was just a game? You can fight when you want and stop when you want. Do you really think that the Monkey Kingdom has absolute advantage? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. What did you just type? He was burning his life and trying his best, which made them all confused. Now they are fighting with their lives at stake, and you tell me not to fight. He led his troops here. Is he here to perform a show? Boom! Suddenly, a beam of starlight slid down from the sky, like a catastrophe from the sky, and accurately hit the northwest direction of the Monkey King's palace. The next moment, the entire Monkey Kingdom's sphere of influence trembled slightly under the influence of this attack. The Monkey King's palace, which was directly hit by the light column, was turned into powder and scattered, as if there had never been a building as clean as the Monkey King's palace. In the world, this is exactly the power of Xingwu. The saying that there is no grass growing within 1,000 meters is just a saying of the star God. In order to ensure that Su Wen, the God of Wealth, can succeed in his advancement with 100% success, and can return safely after becoming a first-level God of Wealth, how could the backup plan arranged by the star god be so simple? The three usage modes of Xingwu are just the most basic applications. Once a star weapon is activated, or even detects that the activator has left, it will unleash its greatest power to help the user achieve their goals. What's more, doesn't the range of 10,000 meters, or even 100,000 meters, include multiple 1,000-meter ranges? So it is not wrong to say that there is no grass growing within a 1,000-meter radius. After all, the training realms of those with the destiny prefixed with the word God are different, and some are indeed very strange and confusing. Of course, it would be good if Su Wen didn't use the star weapons he gave him. Now that it has been used, the star god will naturally provide the God of Wealth with a final layer of insurance. Leopard King, after witnessing the destruction of the Monkey King's palace and the fall of the Monkey King city, the Leopard King finally realized, even if he was stupid, he understood the scene when he saw it. It turns out that he was inadvertently involved in a desperate battle between the Monkey Kingdom and another force. What the hell? The strange behavior of the Monkey King and his companions can also be explained. Well, why don't we retreat? I always feel that the atmosphere around here is a bit weird and a bit depressing. He now understands, but not completely. Before we figure out the situation, let's retreat first. Thinking of this, the Leopard King gave his men a look, then hurried away with his men. The high-ranking officials of the Monkey Kingdom looked at the Monkey King city, which had turned into ruins and fell into an eerie silence. God of Wealth status returned. God of Wealth training completed. Begin to detect training information and evaluate the training level. Kill the copper coin monkey completed. Kill the black coin monkey completed. Killing the silver coin monkey completed. Kill the gold coin monkey completed. Killing the purple coin monkey completed. Occupation: a small mine. Rank upgrade: first level. Life form improvement, level 2. Destroyed, a small mine. Destroyed, for large city gates. Destroy, medium fortifications. Destroy, 5 medium-sized defensive formations. Destroy, Monkey King's palace. Destroy, Monkey King city. Overall evaluation, excellent rank 0 God of Wealth. With your own strength, you have plunged the powerful Monkey Kingdom into extreme chaos, and have had a significant impact on the Leopard Kingdom thousands of miles away. Begin to evaluate the God of Wealth's experience. In a space surrounded by white mist, a series of information began to jump in front of Suwon. Looking at the information constantly passing by in front of him, he also knew that this was scoring his actions during his training. However, when he saw the series of information he had destroyed, his eyes froze. Is this Star Warrior so powerful? Suwon murmured softly that before he left, he destroyed at most one small mind. He could also understand the gold coin monkey and purple coin monkey above. It was normal to kill the golden monkey under the attack of Xingwu, but destroying so many buildings, including the Monkey King's palace and Monkey King city, is a bit outrageous, right? Although he did not go into Monkey King city, he could still see the grandeur of Monkey King city from outside the city. It seems that there is another hidden reason behind what the star god said about not even a blade of grass growing within 1,000 meters. Suwon shook his head helplessly, but from Bai Qi Xingwu's arrangement of this matter, one could also see some of the star god's style of doing things. Of course, this is just his personal shallow guess. In order to ensure the successful completion of his training, the star god considered everything very carefully. I can only say that he is worthy of being the future leader of the battlefield. Taking everything into consideration, even if there is a more powerful destiny being than star god in the future, it is estimated that no one is as suitable as Star God to be the president. Besides, how many people will be stronger than Star God in the future? The training weapons left for me at this stage can destroy the Monkey King city. That strength, he was not clear about the level of power corresponding to the rank, so he had no way to make any associations. All he could say was that he lacked imagination. Tip: the heavenly officials begin to intervene in the God of Wealth training interface. Just as Suwon was thinking about this and that, a cold reminder voice suddenly sounded. The next moment, an illusory figure appeared in front of Suwon. Chapter 24, The Mask of the God of Wealth. Hello, new God of Wealth. Since the power you used to attack the Monkey Kingdom during your training did not belong to you but was borrowed from you, this will have a certain impact on your training rating. I'm here to communicate with you. Do you have any thoughts or opinions on this change? The Tianguan looked at Suwon and asked in a gentle tone. However, because Tianguan's figure was too illusory and his face was very blurry, Suwon could not see Tianguan's appearance and expression clearly. Of course, he was just a first-level God of Wealth, and he was still very honest about this unexpected thing. No problem, good. Tianguan nodded slightly and said, since you have no objection, I will start grading. As he spoke, the Tianguan waved his right hand, and the rating panel appeared again. Experience rating, perfect. With a weak body, he stirred up the storm. The heavenly official pointed at the perfect rating and said softly, normally speaking, your experience rating is perfect. Is that okay with you? Suwon nodded slightly and said, no problem. I just told you that because you are relying on external forces, your rating will fluctuate. New God of Wealth, you are aware of this, right? Yes. So as the heavenly official on duty at the training interface, I will adjust your training rating. Is that okay? No. Okay, now, the experience rating adjustment begins. As Tianguan finished speaking, the rating panel began to change. Experience rating, unparalleled. With a weak body, he stirs up the storm, and is good at using external forces to help himself. Suwon looked at the rating and was slightly stunned. If he understood correctly, Wushuang is higher than the perfect level, right? Moreover, the comments below say that one is good at leveraging external forces and turning them into strength for oneself. Is this also considered a compliment? Keep watching. Tianguan chuckled and spoke. Experience rating, unprecedented. With a weak body, he stirs up the storm, and is good at using external forces to help himself. Although he has a Bodhi mind, he has the courage of Yama. After realizing that the Monkey Kingdom wants to plunder its wealth, he kills the culprit with thunder and lightning. Suwon, what's up with this rating? Although he didn't quite understand it now, this matter was clearly developing in a direction that was beneficial to him. Originally, according to his thinking, the intervention of the heavenly official must be because he had used the power of the star god and wanted to lower his rating. Very normal, after all. The star god also said that you should escape quickly after using the star weapon, but now it seems that the situation is not quite what I imagined. But the Tianguan smiled and said nothing, so I didn't say anything either. A celestial official on duty in a certain world, a strong man of this level, is definitely not someone that one can directly touch. So even from the worst perspective, no matter what the other party wants to do to improve their rating, what they want them to do, and what price they want them to pay, that's all in the future. And how long of a future do I have left? Only those who have a future can talk about the future. What future can a person without a future talk about? 10 months later, I have died twice in the exploration of the Yajing. I don't know if I will die again in the exploration of the Yajing if I travel through time and space again. It's hard to say. Therefore, he had no reason not to accept Tianguan's goodwill and the improvement of his experience rating. God of Wealth, do you have any objection to this experience rating? The heavenly official smiled and said, if you have any objections, please raise them and I will review the training rating. Su Wen said, no objection. The heavenly official has stopped intervening in the God of Wealth training interface and is now issuing rewards for training ratings. God of Wealth training rating, unparalleled. Ding, the highest rating has been triggered, and the highest rewards have begun to be distributed. Distribute the exclusive divine tool of the God of Wealth, Yuan Bao. Settlement completed, the God of Wealth returns. A ray of light flashed, and Su Wen felt the world around him changing. When he came to his senses, he had already appeared in his home. It's really a magical experience. Su Wen laughed out loud. The experience was truly magical. What magical experience? Would you mind sharing it? A laugh came from behind Su Wen, and then the star god who was sitting on the sofa slowly stood up, stretched out his hand and said, welcome back, God of Wealth. Su Wen quickly extended his hand and said, thank you for your Xingwu. I have benefited a lot. Upon hearing this, the star god glanced at him and sighed slightly, saying, you finally used the star martial arts. It seems that your training is not simple. In your final training rating, did it change because of the star martial arts? Su Wen nodded and said, yes. It's always like this. Relying on the help of others during training will have a great impact on your rating. The reward for the first training. Forget it. It's enough that you can return safely. By the way, you've been waiting for me at my house, right? The star god nodded and said, normally, I will wait for you at your house for 3 days. Generally, 3 days is the longest period for a destiny to train. If it exceeds 3 days, the star god didn't say the rest, but he understood. If it lasts more than 3 days, it will most likely be gone. Now that you have completed your training and walked out safely, let's talk about our business, you say. Su Wen's face turned serious. He knew that the real show was about to begin. The star god must have his own ideas for giving me such a powerful weapon to ensure my safety during the trials. God of Wealth, I formally invite you to join the organization I founded. The star god stood up and said seriously. You created it privately? It is affiliated with the state, but has greater autonomy. Good. You agree? Yes, when I was at the police station, I had already joined the state-owned unit. I heard from Li Wenjie that after joining the unit, the destiny person starts at the deputy section level and the treatment is also very good. Su Wen smiled and said that since he became the chosen one, he has been enjoying the help given by the country. First it was Li Wenjie, then it was Star God. Even from a more personal perspective, the subtalent of wealth, chaos, and time and space determines that I cannot fight alone. Only by joining the country and relying on the collective strength can we maximize the use of this gift of wealth, chaos and time. And only by joining the country can I better lead this era and better survive our organization is still different. The star god said softly, but it is a good thing that you have decided to serve the country. Then from now on, you should start wearing a mask like me. I have also made a mask for the God of Wealth. From the moment you put on the mask, you must not reveal your true information anymore. All communication activities must use the name, code name, pen name, stage name, etc. of the God of Wealth. In short, this mask is the symbol of your future identity. The identity of Su Wen will no longer have anything to do with you, the God of Wealth. Chapter 25, 3 Million Favors Good. Suwon took the mask from Star God and nodded. Replace your original identity with a mask. After putting on the mask, it's good to use your own profession as a code name, hiding his true identity. From now on, Suwon is Suwen and the God of Wealth is the God of Wealth, and the two have no dealings with each other. It seems that the Star God knows something about the treacherous situation in the future. Aren't you curious? The Star God laughed and said, using a false face to hide the true body, this method is obviously not the structure of a normal organization. No matter how you look at it, there is something wrong, right? Don't you have anything to ask? Suwon heard this and said, didn't you ask it for me? The Star God was stunned for a moment, then he laughed out loud and said, you are different from the other destined ones I have met. But you are right. I will ask the questions in your mind and answer them for you. The destiny of God, such as my profession is Star God, your profession is God of Wealth, these professions contain the word God, they are different from ordinary destiny, they are powerful and have many talents. For example, if he is given enough time to prepare for a divine destiny person of the same level, he can kill as many divine destiny people of the same level as him. At this point, the Star God paused and said, to put it simply, your life is very precious. Before you have the power to protect yourself, you must not reveal your true identity. Otherwise, whether in your daily life or in exploring the realm, you, your family and friends may be in danger. In a confrontation at the national level, those with the word God in their names are the first to be killed, especially those who have not yet grown up. Do you understand? After Suwon put on the God of Wealth mask, he said softly, I understand. In fact, there is another most terrifying crisis, which comes from assassination by insiders. However, he had just joined the Star Gods organization and didn't know much about other things, so he would wait and see, explore the reliability of the Star God in the timeline that spans time and space. If the Star God can withstand the test of the timeline, then everyone will be happy. By the way, the mask has the ability to resist detection, perception, divination, and other information searches. The Star God gently patted Suwon's shoulder and said softly, it also helps you hide your breath fluctuations and the ability of your physical strength. And from today on, only I know, and I alone know that the God of Wealth is Suwen. Do you understand? Suwen's brows jumped when he heard the Star God's words. It seemed that the Star God had already sensed the breath of his second-level life form, but he was not surprised. The small weapons given to him could destroy the Monkey King city. The rank of such a Star God was probably far ahead of his own. Not if someone plots against me, can I resist at this stage, so it's good that the Star God knows and helps me hide, clear. Suwon thought for a moment and said, but I have information saved in the police station, and I have had contact with several police officers there. Xingshan waved his hand and said, don't worry, I've already taken care of it for you at the police station. Yesterday's Suwon was an ordinary person, today's Suwen, and the future Suwen will still be just ordinary people. Everyone who has seen you at the police station has voluntarily signed a confidentiality agreement and voluntarily accepted amnesia to erase all memories of you. And all the surveillance footage that recorded your information was also destroyed. And I have arranged for you the itinerary that a normal Suwen should have yesterday, as well as the videos of you being filmed by surveillance cameras on the street and in the supermarket. I will help you replace all situations. Those who have an impression of you will no longer have any impression of you. I also transferred the data uploaded to the police system by the police department and set the highest authority. I even disguised it to be on the safe side. Don't worry, I have thought about these things carefully. Suwen, you were so skilled. However, seeing how cautious the Star God was, he suddenly felt relieved. Perhaps the Star God knew more than he expected. Then did you pay back the 3 million I owed Li Wenza? The Star God looked at Suwen and fell into silence. The atmosphere in the room became silent and awkward at this moment. You won't, not return it? After a while, Suwen asked tentatively. The Star God didn't say anything, but his silence already explained the result. So I owe Li Wenza 3 million? Suwen smiled awkwardly. Li Wenza had voluntarily let his memory about him be erased, so he definitely wouldn't remember lending him 3 million. So the matter of borrowing money has fallen into this embarrassing situation. Even if he took the money to return it to Li Wenza in the future, the other party might not accept it. Without knowing his identity, he might even think that he was here to offer bribes. If there's a chance in the future, please repay Li Wenza for this favor. The star god spoke out, the memory erasure technique. After erasing the memory about you, everything about you will be rationalized under the effect of blurred memory. Li Wenjie lent you 3 million, which means that there is 3 million less in his account. 3 million less is an established fact. It had already happened, he didn't mention it, so naturally he didn't get any compensation after it was cleared. So his memory becomes blurred, and he will automatically think that he has spent the 3 million. As for what to buy or who to give as a gift, there are many reasons to choose from, but the instinctive memory will help him choose the one he can accept most to convince himself. Su Wen, is the art of memory erasure so scary? After erasing the memory, for some unreasonable phenomena and facts, will the memory choose a reason that best convinces itself? Is there any reason more satisfactory than the one you give yourself? You don't have to feel any psychological burden. 3 million in exchange for a favor from your god of wealth. He made a fortune. Xingchen said with a smile, and I just checked, there is only more than 120,000 yuan left in Li Wenjie's account, which means that the 3 million he lent you is money he has saved for a long time. Su Wen sighed, yeah. I spent so much time saving my money and I lost it. Besides, Li Wenjie is such a good person. Can't you think about the problem from another angle? What do you mean? It took Li Wenjie a long time to save up 3 million, which means that 3 million is very important to him. Why didn't he tell us about such an important sum of money before signing the confidentiality agreement or even before he had his memory erased? You mean, yes, he didn't say anything, or even mentioned it, just to get the 3 million in exchange for a favor from you. Star God said softly, that's why I said that 3 million can be exchanged for a favor from you. This deal is really worth it. Su Wen. Chapter 26 I am the god of wind. Those who can survive multiple explorations of the Arrow Realm are neither saints nor fools. The star god said, even if there is, it only means that this person is too lucky. Luck is a metaphysical science that is hard to predict. The star god paused for a moment, then said softly, it depends on you. If you think that the other party's behavior makes you uncomfortable, I can repay this favor for you. Tomorrow, Li Wenjie will receive a reward for his contribution to the exploration of the Arrow Realm, and a silver mercury ash worth 5 million will be delivered to him. Su Wen shook his head and said, no need, I'll pay this favor back myself. Perhaps just as Star God said, Li Wenjie has his own ideas, but the 3 million yuan borrowed from others has been of great help to me. This is enough. As for the rest, why think so much? And when Li Wenjie was borrowing money, did he know that the Star God would come to erase his memory? Okay. The star god nodded slightly and said, since you have your own plans, I won't say more. So do you want to go back to the organization with me, or stay here for 2 days and say goodbye to your friends? Su Wen said directly, let's go to the organization. I also want to see what our organization looks like. An organization founded by Star God, and invite yourself in, and be cautious with such rigor. In a sense, those who are qualified to join the Star God organization may all be those who are destined by God. He also wanted to see how many people with the word God in their names were there in China today, and that traitor, has the traitor Fengshen appeared? If Fengshen has joined the organization, how strong is he now? Okay, let's go. Before Xingchen finished speaking, a ray of starlight flashed by. The next moment, the surrounding heaven and earth changed. After a moment of trance, Su Wen saw clearly the environment he was in. A large office, although it was different from the offices of ordinary companies. Su Wen's first feeling when he arrived here was that he had been successfully hired and was about to start working. Welcome! A figure who looked like an old man, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and a colorful mask on his face, appeared in front of Su Wen. This is a new member of our organization, and the 5th member of our organization. Star God smiled and said, you two can get to know each other and chat or something. I have something else to do, so I won't accompany you. As he spoke, the figure of the Star God disappeared from the spot. You'll get used to it slowly. Star God is actually very busy. The old man smiled and said, hello, God of Wealth, we already know your general information. Let me introduce myself. I am the God of Drama. Su Wen was stunned and asked, God of Joy? A happy God, what is that talent, make others happy, or make yourself happy? It's not the God of Joy, it's the God of Drama, the drama of drama. The god of drama laughed out loud and said, "My hobby is listening to music and watching operas, so sometimes I think that my profession as the god of drama may be related to my hobby." Suwon thought for a moment and said, "I am the god of wealth, so I like money?" "Yes, I like money. Who doesn't like money?" As the old saying goes, money is not everything, but without money, nothing is possible, especially with the continuous innovation and development of social science and technology. Money is moving towards the direction of omnipotence. Yes, who wouldn't be interested in money? The god of drama said softly, "Especially in this era, the god of wealth and the god of stars value you very much. After receiving your message, I immediately dropped what I was doing and rushed over without stopping. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen a star god like this." Suwon chuckled and said, "Really? In fact, everyone is important, but your ability may be in fighting, and my ability is more in spending money." As he spoke, Suwon changed the subject and said, "Actually, I do know a little about opera, but not much. For example, Tang Xianzu's Linchuan Four Dreams from the Ming Dynasty and the Kunku Opera Peony Pavilion. I've listened to them. They're both very nice." Upon hearing this, the god of drama straightened his back, waved his hand, and 2 cotton chairs flew over. "Come, let's sit down and talk." Drama. Strictly speaking, it's a general term. Our Chinese traditional art can only be called opera. In ancient times, it was called drama, but as exchanges between countries became more frequent, it was called opera in order to distinguish it from foreign dramas. The god of drama paused for a moment, then continued, "As for Tang Xianzu of the Ming Dynasty, do you know much about him? Especially the Peony Pavilion, which was a very progressive expression of thought at that time. Du Linyang's pursuit of her own love directly or indirectly broke the shackles of feudal ethics, which has certain guiding and reference significance for future generations." "Oh, right. There's also Tang Xianzu's theory of ultimate love. Do you know this? If you don't know, I can actually tell you about it." Suwon was a little confused as he listened to the god of drama talking a lot. He only knows a little bit about opera. I was just chatting with the god of drama just now, and seeing that he was interested in opera, I mentioned it casually, but as the drama god's words became more and more professional, his expression also gradually changed. "Theory of ultimate love, what is that? Could the god of drama be an old teacher, opera artist? Grandpa Drama God has started arresting people to give lectures again?" Suddenly, a playful voice came from not far away, then a little boy wearing a green mask appeared in Suwon's sight, and after seeing the little boy, the god of drama immediately shifted his gaze. "Xiaofeng, last time we made a bet and you lost. You promised to let me read Guan Hanqing's play The Injustice of Dou-yi. Have you finished reading it?" The little boy called Xiaofeng was stunned in place. After a moment, he said speechlessly, "Grandpa Shishin, considering that Brother Kaishin just came today, can we talk about something happy?" The god of drama looked at Suwon and laughed, then said, "Okay. Then you young people can chat first." After seeing the god of drama leave, Xiaofeng breathed a sigh of relief. "Hello, Brother Kaishin, welcome to join our big family." "Hello to you too." Suwon said happily that the man in front of him with the word God in his name didn't look very old. Primary school student. When the drama god who loves to teach meets a colleague who was an elementary school student, the situation becomes very interesting. This child probably never imagined that after coming here, he would still have to study under someone's supervision. "Please introduce yourself." Xiaofeng smiled and said, "Brother god of wealth, I am the god of wind. Please take care of me in the future. Suwon." Chapter 27. The breeze tells me. Looking at the elementary school student function in front of him, Suwon just froze where he was. This kid is the traitor function. At this moment, he was a little skeptical. It's not that I doubt that a child can't become a spy, but I am doubting whether I will be killed by the god of wind 10 months later. If so, was he killed by an elementary school student? And he was killed twice. Am I so brainless? If not, or if function is not a traitor at this stage, why would he become a traitor in the future? From another perspective, if it wasn't the wind god who killed me, then who could it be? Star god just said that he is the 5th member of the organization. If there are only 5 people including the star god, I can be considered an early member of the organization. So, how come the situation is becoming increasingly confusing? Big brother, the breeze told me that you don't like me very much. Fengshen looked at Suwon and asked softly, "Can you tell me the reason? If I did something wrong, I can apologize." Beside him, the god of drama gave him a puzzled look. Obviously, the words of the god of wind also attracted this person's attention. It's not that I don't like it, I'm just a little uncomfortable with it. After a moment of silence, Suwon spoke. Is the wind god's perception ability so strong? Can the other person sense the changes in your inner emotions? Because of the last journey through time and space, the god of wind spent twice as much money. Moreover, knowing that Fengshen might be a traitor, he was unable to develop a good impression of him for a while, even though the other party was just a child. But he is not stupid. He will not reveal his true thoughts before he understands the situation. Fake your emotions. Maybe it is a little difficult to disguise for a long time, but it is not difficult to disguise for a short time. But who would have thought that the god of wind could detect other people's emotions through the wind? Living in the world, wind is almost everywhere. As a friendly force, Fengshen's ability is really good. But the breeze told me that you kind of rejected me. Fengshen said a little aggrievedly. Brother god of wealth, you don't reject grandpa god of drama, which means that you are not just because of the environment. The god of drama stood up and interrupted the god of wind. Xiaofeng, haven't you finished your homework today? Fengshen was stunned for a moment, then said awkwardly, not yet. But I have completed half of it. If I work harder, I should be able to finish it. The god of drama's tone changed, and he said, why don't you hurry up and do it? If you can't finish your homework today, don't blame me for not taking you to play with fun things. Okay. After Fengshen entered the elevator and left the office area, Xishan turned his gaze and looked at Suwon. God of wealth, you dislike Xiaofeng because you heard about his occupation, right? Suwon fell into silence because he didn't know how to tell this to the god of drama. He didn't understand the situation yet, so he would never tell anyone about Siluan Shikangzi's talent, but he didn't lie to the god of drama. In this situation, deceiving the other party would not bring any other benefits except causing the other party's disgust. After all, he knew nothing about the other party's strength, ability, experience, etc. So keeping silent is the best answer. Xiaofeng is a good kid. The god of drama said softly, I don't know why you dislike the god of wind, and I won't ask. When you want to talk, I will be the first to listen. Every destiny person has his own secrets, so you don't have to be too nervous. As for Xiaofeng, he can directly sense malice and kindness through the omnipresent wind in the world. After finishing speaking, the god of drama began to introduce the situation of the organization to Suwon. The smiling tone was as if what had just happened had never happened, and everything was so warm and pleasant. This is your office. The god of drama brought Suwon to a fully automated, finely decorated room. Outside the door was a label that read the god of wealth's office. It's just that this office is extremely large, with uniform, elegant and charming interior decorations, and it has all kinds of entertainment and sports facilities, and even some high-tech that is not accessible to the general public. It's hard to imagine that this is just an office. No surprise, we each have a private office. The god of drama smiled and said, yes, this is the office. We contribute to the country, so the country will naturally give us the best benefits. But to be honest, this private office is too empty, so normally I would choose to go outside and chat. Okay, get familiar with your office, and I'll be out. After saying that, the god of drama waved to Suwon and turned to leave. God of wealth, can I come in? Not long after, the voice of the star god came from outside. Sure. As soon as he finished speaking, Star God pushed the door open and walked in. I believe you have a good understanding of the various regions of the organization. The Star God said, in that case, let's talk business. First of all, I want to apologize to you. I recorded some of your bodybuilding moves and the corresponding breathing rates without your permission. As he spoke, a small purple clock flew out from the Star God's waist. Buzz. The hour clock trembled slightly, and the 18 strengthening exercises that Suwon had previously practiced in the rental house appeared in the air. These 18 strengthening movements have been calculated. If ordinary people practice them regularly, they can greatly improve their physical fitness and reaction ability. Moreover, after multiple verifications, this set of physical exercises combined with the corresponding breathing techniques does not have the possibility of overdrawing life potential. So my idea is to promote this set of strengthening movements and breathing techniques. This way, the Chinese people will be strong and healthy. Not to mention the experience of the destined ones, it will also be a good thing to prolong their lifespan. The Star God paused and said, but this is just my idea.
If you have your own ideas, you can bring them up. If my actions have violated your privacy, I apologize to you again. Suwon said quickly after hearing this, it's not that serious. Besides, I was planning to hand this set of strengthening exercises over to the country after the training. As a member of the country, I should contribute to the country. In the Arrow realm, he saw changes in the future and guessed that the star god had recorded the strengthening movements, but after learning that the future time and space would change in real time according to the information in his mind, he felt that the star god should not have spied on him, but now it seems that my original idea was correct. That's normal. The fact that the star god gave me the star weapon shows how much he values me. So it is normal to spy on what you do. As for what star god said about intrusion into privacy, this basic bodybuilding method was originally invented by the Star God Joint Kung Fu Research Group. The star god should be the one who pioneered martial arts. Strictly speaking, it is actually quite reasonable for others to take away your future products. But I think you shouldn't promote this set of strengthening exercises. Suwon thought about it and spoke. Upon hearing this, the star god sighed slightly. It seemed that the god of wealth did not want to promote this set of body strengthening exercises. Chapter 28: The Feeling of Inspiration. Okay, then I think I understand what you mean. The star god spoke up and said that this body strengthening exercise was originally something from the god of wealth. Since the other party was unwilling to promote it, he would not say much. Everyone has different ideas. Maybe he doesn't agree with the god of wealth's ideas, but he chooses to respect them. I don't think you understand. When Suwon heard the star god's tone, he knew that the other party had misunderstood. What I mean is that this set of strengthening movements is outdated. So you should stop promoting this set of fitness exercises and switch to the latest version. Star god? After he first learned this set of body strengthening exercises, he immediately deduced and calculated them. The 18 movements and corresponding breathing tips of this body strengthening exercise may seem simple, but if you use magic tools to analyze them carefully, you will find that each breathing change corresponds to a change in the human body's QI. It is no exaggeration to say that this set of bodybuilding exercises has played a certain inspiring role on him. Moreover, the regular changes in those breathing techniques also corresponded to the changing trends of the stars in the sky. He could vaguely feel that they were also related to his own magical powers. It's hard to imagine that this was invented by a zero-level destiny person. It is precisely because of this set of strengthening exercises that he realized how great the future potential of the god of wealth is. He was also very fortunate that he paid enough attention to the god of wealth because of the changes in the current times. The god of wealth is definitely worthy of his attention, but now, in less than a day, the god of wealth told him that this set of physical exercises that had brought him inspiration and technical innovation was outdated? Then can you demonstrate it? After a moment of silence, the star god spoke. Good. Suwon nodded slightly, then stood in the middle area of the office, took a deep breath, and started the demonstration directly. However, he did not intend to directly demonstrate the basic bodybuilding method 2.0, but would start with version 1.0. But he wanted to show both versions of the basic bodybuilding method to Star God because an idea suddenly came to his mind, an idea that could make a lot of money. Moreover, this idea can continue to make him a lot of money and effectively improve the overall strength of the human side. Why not? Soon, the demonstration of basic bodybuilding method version 1.0 was completed. Indeed, the new version of the strengthening movements is much more efficient than the old version. The star god nodded slightly and said, but there is a flaw in the new version. Have you noticed it? Suwon was stunned when he heard this. Basic bodybuilding method version 1.0 is a revised version of the basic bodybuilding method. In some aspects, it is even worse than the original version, but it is a fact that the martial arts ceiling of version 1.0 is indeed stronger than the original version. It seems you didn't notice. The star god said softly, I observed the old version's physical training movements. Whether it was the continuity of the movements or the breathing tips, I was able to find a flash of inspiration from them. It's a strange and fascinating feeling. It was these inspirations that cleared away the problems that had troubled me for days. But in the new version of the strengthening movements, I no longer have that flash of inspiration, as if that mysterious feeling has disappeared. If you can add that feeling of inspiration, I think, the new version of the physical exercise will definitely bring a different kind of surprise to people. Suwon listened to the star god's words and fell into deep thought. A sudden inspiration,
does the basic bodybuilding method have this function? Isn't this a method of strengthening the body's chi and blood and enhancing physical strength? Can the martial arts method of opening the way also enhance the chances of a destined person achieving sudden enlightenment, etc.? Suddenly, Suwon had the answer in his mind. The original version of the basic bodybuilding method was jointly researched by the Star God Joint Exercises Group. Moreover, in the process of research, several sacred tools of the Star God were destroyed. A divine tool would not be destroyed without reason. It must have served its purpose before reaching the limit of its lifespan and collapsing. Therefore, the initial version of the basic bodybuilding method must have incorporated the Star God's own feelings, concerns, and thoughts in the future time and space, and even added some of his own insights through unknown means. Because of this, when the Star Gods in the past time and space observed the original version of the basic bodybuilding method, they would have that kind of sudden flash of inspiration. The difficult problems that plague the Star Gods of the present time and space will definitely be solved by the Star Gods of the future time and space. After all, 10 years have passed. 10 years is enough time for a lot of things to happen. Therefore, only the Star God himself can have this kind of feeling of sudden enlightenment. That should be a feeling formed by chance and a combination of many factors. Suwon said, the biggest purpose of this set of strengthening movements is to enhance the physique and blood of ordinary people, making them stronger. The Star God laughed and said, that's right. Others may not experience that kind of spiritual enlightenment once in their lifetime. I should be content that I can have this experience. As he spoke, the Star God flipped his right hand, and the small clock fell directly into his hand. I will send your new version of the strengthening exercises for testing. If there are no problems with multiple verifications, it will be implemented. When the time comes, the national level will reward you for your contribution, so don't worry about that. By the way, have you named this set of strengthening exercises? Suwon smiled and said, it's named. At first it was called the body refining technique, and later it was called the basic body refining method. Which one do you think is better? The Star God thought for a moment and said, let's talk about the basic bodybuilding method. The bodybuilding method is a bit too immature. Yes, I thought so too. The first one was called Basic Bodybuilding Method, the one just now was called Basic Bodybuilding Method version 1.0, and the next one is called Basic Bodybuilding Method version 2.0. Yes, in this case, it is still very. As he was speaking, the Star God was slightly startled. He immediately reacted and asked tentatively, what do you mean by the next 3 words you just said? Just the literal meaning of the word. Are you going to revise the basic bodybuilding method again? Do you have an idea in mind? It's not that we have an idea, it's that we have already made version 2.0. The Star God's breathing stagnated, and he suddenly realized that he had underestimated the God of Wealth. The ability of this God of Wealth so abnormal. Before entering the training realm, didn't the God of Wealth have 3 million on him? 3 million. Can you do so many things? He truly is the God of Wealth. Chapter 29. The more the better. Please start your performance. The Star God extended his right hand, and the small purple clock flew into the air again. Suwon didn't waste any time. After adjusting his breathing, he began to demonstrate the basic bodybuilding method 2.0. Suwon demonstrated the basic bodybuilding method to a superb level with great vigor and power. It was like a visual feast, bringing people a pleasant audio-visual enjoyment. Not to mention the 2.0 version of the basic bodybuilding method, even radio gymnastics, when performed to a superb level, can still bring people unexpected surprises. This change is quite big. After Suwon finished his drill, Star God sighed, so, anything else? With his knowledge, he can naturally see the difference of version 2.0. It can be said that version 2.0 has reached a limit in tempering all aspects of the human body. He even saw some extraordinary implications in the latest version of the basic bodybuilding method. In other words, even if you are not a destiny person, you can still possess extraordinary powers by persisting in practicing these body-strengthening exercises. He only had a vague feeling about the 1.0 version of the basic body building method, but he was not sure in his heart. However, with the 2.0 version of the basic bodybuilding method, this feeling is already very strong. Because of this, he couldn't help but have higher expectations for Suwen. Is there anything else? At this moment, the surprise that the basic bodybuilding method brought him was even stronger than the feeling of inspiration he had at the beginning. Because he saw a way for ordinary people to become extraordinary from the 36 strengthening movements of the basic bodybuilding method, no more.
Suwon spoke and explained all three versions of the basic bodybuilding methods.
Okay, I'll send both versions for evaluation. The star god said solemnly, Comrade God of Wealth, thank you for your contribution to the country. Compared with ordinary people, the number of people with destiny is still too small, but if ordinary people can stand on equal footing with those who are destined to be with us, then China will have a power that will attract worldwide attention in the future, especially in the military. When the basic bodybuilding method 2.0 is introduced to the military, it will inevitably cause a major change in the entire military. It is no exaggeration to say that Suwon has already influenced this era. He was basically certain about the God of Wealth's abilities. Although he does not have the ability to attack through money, he can use money to derive a technique to transform ordinary people. This ability is many levels higher than the previous 1.1 is a means acting on individuals, while the other is a force acting on the collective. Is there any comparability? Star God, I've thought about the feeling of inspiration you want and it's possible to achieve it. Suwon thought about it and spoke. The star god's pupils shrank, and then he grabbed Suwon's arms and asked excitedly, how do I achieve this? No, how do I cooperate? I'll go through fire and water. No matter how difficult it is, as long as you tell me, I'll do it. Suwon's arm was hurt by the star god's grab and he couldn't help but groan. When the star god noticed this, he chuckled twice and quickly put his hands down. You don't have to be so serious. When you have nothing to do, you can study basic bodybuilding method 2.0. Suwon said, as your horizons expand and your strength improves, you will definitely learn more and more information and things. So when you have some free time, take a look at the basic bodybuilding method. If you find any problems in it, you can correct them. Perhaps as you look at it, that feeling will come to you? Who can say for sure about this kind of thing? Star God, he was excited and waited expectantly for the God of Wealth to tell him about his grand plans. That's the result. When you have nothing to do, take a look at the basic bodybuilding methods and you'll get the hang of it, right? Do you really think that feeling of inspiration is as easy as pie? Well, if the innovative version of the basic bodybuilding method can really bring inspiration, but is just hidden deeper, then it is possible. Try it. Suwon said with a smile. He was not joking. If a star god from the future time and space comes to study the basic bodybuilding method, then when I go to the future again and bring back the latest version of the basic bodybuilding method, won't I have the feeling of inspiration that the star god mentioned? Even though this sounds a bit unreliable, it is the fact and there is nothing we can do about it. I can only say that the star god who traveled through time and space next time was fooled by myself, but fooling the future star god is also for the sake of the current star god. For the good of the star god in your present time and space, you have to work harder for the star god in the future time and space. Okay, let me study it. The star god said softly, for the sake of that refreshing feeling of enlightenment, it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. The God of Wealth must have his own reasons for saying this. You're not kidding yourself, are you? Oh, I have one more thing to tell you, you say. Star God said seriously that since he entered the God of Wealth's office, everything the God of Wealth said was a big deal, whether it is the three versions of the basic bodybuilding method or the mysterious feeling of flying inspiration. The first two things are big things, and the following thing must be very important as well. I just thought of an idea that I think will be very profitable. Xingshan was stunned. Making money, how did we suddenly shift from talking about spiritual practice that leads the transformation of the times and triggers mysterious enlightenment to talking about making money? You don't have to worry about money. The country will back you up. The money you need is not a problem. The star god said directly that he felt that the God of Wealth's vision might need to be improved. 3 versions of basic bodybuilding methods. The God of Wealth has made such a great contribution to the country, how could the country be stingy with money? Moreover, the God of Wealth needs to consume money to derive the skills. What do you want to do if you don't give the God of Wealth money? The most important thing is that letting the God of Wealth waste his precious time on how to make money is a huge loss to the country. The money I need may be a little bit more. Suwon said softly, and I feel that this way of making money is almost free, so it would be a waste if you don't use it. The star god waved his right hand and collected the purple clock. How much do you need? In principle, there is no upper limit. The more the better. After a moment of silence, the star god said, our organization has funding every month. If you need it, I can give the funds to you to control. You can withdraw as much as you want according to your needs. If what you need exceeds the funds of our organization, tell me a specific number and I can report it.
I believe it will be approved. Suwon thought for a moment and said, how much funding does our organization have per month? 10 billion. Can I take all of it away now?
After a while, the voice of Star God sounded in the office of God of Wealth.
Well, it's not appropriate to take it all. We should leave some money for the organization for daily expenses, right? Chapter 30 Star Array, then leave 100 million?
Suwon asked tentatively. 1 point of financial resource is worth 10 million, so 10 billion is 1,000 points of financial resource. With 1,000 financial resources points, your strength will soar, and from the current stage, 1,000 financial resources value is enough. As for the unlimited limit mentioned earlier, if the country could provide it, it will. That would be great. It would be best to assign yourself a few printing factories, where you can print money and absorb it directly. Here, that source of money is so fast, if the financial resources are sufficient, not to mention the rank, one's strength will definitely increase quickly. If this is really the case, there is no need to travel across time and space or cross the timeline, directly spend a large amount of financial resources to forcibly improve the basic bodybuilding methods. So what if you reach the ultimate state?
Financial resources can break through the limits. Wait a moment, I'll check the information.
The Star God said, the stars reminded me that your use of money is unusual. Suwon sighed softly when he heard this. He felt that this matter would not go so smoothly. He had thought about this question before.
Is the power of finance really just those virtual banknotes and numbers? Could the power of wealth that can even play with time and space and reverse yin and yang simply come from some paper? Do coins really have value? Money can be used for consumption, food, clothing, housing, transportation, and travel, and can buy almost all the materials available in society, but in essence, it is still a form of barter. In other words, once a country collapses, the corresponding currency will instantly
become waste paper, right? Therefore, the origin of financial power is worth pondering. However, the country knows much more information than he does, so he just mentions it briefly.
If it works, it's fine. If not, forget it. The idea of making money you just mentioned, is it to make money domestically or abroad?
After a moment, Star God suddenly asked, from abroad.
Then tell me, how are you going to make money? Sell them the basic bodybuilding method. Suwon said, there are 3 versions.
We will start selling from the first version.
Once they bought it, we'll sell the next version.
I thought about it and realized that if we promote it on a large scale, foreign countries will surely be able to get it through various means and methods.
In that case, why don't we make some money?
The Star God thought for a moment and said, what you said makes sense, and this is also the technique you created, so you have the final say. After saying this, the Star God paused, and then said, I just checked the information.
There is a destiny person in Chengdu. His profession is a wealth spirit. He can spend money to summon creatures from other worlds.
According to the information, as long as the amount of money absorbed by the wealth spirit exceeds 100 million in a short period of time, there will be a small-scale economic turmoil in Chengdu.
Sometimes it even spreads to the entire province, starting with Xianyang City.
So if you just absorb 10 billion, Suwon said directly, that will be an economic storm that will sweep across the country, right? The Star God nodded slightly, then said, but it doesn't matter. If you prepare in advance and have a backup plan, you should be able to absorb hundreds of millions, or even billions. If you absorb it slowly, there shouldn't be any problem.
Moreover, in extraordinary times, we should resort to extraordinary measures.
If we have time, we can experiment and add 100 million at a time to see where the quantitative change will occur. His idea was very direct. As long as the God of Wealth could continue to come up with skills that could lead the times, the occurrence of an economic storm would not be unacceptable. He is still very confident about China. A mere few billion yuan would not cause any serious damage to China, compared with the country's total economic output in a year. What are tens of billions? But at the end of the day,
this is an unpredictable threat. It would be great if the economic storm could be diverted to the international
level. Besides, selling basic bodybuilding methods is something that both parties are willing to do. So who can say anything? If there is a financial threat, it is better to focus on foreign currency first.
Suwon said, there is no need to cause unrest in the country through such means unless it is necessary. Moreover, the basic bodybuilding method was developed based on the blood and physique of the Chinese people.
If it is really sold, they may not be able to create a bodybuilding method suitable for their own nation in a short period of time. This is also one of his goals, to spread the basic bodybuilding method internationally through sales. On the one hand, he had a large amount of income and could quickly improve his own strength. On the other hand, after the basic bodybuilding methods are spread to various countries, they will take root in other countries, especially as the warrior community becomes increasingly powerful in the future. Other countries will surely work hard to develop martial arts techniques and skills that are suitable for their own countries. The most important thing is that if the flower of martial arts blooms all over the world, more martial arts theorists and martial arts geniuses will be born. By blooming in a variety of ways around the world, you may gain greater rewards in the future. Moreover, he would continue to sell the secret manuals of martial arts from other countries in the future to them, and while continuing to reap the benefits, he would strengthen the power of the human camp, making the invasion of alien species less smooth. To create trouble for the dissimilars to increase the probability of victory for China in the future. In the era of alien invasion, if the alien strength is really strong, the unity of humans will be inevitable. Then all countries will build a community with a shared future for mankind in the true sense, unite all the forces of the human camp, and fight against aliens. As for the financial crisis that was caused by myself, if you gain something, you have to lose something. Since you have already appreciated the flower of martial arts in advance, isn't it reasonable for you to feel the financial storm in advance, etc.? Suwon asked, if the people on our side absorb money, it will cause financial turmoil. Wouldn't it be easy to disrupt the country? Absorbing 100 million will cause a city to shake, so it would be too easy to do something about it. Yes. The star god said dimly, how do you think the country can accurately find the newly awakened Destiny One in the shortest possible time? The greatest danger of the Chosen Ones is never through the use of force. With all these strange and bizarre abilities, if there is no emergency supervision, the unrest caused by the use of force will only have the most moderate adverse impact. As he spoke, the star god pointed to the sky and said, this is also the reason why the country and I spend a lot of money to set up the star array there. Now, do you understand why the police came to your door within half an hour of waking up? Chapter 31, the Yuanbao that confuses time and space. I see. Suwon suddenly realized, and then asked, what would happen if I didn't join the state-owned unit? Upon hearing this, the star god said, pay closer attention. Step up supervision. Of course, this kind of thing depends entirely on personal will. If the Chosen One does not want to join, we will not force them. After all, we will also cooperate with individual forces during the survey of the Arrow Realm. When there is no conflict, why force those who pursue freedom to the opposite side? After Suwon pondered for a moment, he suddenly asked, among those with the word God in their names, are there any who have not joined the country? No. Why are you so surprised? As a person with the word God as his destiny, think about your own innate magical powers. Do you think it is appropriate to let a person with the word God as his destiny be released and let him use his talents freely? The star god said softly, moreover, our organization adheres to the original intention of being responsible to the God-headed destiny, and does not have too strict rules and regulations and restrictions. Even the organization's movements and actions serve the various God-headed destiny people within the organization. Isn't that good? Who would say no in this situation? As he spoke, the star god laughed and said, only those with the word God at the beginning of their names can become members of our organization. This has been determined from the beginning. Of course, nothing is absolute. If a certain destiny person really has an irreplaceable and important role, and in a sense can be compared to a destiny person with the word God in his head, then it is normal to absorb him into the organization. For the country and for me personally, I hope that the number of people with the word God in their names will increase. It's a pity that the Rule Arrow Realm has appeared for more than 20 years since records began. In the past 20 years, the number of people with the word God in their names has become extremely small. Suwon said, in the past 20 years, China has only had 5 people with the word God in their names. For a moment, Suwon fell into silence. If we calculate it this way, a godlike being is born every 4 years on average. After a moment, the star god slowly stood up. By the way, let me remind you that you can ignore what other people in the organization say. But you need to think carefully about what the god of drama says, especially in the field of drama. That old man has been the chosen one for quite some time. Sometimes, you may not feel anything when he or she says something carelessly at first, but when you experience something in the future, you may suddenly understand.
Of course, there is no need to blindly believe in authority.
If you have a strong intuition, you still need to act according to your inner feelings. After saying that, the star god left quickly. He has a lot of things to do. The 3 versions of the basic bodybuilding methods alone have kept him busy recently. As for the issue of sales, let the professionals handle this.
The god of drama.
Suwon frowned slightly. It seemed that what the god of drama had said to him was that the god of wind was a good boy. As for the field of drama, I just talked to myself about Tang Xianzu's Peony Pavilion for a while, right? The most important thing is that I was the one who first brought up the matter of Peony Pavilion, the theory of ultimate love. Thinking about it, Suwon checked it on the computer. If we push emotion to the status of ontology,
emotion is the driving force of everything. Love is stronger than law.
The words in Peony Pavilion, I don't know where the love comes from, but the love is deep and lasting. Is this what they are expressing in general?
Well, overall, isn't the Peony Pavilion just about the love story between the hero and heroine?
It's just that the development of events is a little surreal, and Du Linyang's resurrection is a little more romantic.
What does that mean?
If what the god of drama said represents my future experience, it means that I will meet a woman in the future and fall in love with her at first sight? Forehead, Suwon shook his head slightly. He was not interested in love right now. The most important thing weighing on his mind now is to live longer. If things develop normally, I won't have much time to live. And no matter how romantic or beautiful the experience is, what's the point if the person is dead? Is this romance for future generations to see?
Divine tool, Yuanbao.
The exclusive tool of the god of wealth has wonderful effects.
Financial resources, 12.4.
Suwon looked at his financial resources and suddenly remembered the destruction items displayed at the end of the training. If I bring back all the harvest, especially the destiny coins dropped by the gold coin monkey and the purple coin monkey, how much wealth would that make? Pity, fortunately, he killed quite a few black coin monkeys and silver coin monkeys on the way to Monkey King City,
otherwise his financial resources would still be in single digits now.
Buff, the gaze of the long river of time.
Remaining time, 4 hours and 35 minutes.
Hint, you can use the power of ingots to confuse time and space and avoid the gaze of the long river of time and space. Originally, when Suwon saw the buff time that the river of time and space was watching, he was ready to find something to do to pass the 4 hours, but when he saw the prompt below, he was surprised. Can the power of ingots offset the gaze of the long river of time and space, so strong? It is worthy of being the exclusive tool of the god of wealth. As soon as he thought about it, Suwon flipped his right hand and the magic tool Yuanbao appeared directly in his hand. Buzz. 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 The divine tool Yuanbao began to tremble slightly, and then a golden light flashed on its surface. At the same time, the viewing time of the long river of time began to decrease rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. 4 hours and 30 minutes, 3 hours and 48 minutes, 2 hours and 54 minutes. Finally, time stopped at 1 minute and 30 seconds.
The divine tool ingot also lost its golden luster and became dull. Divine tool, Yuanbao. The god of wealth's divine tool can confuse time and space with the power of ingots.
It is recovering. When Suwon saw this, he felt relieved. It's good that the magic tool ingot is not a disposable tool.
He just saw the light of the magic tool ingot become dim.
Although he knew that there was a high probability that there would be no problem, he still couldn't help but panic. It would be really embarrassing if the exclusive tool of the god of wealth was a disposable item. Fortunately, the god of wealth's exclusive divine tools are not that unreliable.
Yuanbao is still very powerful.
Suwon sighed and said that the appearance of the magic tool Yuanbao greatly saved his waiting time. He could now see the pattern. As long as he disrupted time and space a little faster, the gaze of the river of time and space would appear. If he were to engage in financial chaos during this period, the amount of financial resources he would consume would double. After all, he was very poor and had little financial resources. So under normal circumstances, just wait.
Now, let's go and see the future.
At the moment when the gaze buff of the river of time and space disappeared, Suwon once again activated the talent of wealth and chaos in space and time, especially since he had gained so much last time. He also wanted to see the great changes in time and space in the future, a newly entered first-level god of wealth. You have gone through countless hardships and finally stepped into the threshold of becoming a god of wealth from a god of wealth who has never entered the realm of god of wealth. And the financial resources you can mobilize are 10 times more than before. You have never fought such a rich battle before, so you did not hesitate and directly used the power of the financial resources under your control to disrupt time and space with the financial resources. Suwon looked at the text in front of him that had changed drastically, and suddenly a bad feeling came over him. Immediately, his mind moved, and the attribute panel appeared before his eyes.
Financial Resources, 11.4. Suwon. Chapter 32, The Destruction of the Imperial Capital. So the available financial resources have increased tenfold, which means the consumption has increased tenfold? In other words, the cost of a first-level god of wealth is 10 times that of a zero-level god of wealth? Suwon's eyelids twitched, and his heart was racing. According to this calculation method, a second-level god of wealth would need 10 points of financial resources each time to span 10 years, 100 million. The third level is 1 billion. What's further up? Can I still afford to play? This is only a timeline of 10 years. What if it spans 30 years, 50 years, or even hundreds of years? The consumption of financial resources. I originally thought that I was not so poor anymore, but after doing the calculations, I found that I was even poorer. The other destined ones are all looking forward to their ranks being promoted quickly, as the future is full of hope. But when he looked at his future, the only thing that came into his sight was lack of money. Sure enough, the gaze of the long river of time and space is the most vicious curse. Suwon sighed and said helplessly that he had actually thought before that as his strength increased, the financial resources needed to cross time and space would increase, but isn't it a bit outrageous that the increase is tenfold after upgrading to the next level? If the rank of the chosen one is dozens, then even if I sell my home planet, I still can't afford the time to travel through it. I thought the zero-level god of wealth was the most difficult to start, but I didn't expect the zero-level god of wealth was the Welfare Bureau. Does the cost of traveling through time and space become greater as time goes on? If you think about it carefully, it makes sense. Suwon took a deep breath. It seemed that he would have to think carefully every time he crossed time and space in the future to maximize the benefits. As for exchanging death in the future, time and space for information, let's try to avoid this kind of thing in the future. Being able to live longer in the future, even if it is just a miserable life, is a good thing. The powerful power of wealth vibrates in time and space, and the extremely weak power of time and space is shaken out, carrying you to 10 years later. New God of Wealth. This time your location has shifted, and you have arrived in the imperial capital 10 years later. You look around, but you don't see the prosperity of the imperial capital. All you see is ruins. Only the occasional man-made debris proves to you that there was a glorious civilization here. Confused God of Wealth. You are like a tourist wandering through time and space, coming from the past, but you find that the situation in the future is beyond your expectations. You can't imagine, Jiangcheng was still peaceful in the last time and space. Why, after your many blessings, the imperial capital of this time and space was destroyed? The inner confusion and helplessness begin to fill your heart, and the suffocating feeling of guilt comes over you. Sentimental God of Wealth. You know very well in your heart that such a big change in the future must be closely related to what you have done. So you decide to head in a certain direction to see if you can get any useful information? 1. Head southeast, where there seems to be a roaring sound coming from. 2. Head northeast. It's very quiet over there, and there seems to be a greater chance of survival. 3. Heading southwest, there seem to be human footprints on the ground in the southwest. 4. Head northwest. There are remnants of plants in the distance to the northwest. It seems that the area has not been severely affected by the war. Suwon looked at the 4 options with flickering eyes. The star god brought him to the organization's location, which was in the imperial capital. This also made him understand that the place where he would cross into the future was the same place where he was currently active. However, the imperial capital was destroyed, which made him a little confused. The defensive strength of the imperial capital should be far superior to that of Jiangcheng. Moreover, the destruction of the imperial capital meant that Jiangcheng was probably doomed as well. Take a look first and try to find some useful information. Choice 3, southwest direction. Suwon made a choice quickly. The human footprints in the southwest might allow him to find useful information from the human side. There were roaring sounds coming from the southeast, probably from the battlefield, and in the quiet northeast direction, the imperial capital was destroyed, so there must be something wrong with that quiet place. As for the northwest direction, there are plants left. There are plants left even under the impact of the destruction of the imperial capital. Who knows what's going on? Of course,
there might be some powerful humans lurking in the northwest, but he wasn't sure about the situation, so he could only take a gamble. Careful, God of Wealth. You think carefully and decide to follow the possible remaining footprints of humans and walk towards the southwest. After a long journey, you saw a defensive fortress formed by giant trees in the distance. Outside the fortress, you see a group of terrifying insects with wings on their backs constantly attacking the giant wooden fortress. According to this attack trend, it is only a matter of time before the fortress is breached. You can tell the gap between you and the other party with a little perception, so you find a place to hide and quietly watch the battle in the distance. Incompetent God of Wealth. I didn't expect that after you stepped into the God of Wealth's doorstep, you were still as incompetent as ever. When your compatriots were besieged, you didn't have the courage to step forward to help. Not long after, the interior of the giant wood fortress suddenly began to fall apart. Afterwards, a huge worm emerges from the inside of the giant wood fortress. You observe and find that the worm has drilled into the fortress from the outside by drilling through the ground. The fierce battle you imagined did not happen. The humans in the fortress had no power to fight back against the insect swarm. It was a one-sided massacre. The tragic death of your compatriots in front of you makes you feel angry, but you are very clear about your mission and purpose, so you try your best to hide your breath, hoping not to attract the attention of the insect swarm. Fearful God of Wealth. You are lucky. After the insect swarm devoured and killed all the resistance in the giant wood fortress, they quickly evacuated this place. You have good eyesight. From a distance, you saw some daily necessities and broken weapons left by the resistance fighters before they died. You thought you could find some information from them. But you are more worried that the swarm of insects has not left, so you continue to hide. After waiting for a long time and making sure there is no danger, you finally walk forward quietly. Amazingly courageous God of Wealth. I never thought you would dare to step into the place where your compatriots were slaughtered. When you go to collect the information you want, can you feel the anger of the dead souls in the air? Chapter 33, Diary of a Resistor. What's the story behind this narration in the time of wealth and chaos? Suwon looked at the text in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Why does his tone sound so sarcastic? However, he could not control the yin-yang narration of Sidewan time and space, so he could only extract the necessary information from the yin-yang tone. Moreover, it is only a judgment on one's own behavior in the future time and space. Indeed, hiding and not taking any action can be classified as cowardice in a strict sense. You carefully collected the remaining items and found a tattered notebook from the resistance fighters package. Looking at the paper notebook, you feel a little dazed. According to your plan, you wanted to look for any electronic products, but there were no electronic products among the remaining items of the resistance. With doubts in your heart, you open the resistor's notes. God of Wealth from the past. The great changes in the future are slowly unfolding before you. In the first year of the Dark Calendar, there was a sudden power outage around the world, and all items that used electricity as energy became useless. As the power source of various technological weapons lost its effectiveness, they also lost their original power. It was as if the heaven and earth had undergone a major change, causing all creations of the technological age to lose their functions at this moment. At the critical moment of the alien invasion, all weapons failed. 2 months later, I also learned that the battlefields of the Imperial City and the Demon City had fallen. China has officially entered the dark era of mass exodus. In the 8th month of the first year of the Dark Calendar, while I was on the run, I witnessed with my own eyes a ferocious insect swarm that was capable of devouring everything. Fortunately, I met a powerful compatriot, and then under his protection, I began to wander around with him. At night, when I was talking with my compatriot, I learned his name, which was just Yun, without a surname. Although I felt a little strange, I didn't dare to ask more. In such a dark era of escape, being blessed by a powerful compatriot must be a blessing from God. Dark Calendar Year 2, March. Today we were attacked by the golden evil bugs. I was a burden. Because of me, Yun's abdomen was scratched and bleeding. I am very grateful to Yun. If it weren't for Yun's protection, I would have died under the attack of the insect swarm. I just blame myself. Why am I so useless? In this era, why am I not a person of destiny? If I were a person of destiny,
I could have the possibility of improving my strength no matter what profession I choose. I hate it. Hate myself. Hate bugs. Hate aliens. Hate. 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 Dark Calendar Year 2, July. Today, with the help and guidance of Yun, my chi and blood have greatly improved, and I finally broke through to become a second-level warrior. A second-level warrior can already take care of himself in battle. Thanks to Yun. It's just that during this period of time, Yun and I wandered around the imperial capital and saw the tragic conditions in various places in the imperial capital. Although some people with destiny built some shelters, these shelters were quickly destroyed by the aliens. What is wrong with this world? Dark Calendar Year 3, April, Yun killed a two-winged flying insect today. Using the insect core in the two-winged flying insect, I completed the blood and chi shock, and became a third-level warrior under the condition of partial alienation of my body. But the situation is getting worse. I heard that the Shanghai battlefield is in danger. Once the Shanghai battlefield is breached, the entire human society will be destroyed. I don't understand. When the aliens first invaded, China had such a big advantage, and even crushed the aliens in many battles and won. But why did this situation suddenly develop into this? I asked Yun, but Jin said she didn't know the specific reason. She only knew that humans lost a war. After that battle, the battlefields of the Imperial City and the Demon City collapsed, and a large number of aliens began to pour into China. In the second month of the fourth year of the Dark Calendar, Yun died. He was attacked by an evil spirit and sacrificed himself to protect a loser like me. Why would Yun protect me, a loser like me, an ordinary person who practices martial arts? She could have escaped, she didn't have to die, as long as a loser like me died. How hateful. This collapsed world. How can I get back to normal? In July of the fifth year of the Dark Calendar, I set out with a group of people with lofty ideals to return to the imperial capital to explore, and also to show the people behind us how the aliens trampled on the imperial capital. But we all know that we are just cannon fodder and death squad. 127 teams, 127 death squads. As long as one person returns from the imperial capital and brings back the current information of the imperial capital, then all the costs paid will be worth it. The founder of martial arts. What kind of person are you? As you flip through the pages, you realize that the notes at the back are missing, and this is the only useful information you can find. Even when you are flipping through the pages, you may find that there is a lot of damage and loss in the middle, so you guess that with such a large time jump, there must be a lot of information missing. God of Wealth with mixed feelings. When you discover from a resistor's torn notes that history has undergone major changes, and even the historical process has been forcibly interrupted, and has inexplicably entered the Dark Calendar era, how do you feel? At the same time, Su Wen, who was in the office of the God of Wealth, looked at the information in the resistor's diary, and his expression kept changing. Dark Calendar, the era of great escape, electronic energy failure, weapons failed, the battlefields of the imperial capital and the demonic capital have fallen, the mountain and sea battlefield is in danger, aliens invaded massively, raising their knives to slaughter people in the imperial capital. What on earth happened? Yun in the diary talked about a failure in a battlefield, which led to these disasters. Which battlefield failed? How did it fail? Why did it fail? What is the reason? These are only briefly mentioned in the diary. Although I have a general understanding of the content, what is the difference between such a one-sided understanding and no understanding at all? Why did history change like this out of the blue? Most importantly, why did this resistance fighter mention the founder of martial arts at the very last moment of the damaged diary? Is it a catchphrase that he came up with after practicing martial arts and expressing his admiration for the founder of this martial art? Or is it really something he caused all by himself? How did you cause this? The martial arts haven't developed much, and the upper limit of level 3 says it all. Compared with those who are destined to be together, martial arts is still too weak. If I died early with such a weak martial art, how could it have such an impact on the world? The world is on the brink of collapse, and China is completely lost. What a sin! Su Wen turned his head and looked out the window, and couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 34: The Joy of Freeloading. But as the general leader of the mountain and sea battlefield, is Star God still holding the defense line of the mountain and sea battlefield? Huaxia has almost completely lost, and so many aliens have rushed in to slaughter them. Is there still a need to defend the Shanghai battlefield? No, China's top fighters should retreat first. Even if this causes the high-end fighters among the aliens to enter, at least we can build a stable shelter, right? Preserve the fire first, then develop slowly. Thinking of this, Su Wen sighed again. He suddenly felt that these thoughts of his were unnecessary. Are those people on the battlefield so stupid that they can't think of this? There must be a reason why he didn't come back. Perhaps it is because the consequences of retreating are more serious than the consequences of the aliens' massacre in China. Until now, we still have no idea which alien species humans are at war with. Su Wen rubbed his brows and thought to himself, but the bug-like alien should be considered a species. It was these bugs who raised the butcher knife in the imperial capital. I just don't know where these bugs come from. Are they from the Rule Realm near the imperial capital? What puzzles him most now is what he can do. The martial arts techniques have been improved and the upper limit of martial arts has been raised, which is a good thing. Under normal circumstances, the situation in China should get better. If it's not the basic bodybuilding method, then it must be Wind God. If Fengshen is a traitor, and he is certain that Fengshen will kill him, he will definitely attack Fengshen if he gets the chance. So the death of the god of wind will cause such a big change in China. Su Wen suddenly shook his head and shook off the thoughts in his mind of if you follow the line of thought just now, you should just wait for death and don't resist. As long as the wind god is alive, China will only be in danger, but if the god of wind dies, the entire China may be doomed. Let's continue to look at the specific situation. You searched the area of the giant wood fortress several times, but apart from some food and a hand-drawn map, you didn't find any other information. Apparently, only a very small number of resistance fighters have the habit of keeping a diary. Dejected God of Wealth. After learning about the current situation facing China, you are burning with anxiety and are eager to find more information. But you also know very well that the imperial capital fell and was massacred. Apart from the death squads sent by humans in the rear, it is almost impossible for other human lives to exist here. How will you plan your next journey? 1. Find other death squads near the imperial capital and use them to search for information about future time and space. 2. Follow the directions on the map and head to the human shelter in the back, go to the only remaining human flame, and look for the information you want. Su Wen thought about it and made a choice. Timid God of Wealth. You think the fallen imperial capital is too dangerous and you may encounter vicious insect swarms at any time, so you decide to follow the map and head to the human refuge in the rear. But the biggest danger you are facing now is how to get out of this dangerous imperial capital area? And you seem to be a person with poor sense of direction. It is hard to imagine that a detailed map of the entire country is placed in front of you, and you, the God of Wealth who has spanned ancient and modern times, cannot distinguish the directions marked on the map. There is no other way. You can only judge the general direction based on your own feelings and the position of the sun. Following the map, Su Wen, to be honest, if a paper map was placed in front of him, he really wouldn't be able to understand it. It can't be said that I have a poor sense of direction. The key is that the maps I look at the most are probably the territory maps of China and the world map. Besides, when we go out, we use smart maps to guide our directions. Who would run around the world with a hand-drawn map for no reason? But unfortunately, in the future world, electricity will be lost and all electronic equipment will become scrap metal. Imagine people in the future losing their electronic devices. Not to mention the boredom of entertainment, life alone would be very inconvenient. Without electronic technology, human civilization would have regressed many years. The Dark Ages in the diary, which year does it correspond to? Since the pages of the Resistor's diary were missing, he did not know exactly which year the Dark Ages fell on. There's no specific time, and we don't even know which side lost the battlefield that caused the power failure. To give random reminders about such a big thing will cause big problems. Lonely God of Wealth. When you were escaping from the imperial capital, you avoided many crises because of your cautious character. And on the way forward, you met 3 flying insects that were out looking for food. The flying insects have discovered you and are attacking you. While escaping, you realize that the flying insects are no match for you, so you launch a counterattack against them. You killed 3 flying insects. You used the power of the God of Wealth to quickly refine the corpse of the 3-headed flying insect. Financial resources value plus 0.0001. Seeing this, Su Wending stood up from his seat with an excited look on his face. What does it mean? When I travel to the future through the wealth, time and space,
can I still obtain wealth value through refining in the future? If so, that would be awesome. In the future, I won't have to worry too much about the waste of money and time. Perhaps the waste of money and time can be made up in this way. Although the financial value obtained after refining the three-headed flying insect is very small, it is only 1,000 yuan if converted into money, but in the final analysis, this 1,000 yuan is equivalent to freeloading. The most important thing is that the number of aliens in the future time and space is outrageous, and the insect tide is surging. While solving the enemies for future compatriots, you can also gain something. Why not do it? Originally, Sidewan Time and Space had been losing money, but now he could recover his income through Sidewan Time and Space. How could he still complain about the lack of income? No matter how small a mosquito's legs are, they are still meat. Even $1,000 for free is worth it.
I just wonder if the mountains in the future time and space can be refined? If it is possible, I will refine them every time I go to the future time and space. I will be rich.
Suwon thought happily. Of course, he knew that his idea was most likely just a fantasy, but overall this is good news. And this good news also briefly washed away the depressed emotions in his heart. In fact, he didn't have too high requirements for income in Sidewan Shirkong. As long as he could make a profit, everything would be fine. What does it mean to get your money back in a time of financial chaos? It means freeloading. The joy of getting something for free surpasses everything. Greedy god of wealth. You were very excited when you found that you could refine flying insects after trying your hand at it. As expected, you set your sights on the flying insects that kept fluttering around. Now, in your eyes, these flying insects are no longer aliens, but movable sources of wealth and materials. Chapter 35 The Chatty Fighting God. But in order to ensure your own safety, you did not kill them immediately, but instead explored the information of the insect swarm in the nearby area and tried your best to avoid encountering the powerful insect swarm. Your inner positioning is very clear. You are here to reap the wealth, not to die. You are a god of wealth who bullies the weak and fears the strong. You only dare to have such lofty ambitions when facing the weakest insect swarm. You attract 5 nearby flying insects by showing weakness. You launched an attack on the flying insect squad and you won. Financial resources value plus 0.0005. You made some noises and attracted 4 flying insects. You seized the opportunity and launched an attack. Financial resources value plus 0.0004. Suwon looked at the words jumping in front of him and frowned slightly. The texts above are all the same, all describing the luring and killing of flying insects in the future time and space. A flying insect costs 1,000 yuan. Although I am happy to get it for free, I have spent 10 million to open up this chaotic time and space. The most important task is to find the resistance base established by humans, and then bring back the innovations in martial arts and some useful information for the next 10 years. The profits brought by these flying insects are still too low and cannot be compared with one's own expenses. 1 flying insect costs 1,000 yuan. Normally, oneself needs to harvest 10,000 flying insects to make a profit. This is just a return on investment. In a sense, traveling through time and space without gaining anything is already a loss. Moreover, I am now in the occupied area, where powerful Zerg swarms are everywhere. It is only a matter of time before I am discovered while hunting Zerg there, but this time, the killing flying insect did it directly, without giving itself any chance to choose. Ha 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 ha. I heard the god of wealth has arrived. Where is he? Suddenly, a hearty laugh came from outside. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Brother Kaishin, is it convenient for you to talk? If it is convenient, I will come in. Come in. Suwon thought about it and spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, a burly man in a black windbreaker and a blood-black mask pushed the door open. Not bad, not bad. With you here, I think the organization will no longer be short of money. In any folk legend, the god of wealth is a symbol of endless wealth. The sturdy man paused for a moment, then said, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Doshin. Do means fighting. I just came back from the Yajing. When I heard that the organization was accepting new members, I hurried back. How about it? Do you want to get together tonight and have some drinks? Suwon chuckled and said, Brother Doshin, I'm not very good at drinking. The god of fighting waved his hands and said, Hey! Who in the world doesn't know how to drink? You'll learn it if you drink a little bit. Besides, haven't you completed your training? With your current physical condition, if it doesn't work, just use your strength to break down the alcohol in your body. When we drink, we just need to be in a slightly tipsy state. I tell you, when you have free time and peace, being tipsy is when you feel most relaxed and comfortable. As he spoke, the fighting god waved his hand, and a glass of water automatically flew into his hand. I'm a little thirsty, wait for me to drink some water. Actually, I'm really excited about your coming. Don't get me wrong, I'm a normal person and I don't have any fetishes in that area. You see, the old drama god doesn't like to drink. He just wants to tinker with his drama theories and experiments every day. Whenever he starts talking, he always talks about drama. Occasionally, he talks about movies, and they are old movies from decades ago. Besides, I'm quite afraid of the old drama god. I'm really afraid that he will suddenly tell me that I'm destined to die. His cruel drama theory last time really made me suffer. You haven't experienced it yet. Once you experience it in the future, you will understand. The god of wind, right? He's still a little kid. Although I like to drink, I can't lead a primary school student astray, right? As for the star god? Well, he is very busy, and he is busy with important matters. It is better for us not to interfere with national affairs. So I was waiting for a brother who could drink with me to join the organization. Look, I waited for a long time, and finally you came. What does this mean? This means we are destined to be together. Suwon listened to the fighting god talking a lot, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. However, he could also hear the excitement in Doshin's words. How could an alcoholic not be excited when he found a potential drinking buddy? But unfortunately, he doesn't really like drinking. Brother Doshin, I actually don't like drinking. Suwon said, if you don't mind, I can have tea instead of wine, or you can drink wine and I can drink beverages? The god of fighting was stunned when he heard this, and then suddenly asked, are you an adult? I'm an adult. You don't drink alcohol when you're an adult? I drink alcohol and you drink beverages? If you were talking like that, you would sit at the table with the kids during Chinese New Year meals. I am still a kid in my family. After a moment of silence, Doshin smiled and said, that's okay, take your time. I can drink alcohol and you can drink beverages, there's no rush for this kind of thing. Brother, when you want to drink in the future, you must call me. If others don't drink with you, I will definitely drink with you. Suwon replied, okay, I'll call you when I want to drink. Well. The god of war sighed, then sat on the sofa and said softly, the wine is so delicious, why don't you like to drink it? How much fun it is to eat and drink to your heart's content with friends while bragging, especially when you are a little tipsy and talk about life and reminisce about the past? Just like that, the god of fighting sat in the office, chattering non-stop. And also figured out that the fighting god was not only a drunkard, but also a chatterbox, but since he had nothing to do, he would just chat with the fighting god while keeping an eye on the movements of himself in the future time and space. While chatting, you can also learn about the current situation through the mouth of the god of fighting. While killing flying insects and harvesting money, the battle here attracted the attention of the giant insects nearby. You irrational god of wealth. You were so overwhelmed by the benefits of harvesting wealth that you forgot your dangerous situation. Fortunately, because of your timid personality, you have been paying attention to changes in the surrounding environment, and chose to run away as soon as you realized something was wrong. Then, as the giant insect chases you, you begin to burn your own energy and blood, running away madly at full speed. When you are being hunted, you don't bother to follow the map to find where humans gather, you can only flee based on your instinct. Go wherever the road can help you, wherever there is a narrow cave, wherever you can better escape the giant insect's pursuit. But the giant insect is very powerful. At the critical moment, you regret why you didn't master a skill, so that you can escape more smoothly. Poor god of wealth. Facing the giant insect's pursuit and interception, do you want to practice and learn how to move your body? Chapter 36 Tomb of the Fighting God Martial Arts, Monkey Leap, Plus. Stage, not yet started. Suwen's mind moved, and the martial arts column began to change. He didn't know whether his current self's improved strength would have an effect on himself when he was being hunted in the future, but since the narrator has given a hint, it doesn't hurt to give it a try. Martial Arts, Monkey Leap, Plus. Entry stage, the way in and out, the subtle and dynamic true meaning contained in the leaps and bounds. Suwon suddenly stood up and said to the fighting god, "Brother fighting god, I learned something from watching the monkeys jump, and I have developed a set of body movements. I will show you." After improving the monkey leap martial arts, that vague feeling of agility filled his heart, making him want to give it a try anyway. "This is my office, and the god of fighting is sitting here just chatting with me. If you have nothing to do, it makes sense to show your talent to each other, right? Please start your performance." The fighting god laughed and stretched out his hand. Upon hearing this, Suwon immediately began to leap and jump. As his figure flashed, a sense of elegance and fluidity was revealed. Interesting. The fighting god's eyes lit up and he watched carefully. His agility and speed were nothing to be surprised about. What really interested him was the energy fluctuations that stimulated this kind of body movement to produce changes. It seems that the performance that the god of wealth talked about is really a performance, god of wealth from the past. The power from time and space has acted on you, your regrets have been effectively resolved, and the memory of the monkey leap martial arts is reverberating in your mind. You used the monkey leap martial arts to dodge the giant insect's attacks more easily. It seems that the giant insect has noticed your change and slowly stopped chasing you. Just when you thought the giant insect was about to give up, it looked up to the sky and made a strange sound. All of a sudden, the ground began to shake, and several giant insects nearby began to rush towards your location. God of wealth who was plagued by bad luck. You came from the past to the future. You don't belong to this time and space, but you still dare to kill so arrogantly. Now you are getting retribution, right? You are confident that you can dodge the pursuit of a giant insect, but if several giant insects attack you at the same time, with your current level of physical skills, there is no need for you to survive. So you start to regret that you didn't improve your martial arts skills to a very high level in the past. Suwon, the meaning of these words is very clear. I can't stand it anymore. I have to spend money quickly. The next moment, Suwon's mind moved, and the martial arts column changed again. Martial arts, monkey leap. Proficient stage, perfection, with a certain agility and true meaning in the leap, with the gathering of chi and blood, it can soar into the air like a monkey, with a greatly increased speed. The moment Suwon upgraded his monkey leap, fighting god's expression changed slightly. Oh shit, how come brother god of wealth is jumping around and feeling excited? Is this an epiphany? With his level, he could naturally see the improvement in Suwon's body movements. If his movements were smooth before, now they could be considered silky smooth. Brother Kaishin, your monkey-like body movements are more suitable for jumping in the jungle. The fighting god smiled and said, "Jumping around the office is still a bit restrictive for you. Our organization has an underground training base, which is more suitable for you. Do you want to go?" Suwon replied, "No need, I'll just dance for a while." The god of war smiled and shook his head, muttering to himself, "Whatever. I got an epiphany in just one jump. That's pretty casual. No problem, I can take you there directly." After saying that, the surrounding space changed. The moment Suwon landed from the air, he had already arrived at the underground jungle training ground from the god of wealth's office. In the jungle, this is the perfect place for you to perform these body movements. The god of fighting said, "There is also a full record here. After you finish jumping, you can look at the record and review it to see if there are any problems with your body movements." Suwon looked at the jungle training ground in front of him, and without time to sigh, he jumped directly into it and began to truly unleash the speed of his martial arts monkey leap. But he also wanted to see how fast monkey you could run at full speed. This set of body movements of the god of wealth is quite compatible with the basic bodybuilding method. A ray of starlight flashed, and the figure of the star god suddenly appeared. "Have you been paying attention to the god of wealth?" The fighting god looked at the star god and asked with a frown. The star god did not answer the fighting god's words, but just quietly watched Suwon's movements in the training ground. "Do you value the god of wealth, or do you not trust him?" The god of war continued to ask, "Aren't you busy repairing the formation recently? You don't even have time to explore the Arrow realm, but you have the time to pay attention to the god of wealth?" After a while, the star god said, "The god of wealth is very important, nothing can happen to him." "I see. I'll go calculate this body movement, you can chat with the god of wealth slowly." After saying this, the star god disappeared from the spot. So busy. Doshin sighed, "I was thinking about getting together and having a meal tonight." "You are so busy paying attention to the god of wealth's every move. Did the star god figure out something?"
Or rather, that special energy. It's more like the energy that is automatically generated when the body becomes strong, a bit like vitality. God of wealth, this is becoming more and more interesting.
Meanwhile, on the other side, God of wealth who loves regret. Your regret has been helped by the past time and space. With the help of the power of time and space, your body movements have become smoother. When several giant insects came to you and surrounded you, you used your own silky body to skillfully dodge them, and in the process of escaping, you drilled into any hole you saw. Finally, with your unremitting efforts, you succeeded in angering the giant insects, and the giant insects started summoning again. Speechless God of wealth. You know very well that if giant insects come from all directions and surround you, there is no chance of escape even if you are good at fighting. In desperation, you use all your strength to stimulate the power of chi and blood, and add it to the spiritual true meaning. All of a sudden, your speed increases dramatically. You run at high speed and start jumping like crazy. Soon, you shake off the giant insect's pursuit and interception. But unfortunately, you seem to have come to an unknown place. It is dark and even mixed with strange sounds, which makes people feel creepy. Stupid God of wealth. You escaped from the wolf's den and fell into the tiger's den. This eerie and strange place seems to be more dangerous than the giant insects. As you move forward cautiously, there seems to be a voice calling you. As the voice calls, you look to the left in front, where you see a broken tombstone, and you can vaguely see some words on it. The first thing that caught my eye was the 4 large characters, Tomb of the Fighting God. Chapter 37, Allies Defection, the Fighting God is dead too. Suan stopped, turned around and looked at the location of the Fighting God, and sighed slightly. There are only a few people with the word God in their names in China. If he dies and the God of Fighting dies too, then the imperial capital will fall. It doesn't seem strange. Of course, he hasn't found out the cause of his future self's death yet, and he can't be sure whether he will be dead in 10 years, but judging from the appearance, he must be dead, otherwise, the previous Resistor's diary would not have expressed admiration for the founder of martial arts in that tone. Any questions? The Fighting God took a step forward and his figure instantly appeared in front of Suan. The God of wealth was performing his skills, but suddenly stopped and looked at him with this strange look. To be honest, he felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by the God of wealth. He always felt that this look was strange, making him feel as if he didn't have much time left. No problem, I just feel a little emotional all of a sudden. Suan shook his head and said, I feel that time flies and life is impermanent. The Fighting God's eyelids twitched wildly when he heard that. After a moment of silence, he asked, Brother, I don't mean to inquire about your innate magical powers, but I am very curious, do you also have the ability to predict the future? How can I, a God of wealth, predict the future? I was wondering, how could 1 or 2 people have the ability to predict the future? Fighting God heaved a sigh of relief and said, but your tone just now really scared me. Master Shishin used this tone to say something to me before. As a result, I almost didn't come back when I was exploring the Yajing a week later. Fuck. Those G races are so perverted. At this point, Doshin paused, then said, Do you know the general content of the cruel drama theory? Suan was stunned, then shook his head. He didn't study this major and doesn't understand the theoretical knowledge of this major very well. I don't understand the in-depth stuff, and I can't explain it to you too clearly. But it is probably a theatrical method used in a theatrical performance to show hideous horror through a spectacular method, even causing strong discomfort to the audience, thereby stimulating the audience's desire to watch. This is a theory. When we hear it from others, we non-professionals will just treat it as a joke or something interesting to listen to. But if this comes from the mouth of the drama god, and he says it while chatting with you, then you should be careful. Last time, I was talking about national affairs with the old man, the god of drama, and he suddenly put together a cruel drama for me. At the time, I was confused. And after I looked up the relevant information, I was desperate. Just thinking about that kind of scene makes me. Ugh. The Fighting God turned around and started vomiting to the side next to him. Suan patted the Fighting God's back with great consideration. The Star God had told him before that the words of the god of drama, especially those concerning drama theory, needed to be taken seriously. However, he was not very clear about how to attach importance to it and the meaning of the theory mentioned by the god of drama, but now, With the god of fighting beside him, teaching by example, he even became emotional
and nauseous and vomited. It seems that the cruel drama theory mentioned by the god of drama is quite powerful. If the god of drama tells me this next time, I have to be careful. It was disgusting, but I went in with my phone and took some photos. The fighting god said, "Do you want to see it?" Suwon didn't hesitate and said directly, "Don't watch it." Doshin was a little disappointed, and then asked again, "Actually, if you think about it carefully, it's quite interesting. Are you really not curious?" He endured the discomfort and took those photos in those buildings that challenged the physical limits of human beings, just to show them to everyone when he came back. Well, he can't be the only one who's disgusted, right? When everyone is disgusting, he is not so disgusting anymore. The most important thing is, from another perspective, he didn't do anything bad. He just let everyone see it, broaden their horizons, and calm their minds. If we encounter it in the future, it would be too strange, right? Not curious. Suwon said firmly that the fighting god was so powerful that he was obviously not a rookie destiny master. Therefore, the fighting god may have experienced more killings and even massacres than he imagined. The hearts of people of this level have long been tough to an unimaginable degree. Even so, just thinking about it can still cause such discomfort. Then what are you looking at? Do you feel that you slept too well at night? Or do you want to try the feeling of having your worldview shattered? The most sensible thing to do is not to watch it. Okay. The god of fighting sighed and said, "But if you want to watch it later, or want to find excitement, you can come find me. Or send me a message and I'll send you the photos and videos directly. I can tell you that it will definitely make you remember the food you ate a few days ago. That is, you will recall the aroma of the food you ate a few days ago, and then go eat a big meal when you are hungry." Suwon, I don't believe you. Judging from the feeling expressed in Fighting God, you will definitely not be able to eat for several days after watching it. At the same time, the subtitles of the future time and space began to jump again. You walked towards the tomb of the Fighting God, looking at the somewhat dilapidated cemetery, you couldn't help but sigh. God of wealth from the past. The god of war, who was shaking hands with you just a moment ago, has now turned into a pile of dry bones and is buried right in front of you. You see some words engraved under the tombstone. After you wipe away the dust covering it, the words begin to appear in front of you. Martyr, Fighting God. Cause of death, died in the Battle of East China Sea on June 10, 2025. Merits, winner of the National Second-Class Medal, winner of the Blue Sky Medal, winner of the Patriotic Medal, winner of the First-Class Exploration Medal. Evaluation, as the pillar of combat power among the god-headed destined ones, the fall of the fighting god is a great loss to the country and even the world. However, there are unexpected events in the world. No one could have predicted that the allied Wili and Huahua tribes would defect at a critical moment, causing the East China Sea defense line to collapse and the fighting god to be seriously injured and in critical condition. The Shanghai General Battlefield sent a team to rescue, but the Doshin was too seriously injured to be treated. In the end, the Doshin burned himself on the East China Sea defense line, buying 3 days of precious time for the evacuation of the East China Sea soldiers. Many people believe that if the god of war does not die, the future of mankind will be bright. Suwon looked at the information recorded on the fighting god's tombstone and fell into silence. At the same time, the fighting god, who was chattering incessantly, noticed that something was wrong with Suwon, and slowly stopped talking. "Brother Doshin, can I ask you something?" "You ask." "If a large-scale war breaks out in the future, will you trust your alien allies on the battlefield?" The fighting god looked at Suwon, his mouth twitching slightly. He was very familiar with such words with strong suggestive connotations. Chapter 38. My best friends on the battlefield, as an ally and a comrade in arms, I will trust you with my back. The god of war straightened his eyes and said, "Perhaps the allies you mentioned are aliens, but since we are standing shoulder to shoulder, I will trust each other. After all, on a large battlefield like that, if you don't trust your allies or your comrades, who else can you trust?" The fighting god paused and said, "Of course, if I don't trust the other party, I will never let the other party become my ally. If you entrust your back to someone you can't trust, then the battlefield will be a test for all of your people. And god of wealth, the alien race you mentioned should be the creatures in the Rule Arrow realm, right? Although most of the creatures in the Arrow realm are very hostile to the destined ones, nothing is absolute. Some creatures in the Arrow realm still have good intentions towards us. Even during my exploration of the Yer realm, I got to know some Yer realm creatures as friends,
and sometimes I would go out of my way to find them for a drink.
During some battles, my friends did give me some help.
Well, I don't agree with the saying that those who are not my kind must have different hearts. After all, we can't look at everything from an absolute point of view. Any opinions and ideas must be within a certain limit. Once it exceeds this limit, it will be a disaster for both yourself and others.
Do you understand what I mean? Suwon thought for a moment and asked, "Where do your alien friends come from?"
From a rational point of view, it is hard to say that what Doshin said is wrong, but the crux of the matter is that the future fighting god was betrayed by alien allies and died. This is the truth. When the facts are laid out before us, the so-called doctrine of the mean and the doctrine of balance lose their meaning. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. This old saying left by our ancestors may be right.
Because I like making friends.
The god of war smiled and said, "So I have many friends, and they come from many ethnic groups.
I won't tell you about the ordinary relationships. I have a few very good relationships with them. Some of the rural realms even established diplomatic relations with China because of me.
And the ones I have the best relationship with are Faisi from the Vili tribe and Lanshin from the Huahua tribe.
The three of us hit it off right away and even became sworn brothers. I also often visit their two tribes.
The Vili tribe has bold personalities, while the Huahua tribe is thoughtful and romantic. They all love nature and peace.
If there is a chance, I will take you to see them. These two are my close friends."
Suwon case solved. The Veli tribe, the Flower Disaster clan, the two ethnic groups that will be stabbed in the back in the future battle to defend the East China Sea are still among the friends of the fighting god, even sworn brotherhood. How do you say this? He and the fighting god just met today, right? The three of them have such a good relationship that they have even become sworn brothers and often visit each other for meals.
With such a relationship, is it appropriate for you to say such words?
Brother Doshin, let me first state that I did not instigate any conflict between your friends. Suwon coughed twice and said, "But I think," the fighting god raised his hand and interrupted Suwon's words. "You mean to say that there are problems with the Vili and Huahua tribes and that I should be careful, right?"
"Right.
Brother Kaishin, don't worry, I'm not that stupid. I'm open with my friends, but once the situation rises to the level of a country or a group, I'm very cautious."
You who are cautious are backstabbed by your good brother. One is fine, but two good brothers were backstabbed. Are you that cautious?
For a moment, Suwon began to complain wildly in his heart.
"It's all right."
The fighting god patted Suwon on the shoulder and said, "But since you have reminded me, I will pay more attention next time."
"I don't think you would say that for no reason, right?"
He was very familiar with this kind of expression and the tone of voice where someone suddenly fell silent in the middle of a sentence. The star god controls the power of the star gods and can also use the stars to predict certain things. Sometimes when talking with the star god, his tone would become gradually strange, and he would speak incoherently about some irrelevant things. Later it was proved that the star god was hinting at himself in his own way, so he knows a lot about this kind of thing. It seems that this god of wealth also has abilities related to divination, time, and fate. TSK. It is normal that the god of drama is in charge of the origin of drama and has the ability to foresee the future. It is reasonable for the star god to control the origin of the stars and use the power of the stars to predict the future. But god of wealth, as someone who manages money, how can you see into the future? Isn't that a bit off topic? The god of wind can also directly feel kindness and malice, sincerity and lies. In other words, within the organization, they can do nothing but fight.
Ha! Suwon smiled awkwardly and said, "Aren't we just chatting nonsense? I'm just saying it casually and expressing my opinion." The fighting god nodded and said, "Yes, I understand."
You're kidding. This forced change of topic, and the somewhat embarrassed look, were exactly the same as the star god at the beginning. Really, there is a deeper reason why the star god pays so much attention to the god of wealth. You were sighing at the unpredictable god of wealth. When you were observing the surroundings of the tomb of the god of fighting, I don't know if it was your illusion, but the tombstone was actually shaking slightly. After you make sure you are not mistaken, you look around at the gloomy atmosphere, and a terrible idea suddenly emerges in your heart.
Could it be that the fighting god has resurrected from the dead and turned into a spirit? Later, you suddenly remembered that in the East China Sea Defense War, didn't the fighting god burn everything to resist the enemy?
Normally, there wouldn't even be ashes left. Even if there were ashes left, the soul would have long been scattered.
Thinking this way, you become even more scared. If it is the fighting god spirit that has returned, you can still chat with him. If it is not the fighting god, then what will you do? Bewildered god of wealth. You watch the tombstone vibrate faster and faster, with greater amplitude, and strange noises coming one after another, and you start to feel creepy. Are there really undead ghosts haunting this desolate place? So you turn around and run to the side, but as you run, you find that your body is flying up and stagnating in midair. You feel the cold breath coming from behind you, and turn your head with difficulty. If you must die, you must look at the murderer who killed you before you die, and then see if you can avenge this revenge in advance in the past time and space. God of wealth who transcends time and space. After many explorations, you finally discovered the rough application of the way of time and space. Killing future enemies in the past is a more sophisticated enemy killing technique. Chapter 39, Precision Coordination Among 18 Races. An illusory figure slowly rises from the tombstone, and then a handsome man appears in front of you. The handsome man looked at you and smiled, then waved his right hand, and your figure flew in front of him uncontrollably. Cowardly god of wealth. A ghost-like figure appears in front of you and begins to observe you with interest. In your heart, you are very sure that you do not recognize this handsome male ghost in front of you. After a while, the handsome man suddenly showed a bright smile on his face and happily expressed his longing for you. God of wealth, I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect that it was you who woke me up. It seems that your magical powers are extraordinary and you can come back again after death. You listened to the other person's words, froze in place, and then tentatively asked the other person if he was a fighting god? The handsome man laughed out loud. You listened to that familiar and heroic laugh, and the corners of your mouth twitched. You thought that there was a rough and strong man under the fighting god mask, but it turned out to be a pretty boy. Suwon raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, a pretty boy? Thinking about it, he couldn't help but look at the fighting god back and forth. Brother Kaishin, what's wrong? The fighting god was telling his legendary experience with great excitement when he suddenly asked, why are you looking at me out of nowhere? Fine. Suwon smiled and said, go on. No matter the fighting god's posture or tone of voice, he is the epitome of a rough man. So the real appearance is a pretty boy, a handsome young man. Although he didn't know what the god of fighting looked like, the evaluation of himself in the future time and space explained everything. It was very thrilling at the time. Let me tell you, if I hadn't reacted quickly and used my mouth to forcibly change the situation, the fighting god grinned and continued. While Suwon was listening to the fighting god's nonsense in reality, he was also chatting with the fighting god in the future time and space. O mediocre god of wealth. After you confirm the true identity of the god of war, you begin to have a careful conversation with him. Even though he is dead and his spirit is gone, even though only a trace of his will remains, the god of war is still the god of war. He still talks a lot of nonsense to you. You are pressed for time, so you can only interrupt the god of war and ask him about the cause of your death. Fighting god Kanyan stood there in a daze, and then his gaze gradually turned cold as he looked at you. God of wealth from the past. Some of your words have aroused the suspicion of the god of war. Now please make a choice. 1. Tell the fighting god that you are from the past time and space, and are now inside the organization, chatting and talking nonsense with the fighting god of the past time and space. 2. Hide the truth from the god of war. 3. Compile a fact. When Suwon saw these three options, he directly chose to tell the fighting god about the situation. The future time and space can be changed. As the present time and space change, the traces of one's own travel through future time and space will also be erased. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether the fighting god knows the truth or not. In the worst case scenario, the fighting god is a spy hidden inside the organization, and his death and this regret are all a trap. Maybe it was a plan for others. But you stepped on it yourself. That's okay, you can spend your own money to force a recall. If he could spend a little more money and be sure that the fighting god standing in front of him was a traitor, he felt that this deal was worth it. All in all, I do need to be cautious in my current time and space, but my future self needs to be bold in what he does. If I am not bold, how can I get effective information? You explained your innate ability to the fighting god Kanyan, and used your wealth to disrupt time and space. After learning about your ability, the fighting god's remnant fell silent. After a moment, he laughed up to the sky. He laughed crazily, and his remnant began to tremble. God of wealth who plays with time and space.
You look at the madness of your future time and space comrades, and 2 lines of tears of thought fall down in your crazy laughter, and you can't help but feel a little heartbroken.
Comrades, what on earth have you been through?
After laughing loudly, Doshin Kenyan suddenly calmed down, but white steam continued to come out of his head, proving his restless inner emotions. And through the fighting god's narration, you understood the cause of your own death thought. The god of wealth, on August 13, 23, died in the riot in the imperial capital number 02 Yajing, and was killed by the Ghost King with a single sword. On April 18, 23, the imperial capital number 05 Arrow Realm rioted, and the star god went to suppress it. On May 2, 23, Guangshan 07 was in turmoil, and the god of war went to suppress it. On June 12, 23, the star god returned. The next day, the imperial capital number 01 Arrow Realm rioted. The Arrow Realm gate appeared outside the imperial capital. The drama god and the star god went to suppress it. On July 15, 23, the number 08 Arrow Realm in the Magic City was shaken, the gate of the Arrow Realm appeared, and the wind god went to suppress it. On August 10, 23, a riot broke out in the number 9 Arrow Realm of the Magic City. The evil spirit insect swarm was about to rush out of the Arrow Realm gate. In the face of a serious crisis, the star god returned urgently, mobilized the star array, and sniped the evil spirit insect swarm. On the 13th, a riot broke out in the imperial capital 02 Arrow Realm. The Ghostface clan appeared near the organization, and the god of wealth was killed. Fighting God Kenyan told you about the events before and after the death of God of Wealth. Without waiting for you to say anything, Fighting God Kenyan said that all this seemed like a setup to kill God of Wealth. After that, they calculated and studied the God of Wealth's layout. At least 18 races coordinated closely to kill the God of Wealth. In the years to come, the star god expressed his regret to him more than once. If he had not mobilized the power of the star array to snipe the evil spirit insect swarm, the Ghostface clan would have been locked by the star array the moment they appeared. The god of fighting tells his past experiences with a sad face, and you are also terrified listening to him. Bewildered god of wealth. It is at this moment that you understand the determination of the Yajing creature to kill you. If you don't die, the Yajing creature will not be able to sleep at night. Suwon, 18 races united to kill me, this means you have to kill yourself, right? God of wealth, is he so hated? And looking at this layout, one after another, the Arrow Realm rioted, leading all their comrades away. The most important thing is, isn't it true that the Yajing creatures are too clear about their plans for the human race? After leading away all the people with the word God in their names, you still knew about the star array, and they specially sent out swarms of evil spirits. To contain the power of the star array, star god, drama god, fighting god, wind god, apart from myself, there are only 4 other people with the word god in their organization, okay? All done. Does my death this time have nothing to do with the god of wind? If I were on the aliens must kill list at a certain point in time, then it would be normal for me to be targeted by aliens while exploring the Arrow Realm, right? The most crucial question is, why did the god of wind behave like that during the last time he traveled through time and space, without asking any questions, just kill Li Dong directly? He even imprisoned himself, as if he was going to arrest him and imprison him? Chapter 40 The Abandoned Subspace Brother, what's wrong with you? The god of fighting stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Suwon, saying, why do you look a little dazed? Are you sleepy? Suwon shook his head and said, nothing, I just feel a little sad. Isn't the world too complicated? Fighting God? What he just talked about was his visit to the sacred place of the Huahua tribe for a banquet, right? Although he couldn't express that kind of romantic and poetic quality in words, he also didn't describe it in a complicated way, right? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flew through the fighting god's mind. Oh shit, brother god of wealth, are you going to predict something again? Can't we just eat whatever we want at the Huahua clan's table? Is there poison in it, or is there a goo? Well, it seems that. He should find some time to ask the god of drama to give him a thorough physical examination. Ha 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 ha. The god of fighting smiled and continued, come on, let's change the subject. This time I'm going to tell you about my brothers from the Vili tribe. They all have very good personalities. Last time, I brought a few boxes of Mao Tai and exchanged them for a box of rune weapons. Actually, he felt that since the god of wealth brother had the ability to see through time and space and predict the future, he might as well tell them about the Willy tribe. If something happened to the Huahua tribe, he would think about the situation of the Willy tribe that the god of wealth had reminded him about before. Let's talk about it. After Doshin told you the general process of what happened, his expression suddenly became relieved. It turns out that before you died, you were invited by the fighting god to go out for a drink and have fun with him. In a drunken state, you dazedly told the god of fighting that if one day in the future you died in a very strange and bizarre way, no matter whether the evidence points to the god of wind or not, it must be related to the god of wind. So after your death, in October of the 23rd year, he and the star god confirmed that there was a traitor passing on the message, and he killed the wind god outside the suburbs. The puzzled look on Fengshen's face before his death had been lingering in his mind, like a nightmare that lingered for a long time. At that time, he didn't understand why you were so sure that Fengshen had a problem, and he even doubted his own judgment. But now that he knows that you have the ability to travel through time and space, he feels relieved. You said that because one day in the future, your identity as a traitor to the wind god will be known to you while you are traveling through time and space. In this way, he no longer felt guilty. He killed the traitor Fengshen, not his comrades. Then Doshin Kanyan asked you, why did you think Fengshen was a traitor? God of wealth with confused thoughts. The god of fighting asks you, do you want to tell him the truth? 1. Tell him the truth and let him know your guess about the god of wind. 2. Conceal the truth and randomly make up a lie that the wind god is rebellious. Su-Wen sighed slightly. In this matter, the narration actually asked him to make a choice, so is it possible that Fengshen is not a traitor? Why does that alien know China's combat power lay out so clearly next to him? The fighting god's pupils shrank when he heard Su-Wen sighed out. Oh shit, are there also problems with those rough old men of the Vili tribe? Was he talking about the Vili clan liquor bar? Could it be that the Vili liquor also hides something? No, this time, after going to the old god of drama to check my body, just in case, I will ask the god of stars to check my body with his divine tools. This is outrageous. Do the friends you think you are good have problems? And it is hidden in eating and drinking. Even if you want to plot something sneaky, don't poison the food. Su-Wen didn't know the psychological reaction of the fighting god opposite him, and he didn't have the heart to listen to the fighting god telling his legend. He now had only one thought in his mind. Did he wrongly accuse the god of wind? The god of wind can see through good and evil, therefore, the loss of the East China Sea Defense War, the backstabbing of the god of fighting by his allies, and the coming of the Great Dark Age really had something to do with me. If the god of wind doesn't die, the evil-minded Vili and Huahua tribes will definitely be caught. If the East China Sea defense line had not been lost, perhaps the Dark Age described in the Resistance Fighters' diaries would not have come. Now, everything is connected. Well. Su-Wen sighed heavily. So this is WHY. In the last time and space, the god of wind was still alive and the East China Sea defense line had not collapsed. The creations and power sources of the technological age continue to play a role, although some areas of China have fallen. It will never fall into such a situation. It was from this change in time and space that he finally realized the importance of the God-given one to the entire country. The death of one person is a national tragedy. If they all die, the country will probably collapse before our eyes. Fighting God. Such a heavy sigh. Hint, is it already so obvious? Shit, what the hell did the Vili do to me? Thinking of this, the fighting god did not dare to hesitate any longer. He simply told Su-Wen that he was going to take care of himself, and then turned into a residual shadow and disappeared on the spot. Now, he wants a physical examination. Things like this will change if you delay. Su-Wen raised his head in doubt and asked, why does fighting god look like something serious has happened? What happened? Then he shook his head slightly and turned his gaze to the future. Honest god of wealth. You told Doshin Zanen the whole situation without hiding anything. After understanding the cause of the situation, fighting god Kanyan fell into silence. After a while, fighting god Kanyan said that there were indeed some problems with Fengshen's style of doing things. Combined with your many strange deaths, it is very normal for you to judge that Fengshen is a traitor. Then, the fighting god asked, is there any other basis for judgment? After all, the obsession of the creatures in the Arrow Realm with you is obvious to all. If you go to the Arrow Realm to explore it in person, the creatures in the Arrow Realm will definitely kill you at a great cost. Hearing this, you and Doshin Zanen looked at each other and fell into an awkward silence. After taking a deep breath, Doshin Zanen begins to explain his thoughts to you. God of wealth, in the future, before you are sure of the truth, please don't speak to me in such a confident tone.
If in the future exploration of time and space, it is confirmed that the wind god is not a traitor, but you made a mistake in judgment, then I hope you can be nicer to the wind god is my compensation. I have died for my country, and our time and space have fallen to this point. I can no longer compensate the wind god, so if I am sure that the wind god is a good child, I must be nice to him. As he spoke, the remnant of the fighting god began to violently waver. God of wealth, you come from the past time and space. To you, this is just a journey through time and space. You don't care about the destruction of this time and space, because your time and space still have an infinite future. But God of wealth, for us, this time and space is our only one. So I would like to ask you to make sure that the information you obtain is correct before returning to each time and space you experience in the future, so as to avoid the sacrifice of innocent time and space. In the future journey of time and space, I hope you can remember what I said today. Although we are an abandoned subtime and space, we all believe that this is our main time and space. You have the ability to start over, but we don't. Everything we face is the most touching and cruel life experience that really happened to us and is engraved in the depths of our souls. I am glad for the fighting god who lives in the main time and space. I am glad that you exist, so he has countless opportunities to make up for his regrets and start over. Chapter 41: The Biggest Sinner, Silent God of Wealth. The regretful words of the god of war echo in your mind. You have the opportunity and ability to start over and make mistakes, but the people in the future only have this one chance. Most importantly, you've never considered the concept of an abandoned timeline before. Go to the future, change the past, and then change the future, creating a bright future ending. This is your original idea. After you decided to tell Doshin Kanyan the truth about the chaos of time and space, you also thought about his reaction. After knowing that the past can be changed and the future outcome has not yet been determined, Doshin Kanyan should be happy and emotional. But the fighting god's dull and angry words made you feel a little overwhelmed. Every time you travel through time and space, a timeline will be abandoned. Every time you cross time and space, a large number of creatures will lose their lives. You did not destroy the world, but the world was destroyed because of you. You continue to create new eras, but each new era will be pushed towards the abyss of destruction under your hands. God of wealth with confused thoughts. As the interweaving force of past and future time and space, it turns out that every move and every word of yours can cause a huge shock to time and space. The blood on your hands may be more than anyone else's. Countless people will die under your influence, and countless people will be reborn in your hands. Fighting God Kanyan noticed your mood swings and suddenly laughed. What he said to you just now was just his feeling, not a complaint to you. As your comrade, he was very happy to know that you have the ability to cross time and space, because he knew that no matter how tragic his fate was in other timelines, the main time and space was constantly moving towards the most correct future direction. He also hoped that the sacrifice of the subtime and space line could be exchanged for the true light of the main time and space. The god of wealth is still here, and he will never die in the future. He looks forward to meeting you in the next timeline. He also hopes that in the next timeline, he will not appear in such a regrettable body. You look at your comrades in front of you, feeling deeply moved. And the fighting god also gave you his own suggestion. If you can travel through time and space, come to the future, collect future results, and then feed back to the past, why not make things clear? Speak clearly to the star god and make it clear to the country. Once the star god and the country know your innate abilities, they will definitely maximize their effectiveness in the shortest possible time. In this way, you and the country agree on a location, and the country or the star god will be waiting for you somewhere 10 years from now, waiting for your arrival, and providing you with the most valuable theoretical skills in the future time and space. If you do this, your collection efficiency will be maximized. God of wealth who transcends time and space. Your former comrades are giving you valuable advice. Do you want to accept it? 1. Accept and thank him. Thank the fighting god for the reminder. 2. Do not accept and state the reasons for your refusal. Seeing this, Su Wen's eyes moved to cooperating with the country was the tone he said at the beginning, but the key point is that there are spies inside the organization, or inside the country. The enemy knows all the information on our side. Even if Fengshen is not a traitor, there must be other traitors hiding among the top leaders. Therefore,
He did not dare to confront the country until the identity of the traitor was confirmed and his own identity could be effectively guaranteed. He believes in the country, but he doesn't believe in the corrupted people within the country, indecisive god of wealth. You rejected the proposal of the god of war and told him your inner concerns. Fighting God Canyon means that your worries are correct. No matter what happens, even if everyone sacrifices themselves, you must ensure your own safety. As long as you don't die, there is still hope for the country and the nation. But Doshin Canyon tells you that you don't have to trust anyone else, but there is only one person you can trust, and that is the Star God. The Star God knows your true identity. If he is a traitor, then the country and the nation would not have survived until now. Afterwards, Doshin Canyon denied his own idea and thought that it would be better for you to be cautious. Next time you cross time and space, maybe you can try a longer time and space, extend the timeline, and use a longer timeline to see if there is a problem with the Star God? Of course, Doshin Canyon excluded himself from the list of people you can talk to. He said that he is just a chatterbox who can't control his mouth, especially that he particularly likes to play with the creatures in the Yajing. So, such a major event must not be made known to oneself, otherwise, once one lets it slip, it will be a disaster for the country and society. And I will become the biggest sinner. The god of wealth is smiling. You can't help but sigh, as expected, the one who understands yourself is yourself. After being a chatterbox and a drunkard, Doshin has another label in your mind, a loudspeaker. The future fighting god said this, it is absolutely true, there is no need to doubt it. If there is something important to say in the future, it is better to be the last to inform the fighting god. Or when things are bound to happen and cannot be stopped, it won't be too late to tell the god of war. After that, you started chatting with Doshin Zanin about the situation after July of 22. The regret of the fighting god is also to tell everything he knows, and to say everything he knows. Especially in terms of the foundation of warriors and the correction of basic bodybuilding methods, the remnant of the fighting god provided valuable experience. It turns out that under your reminder, the Star God would observe, deduce, and check for omissions in the basic bodybuilding method in his spare time, hoping to find the light of inspiration you mentioned. But unfortunately, the Star God watched for a long time but did not get any inspiration. As the Star God's strength continued to grow, his horizons also continued to broaden. Gradually, he discovered that some star power could be added to the basic body forging method 2.0 to increase the upper limit of the warrior. The power of chi and blood is derived from the human body and can be considered a branch of life force. The power of stars is everywhere. During the day, the sun shines brightly, the energy of stars boils, at night, the bright moon appears, and the power of satellites is gentle. Use the gentle star power generated by the star array as a guide, apply it to your body, and the fusion of star power and blood power can give birth to a more powerful force. The moment the two forces take shape, they can be guided by the chi and blood resonance technique to break through the third-level threshold and become a third-level warrior. Due to the huge number of warriors, in order to produce more third-level warriors, the Star God has changed the basic bodybuilding method so that all movements can guide the power of the stars to temper the body. In order to commemorate your contribution, Star God has modified the basic bodybuilding method 2.0 and renamed it Basic Bodybuilding Method 3.0. Coincidentally, Star God had discussed martial arts with Fighting God before, and he also observed and made certain suggestions, so Fighting God Canyon was very familiar with Basic Bodybuilding Method 3.0. Chapter 42 Hope for the Future, as expected of a Star God. Suwon couldn't help but sigh that although the Fighting God died later than himself, he was also a short-lived ghost. In such a short period of time, Xingshan was able to break through the threshold of the second-level warrior and made new revisions to the basic body tempering method 2.0. It seems that my decision is right. I have persuaded the Star God to focus on martial arts. With the addition of the Star God, martial arts will shine brightly at a faster speed, especially this time. The birth of Basic Body Tempering Method 3.0 is almost entirely due to the Star God. Then if I let Star God take a look at Basic Body Tempering Method 3.0, wouldn't he have that kind of sudden enlightenment again? It's a win-win situation. Under the demonstration of Doshin Canyon, you quickly saw the difference between Basic Bodybuilding Method 3.0 and quickly learned Basic Bodybuilding Method 3.0 by relying on your own superb control of Basic Bodybuilding Method 2.0. Then Doshin Zanin looked at you and fell silent. Then he suddenly spoke up and asked you to convince him to revise the basic bodybuilding method with the Star God after you return this time. Star God's persistent pursuit of inspiration, he also wants to try what it feels like, it must be very cool. You made a gesture, indicating that it was up to you. With the words of the fighting god's regret, you can use drugs, curses, and mental confusion to trick the fighting god of the past time and space into joining the martial arts family.
The corner of fighting god Canyon's mouth twitched.
It's fine if he gave me drugs and cursed me. Based on his understanding of me, if he could fool me twice more, saying that he needed my help with the basic bodybuilding method, and drink with me twice more, I guess that would be enough. Besides, since he is such a loyal person, it is very convenient for him to do this. A god of wealth who is good at fooling people. After tricking the Star God into joining the martial arts, you successfully pulled another person with the word God in his name into joining the martial arts, and the other party took the initiative to ask to join. Work harder, keep on fooling around, whether the flower of martial arts can bloom smoothly depends on your mouth. Su Wen, this damn narration, how does it speak? What does it mean that the flower of martial arts is all in your mouth? The continuous development of martial arts is clearly an inevitable trend, otherwise, how could the Star God invent the basic bodybuilding method in the original time and space? Of course, it was called the body refining technique at the beginning. All in all, martial arts grow very quickly, with new breakthroughs every time. As long as I work harder, perhaps my martial arts system will soon catch up with those who are destined to succeed. After all, a third-level warrior isn't considered cannon fodder, right? If third-level warriors appear in large numbers, they will play a very important role on the battlefield, right? After all, he is a second-level warrior, and his physical explosive power is still amazing. Fighting God Canyon moves his right hand, and a horizontal axis appears in front of you. Next, Fighting God's reluctance will use the horizontal axis as the development of events, and the vertical axis as the time outline of the major events that occurred at this point in time, to tell you all the events that happened after July 22nd. But just as the Fighting God's speech began, a sense of brutal killing suddenly descended. Fighting God Canyon was stunned for a moment, then sent a message to you, hoping that you can remember what he said today, especially remember that you must recruit him to join the group, and he is willing to dedicate his youth to martial arts. The next moment, a huge figure as big as a mountain appeared on the horizon. The Fighting God Canyon looked at the other party with a contemptuous smile, raised his hand, and slapped the giant's face to end your life. You are dead. God of wealth from the past time and space. The long river of time and space at this moment is keenly aware that you do not belong to the current time and space, refuses to accept your soul, and expels your soul and true spirit. Su Wen looked at the sudden end of the chaotic time and space, and the corner of his mouth twitched. The speed at which it ended and the way he died were just too trifling, right? However, if I tell Doshin Canyon everything, then Doshin Canyon should have considered that if I fall into the hands of the enemy, I will need financial resources of equal value to forcibly recall me. In order to save money, he killed himself with a slap. When you know you can't escape, this decisive approach is indeed the most appropriate. The most important thing is that the enemy probably didn't expect it. The huge monster was stunned. This wave hits the friendly forces hard. On the other hand, I'm afraid that Fighting God's regret is also to solve some unnecessary troubles. What if I am a fake god of wealth and this is a trick used by the enemy? Then don't give the enemy a chance to react, just slap him to death. That's just right. Anyway, if you are the real god of wealth, you will die sooner or later. Just give him a slap, and the sooner you die, the sooner you will go back. In fact, the words of Doshin Sanyan did remind me. Su Wen walked outside the training ground, found a massage chair, and lay down comfortably. Indeed, in the real world, in order to ensure your own safety, you cannot trust others like this. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, I won't be able to bear the consequences. But you can test a wave of star gods in the timeline of the chaotic spacetime. That is, the next abandoned timeline. No, the word abandoned is too harsh. Perhaps, it can be called a timeline of sacrifice. Yes, after I activated the fortune time and space and traveled through time and space, the god of wealth in that timeline did not die instantly and is still alive. Then let him confront the star god before he dies, and let the star god know that he will return to the future in 10 years, bringing the hopes of the past with him. There's no need to explain things too clearly. Star God just needs to know that he will travel through time. In this way, even if there is a problem with the Star God, I can force him to be recalled. Thinking of this, Su Wen's mouth corners slightly raised. Yes, Why didn't I think of it before? Instead of just thinking about paying double the money to test the god of wind, why not just test the god of stars? The star god is much more important than the wind god. As long as it is confirmed that the star god is not a traitor, then won't I have someone I can trust, and extend the timeline, test the star god once, see how the star god reacts in the sacrifice timeline, and then make another judgment. Under the rough mask of the fighting god, there is a handsome face. Behind his carefree personality, there is a delicate heart. Could this kind of person be a chatterbox who can't control his mouth? Su Wen chuckled. After finding his future direction and being able to identify his comrades in the fastest way, he suddenly felt that the future was not all dark. The future is in his hands. Suddenly, the voice of the star god sounded in Su Wen's mind. God of wealth, are you busy now? If you're not busy, come up for a moment. There's something that requires your participation. Chapter 43. I'm more stupid. When Su Wen left the training ground and rushed back to the office, he saw everyone with serious faces. The god of stars, the god of fighting, and the god of drama were arguing about something in serious tones, while the god of wind was sitting beside them with a workbook in his hand, writing his homework furiously. What's wrong? Su Wen asked puzzledly as he approached. God of wealth, you are here. The star god said. Just now the fighting god came to check his body. The drama god checked him and found no problems. But because of the insistence of the god of war and your repeated reminders, the god of drama borrowed my divine tool and mobilized his own divine tool to investigate. As a result, the god of drama actually discovered something wrong. There is a spiritual goo seed hidden in the perineum of the god of fighting. Spirit goo, this is obviously the method used by the Flower Disaster clan. Su Wen heard this and asked, where is the perineum? He doesn't know much about ACU points. So he wanted to ask, which part of the fighting god had been cursed by the Huahua clan. As for the star god saying that he reminded the fighting god, indeed, there was, but he just hinted at it a few times. He didn't expect that the god of fighting would actually come up to check. What he was hinting at was the relationship between the fighting god and the Vili and Huahua tribes. Unexpectedly, by accident, he really found out something. At this stage, has the Huahua clan already taken action against the fighting god? In the hips. The god of drama looked at Su Wen and said, yes, that's the embarrassing part. Beside him, the star god said, the Flower Disaster clan has a good plan. The spirit goo is not easy to detect, and it will never be detected if it is only checked by machines or divine tools. Especially since this spiritual goo seed is so well hidden, it must have been done by at least an elder of the Huahua tribe, and he even used a treasure of the Huahua tribe. And human exploration requires careful perception with divine consciousness. The perineum is a bit awkward, so a normal person would probably just go through it once and not repeatedly explore this area. The god of drama sighed and said, indeed, if anyone keeps exploring there, it's very easy to get sty. The god of fighting coughed twice when he heard this. It was indeed a bit embarrassing to discuss his perineum in public even though he was thick-skinned and wore a mask. The god of wealth, the god of wind, and the god of drama didn't know who he was or what he looked like. The key is, star god knows what he looks like. This mask was originally made by the star god. So god of wealth, how much can you tell me about the future revelations you have received? The star god waved his right hand, and a star map was outlined in front of him. A large number of star traces began to appear in the office. This scene is like the most beautiful scenery in the world, which makes people unable to help but yearn for it and indulge in it. I used the stars to divine and got a revelation about the future. The Flower Disaster clan is trustworthy. And in the current situation, it is somewhat absurd to say that the Huahua clan can be trusted. A trusted ally who puts a curse on you, haven't I told you yet? So there is only one conclusion left, that there is something on the Huahua clan side that hinders star divination. This thing seriously interfered with the star god's divination results. This incident also reminded me that I will try not to use divination when facing creatures in the Arrow realm in the future. The star god said helplessly, if you get false information through divination, it would be better not to have this ability. Su Wen suddenly said, actually, there's no need to be so discouraged. If the other party can influence the star divination, can't you just treat the result as a negative result? Stars represent mystery. It can even be said that divination is a branch of astrology. So it would be a pity to give up divination just like that. As long as the method is correct, there is nothing that cannot be used.
Indeed, but the key to the problem is that the other party has been interfering with me and giving me false information.
The star god said softly, if the information is sometimes true and sometimes false, it will be a great test of your own judgment and luck. At a critical moment of life and death, reason tells me that I will not gamble. After all, I am relatively stupid and not very smart.
Su won?
Is this in Versailles? The star god actually said that his brain is not smart. The founder of martial arts, in the original Time and Space, the Star God Joint Martial Arts Group created the body refining technique, martial arts pioneer. If you just take a look at it in your spare time, you can break the bottleneck of Basic Bodybuilding Method 2.0 and bring out Basic Bodybuilding Method 3.0. The arranger of the star array covering the whole country, can accurately strike invading alien species, and can also detect the newly born destiny people in the country at the first time. Organization builder. The 5 Chinese people with the word God in their names are all among them. The general leader of the mountain and sea battlefield. Among all the battlefields opened up in the future, the one with the highest level, most intense conflicts and the broadest impact will be the boss. This is because I don't have enough time. I haven't been to the future many times, and I don't know. Enough about the star god. The real star god in the future time and space is definitely more outstanding than what you know. Such a person says that his brain is not working well, then what is he? Are you mentally retarded? God of wealth, how much can you say about the future you see in me? Do Xinhua suddenly changed the subject. Star God is not in the right mind. This topic is a bit heavy. I saw that in the future war, the Vili and Huahua tribes would attack you at the critical moment. From the spiritual goo, I guess that the Flower Disaster clan will attack me sooner or later in the future. The fighting god sighed and wanted to say something, but the god of drama saw that Suwon had not finished speaking, and with a look he sealed the god of fighting's mouth. Well, you were seriously injured and unable to escape. Knowing that you were going to die, you burned yourself to help the army retreat. The star god raised his hand and interrupted Suwon's words. God of wealth, you've explained it in such detail, is that okay? The future holds infinite changes. Similarly, the future is the most unpredictable. Therefore, when he used the stars to predict the future, he only got vague answers. Even so, he could not tell all the answers he knew. Once the hint is too obvious and exceeds a certain degree, it will backfire. But Suwon, isn't what he said too bluntly? It's just like pointing at the fighting god's forehead and saying, you will die in the future. He will be killed by the Vili and Huahua tribes. Before death, its body will spontaneously combust to cover the army's retreat. Be careful, don't die. No blood vomited, breathing is stable, and there is no sign of backlash. The god of drama's eyes were filled with changes as he spoke softly not far away. The god of wind was doing his homework, and said without raising his head, the breeze told me that Brother Kaishin was not emotionally disturbed, so there was no backlash and he was not holding on. Hearing this, the star god laughed, stretched out his hand and said, it seems that my thinking is narrow-minded. Well, if you think it's okay, you can continue. Suwon flipped his hands and said, I only noticed that the Huahua tribe and the Whaley tribe had stabbed the fighting god in the back. As for the rest, there's nothing else. Hearing this, the god of drama had an idea and lifted the ban on the god of fighting. Fuck. How dare those 2 bastards harm me like this? Chapter 44. Originally a patriot, the god of fighting was very angry. As a destiny person who had been in the Rule Arrow realm for many years, he had thought about how he would die in the exploration of treasure land, surrounded and killed by the enemy, or you might be killed by the enemy on the front battlefield. The enemy's conspiracy was bizarre, and he was mentally prepared for it. Sometimes when he couldn't sleep at night, he would think about how he would die in the future. Just thinking about it brings up dozens of different ways to die. In fact, he has already prepared himself to die. After all, those who are destined to die live on the edge of a knife. It is normal for them to die, but it is unreasonable to expect a good end. But being backstabbed by a friend, to be honest, he had never thought of dying in this way. Although in the development of various story plots, friends betray each other and even brothers turn swords against each other, but he didn't think he would encounter such a thing, and he believed that there was nothing wrong with his vision. How could his friend be such a profit-seeking, treacherous villain? Moreover, the Vili and Huahua tribes left a particularly good impression on him. From the upper echelons to the lower classes, everyone was particularly enthusiastic toward him after learning that he was the chosen one. Of course, he is not stupid. The occupation, talents, supernatural powers, etc. that he revealed were all fake. When you are away from home, it is always a good idea to keep some things in reserve. However, the Huahua tribe had already signed an alliance with China and even established diplomatic relations.
Everything was moving in a good direction. How could a mental poison be planted in his body? Even in the future, you will stab yourself in the back and kill yourself. He didn't even dare to imagine how much damage would be caused to China if the Huahua and Vili tribes joined the war as allies and suddenly turned against them in the middle of the battle. Maybe, failure of the war is just the best outcome.
My advice is that you maintain relations with the Flower Fear and the Vili tribes. The star god looked at the angry fighting god and spoke softly. The fighting god had a face full of question marks. The opponent was already like this, and he was still playing around. How big should that heart be? Are you worried that there are too few goo in your body?
That's what I thought.
The god of drama said, you are quite strong, so the spiritual poison in your body will not have any effect on you.
The god of war was stunned when he heard this, and then asked, what is the effect of the spiritual goo?
With you as the radiating core, change the thinking patterns of ordinary people around you. It is precisely because the fluctuations emitted by the spiritual goo are too weak, and even the mental impact on ordinary people needs years to settle, so you can't detect it.
After a moment of silence, the god of war asked with difficulty, so if there are traitors around us, they are also under the influence of the spiritual goo, forced to change their mental thinking, and then turned patriotic into spies? The god of drama nodded slightly.
From the moment the spiritual insect was discovered, he knew that there would be quite a few traitors around. Another point is that because it is very secretive, those who are changed cannot even detect it themselves. The star god spoke up and said, if you can't detect it, how can they detect their own mental state? Perhaps only when something happens in the future and the Huahua clan uses some means to awaken them, will the changed ones become the nails stuck in our ranks. The god of war said bitterly, but they are patriots. At this moment, guilt swept through the fighting god's heart. If he were an enemy, he would never show any mercy, even if it meant a massacre. As for the traitor, these are the people he hates the most, in any country or region. Anyone who catches a spy hiding inside will probably show no mercy, but if these spies were actually loyal people, they would have always believed that they loved the country and were loyal to the nation, and would never have had any thoughts or actions of betrayal. It was purely because of their own faults that their spirits were polluted and they became spies for the enemy. How could he do this in such a situation? This is all the sin I have caused myself. That's why I suggest that you don't fall out with the Huahua and Vili tribes. The star god said, don't let them notice our vigilance. Then we will go find the one who has been changed. See if there are some methods to help them get rid of their spiritual pollution. The god of war took a deep breath and said, what if it is already a foregone conclusion and cannot be eliminated? He already knew the answer to this question, but he still wanted to ask, holding on to a 1 in 10,000 chance in his heart, hoping to get a different answer from the star god.
Why do you ask when you already know the answer?
The star god sighed and said faintly that he didn't want to say those words. If it cannot be changed, it will ultimately be a tragedy, but in the face of a life and death racial war, sacrifice is inevitable. What happened today can be regarded as a wake-up call for them. Actually, you can. Doshin's mouth was dry and he opened his mouth to speak, but the words could not come out. In fact, from a humanitarian perspective, after investigating those who have been changed, they can be transferred from their jobs so that they cannot access confidential information, but if a war breaks out, these people will definitely be the first to be cleared out. The critical moment of life and death. How could you not clear it out when you know that the opponent has hidden chess pieces on your side? So now I just hope that the spiritual poison in your body hasn't been planted for a long time, and it won't affect many people. Listening to the words of the star god and the fighting god, Suwon also fell silent. So this is how spies inside the organization come from, the information of the 5 god-headed destined ones, the information of the star array, and even the information of his own whereabouts, were all transmitted by the changer. So, I really wronged the god of wind. Fengshen did not betray the organization. Was there another reason why Fengshen killed Li Dong last time and wanted to bring himself back by force? Thinking of this, Suwon felt very guilty. If the god of wind is fine, then the guilt of the god of fighting in the future time and space will be real. Because of some of his words, the god of wind was killed. As a result, China almost fell. Well. At the same time, Suwon and Doshin sighed heavily at the same time. The next moment, the two looked at each other. Suwon knew the whole story and could understand the fighting god's sigh, but facing the sighs from Suwon and himself at the same time, the fighting god's pupils trembled and he felt a little scared at the situation has become so serious. Is there something that the god of wealth has not made clear? Brother god of wealth. The god of winds suddenly stopped writing, looked up and said, "The breeze told me that your emotions are volatile.
You seem to feel guilty towards me?" As soon as the voice fell, the star god and the drama god all looked towards Suwon. What does it mean? Why did the god of wealth's mood suddenly change and make him feel guilty towards the god of wind? Why is he so weird? At this moment, shouldn't the god of fighting be filled with guilt? Why is the god of wealth joining in on the fun? Chapter 45, The Injustice of Doi. I was looking at the god of war, and suddenly remembered that my attitude towards you at the beginning was indeed a little inappropriate. After Suwon calmed down, he spoke. He felt that if he had time, he should find something to cover up his inner emotional changes. Although the wind god is not an enemy, he can sense any slight change in my emotions, which is always a bit embarrassing. It's this. The god of wind's eyes moved and he wanted to continue speaking beside him. The god of drama interrupted directly, "Xiao Feng. Stop chatting, finish your homework, and you still have to pay the bet you lost to me. And I've thought of something fun, I'm sure you'll like it." The god of wind scratched his head, then chuckled and sat down to continue doing his homework. Suwon's pupils shrank as he listened to the god of drama's words. If he remembered correctly, the bet that the god of wind lost to the god of drama was the play The Injustice of Doi, written by Guan Hanqing in the Yuan dynasty, right? The story of Doi's injustice is well known to everyone. So when the god of drama told the god of wind to read the script of Doi's injustice, was there something in mind? Just like the wrong Doi, the god of wind was indeed also wronged. He was not a traitor, but he was considered a traitor by himself, and in a certain timeline, he was killed by the god of fighting. Before they died, their faces were filled with disbelief. It is also easy to imagine why the fighting god, who usually acts like an older brother, would suddenly attack himself. This was probably the most confusing question for the god of wind in that timeline before his death. It turns out that what the star god and the fighting god said, that the drama god used his knowledge and theories of drama to accurately predict, was done in this way. At first he didn't pay attention to what the god of drama said about the injustice of Doi. After all, what the god of drama was discussing with him was Tang Xinzu's peony pavilion, and the injustice of Doi was the stakes of the bet between the god of drama and the god of wind. What does it have to do with me? Now it seems that it matters a lot. In the injustice of Doi, after her death, the 3 vows she made came true. Blood splattered on white silk, snow fell in June, and there was a 3-year drought. Does it symbolize the failure of the defense of the East China Sea after the death of the god of wind, the fall of the god of fighting, and the complete fall of China? It seems I have to find some time to systematically learn about drama. Suwon thought to himself that due to some restrictions, the god of drama might not be able to give the hint directly. If nothing unexpected happens, the only way to remind them is through dramatic information. To do this, you need to have a certain understanding of drama theories and information, as well as some famous plays, otherwise you may miss important hints from the god of drama. At the same time, the star god looked at the god of drama and the god of wind, then looked at Suwon, and then his eyes flashed, as if thinking about something. "By the way, while everyone is here, I want to discuss something with you all." Star God suddenly said, "The god of wealth needs a lot of financial support, so I want to hand over the funds within the organization to the god of wealth for safekeeping. Does anyone have any different opinions?" Upon hearing this, the god of fighting said, "I have no objection. It is only natural that the god of wealth is in charge of money." The god of drama shook his head and said with a smile, "Since the god of wealth has joined our organization, it is normal for him to control the funds. If we don't let the god of wealth manage it, do we have to manage it?" The wind god raised his head, raised his hand, and asked weakly, "Can I ask a question?" The star god chuckled and said, "Of course you can. I've seen that the god of wealth and myths and legends is very rich. If the god of wealth manages the money, does it mean that we will no longer be short of money and can spend it freely?" The star god glanced at Suwon and motioned for him to answer the question. Only the god of wealth himself understands this kind of problem best. However, he felt that the god of wind might be disappointed. After all, from his last conversation with the god of wealth, he could roughly guess how fast the god of wealth spent money. The god of wealth may have many ways to make money, but compared to spending money, it is still not enough. Actually, this matter cannot be said in this way. Suwon said, "Don't be superstitious about myths and legends. Those who say that the god of wealth controls all the treasures in the world and can easily create a lot of money are all lies. At least, we can't do that right now. Although I am the god of wealth, I am not very rich." Doshin asked softly, "What do you mean by this? You are not very rich?" "To be honest,
he is not interested in money. The organization is supported by the state, has great authority and abundant funds, but he always felt that it was a bit strange for the god of wealth to say such things. Could it be that after the god of wealth joins the organization, he can make them live in poverty? How is that possible? After all, he is the god of wealth, not a pauper.
It's just that my magical power requires a lot of money. The more the better. There is no upper limit.
Suwon thought for a moment and said, in short, if I really spend money, the money from the organization is a drop in the bucket.
Fighting god, wind god, what does it mean? Does that mean that after the god of wealth takes charge of the money, their lives will be a bit tight?
Don't worry, I won't spend that much money on the organization. Suwon continued, and this made the fighting god feel relieved. That's it, give him a scare. He said that the organization receives a large amount of funding every month. If it all goes into the pocket of the god of wealth, then won't he have no salary in the future? Although he respected the decision of the god of wealth, if the god of stars agreed, there must be considerations for the god of stars, but he just complained in his heart. A dignified organization with the word God in its name couldn't even pay the salaries in the future. It sounds weird. Yes, at this stage, the god of wealth cannot absorb too much money at one time.
Star God nodded and said, otherwise it will cause economic turmoil and easily lead to some unnecessary troubles.
After saying this, Star God paused, then said, but God of wealth, since everyone has no objection, the organization's money will be in your hands from now on. After reporting your situation, the relevant departments borrowed my divine tool and made an estimate of the upper limit of the money you can absorb. Conservatively speaking, if you absorb less than 1 billion, it shouldn't cause too much of an impact if all departments are prepared in advance. But just in case, you should absorb 500 million in front of us first. Look, if you need cash, you can ask them to send it over, or you can go to the bank to absorb it. Suwon nodded slightly when he heard this, and then he summoned the attribute panel with his mind. Financial resources value, 8.5, plus. There is a direct source of wealth from the god of wealth, which can be absorbed directly. Before the star god officially announced that he would hand over the organization's funds to him, there was no plus sign after the financial value. It seems that the only money that can be turned into a source of wealth is the money that is completely under your control. Yes, if it wasn't his own money, this brute force ability alone could cause chaos in a big country. No cash required.
After a moment, Suwon looked at the star god and said, then I will start?
The star god had an idea and directly notified the people who were regulating finance across the country to be prepared. Let's get started. Good. Suwon's mind moved, and the financial value column began to change slowly.
Financial resources, 58.5, plus. At the same time, 500 million yuan suddenly disappeared from the organization's accounts.
Reporting to the chief, the stock market in the imperial capital has begun to fluctuate. Soon, a voice reached the ears of the star god.
Calm down as soon as possible.
Yes, chief. With the full implementation of the imperial capital's regulatory personnel, the irregular fluctuations in the imperial capital's stock market quickly subsided, but no one let down their guard.
Based on previous information, an economic shock of 500 million yuan would never be that simple.
Reporting to the chief, the Magic City stock market has begun to fluctuate. Reporting to the chief, the Guangzhou and Shenzhen stock markets have experienced small-scale fluctuations.
Reporting to the chief, a state-owned enterprise in Suzhou and Hangzhou has received information that a medium-sized bad debt has occurred.
Chapter 46, a reckless man who only knows how to fight. The star god frowned slightly as he listened to the news. This matter was handled by professionals, so he was not frowned because of these contents. The reason he frowned was because of 500 million. Just 500 million can cause such a series of shocks. It seems that the impact of the chosen ones absorbing money is more serious than they imagined.
Has the disappearance of 500 million caused a big backlash?
Suwon asked. He was mentally prepared. In fact, the country can provide him with 500 million to absorb, which can increase his financial resources by 50 points at once.
He is already very satisfied. As for the rest, wouldn't it be better to sell the basic bodybuilding method to the country and use foreign money as a source of income? The economy of America on the other side of the ocean is so complex, so there shouldn't be any problem in spending tens of billions or hundreds of billions, right? Anyway, for Melina, isn't it normal for an economic crisis to occur?
And it has happened so many times that I have become quite proficient in the techniques. So, the real
source of wealth is in Marina. Not very big.
Star God shook his head and said, "But it's a little different from what I imagined.
500 million, for a country, it's just a small splash, but I didn't expect that the disappearance of a small splash would cause such a fluctuation."
Beside him, the god of drama said, "It's normal. After all, this is 500 million in cash.
Assets and cash are different.
Even for a large group with assets valued at tens of billions or even hundreds of billions, a loss of 500 million in funding is a big problem.
If it is not handled properly, the group may face bankruptcy. The chain reaction is one after another.
Sometimes the trigger for an economic crisis may be just a child not finishing his milk." The star god looked at Su Wen and said, "Don't worry, let the country adapt and you will get used to it in the future. This kind of thing will definitely make you feel uncomfortable at first, but slowly, you will get used to it. If the god of wealth can openly predict future scenes and even use money to deduce martial arts, then the country must take this money, not to mention economic turmoil. Even if there is a major economic crisis, we have to take it. Especially after the incident where the fighting god was infected with a mental poison, he realized that the time left for everyone, the time for peace, was
running out. We have also begun preparations for the sale of the basic bodybuilding method.
But you still need to take some time to record a video to show our international friends the potential of the basic bodybuilding method.
Of course, if you want to perform, you have to wear more than just a mask. Your appearance, figure, voice, everything has to change. You even have to show your face openly. Let them watch, let those foreign people with destiny deduce it. People have to take a good look at it before they'll pay for it."
Star God smiled and said, "And only if they take the initiative to buy, the price will be easy to negotiate." Su Wen heard this and said softly, "By the way, speaking of basic bodybuilding methods, I have a new understanding."
The star god's tone remained unchanged as he asked, "How is it? Has it changed much?"
"Normal operation, not worth making a fuss about. Didn't the god of wealth just absorb 500 million yuan? Therefore, it is normal to deduce new skills.
It should be okay."
Su Wen nodded slightly, and then with a thought, a skill bar appeared in front of him. Kung Fu, Basic Bodybuilding Method 2.0, Plus. Transcendence, one has reached the limit of the technique, and has mastered and applied the technique to perfection. Basic Bodybuilding Method 2.0 and Basic Bodybuilding Method 3.0 are highly overlapped, and you can consume financial resources to replace Basic Bodybuilding Method 2.0. Then, in front of Star God, Fighting God and others, Su Wen directly began to change his skills. "The basic bodybuilding methods are about to be sold. Is there any need to hide it from them? It is beneficial for everyone to appropriately expose some abilities. Besides, it's reasonable for the god of wealth to possess such power, right?" Kung Fu, Basic Bodybuilding Method 3.0, Plus. Transcendence, one has reached the limit of the technique, and has mastered and applied the technique to perfection. The next moment, a powerful force of chi and blood burst out from Su Wen's body. Buzz. The star god waved his right hand, and a barrier formed around him. At the same time, nearby energy began to gather here, helping Su Wen complete the sublimation transformation from the second level to the third level. The feeling of ascending to the next level with the Destiny One is completely different. The god of fighting stroked his chin and said, "This thing that the god of wealth made is quite something.
Master Drama God, can I try to practice it?" The god of drama laughed out loud and said, "If you want to practice, practice. Why are you asking me? Didn't I ask you if you have any good ideas? Why? You want to hear my explanation of the drama of cruelty? No. Practice."
"I have nothing to say about the god of wealth's technique."
"That's fine."
The fighting god chuckled, then a golden light flashed in his eyes, and he began to carefully observe the changes in Su Wen's body. Soon, the fighting god noticed the star power emerging from Su Wen's body. This made him frown slightly and look towards the star god. "Don't talk." When the god of drama saw what the god of fighting did, he thought to himself and made the god of fighting shut up again, just in case. He even used his power to imprison the god of fighting in place. The god of wealth is ascending, and the god of stars is experiencing enlightenment. The god of drama transmitted a message: if your voice disturbs them, they will probably eat you alive in the future. Beside him, the fighting god did not struggle, but just looked at the star god with a look of wonder. He had heard before that the star god had an epiphany and his strength increased a lot. Now you have another epiphany. at this moment, he suddenly understood why the star god was so concerned about the god of wealth. It's not just a matter of the god of wealth's abilities and supernatural powers. There is also the issue of star god's epiphany. Put yourself in his shoes. If the skills deduced by the god of wealth could give you enlightenment every time, then wouldn't you worship the god of wealth as your ancestor? But unfortunately, up to now he has never experienced the feeling of enlightenment. Although he has never entered the state of enlightenment, he has experienced the feeling of sudden enlightenment. That feeling makes people very excited, and they want to shout to the sky to show their excitement and enlightenment, but it is a continuous sudden enlightenment.
Master Drama God, do you think the god of wealth can also help me enter the state of enlightenment?
The fighting god looked at the star god, who was continuing to gain enlightenment, and spoke enviously.
How should I know? The god of drama replied speechlessly, I still want to have an epiphany. Once you experience the feeling of epiphany, you will never forget how wonderful it is. I wouldn't trade it for the whole world. The god of fighting asked doubtfully, Master God of play, have you ever experienced the feeling of enlightenment? Do you think everyone is like you, a reckless man who only knows how to fight?
Why are you starting to make personal attacks while you're talking, and why does Mr. Drama God sound so sour? Chapter 47 The Power of Technology. After a moment, Suwon calmed down and slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, Star God also finished his enlightenment.
God of wealth, when you were deducing the basic bodybuilding method, could you choose a direction?
The star god stood up and said that he had just told the god of wealth about the feeling of inspiration last time, and this time he developed the basic bodybuilding method deduced by the god of wealth for himself. Most importantly, he could see that the new version of the basic bodybuilding method derived by the god of wealth contained a rich system of star knowledge. Moreover, the knowledge system related to the basic bodybuilding method was very consistent with him, and when observing, he had a feeling of learning. It is no exaggeration to say that the creator of the new basic bodybuilding method has a deeper understanding of the star system than he does, and it is far higher than his current level. Of course, he also knew that this was deduced by the god of wealth through the power of money. He also had no chance to meet this non-existent creator of this martial art. Otherwise, what a blessing it would be if we could meet and discuss. That's why he asked if the god of wealth could choose the direction when using money to deduce the skills. It would be nice if there was a choice. I can't decide on a direction. Suwon thought for a moment and said, I can only say that the more you focus on the basic bodybuilding method, the closer the basic bodybuilding method you deduce next time will be to the stars. There was a flash of understanding in the star god's eyes, and he said, okay, then I understand. I see. These words from the god of wealth have explained many issues. It turns out that deduction is to use money to deduce the skills that will exist in the future. The more I pay attention to it, the closer the basic bodybuilding methods will be to the stars.
Doesn't this make sense? The god of drama stood aside and watched all the basic bodybuilding exercises that Suwon had just practiced. He had not been interested at first, but suddenly, he was interested again. The development of the world is so strange. By the way, someone suggested before that when using basic bodybuilding methods to trade with foreign countries, we can exchange them for their cutting-edge technology as appropriate. Star God said, for example, front-end chips, precision machine tools, and some non-circulating pharmaceutical patents. Even the shares of some companies in our country held by Meili can be quickly recovered using these methods. Although Molina's chosen ones are not as good as ours, we have to admit that Molina's cutting-edge weapons and cutting-edge technology are still better than ours. The god of war sneered and said, after all, they have gathered talents from all over the world. Most of the world's top talents serve one country. It is normal that they are better than us in technology. The star god nodded slightly and said, originally, I don't support this idea. After all, in exchange for money, I can give you direct help. But if your basic bodybuilding method is updated very quickly, you can ask the other party to exchange some materials, knowledge and technological information for it, and the other part for money. How do you think we can maintain a virtuous cycle while strengthening our national strength? Suwon said, no problem. This way we can better leverage foreign forces, and have a dual circulation at home and abroad. In the future, as long as the defense of the East China Sea is not lost, the Great Dark Age will not come. Therefore, scientific and technological power will still be useful in the future, especially after the destruction of the Arrow Realm. Communication between countries may not be so convenient. Being able to enhance scientific and technological capabilities in peacetime is also a good thing for future wars. Well, this way, we have more options.
Star God smiled and said, "After all, if they only want money, they will be fleeced quickly. With those technologies, the country's economic output can be raised to a higher level.
Of course, the country will not forget your contribution. I have applied for it.
From now on, all international foreign exchange transactions will be synchronized to our organization's account, and you can call it directly.
Although it has not been approved yet, as long as your results show their value, this matter will be implemented.
In the future, the country may even adjust its national strategy and collect foreign exchange again because of you." Basic bodybuilding method. Everyone has good vision and can see the value contained in this method. I am now looking forward to the arrival of those foreign friends. Suwen's eyes flashed, and he was now wondering, when he goes to the future, can he bring back the future technology? The martial arts and skills have been brought back, but what's missing is technology. But the development of every technology seems to have been demonstrated by a large number of cutting-edge papers, as well as supported and calculated by a large amount of experimental data.
Can you remember them all?
Can the talismans for transmitting power in the future record technological information? If possible, can I use the talisman to record future technology and bring it back? You don't have to absorb it into your mind, as long as you can bring it back. There are professionals who can do this. For scientists, isn't it great when a large amount of scientific and technological information instantly flows into their brains without having to study it? You can try it. If technology develops to an extremely high level, it can also pose a great threat to those creatures in the Arrow realm. Otherwise, why would those creatures from the Arrow realm interfere with power and technology in the previous timeline? It is because of fear that one interferes. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better to keep it to distract human attention? After a brief chat, everyone returned to their seats. The Star God was busy with matters related to the basic bodybuilding method, the arrangement of the star array, and a series of other major events in the field of destiny. The god of drama sat on a stool in the office area. He flipped his right hand and an ancient book appeared in his hand beside him. The god of fighting was in deep thought. Meanwhile, Fengshen was doing his homework at the speed of an afterimage. He would be entering the Rule Arrow realm in 2 days, so before that he had to finish his classes and his homework. Otherwise, after coming back from exploring the Arrow realm, the tasks piled up would be too heavy. After Suwen returned to the office, he looked at the sunset outside the window and suddenly felt a little emotional. Things never stop happening. 2 days ago, I was just an ordinary person. Now,
your every move can influence the direction of the future. Financial resources, 15 plus. Life form, level 3.
The coverage of basic bodybuilding method 3.0 cost 43.5 million financial resources, or 435 million. If you think about it carefully, you have already spent a lot of money. In 2 days, he became a third-level life form.
I'm afraid those aliens couldn't have imagined it, right? Suwen couldn't help but laugh.
Not only did the alien not expect this, but he himself didn't expect it either. But to upgrade from the second level to the third level, not including the previous expenses, it has cost more than 400 million. If you upgrade to the third level, the cost will probably be even more terrifying. It can be predicted that after the third level, one's improvement speed will slow down. The last time I came back from the chaotic time and space, I didn't attract the attention of the long river of time and space. After Suwen sat back in his chair, he tapped the desk with his right hand and thought, then, let's go to the future and see what the future holds. After this activation, the self in this timeline must explain to the Star God that I will descend again in July of the 32nd year before I die. I also hope that Star God is really okay. Chapter 48. The whole country mourns, newly initiated first-level god of wealth. You have consumed a certain amount of financial resources, and are using them to disrupt time and space. The powerful power of wealth vibrates in time and space, and the extremely weak power of time and space is shaken out, carrying you to 10 years later. You look around and see tall buildings, people rushing back and forth, and even across from you, you see a cold drink shop and a street of snacks. Looking at your life, which has not changed much from 10 years ago, you have a satisfied smile on your face.
Sure enough, your decision is right this time. There are quite a few Arrow realms near the Imperial capital.
In the past, the Imperial capital battlefield was opened up in time and space. This time, the Imperial capital is so peaceful, there must have been earth-shaking changes. It seems that the decision you made this time was right. The Star God can be completely trusted.
God of wealth, you are in a good mood.
Take off the mask on your face and walk on the street like an ordinary person.
Do you want to see what the peaceful and tranquil imperial capital looks like?
Seeing this, Su Wen's mouth corners slightly raised. The imperial capital was finally not destroyed again. Moreover, this time even the battlefield in the imperial capital may not be opened up.
The situation is particularly good. It is very likely that it was the Star God and his men who recaptured the Sure territory near the imperial capital. If all the territories near the imperial capital were recovered, then there would be no need to fight any further. You walked a short distance before you saw a magnificent building with a few large characters in gold font on it, Martial Arts Library Headquarters. It is so grand and has a completely different style from the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Library I saw the last 2 times, making you want to go in and take a look. God of Wealth, who is known as the founder of martial arts. Do you want to enter the headquarters of the Martial Arts Library?
1. Enter, but your identity will be exposed after entering with face recognition. 2. Do not enter, go to other places in the imperial capital. Careful, God of Wealth. You should first take a look around the imperial capital, and then enter the Martial Arts Library headquarters to observe the development of martial arts. As you continue walking, you pass a wetland park. There are crowds of people in the park, and it seems that some activities are being held. Your strong physique gives you excellent eyesight, so as you look out, you see that the park is holding a memorial event for Chinese heroes. God of Wealth who has died many times. With your premonition of dying many times, you feel that you may appear in the memorial activities for heroes and martyrs ahead. Before, you were the only one who was paying respects to the deceased, but now there are so many people from the future accompanying you to pay respects to the deceased, which is a great experience.
So you change direction and head to the Chinese Martyrs Memorial. On the way forward, you see many messages about martyrs who sacrificed their lives around you.
Lu Wei, born in 1997, joined the army in 1992 and served in the Eastern Theater Command. In order to rescue his comrades, he rushed into the enemy camp alone, causing chaos in the enemy camp and was awarded the title of combat hero. Sun Xianglei, born in 1999, joined the army in 1992 and served in the Southern Theater Command.
He fought bravely in the Guangzhou Shenzhen battlefield and was awarded 2 first-class merits and 4 second-class merits.
Sun Yu, born in 1995, joined the army in 2019 and served in the Western Theater Command. He fought many single-soldier battles in the National Defense Battlefield and was awarded the title of Combat Hero and 3 first-class merits. Zhao Ziyue, born in 2005, joined the army in 2006, served in the Central Theater, served as the captain of a single-soldier squad in the Imperial Capital battlefield, completed decapitation missions many times, and was awarded a National Defense Medal, a 3rd-level National Medal, and 6 first-class merits. Pang Ruoxue, born in 2010, joined the army in 2029, served in the Northern Theater Command. In the 7th Bloody Battle in the Northeast Battlefield, he single-handedly covered the evacuation of the entire battalion and was awarded the title of Combat Hero. Gao Zhe, born in 2011, captain of the Tomahawk Special Squad, participated in the Border Defense War in 2013, led the team members to defeat the enemy's 6 attacks, and finally all members died. As you walked forward, you looked at the information about the martyrs around you, one by one, without missing any. As you watch, your facial expression becomes restrained and you fall into silence.
Innocent God of Wealth. Wars are far more cruel and frequent than you can imagine.
The peace of the imperial capital is nothing but a peace created by a series of external wars. And at this moment, many of these martyrs and heroes being commemorated are younger than you, and some are even just children in your eyes. And you know, the martyrs who can participate in the memorial ceremony are still a minority, and most of them are just cold numbers of war casualties, anonymous homeless souls.
But war knows no age distinction.
When a brutal war comes, even a toddler must pick up weapons and arm himself, pouring out his blood and anger on the invading enemy.
Even as you are paying tribute to the dead, a massive war is going on in a distant border battlefield. Melancholy God of Wealth.
You comfort yourself that although the war is still going on, at least the capital is not destroyed, which means the outcome is moving in a good direction, and you believe that under the leadership of the Star God, China's advantages will become stronger and stronger. You continue to walk forward, and slowly, you see people around you holding flowers in their hands, lining up, trying to enter the small house in the center to place flowers to commemorate the deceased great man. You think of the embarrassment of not having any money, so you decide to go to the side to see if there are any flowers, pick them up, and then go in to see. But you find that the flowers for memorial are not for sale, but free, to express respect for the heroes. You picked up a flower and started to follow the crowd, slowly lining up. The team slowly moved forward. After waiting in line for half an hour, you finally walked into the solemn memorial hut. You enter the cabin and your face changes drastically the moment you see the interior layout. In this memorial hut, personal information about the star god and a personal statue of the star god are placed. Even though you don't want to admit it, that familiar feeling lets you know that the comrade you chose to believe in has fallen. Star god is dead. This situation is completely beyond your expectations. The star god who was alive and well in the previous timelines is actually dead this time. Based on the contributions of the star god, his death will be the fall of a superstar. The whole country will mourn. Helpless god of wealth. You suddenly heard the bad news about the star god. The death of your comrade in arms left you at a loss. What are your plans at this moment? Chapter 49, Crazy Star God is dead? Su Wen's eyelids were twitching wildly. Things were becoming more and more bizarre in the organization. The god of fighting and the god of wind have all died, and now the god of stars is dead too. So the next time there is chaos and wealth, should the god of drama die one by one. Normally speaking, after the chaotic time and space opens, I will explain things to the star god, and the star god will pick me up 10 years later. By the way, you can check if there is any problem with the star god, but the star god is dead. What is this? Knowing that he would arrive in 10 years, shouldn't he have waited for himself with patience and endurance? Why did he die? He didn't die in the usual timelines, but he died in this timeline, so it was because the star god knew that he would come in 10 years that he died. Take a look. Su Wen couldn't figure it out, so he continued reading. You look towards the star god statue in front of you, and the star god information next to it comes into view. Star god. Position: Chief Commander of the Mountain and Sea Battlefield. Biography: the star god's contribution is hard to describe in words, but even knowing a little bit of information is enough to push the star god to the height of a historical great. In the 5,000 years of Chinese history, there must be a strong presence of star gods. As for external resistance, since the destruction of the Arrow Realm and the invasion of aliens, the star god has organized a group of the strongest destiny people in the country to go to the mountain and sea battlefield, open up the battlefield, and single-handedly resist the powerful aliens that invaded China. And during the alien invasion, the star god set up a star formation covering the entire country. Whenever an alien entered China, the star formation would lock and kill it in the shortest possible time. As for martial arts, since the god of wealth opened up and developed martial arts, the god of stars has also organized people to open up a new path for martial arts, and during the busy time of sniping at alien strongmen, he transformed the basic martial arts training method to give it star attributes. Even warriors fighting in the 4 major Chinese internal battlefields, namely the Imperial Capital Battlefield, the Magic Capital Battlefield, the Guangshan Battlefield and the Jiangqing Battlefield, can resonate with the star array and use the power of the star array to kill the enemy. Later generations called this the star god body strengthening method. For the chosen, the star gods ignored the resistance ahead and implemented the chosen merit system. In the war against alien species, this greatly mobilized the enthusiasm of the chosen in the civilian world to fight against the aliens. However, according to Su Muyun, chairman of the National Heroic Figures Evaluation Committee held in 2001, if the star god is only like this, it is not enough to be pushed to the altar and become a historical great man in the world. On January 18, 49 Arrow Realms on the borderline launched a joint attack, causing the border to shake. At the same time, a top-notch warrior among the aliens sneaked in, endured the backlash of the stars, risked his soul and spirit to be destroyed, and brutally killed the god of wealth in front of thousands of people. On January 19, the star god returned from the battlefield and participated in the funeral of the god of wealth. On January 20, the star god came out of retreat, his temperament changed drastically, and he headed for the mountain and sea battlefield, breaking into the borderline 36 Arrow Realm, the area of the Light Tribe, and drawing the power of the stars in the sky to launch an indiscriminate massacre of the Light Tribe. On March 15, the borderline number 36 was destroyed, the Light Tribe was annihilated, and the world was shocked. On April 18, the third month after the death of the god of wealth, the star god went alone to the borderline 08 Arrow realm in the Fire Tree tribe area, and used the power of the stars to cover the Fire Tree tribe's territory, destroying the 08 Arrow realm. On May 28, the star god destroyed border 06. On June 30, the star god destroyed border 14. On July 5, the star god destroyed border 35. On July 17, the star god destroyed border 01. On August 1, the star god destroyed the borderline Arrow realm number 02, Arrow realm number 04, and Arrow realm number 49. The 3 Arrow realms were destroyed in just one day, shocking the world. The star god's crazy revenge also attracted resistance and fear from almost all the creatures in the Arrow realm. For a time, a large number of powerful aliens gathered, and even a group of destiny people within the country were very disgusted with the crazy killing behavior of the star god. They believed that the star god had gone completely crazy and was not worthy of being the president. When the star god returned to the imperial capital and appeared in public, everyone was shocked. The elegant star god in purple disappeared, replaced by a star god in blood-red robes and full of the smell of killing. One person with destiny said that just by looking at the star god from a distance, he felt as if he saw an endless sea of blood. The killing and evil almost made him mentally collapse. 5 days later, the star god was alone outside the border, fighting against the siege of the alien warriors. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the star god killed 43 king-level aliens, 5 emperor-level aliens, and destroyed 9 of the largest rule realms participating in the battle. In the end, the star god was shed blood on the spot, the star god fell, and the starlight went out. But at the last moment of his death, the star god looked at the motherland with enthusiasm, and used his remaining soul to move the stars and give back to the star array. Since then, the power of the star array has increased dramatically, and even the king-level aliens cannot resist the attack of the star array. With the death of the star god, the alien attacks in the imperial capital, demon capital, Wangshan, and Jiangcheng battlefields became increasingly frantic. Many people believed that it was the star god's inhumane massacre that led to the crazy attacks of the aliens. But some people believe that if it weren't for the massacre created by the star god burning his life, the border of China would have been breached long ago. In short, as history settles, many scholars who study the star god once believed that the relationship between the god of wealth and the star god was beyond everyone's expectations and imagination. If the god of wealth had not been killed, the star god would never have gone mad. In the short term, the killing of the star god has caused fear among the creatures in the Yer realm, and they dare not raise troops to invade China again. From a long-term development perspective, it is precisely because of the star god's massacre that some creatures in the Yer realm who were kind to humans have also stayed away from China and dared not have any communication with China anymore. At the same time, the fall of the star god is also a great sorrow for the country. Even though the star god's actions were criticized for being too brutal, as time went on, more and more people with destiny and soldiers regarded the star god as their own belief and lifelong pursuit. Therefore, in the selection of 31 years, after comprehensive consideration, the committee believes that Star God is worthy of the name of God, and is also the first historical great man in the history of contemporary Chinese development to be recorded in the history books. Now that the deceased has passed away, we should uphold the idea of remembering the deceased and remembering the heroes, and express our respect to this great figure in Chinese history, the Star God. Here, we will also play an audio clip of Star God's words provided by Star God's colleague and comrade in arms, His Excellency Fighting God, in May of 28. Chapter 50, Let Yourself Go, Young God of Wealth. After you have read your comrade's message in full, you begin to hold your breath and listen to the audio messages your comrade has left behind. The familiar voice of the Star God, along with the solemn background music, begins to surround your ears. Dear comrades, when you hear this recording, I may no longer be alive. Please forgive me for my self-willed behavior. I did not act according to the previous plan and disrupted your plan. I am sorry. You said you wanted me to accompany you in the future to see the prosperous scene. But my abilities are limited. I am not as good as you think. I cannot stop the invasion of aliens, nor can I completely keep them out. So in order to create a comfortable environment for you, I decided to act according to my own ideas. I am willing to use the sharp sword in my hand to carve out a peaceful future for you that you desire in your heart. Of course, please forgive my recklessness, because I also have my own way to go, and I want to see the beauty that I have never seen before. Since you have explained everything, peace in the future will be achieved sooner or later. So I can freely do my own thing, explore things that have never been explored, and see the scenery on a higher level.
Dear comrade,
if I am still alive when you hear this recording, please rest assured that I will find you in the shortest possible time, and then work hard with you for the future we envision. Finally, I want to say that if you feel tired one day, you might as well stand there and rest for a while.
It won't be a problem and everyone can understand.
And thank you for your hard work, my dearest comrade. God of wealth from the past. The voice of the star god keeps ringing around you, and these words make you feel very complicated.
Sure enough, your future self did not disappoint me and told Star God everything.
But when you told Star God everything, Star God had already made his own choice in his heart. After a moment's silence, Suwon suddenly laughed, then he looked up at the ceiling and thought to himself, the Star God's choice was unexpected, but also reasonable. At first, when the Star God slaughtered the tribe and destroyed the world, he was still a little confused. After his future self died, the Star God's temperament changed drastically and he started to go crazy. But what I said should be that I will come back in the future, and if I die now, it doesn't mean I am really dead. Why does it look like the world will end if I die? But with the appearance of the Star God's audio, he understood the Star God's plan from what the Star God said. As China continues to change the future direction of the timeline, it will sooner or later achieve final victory. Since the bright ending of the future is already determined and this timeline is not the main timeline, why doesn't he let go of his heart and fulfill his true thoughts and actions? In other words, after knowing that he had the ability to travel through time and space and change the outcome of time and space, the Star God decided not to bear it anymore. Gradually, I began to let myself go. I want to do something that I have always wanted to do but couldn't do because of concerns. Anyway, you can start over, right? Even if I die, I can still come back to life in the next timeline, and everything will develop in a better direction. What is there to be afraid of? The most important thing is, if you miss this village, you will miss this store. If I don't let myself go this time, who knows if I will be able to let myself go in the future. So the Star God let himself go and created all kinds of eye-catching events, which shocked and bewildered people at home and abroad. Humans and non-humans alike. Aren't you guys united and determined to kill the God of wealth even at the risk of your life? Okay, you kill yours and I kill mine. Now that the God of wealth is dead, I will let your people in the world be buried with him. However, it was only from the experience of the Star God in this timeline that he realized how strong the fighting power was when the Star God had nothing to worry about. Moreover, Star God is also a ruthless person. If the Star God is like this, then the God of fighting, the God of wind, and the God of drama, I guess they won't be any worse, right? So is this also the reason why the creatures of the Yer realm invaded in large numbers but did not dare to force humans too harshly? The last time China fell, it seemed that most of the reasons were due to the fall of the God of fighting and the God of wind. There are only two gods with the word God in their names left, Star God and Drama God. The creatures in Arrow Realm are not that afraid of them. That's right. Why would a barefoot person be afraid of someone wearing shoes? If we can use some weak people to hold back the strongest force of humanity and prevent them from moving freely, why should we free them from their restraints? In other words, no ethnic group is willing to sacrifice the future of their own ethnic group and the safety of their motherland to do this thankless task. I originally thought that Star God was a good guy. Suwon chuckled, but the more ruthless people standing on his side, the better. Try to kill the aliens that are afraid of you, kill them so hard that they dare not show their heads, let them tremble all over and have nightmares at night when they hear the word human. God of wealth is full of emotion. After listening to this audio of Star God, you found some information below the audio. Some speculations and comments about Star God audio appear in your field of vision. The leader of the Blackface team, the Beast Tamer, the 7th special team of the Destiny, once sighed after listening to the audio of the Star God. The Star God's tone was full of yearning for a peaceful future and hope that children could grow up in the spring breeze. The 8th-ranked Destiny mechanic once speculated that the dear comrade mentioned by the Star God was the God of wealth. Only the close relationship between the God of wealth and the Star God could make the Star God sigh like this. However, the mechanic's speculation attracted opposition from many Destiny people and warriors. They believed that the dear comrades in the Star God's audio must be a nickname for the soldiers fighting on the front line, referring to all the warriors who fought for the country and the nation. The famous martial arts theory master Du Guowei once said that the peaceful and prosperous times mentioned by the Star God in his words to his dear comrades to take a short rest when they are tired are definitely encouragement to the warriors who sacrificed their lives and shed their blood. Translated, it roughly means, soldiers, you are at the forefront, fighting for the motherland and the people. You use your flesh and blood to form an indestructible fortress, carrying the burden for the lights of thousands of homes in the rear. You are the greatest. But at the same time, you also work the hardest. So, you can relax when you are tired. It is understandable for soldiers who fight for the country and the people to take a short break. But after the rest, the soldiers still have to pick up their weapons, return to the battlefield, and continue to fight for their country and their loved ones. Among all the comments from famous people, only Master Du Guowei's interpretation is recognized by the vast majority of people. Although a small number of people firmly believe that the star god refers to the god of wealth, otherwise the star god would not have needed to say the word forgiveness in it. However, many scholars have published professional articles on this issue, analyzing the meaning of forgiveness from multiple levels and perspectives. Therefore, every listener has his or her own understanding of the forgiveness mentioned by the star god. Chapter 51, The One with Wealth and Destiny. After reading the memorial service information of the star god, you walked out of the memorial hut. Then, you start to explore the area. The statue of the star god is here, so your statue must be here too. And God will not let down those who work hard. After you searched for a long time, you found a small house dedicated to the god of wealth in a relatively remote place. Although the hut is poorly decorated and in a remote location, there are still many people paying respects, especially warriors. As a founder of martial arts, there are naturally many people who come to pay their respects and commemorate him during the memorial ceremony for the hero, the god of wealth who was supposed to be dead. You line up obediently, and together with the people in the future time and space, respectfully offer your inner respects to the fallen god of wealth. When Suwon saw this, he looked helpless. This damn narrator, every time he travels to the future through time and space, as soon as he learns of his own death, he starts to act sarcastic. After a long queue, it is finally your turn to offer flowers to the martyr god of wealth. The relevant information about the god of wealth is also presented to you. The god of wealth. Age, 25. Cause of death, on January 18, 2024, he was ambushed and killed by a powerful alien in the imperial capital. Merits, National First Class Medal winner, National Second Class Medal winner, National Third Class Medal winner, Patriot Medal winner, Defender Medal winner. Evaluation, the life of the god of wealth is as dazzling as a star, but also as short as a meteor. When talking about the god of wealth, the words surrounding him are not the dazzling god with the word God in its head, but the glorious titles of founder of martial arts, pioneering martial arts, and leader of martial arts. After much discussion, the martial arts community officially designated the year 2024, the year of the god of wealth's death, as the first year of martial arts in order to commemorate the god of wealth's pioneering contribution to martial arts. The god of wealth selflessly announced the basic bodybuilding methods and some martial arts, and demonstrated them with his superb martial arts realm, which led to the rapid birth of a martial arts community in the shortest possible time. As far as martial arts are concerned, the god of wealth seems to have endless wonderful ideas. He has even imagined a large number of problems that martial artists may encounter during their practice and compiled them into a book. And the upper limit of martial arts has also been rapidly raised due to the favor of the god of wealth. At the same time, Kaishin published articles and notes about martial arts on various platforms, and even put forward a lot of thoughts and discussions about martial arts. It is precisely because of the thoughts raised by the god of wealth that martial arts can make great strides forward in the future. Because of the god of wealth, not only China, but also the world has high expectations for martial arts. Almost all people who practice martial arts believe that martial arts will be a powerful path comparable to those of the chosen ones. However, to the regret of all warriors, the god of wealth's preference for martial arts only lasted for a short time. Except for the amazing passion and inspiration that burst out at the beginning, in the following time, the god of wealth seemed to have forgotten martial arts and slowly faded out of the martial arts world. However, as the god of wealth was ambushed and killed, people realized that the god of wealth did not intend to fade out of the martial arts world. It was just that the god of wealth knew the danger to himself, and all his energy was tied down by life and death. The famous martial arts master Du Guowei once claimed that if the god of wealth did not die, martial arts would be able to stand on equal footing with those who have destiny. The famous martial artist Mr. Du Baihua once shouted in public that all those who learn martial arts should remember the tragic death of martial arts pioneers, practice hard, and go to the front battlefield after achieving success in the future to avenge the pioneers.
The Ninth Order Destiny Wealth Spirit once appeared at the memorial service for the God of Wealth, and wept for the death of the God of Wealth.
3 months later, he summoned a tide of beasts at the border, but was brutally killed by a powerful alien. The God-headed Destiny, the president of the East China Sea battlefield, and the strongest person in China, His Excellency Doshin, has personally attended the God of Wealth memorial ceremony and claimed that when China has the ability to respond, he will do everything he can to avenge the God of Wealth and the Star God. Below the memorial to the God of Wealth, there are a large number of names, and each of these names has more or less connection with the God of Wealth. Or maybe he is the leader of martial arts, calling for the war to never stop, and the death of the pioneers must be repaid with killing. Or maybe they are the God of Wealth. They feel sad for the death of you, the God of Wealth. They seek revenge for you and travel thousands of miles to the border, using their lives as the price to roar loudly to the world. Or maybe your comrade in arms, if it weren't for the protection and restraint of his country, I'm afraid he would have already rushed out of the border with a gun. God of Wealth who travels through time and space. Your death has caused a large number of Chinese Destiny people and Chinese warriors to hate the aliens. Even if they lose their lives, they will avenge you. Su Wen frowned slightly when he saw this, then he slowly stood up and kept walking around the God of Wealth's office. For the first time, he questioned himself, is it really that important? In other words, is it really that important that I, who died young at the age of 25, am a person who has died young? The Star God killed people everywhere because he had his own considerations, which he could understand. It is understandable that the fighting God wants to avenge himself in the Star God in martial arts. Du Baihua is his follower, and Du Guowei also has a great relationship with him. Perhaps he regards him as an object of worship, and since he created his own martial arts, it was normal for martial artists to seek revenge for him. But what do the one with the destiny of wealth and the spirit of wealth and Qin Du mean? I have nothing to do with this spirit of wealth. As for crying, moreover, he went to the border madly to seek revenge for himself. Could it be that he would have an influence on the spirit of wealth, that is, the one with the destiny of wealth? The God of Wealth is dead, the God of Wealth is no longer around. Will there be problems with the God of Wealth? So, since you are a chosen one with the word God in its name, you must become the leader among the chosen ones from the moment your profession appears? The star gods who died in battle have become a belief. The fighting God is the strongest in China. It seems that there are still many things hidden in the God-headed destiny. But the most important thing is that I have lived significantly longer this time. From 1923 to 1924, I have lived an extra year. It's a small improvement, okay? For a moment, many thoughts flashed through Su Wen's mind, then Su Wen's eyes flashed, and he continued to look at the interface of that Sidewan spacetime. After you finish visiting the memorial activities for the heroes and martyrs, it is almost night. After a series of activities during the day, you roughly understand the situation China is facing now. Due to the massacres committed by the Star God in 24 years, many alien species have not yet recovered. Especially the 4 major battlefields within China. After a brief attack after the fall of the Star God, for unknown reasons, they stopped attacking and even took the initiative to retract the Arrow Realm portal. From then on, the inland of China entered a long-lost era of peace and prosperity. But the war outside the Chinese border is still going on, and the peace you want is still far from coming. And just as you stopped by the roadside to think about the problem, a man in white jumped down from the sky and appeared directly in front of you. Chapter 52, Arrangements. You look at the man in white, and with a slight sense, you know that his strength is far superior to yours. Thinking about what you have gained today, it is actually quite good. Although you did not go to the martial arts library and did not absorb the knowledge structure of martial arts, at least you know the decision-making of abnormal events in a certain period of time in the future. All in all, you spent a whole day on this activity, so it was not a loss. Oh, God of Wealth! This is the first time you have faced death with such a carefree attitude after coming to the future time and space so many times. But the development of the matter is beyond your imagination. You thought that the man in white was a spy who was hiding in the imperial capital. He found your whereabouts and wanted to attack you, but he actually looked at you with a silly smile on his face. You look at the other person with a confused expression, as if wondering why the other person doesn't take action. The man in white looks at you excitedly. As the space changes, you come to another time and space.
Here, the external environment is still there, but everyone has disappeared. Only the man in white and you still exist. The man in white asks you excitedly, nervously, and uneasily, "Are you the god of wealth?" You look at the other person indifferently, not caring about his or her weird behavior. In your mind, no matter how incomprehensible or magical the other person's behavior is, you can force him or her to return with financial resources. After seeing that you had no intention of denying it, the man in white knelt on one knee and shouted, "Ninth rank destiny person, professional wealth shadow, I meet the god of wealth." Looking at this scene in front of you, you are confused. The development of the situation has completely exceeded your expectations. And you are also confused by the extremely respectful and humble attitude of this destiny man, Kai Ying, towards you. So after the other party's brief explanation, you understood the key. There are many different types of destiny people, but among all destiny people, those with the word wealth in their names will be automatically classified as wealth destiny people after reaching the 9th level. Those who are destined to wealth are born under the command of the god of wealth. For those who have the destiny of wealth to break through the 9th level and step into a higher realm, they must have the approval of the god of wealth to complete the promotion. Since the death of the god of wealth, the limit of all those who have the destiny of wealth has been fixed at the 9th level. God of wealth from the past. From Kai Ying's mouth, you learned the root cause of the wealth spirit's madness. You were killed by the aliens. But in the eyes of the fortune destiny, the aliens did not kill you, but their chances of promotion. The road to the future has been cut off. How can they not be sad? How can they not go crazy? A glimmer of understanding flashed across Su Wen's eyes. So that's it, the god of wealth controls the promotion of those who are destined to wealth. What about other people who are destined to be gods? Is there anyone with a star destiny? After his death, the upper limit of the fortune destiny is the 9th level. Is it the same for the star Dao destiny person? So, those who are destined to be god, no matter how high or low their rank is, are inherently leaders of a group of people with destiny from the moment they are born. Is this what you mean? And the one with the word God in his head also naturally has a large number of loyal fans. After all, your future is in the hands of the other party. Even if you don't have to be loyal to the other party, at least you can't anger the other party, right? The most important thing is that the other party cannot die. If the other person dies, you're done for. So, that wealth spirit in Shindu is under my command? Su Wen raised his eyebrows and said, "The ability to summon powerful creatures from other worlds through money is quite good. After reaching the 9th level, you can launch a beast tide. It seems that Kai Ling is quite rich." Thinking of this, Su Wen paused, then twitched his mouth and said speechlessly, "In other words, the 9th level is not the upper limit? The king level and emperor level beings that the star god killed, wouldn't that be the level above the 9th level? How many ranks are there in total? If the wealth and chaos time increased tenfold after upgrading to the next level, what should I do in the future?" Thinking of this, Su Wen felt a little headache. If the star gods and fighting gods want to improve their strength and exert their importance, they must fight to improve their own ranks and make themselves more powerful. But if he wanted to fully exert the importance of the god of wealth, not only would he not be able to upgrade his rank, he would even have to suppress himself. After all, the lower the rank of the god of wealth, the less financial resources will be consumed during the period of financial chaos, and the less financial pressure will be. It seems that from now on, I can only rely on martial arts to improve my strength, and use the god of wealth as a supplement to obtain information. Su Wen sighed quietly, thinking that there was something wrong with his development path. I have to hurry up and improve my martial arts skills, because in both timelines, the aliens were desperate to kill me. If he had power equal to that of a star god in 24 years, why would he be afraid of the decapitation actions of aliens? Kill one by one, come on, 2 kill a pair. The evil spirit insect swarm is in turmoil. It rushes directly into the evil spirit insect swarm's world, kills them all, and the world collapses. In this case, who dares to kill me? After the conversation, Kai Ying respectfully asks you to allow him to break through the 9th level limit and advance to a higher level. God of wealth who transcends time and space. You have your own wishful thinking in your heart. After coming to the future so many times, you finally have your own subordinates, and they are subordinates who are about to break through the 9th level. When this subordinate is successfully promoted and has power above the 9th level, even if there are spies of different types in the imperial capital, they will first have to get through you, their subordinate, to kill you. No matter how you consider it, letting Kai Ying get promoted will only benefit you in every way.
In other words, even if Kai Ying's move harms you, it is just a form of exploration. In the midst of financial chaos, exploring the future is all about correcting mistakes. As long as we can find the mistakes that need to be corrected, no matter what kind of mistakes they are all valuable experiences worth remembering. You meet Kai Ying's gaze and nod slightly, accepting Kai Ying's request for promotion. The god of wealth who is not in the current time and space. The god of wealth in this world is already dead, and the path of advancement for those who are destined to be rich has been blocked, and the highest limit can only be the 9th level. But you who are still in the past time and space can still use the power of the god of wealth to open the path of advancement to the god of wealth again. But as soon as your divine aura that does not belong to this world appeared, it attracted the attention of the long river of time and space. Poor god of wealth. Are you willing to spend a little money to manage the situation and eliminate the attention of the long river of time and space in this world? Chapter 53 tells it's so dark. Su Wen was speechless. The river of time and space was asking for an exorbitant price. It only takes a little financial value to activate the financial chaos spacetime and travel across 10 years to the future. Now, just for the future to nod in agreement, it costs the price of the financial chaos spacetime, a little financial resources worth 10 million. In other words, for every nod from me, 10 million will be spent over there. I use a little financial resources to manage the river of time and space. Then I think back to when the river of time and space paid attention to me before, and the cost of my financial resources doubled. Does that mean the river of time and space is a money grubber? In fact, interfering with the future in the past time and space, 10 million for a nod, seems not expensive. Su Wen comforted himself by saying that he was not actually heartbroken about the 10 million. It was mainly because his interference in the future time and space in promoting Kai Ying's promotion was a one-time thing. Next time I come, I'm afraid I'll meet the 9th level financial shadow again. Using 10 million to exchange for a destiny person above the 9th level is a big profit, but if Kai Ying's promotion is only short-lived, then it's actually a bit of a loss. Try it. I have to give it a try after all, and I can still afford the 10 million at this stage. As Su Wen's mind moved, new changes began to occur in the interface of Siluan spacetime, god of wealth who is trying to show off his wealth. Even if you are short of money, do you still want to see what it is like to bribe the long river of time and space? So you spent a little money to make arrangements, and the long river of time and space that received the benefits took the initiative to withdraw its attention. Even though you do not belong to this world, your arrangements can be regarded as paying a toll. Since I have paid the toll, I will not be able to make things difficult for you. Otherwise, will I still be able to do business with you in the future? And with your promise, the boundless power of wealth began to gather around Kai Ying, and then a golden light shot up into the sky, shaking the 9 states. A 9th rank expert broke through. This prosperity instantly attracted the attention of a large number of experts. After they discovered the strong power of the way of wealth, they all stood there in a daze. The god of wealth was dead, and the way forward for those with the way of wealth was cut off. But now, there are those with the way of wealth who continue the way forward and make a breakthrough. Such a noisy event attracted their attention almost instantly, and even a large number of strong men broke through the barriers and rushed here at full speed. If one person with the destiny of wealth successfully breaks the limit, it means that all people with the destiny of wealth can break the limit and achieve a breakthrough. Even some of the top destiny people in China know some secrets, and a crazy and illogical idea arises in their minds. The destiny person of wealth breaks the limit. Could it be that the god of wealth has returned? Fortunately, Kai Ying has been immersed in the 9th level for a long time, and his foundation is solid, so his breakthrough speed is very fast. At the moment of completing the breakthrough, Kai Ying grabbed you and disappeared on the spot. He was targeted by the auras of many powerful people, and even some old friends sent him crazy messages, but he ignored them. In Kai Ying's opinion, the most important thing now is to ensure the safety of you, the god of wealth. The return of the god of wealth will be a carnival feast for all those who are destined to be rich. Soon, Kai Ying takes you to a confined space full of mysterious patterns. After Kai Ying's introduction, you know that this is Kai Ying's secret base. You asked Kai Ying if he could find information about martial arts here. Seeing your strong interest in martial arts, Kai Ying smiled mysteriously and took you to a room with a large number of martial arts talismans. Kai Ying explained that out of respect for you as the founder of martial arts, even though he is not interested in martial arts, he still pays a lot of attention to it. He collected every new book published in the martial arts world, every paper released, every innovative martial arts viewpoint and martial arts bodybuilding method. Even before he became the chosen one, he practiced the bodybuilding method to strengthen his body, but unfortunately, his martial arts talent was not good, and he was unable to condense his qi and blood before he became the chosen one. Later, Kai Ying mentioned that Xingchen once said in public that for those with a destiny, the sublimation of martial arts qi and blood also plays an extremely important role. Among the same level, the second level advanced destiny can completely beat the ordinary destiny. However, since the limit of martial arts is the third level, martial arts is not taken seriously by top destiny masters. Some destiny masters even said that practicing martial arts is a waste of time. If you have time to practice martial arts, you might as well go to the Arrow Realm to hunt aliens to increase your rank. As long as your rank is raised, the improvement brought by the second advancement of martial arts can be completely ignored. The main reason why the Destiny ones pay attention to the development of martial arts is to follow the steps of the Star God, and also to commemorate this contemporary god. And he has a favorable impression of martial arts because of you, the founder of martial arts. Su Wen frowned slightly. After 10 years of development in martial arts, is the limit still at level 3, no breakthrough? Didn't the Star Gods come up with the Star God training method? The upper limit of a warrior is still too low. It is normal for the destined to look down on the warriors and think that martial arts is a waste of their time. After all, the limit is the third level. When practicing martial arts, the body can only undergo 3 more transformations at most, and they are still the lowest level transformations. In the beginning, there may still be a gap among the group of Destiny people who need to advance twice, but as the ranks of Destiny people get higher and higher, especially after reaching the 8th and 9th ranks and becoming high-level Destiny people, this gap can be almost eliminated. Thinking about it, Su Wen's eyes moved and he said, so the ideas of these Destiny people are the same as the ideas of the previous Star Gods? Martial arts, as a way for ordinary people to strengthen their bodies, is enough. In the event of alien invasion, we still have to rely on the Chosen One. But the power of the Chosen One is not enough. Moreover, after traveling through time and space many times, the rise of martial arts has greatly improved the situation of mankind. In the first time, when martial arts did not appear, 2/3 of China's territory fell. But what those high-level Destiny masters said is not wrong. For a high-level Destiny person, practicing a martial art that only has a third-level limit is indeed a waste of time. But there is still a lot of room for improvement and potential for development in martial arts. If martial arts can truly rise, without further ado, the limit of martial arts can be raised to the 9th level. Perhaps even without the Star God risking his life, China can still counterattack the Arrow Realm. After all, warriors rely on the masses, and the people are the creators of history. Just as he was thinking about it, the interface of Cylon spacetime suddenly changed, dazzled God of Wealth. Just as you were about to observe the new theory of martial arts, Kai Ying proposed his own ideas to you. If you agree, he wants to tell his friends in the Way of Wealth that you are here. Your return should be a celebration for all the people in the Way of Wealth, not just a personal ecstasy party for him. Chapter 54, Protect the God of Wealth. What do you think about Kai Ying's question? 1. Agree with Kai Ying's statement, bring in the one with the destiny of wealth, and help them complete the promotion. 2nd, deny the financial shadows statement. Given the current situation, you have your own considerations. You rejected Kai Ying's suggestion. At this stage, you don't want your news to be known to everyone. You have your own things to do. Kai Ying seems to have seen your concerns. He respects your thoughts, but he tells you that no one with the destiny of wealth would have the intention to harm the God of Wealth. The road to wealth is cut off. In the time of panic, the God of Wealth finally returns. Anyone who wants to harm the God of Wealth will become an enemy of all those who are destined to be rich. You insist on your own ideas, and Kai Ying said that he can understand your ideas. Afterwards, Kai Ying went to prepare food for you, and you looked at the numerous martial arts talismans, with a long-lost smile on your face. This trip will eventually yield great results. Greedy God of Wealth. You looked at the martial arts talisman with shining eyes. Your greedy look combined with your title of God of Wealth conveyed a slightly different meaning. You walked into the area of the bodybuilding method and picked up a talisman for passing on skills. Due to your profound understanding of the basic bodybuilding method 3.0, you quickly learned the Star God bodybuilding method. You have learned the God of Drama's bodybuilding method, you have learned the Fighting God bodybuilding method, you have learned the Mechanical bodybuilding method, you have learned the Life bodybuilding method. Suwon looked at the series of skills in the Taiwan space-time interface and a smile appeared on his face. Finally, it's time for the big harvest.
Master God of Drama has also created a method for strengthening the body?
Suwon chuckled and said, it seems that Master Shishin is also jealous of the state of enlightenment of Xingshan.
Fighting God. If this big brother wasn't troubled by the mental poison, I wouldn't have had time to fool him. I thought he wasn't interested in the bodybuilding method. There are dozens of bodybuilding methods alone, which is really great. This time we can get everything back, and everyone can gain a lot.
As he spoke, Suwon looked outside, then he looked at the information interface that kept skipping in front of him and murmured softly, it's night time, time to go to bed.
When I wake up, I think there will be a huge harvest.
The speed of time flow in the chaotic world is different from that in the present world. Sometimes, a few minutes here may be a day in the future, and now my future self is frantically absorbing martial arts theory knowledge and building my own martial arts theory system. No matter how much I watch, there will be no difference. So you might as well take this opportunity to go to sleep. As for Kai Ying's proposal to summon all those with the destiny of wealth to come for a breakthrough, well, the point is, he doesn't have that much money. To be cruel, from a rational point of view, as a subtimeline of abandoned and experimental, there is no need to pay so much financial value. From the moment I arrived at Kai Ying's secret base, I felt that this journey through time and space was worth it. Therefore, as long as I return, the next time I travel through time and space, a brand new future will greet me, so why bother? The one with the destiny of wealth and the future time and space wandered in the darkness for a long time, and finally waited for me. Fighting God Canyon also said that for them in that time and space, this is the main time and space.
So, give them hope?
In the final analysis, it can be said that I have deceived those people with the destiny of wealth. My death has prevented them from breaking through normally. Amidst some distracting thoughts, Suwon lay on the bed in the God of Wealth's office and fell into a deep sleep. The advantage of having strong mental strength and soul is that you can fall asleep anytime you want, and you can even choose to enter deep sleep on your OWN.AT this moment. With the Star God, Fighting God, Wind God and Drama God all inside the organization, he can still sleep peacefully. What is there to worry about? The strongest people in China are all here. Who is he worried about? If sleeping here is a problem now, what will I do in the future? He also knew very well in his heart that this kind of sleeping experience would probably become less and less frequent in the future. As he gets to know more information and the grand scenes of the future break through the fog and gradually appear before him, can he still sleep? In other words, since he was on the must-kill list of aliens, would he still dare to sleep so deeply? Meanwhile, on the other side, he's asleep. The God of Drama sat in the office area, flipping through ancient books while saying, moreover, it is a deep sleep. In the Star God's office, the Star God suddenly said, God of Wealth, don't believe us.
I can see.
Although he tried his best to hide it today, it was still too obvious.
So, why doesn't the God of Wealth believe in us?
The God of Wealth has the ability to see into the future and, depending on the circumstances, is not limited. The God of Drama said softly, since he can see into the future and still doesn't trust us, it means that the God of Wealth has seen some problems in the future.
Xiaofeng's future may be in trouble.
The Star God's eyes moved and he asked, you asked Xiaofeng to read The Injustice of Doi.
Did you figure out anything?
The God of Drama was silent for a moment, then said, the drama shows that Xiaofeng's current situation is similar to what Doi experienced, but in the blink of an eye, it changed. Xiaofeng said today that the God of Wealth felt guilty about him.
Did he realize that he had misunderstood Xiaofeng?
It is impossible to see into the future of the God of Wealth. It is like chaos, with infinite changes in mysterious things.
I cannot predict it. You can't predict it?
The Star God said, the future of the God of Wealth is truly limitless. As soon as the words fell, the Star God and the Drama God fell silent at the same time. After a moment, the voice of the Star God sounded again. But I used astrology to deduce that the God of Wealth will be filled with murderous intent in the future, which is a very bad omen. The God of Drama frowned slightly and said, how strange. When Shi Xiang deduced the chaotic future of the god of wealth, endless scenes emerged. The god of wealth seemed to be short-lived, but he was not short-lived. But it is so mysterious. Once the strong men in the Arrow realm know that the god of wealth has appeared, they will definitely come to test the god of wealth's combat power. Once they are sure that the god of wealth's combat power is insufficient, they will definitely attack and kill him with all their strength. The star god whispered softly, "Yes. Who wouldn't covet a person who was destined to be a god? So what are you going to do?" "In public and private, I will protect the god of wealth until my death." After a moment of silence, the god of drama spoke up, "You know, I can't interfere too much, otherwise, I understand. Just leave it to me. Then the protective power around the god of wealth will be handed over to you." God of drama, I mean, what if the god of wealth can also give you enlightenment? What would you do? Upon hearing this, the god of drama closed the ancient book, slowly stood up, and said firmly, "Protect the god of wealth until the death." Chapter 55. Contacting the fighting god. The next day, when Suwon woke up from his sleep, he saw a series of messages. "You walked into the martial arts area and began to study the martial arts skills. You learned the bloodthirsty fist, you have learned the 9 steps of divine movement, you have learned the star sword technique." Kaiying was worried that you would be hungry, so he brought you a delicious meal. However, seeing that you were immersed in the ocean of martial arts knowledge, he could not bear to disturb you, so he placed the meal at the door and left quietly. God of wealth who loves novelty and hates old things. After learning the 27 top martial arts that have been popular all over the country in the past 2 years, you began to walk towards the martial arts theory area. You found the book Introduction to Martial Arts compiled by Du Guowei, reading. You found the book The Evolution of Ancient and Modern Martial Arts compiled by Bai Xiao, reading. You found the book A Close Study of the Evolution of Bodybuilding Methods compiled by Situ Mo, and are reading. When Kaiying brought you the 4th meal, he saw that you hadn't eaten a single bite of the food he had brought you before, so he wanted to persuade you to eat, but seeing how excited you were, he didn't bother you. You walked to the martial arts academic paper area. The vast amount of martial arts papers and martial arts conjectures were not recorded in the talisman by Kaiying. In his words, martial arts papers and conjectures are updated all the time, and there are too many of them, so he doesn't have much time to pay attention to them all the time, but he has downloaded all the articles published in the most famous martial arts journal, the Martial Arts General Journal. God of wealth who is crazy about grabbing future information. You read all the cutting-edge knowledge of martial arts, even if it is just some conjectures and immature ideas, or even some articles by scholars of low rank who have studied the development of martial arts. In your opinion, the articles published in the Martial Arts General Journal are definitely not just filler articles. However, this is still under discussion. You should also be prepared. If the quality of the articles in the Martial Arts General Journal is not high, you will strictly control the birth of the Martial Arts General Journal after you return this time. Although you are not aware of the existence of the Martial Arts General Journal, since the Martial Arts General Journal is the top academic journal in the martial arts world, it must play a leading role and have its own weight. You found the article Conjecture and Analysis of the Martial Arts Era published by Du Guowei, reading. You have seen the article published by Du Guowei, Is the Third Level Warrior the Limit of Martial Arts? Taking Mr. Dubaiwa's martial arts process as an example, reading. You found the article published by Situ Mo, On the Limits of Qi and Blood Warriors and the Exploration of Future Sustainable Development, reading. God of wealth who doesn't know what hunger is. Kaiying comes to see you many times and delivers meals to you 3 times a day. Every time he delivers fresh meals, he takes away the previous meals to ensure that you can eat fresh meals when you want to eat. But 10 days have passed, and you are still immersed in the ocean of martial arts, with no feeling of eating. Although you are a 3rd-level warrior with abundant qi and blood, and can survive without food for several months, for a warrior who has not practiced the Bigha method, not eating is still very uncomfortable. Kaiying doesn't understand your madness. In addition, the outside world has been turned upside down in the past 10 days. The news that the 9th level Kaiying broke the limit of the Kai Dao destiny and was promoted to the king level has spread throughout the streets and alleys. Even the fortune seekers who were fighting on the battlefield asked for leave and returned, and some of his old friends tried every possible means to find information about him. Most importantly, his secret base can no longer be hidden. When the whole society is frantically searching for a person, even if the person is good at hiding, it is only a matter of time before he is found.
Especially after noticing some traces of aura outside the secret base, Kai Ying thought about it and interrupted you to ask your thoughts again?
In his opinion, such a major event as the return of the God of Wealth cannot be concealed. God of Wealth who travels across time and space. You have been in the future for 11 days, and these precious 11 days have allowed you to accumulate a lot of martial arts knowledge, but at the same time you also need to make a choice. 1. Publicize your information to the public in an open and aboveboard manner and tell everyone that the God of Wealth has returned. 2nd, let Kai Ying make up a lie and ask him to help hide your information. 3rd, find your former comrades and use their strength to protect yourself. Seeing this, Suwon stretched and a smile appeared on his face. While I was sleeping, 10 days had passed in the future time and space, and during these 10 days, the martial arts information I obtained was enough. It can almost be said that the most essential martial arts achievements in the future time and space have been absorbed by himself. Perhaps some top martial arts and martial arts theories have not been widely passed down, but as a 9th level destiny being, Kai Ying would only need to make a phone call to collect them. Overall, this trip was worthwhile.
Then, let's find an old friend.
Suwon chuckled, then he made a choice with an idea: careful God of Wealth. After careful consideration, ask Kai Ying if he has the contact information of Do Shun. If so, ask him to contact Do Shen and tell him that he has returned. Kai Ying heard your words and was about to ask about your relationship with the fighting god, but then he thought about the fact that you are both destiny beings with the word God in the beginning, and thought about the previous rumors about the fighting god, so he didn't hesitate and started to get busy. In Kai Ying's opinion, as long as His Excellency the God of Fighting arrives, all disturbances in the outside world will subside. In this era, no one dares to challenge the majesty of His Excellency Fighting God, the strongest person in China. As Kai Ying made contact with the outside world, the entire Chinese destiny world began to boil. But when everyone learned that Kai Ying wanted to contact Do Shen and said that he had something important to report to Do Shen, many people of destiny calmed down. A newly promoted king-level destiny person's request for an audience, after being reported through layers of connections, quickly reached the ears of the God of War. After the phone rang and Do Shen's voice came out of the phone, you took the phone from Kai Ying. The God of Wealth that transcends time and space. Your address to the fighting god Big Brother caused the other party to fall into silence. After hearing your voice, the fighting god, the strongest person in China, was a little slow to react. Then the phone was hung up, and the beeping sound echoed around. Just as Kai Ying looked at you in bewilderment, wondering if you were joking with him, the space around him suddenly began to vibrate. The next moment, the space was torn apart, and a fighting god wearing golden armor and a mask appeared in front of you and Kai Ying. When the God of War saw you, he was slightly startled, and then a magnificent aura locked onto you, and began to examine your body inside and out, and the aura of the God of Wealth emanating from your body. After confirming that you are okay, the fighting god landed on the ground and slowly took off the fighting god mask on his face. Chapter 56, Training with the Boss. The fighting god's face, which used to be a pretty boy, has now become tough and resolute, with the demeanor of a veteran who has been through many battles. The fighting god walks up to you and gives you a bear hug. Weak God of Wealth. The power contained in the simple possession of the God of War is the most violent killing in the world for you. You can't help but turn pale. The fighting god noticed and waved his hand. A healing force fell on your body, warm and comfortable. After talking to you for a few words, the fighting god asked about your situation. Without even thinking about it, you told the fighting god the whole story, including how the Spacetime Star God had held fast to the front lines a few times before and how the Spacetime Star God was killing people indiscriminately this time. Kai Ying stands aside, looking at you for a while, and looking at Do Shen for a while. At this moment, his heart was in a panic. I suddenly learned of such a shocking event. Will I be brainwashed or even silenced after a while? After listening to your story, the fighting god burst into laughter. His tone was full of joy. In his words, you can travel through time and space, and even constantly change the future outcome, which means that the future of China is uncertain and everyone has a bright future. As he spoke, the fighting god lightly hit you, saying that you and the star god were very unkind. Why did you hide such an important matter from him? For a while, he was particularly worried about the death of you and the star god, and even became a little depressed. He even planned to wait for the Chinese destiny world to develop further. Once it became stronger, he would be ready to attack the border with a gun. Those little bastards only know how to come up with dirty tricks every day. They really deserve to die. Looking at the murderous look of the fighting god, an idea suddenly occurred to you. God of wealth who likes to take advantage of others. Let the god of fighting take you to attack the border once, and try to kill some aliens and have them throw their bodies to you, so that you can quickly become stronger. This way, you can better help the fighting gods of the past time and space after you return. The fighting god grinned and said that it was no big deal. So, in Kai Ying's confused expression, the god of war tore through space and took you away from where you were. Kai Ying watched his secret base being flattened by the force of space, and stared at the sky in silence. Soon, human figures began to appear in the sky. After that, Kai Ying no longer hid and solemnly announced to the Chinese destiny world that the god of wealth had returned and the upper limit of the financial destiny was unlocked again. For a moment, the crowd was excited. At the border battlefield, the god of war, holding a spear, led you directly into the number 63 Arrow Realm to plunder. According to Doshen, the 63rd Arrow Realm is full of spiders. Spider mothers are distributed in every corner of the Arrow Realm. They are very fertile. As long as there is food, they can give birth to piles of demon spiders. Just what you need, then he will bring you here to kill everyone. You have refined 112 demon spiders, wealth value plus 0.5. You have refined 73 demon spiders, wealth value plus 0.35. You have refined 215 demon spiders, wealth value plus 0.7. Su Wen's eyes lit up as he looked at his ever-increasing wealth. It seemed like he had discovered a way to make money. As long as your friends grow up healthily and become strong quickly, and become among the world's top strong people in the future, you can let them lead you. It's so cool to have a big boss to lead you. In just 2 minutes, his income had exceeded 50 million. Comfortable. The fighting god was a capable person. As soon as he mentioned me, he took me to the Arrow Realm and killed me openly. It's great to be strong. I didn't catch up with the time when the star god went crazy. If I had caught up, Su Wen touched his chin and murmured, "No. If the star god wants to let himself go again in the future, he should at least wait until I arrive before letting myself go." The star god destroyed so many Arrow Realms. If I could refine them all, wouldn't I become rich overnight? Cool. As he said this, Su Wen laughed out loud. It's because I have a narrow mindset. I thought that this chaotic time and space was a den of money, but I didn't expect it to be my own little treasury. Well, I contacted the god of fighting a little late this time. When I go out later, I will discuss the contact information with the god of fighting. Try to ask the god of fighting to prepare a private number. Remember this private number for yourself, and then next time you travel through time and space, you can directly call someone. That's right. After confirming that the fighting god is one of your own, why are you still being so timid? The fighting god of the future time and space, the strongest in China, with unparalleled strength, wouldn't it be better to just let the god of fighting lead you? It just so happens that this time there is also the fighting god body strengthening method. After the fighting god sees it, he should also have a sense of enlightenment, right? In this time and space, take Fei Doshin with you. In the future, the god of fighting will carry me. It's a win-win situation. As for the star god, we must persuade him this time. If you really want to pick those Arrow Realms, you will die sooner or later. Then, if you wait for a few years, you can travel through time and space to die with the star god. That would be a good story, right? The more Su Wen thought about it, the more excited he became. Who wouldn't be excited if this happened to them? The business that makes money suddenly starts to emit golden light. Who wouldn't be happy? In the future, with financial income from time and space, I won't have to spend the country's money and disrupt the country's economy. Moreover, the transactions between those countries in the world are no longer important. After all, as long as he has enough money, what can't he do? The fighting god carried me alone and I took off. If I let the fighting god of future time and space and the star god carry me at the same time, then I would have to fly to outer space, right? With a sweep of the fighting god's spear, a large number of demon spiders fell to the ground, unable to move. Greedy god of wealth. You followed closely in the footsteps of the god of war and refined all the demon spiders that the other party had killed. But you were immersed in the joy of receiving money, and you didn't notice that as a large number of demon spiders were refined, your experience points were also increasing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, your experience value soared to 100%, and the vast amount of experience energy overflowed from your body. After realizing that there was no danger around you, you were forced to enter the God of Wealth advancement process. God of Wealth who broke the order of time and space. Due to your own greed, your advancement process is irreversible. Even if you are unwilling in your heart, you still cannot stop the transition of life level. Chapter 57, The Gift of the Long River of Time and Space. Can you still advance during the chaos of time and space? Suwon looked at the information in front of him and was confused. He knew that the way for the chosen ones to advance was to go into the Rule Arrow Realm and fight with the Arrow Realm creatures. In this way, you can gain the experience energy needed for advancement, but he never expected that after launching the wealth and chaos in time and space, he would be able to advance to the future time and space. Isn't this outrageous? The future is 10 years away from now, and in the final analysis, he doesn't want to advance. After advancement, the consumption of financial chaos in space and time increases. If this happens every time there is financial chaos in space and time, the financial consumption of traveling through time and space in the future will be an astronomical figure. If he really wanted to become an 8th or 9th level God of Wealth, his combat power would be improved, but his talent of wealth and chaos in time and space would be wasted. How great would it be if the rank upgrade did not affect the talent of wealth and chaos in time and space? Suwon sighed. If the rank had no effect on the wealth and time, and each time of traveling through time and space, it would consume 0.1 financial resources, which would be great. Then when he knows that he can gain experience points by refining the creatures in the Arrow Realm of future time and space, he will definitely jump for joy. In fact, according to normal logic, the power of refining is really a powerful power that is against the rules. On the one hand, by refining the bodies of the creatures in the Arrow Realm, he gained a source of wealth. On the other hand, in the process of refining the creatures in the Arrow Realm, one can also gain experience energy. If it is placed on any person with destiny, the additional function of refining supernatural powers can make people go crazy with joy, but when it is placed on the God of Wealth, the additional function of refining supernatural powers is like a shackle. A method of restricting oneself in the future time and space to refine the creatures in the Arrow Realm and become powerful quickly. It seems that I can't do this anymore. Suwon shook his head helplessly. Since his promotion to the 2nd level God of Wealth could not be stopped, he could only accept it. Every failure makes you wiser. In the future, you must be more careful when acting in the future. What may be a miraculous medicine for strengthening the body for others may be a poison for you that even gods cannot cure. The God of War noticed your promotion and smiled. Then he cast a barrier around you. He would never let anyone disturb your promotion. In his opinion, your rank is too low, only level 1. It would be a good thing to upgrade it now. He has also made up his mind. After you complete your promotion, he will take you directly to the Demon Spider City to kill a few giant demon spiders for fun and help you level up. Level 2 is still too low. You need to upgrade to level 8 or 9 at least, then you will have a certain ability to protect yourself. And you, the God of Wealth who controls the source of wealth and transcends time and space, have returned with a significant increase in strength. You can also better help the God of Fighting in the past time and space, right? Both in public and in private, the God of War has decided to exert all his strength. Even if a border war breaks out today, he will push your rank up. Suwon, why does this fighting god seem so eager to help me level up? If the fighting god fulfilled his idea and really pushed him to the 8th or 9th level in this timeline, then it would be a real joke. Although the God of Fighting had good intentions, the other party had no idea of his true thoughts. It was completely a case of good intentions leading to bad results. Take a look. If my future self still wants to refine the Arrow Realm creatures after advancing, then I can only recall them forcefully. Financial resources, 86.5. Looking at the abundant financial resources, Suwon felt the novel experience of pain and happiness for the first time. I am happy because the value of my financial resources has increased a lot. This is a great harvest. The pain is that the harvest of financial value comes at the cost of an increase in rank. If the other chosen ones knew that I paid the price of pain for my rank increase, they would probably be filled with jealousy, right? Suwon laughed at himself and said helplessly, how could he have imagined that such contradictory thoughts would appear in him, greedy God of Wealth? Due to your promotion, the aura that does not belong to this world of time and space surges forward, piercing the sky, stirring up the long river of the future, and attracting more attention from the long river of time and space from the higher dimensional space. Due to your last management behavior, the time and space river is somewhat familiar with you, so it did not immediately expel and block you, giving you the possibility to continue to manage with financial resources. Poor god of wealth.
Are you willing to open your dry coffers and take out some of your money to manage the upper and lower levels?
1. Take out 10 points of financial resources to manage the situation, and send back all the attention that has been drawn to the long river of time and space. 2. Take out 30 points of financial resources to manage the situation. The river of time and space will give you corresponding feedback for your generous management behavior. 3. You are stingy and don't give out any financial resources, allowing the long river of time and space to expel and imprison you. As a being that transcends time and space, you think that the long river of time and space cannot do anything to you.
Smart god of wealth. You made the most correct choice.
You used 30 points of wealth to manage your wealth, which made the long river of time and space, which was looking down at you, very satisfied and thought that you were a talent that could be cultivated. So the long river of time and space decided to give you a gift in return, to show the greatness of the long river of time and space. Lucky god of wealth. Your luck has exploded, and you have received a gift from the long river of time and space. Buff, a gift from the long river of time and space. When you reach the end of your journey through time and space and are expelled from the long river of time and space in this world, the gift from the depths of the long river of time and space will bring your soul and true spirit to the long river of time and space for cleansing and purification. Oh, you are such an enviable god of wealth with such good luck.
You must have some nepotism with the gambling house's boss lady, otherwise how could your luck be so good?
As a cross-time and space god of wealth who disrupts the order of time and space and teases the rules of time and space, you can actually escape danger after attracting the gaze of the deep river of time and space.
It's incredible.
Suwon frowned slightly. The words following the narration seem to reveal different information. A gaze from the depths of the long river of time and space, is it different from the previous gaze on the long river of time and space? Even from the narrator's exclamatory tone at the end, it can be seen that no matter which of the three options you chose, the final result would be expulsion. As the maintainer of the order of time and space,
the long river of time and space should be most intolerable to the god of wealth.
Who disrupts the rules of time and space? If you say that bribing the source of money is meritorious, then the statement that the river of time and space came down just to blackmail himself does not make sense. If that were the case, then you should just leave after receiving the money. Why give yourself a return gift? Moreover, this gift from the long river of time and space is also very interesting, separating the long river of time and space in this world from the deep of the long river of time
and space.
It seems that the long river of time and space is not just the long river of time and space. Chapter 58, War of Words. Your aura is restrained, and you have completed the advancement.
Congratulations, second level god of wealth, you have unlocked a new god of wealth magical power, bestow.
You are very curious about the new magical power of the god of wealth, so you open the attribute panel and check your own magical power.
Magic power, grant.
You can grant destiny professions to ordinary people by consuming financial resources. The strength of the professions granted changes with the consumption of financial resources. You look at your own god of wealth magical power with a look of disbelief.
The newly appeared god of wealth magical power can actually grant ordinary people a destiny profession? In other words, you can create a destiny person by granting magical power?
The god of war noticed your awakening, and you excitedly told him about your newly unlocked magical power of the god of wealth. The fighting god is not surprised by the granting of magical powers, and explains to you the shortcomings of granting magical powers. By granting supernatural powers, from a long-term perspective, it seems that you can grant ordinary people professions by consuming financial resources, but strictly speaking, these ordinary people are not ordinary people. If you want to succeed, you need to have the physical and spiritual strength of an ordinary 6th-level destiny person, otherwise you will explode and die during the granting process. At the same time, under the divine power you bestowed, and with the blessing of your destiny profession, the strength of the same level has indeed been greatly improved. But there is one biggest flaw, which is the limit of the rank of the person who is given it.
It cannot exceed your current rank.
In other words, if you are only a 2nd-level god of wealth, then the person who has been granted the destiny through you will never be able to break through the 2nd-level barrier no matter how hard he tries throughout his life. After explaining your divine power, the god of war also looked helpless. If you are at the top, then giving talents will certainly bring out their infinite uses, but if you have concerns in your heart, giving supernatural powers is just a waste of time. God of wealth, you are so disappointed. You look at the god of war and open your mouth to ask something, but when the words come to your lips, you don't know where to start. The god of war answered your doubts, saying that the god of wealth in this time and space reached the 6th level before his death, and after the 6th level, he refused to break through again. That's how he was able to be found and killed by the aliens. He said he didn't understand your thoughts, but he believed that when a person died, everything was gone. No matter how much planning and calculations were made, it was too late. Even if the future is bright, even if the future is extremely bright, even if everything in the future is as you wish, but you cannot witness it with your own eyes, from a certain point of view, what does this bright future have to do with you? Especially the safety of the existence of the main time and space is the most important. If time is really running out, as the god of wealth who can travel through time and space in the main time and space, everything must be based on saving your own life. If you lose your life, your future will really be over. You listened to the words of the fighting god and fell into silence. And just as you were thinking, a powerful will suddenly appeared, accurately locating the location of your previous breakthrough. Helpless god of wealth. Your arrival seems to have caused dissatisfaction among too many living beings, and because of your breakthrough, those living beings who were dissatisfied with your return have found your location. With a loud laugh, the surrounding space is heavily sealed, and one after another, powerful warriors who are so powerful that the void trembles appear in front of you. Until an old man with horns on his head appears. The moment he sees you, he is horrified and says that something impossible is happening before his eyes. How could such an absurd thing as the restoration of the throne of God actually happen? After the confirmation by the old man with the horns, the powerful men around you instantly locked their eyes on you and stared at the fighting god. If the fighting god dared to make the slightest move, they would use thunderous means. The fighting god was not panicked at all, pointed his spear at the target, and asked in the sky, "Have you forgotten the pain caused by the former star god? Today, are you going to use the mother realm to test his fighting spirit?" After that, a dozen strong men in the sky began to shout at the rampant fighting god, and the fighting god understood what you meant and began to lead these strong men in the direction you wanted to know. For a time, the crowd was outraged, and a war of words comparable to the World War officially began. The fighting god is worthy of being the strongest in China. He scolded all the strong men of different species with his own strength. These strong men also started to interrupt and bicker intentionally or unintentionally, as if he was intentionally delaying time. In the bickering among the strong, you learned the identity of the old man with horns. He is the high priest of the Longyuan clan in the number 01 Arrow realm of the southern border, codenamed Longyuan realm, and his strength has reached the pinnacle. In the statistics of the Chinese Ye realm, the stronger the Ye realm, the higher it ranks. Only when the Ye realm is strong enough will China give it a separate code name. Longyuan realm is such a powerful world. After the god of wealth was ambushed and killed, the god of wealth's throne was moved to the Longyuan realm and was obtained by a dragon son of the Longyuan clan. Therefore, once your god of wealth aura was revealed, it caused great discomfort to the dragon son, and even the god of wealth ability that he could freely deploy in the past was out of control. Things that are not yours after all. How can the owner return home and still find that the thief has taken possession of them? After a moment, the surrounding space suddenly solidified, and a strong force of spatial repression was formed. The old man with horns looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, saying that the fighting god was foolish and had lost his mind. The most powerful person in China is actually a mediocre person who was swayed by his temper. Do you really think that so many people came here just to quarrel with you? At this moment, the boundary sealing formation has been completed, and they are determined to get the returning god of wealth. Perhaps they could not keep the god of war, but keeping a second-level god of wealth would be easy and no problem. After obtaining the complete god of wealth position, the Longyuan clan will surely grow into the strongest race and conquer China in the years to come. Looking at the wise old man with horns, the god of war glanced at you and asked you how you remembered it. Please keep in mind everything you have just heard and said. This information will be of great use to you when you return. The fighting god nodded, then smiled contemptuously, mocking the old man with horns as a fool.
Couldn't he see that he was delaying time so openly? The famous fool of the Long Yuan clan, you don't really think he is just bored in quarreling here, right?
Afterwards, under the dull and puzzled gaze of the high priest Long Yuan, the god of war's thoughts swept through the void, and that violent force directly tore you into pieces, and you died beyond death.
You are dead.
Chapter 59 Enduring Traits. The long river of time and space in this world is keenly aware that you are not a living being in the current time and space, and does not accept your soul, and begins to repatriate your true spirit. At the same time, the gift of the long river of time and space in your body senses the fluctuation of the power of time and space and begins to take effect. Under the influence of the magnificent power, your soul and true spirit are brought to a mysterious and fantastic place that cannot be described in words, and you will even forget the scene in an instant after seeing it. You are guided by the great power deep in the long river of time and space, and come to the long river of time and space, and begin to accept the baptism of the great power in the long river of time and space. Under the baptism of the power of time and space, your soul and true spirit undergo a profound transformation, becoming more powerful and mysterious. And because of the intangibility and imperceptibility of time and space, your soul and true spirit also possess the immortality that makes them immune to most attacks in the world. Immortality is bestowed upon you, and all evils will retreat. A surprise from the god of wealth. Your soul and true spirit are baptized by the great power of time and space. From now on, your thoughts are as deep as the sky, and you no longer have to worry about being seen through by others. From then on, the crazy side of the world gradually unfolds. When those who maintain order begin to show friendliness to those who destroy order, is this a loss of morality or a distortion of human nature? A newly initiated second-level god of wealth. Because of your reckless behavior in the future time and space, you have received deep attention from the long river of time and space. Congratulations, you have obtained the buff, deep attention of the river of time and space. Within 25 hours, your financial resources consumption in time and space will double. With the end of the chaotic time and space, a powerful force appeared out of nowhere and began to surround Su Wen. In the next moment, a powerful aura burst out from Su Wen's body. Rank, second rank. Magic power, refine and bestow. Life form, level 3. Looking at the brand new attribute panel, Su Wen remained calm. Isn't it just the second level? In fact, think about it. Being able to use advancement as a price to exchange for the gift of the long river of time and space is also a good thing, regardless of whether his soul and true spirit are powerful or not, and whether they contain immortal characteristics. Just the fact that his thoughts are as deep as the universe and cannot be understood by others makes him a fortune. If he encounters a destined being similar to the god of wind in the future, or a very powerful being, he will not be able to let the other party see his inner thoughts at a glance. It's embarrassing to think that all your thoughts are exposed in front of others. This time, it was the fighting god who helped me and personally sent me back. Su Wen laughed out loud and said, if I give nicknames to everyone in the future, now we have nicknames for both Star God and Fighting God. Star God, kill them all. Fighting God, strike your friendly forces hard. Thinking of this, Su Wen walked out of the god of wealth's office. As expected, he was once again noticed by the river of time and space. Moreover, this time it is 25 hours of in-depth attention. Even if Yuan Bao is powerful, I am afraid he will not be able to carry out that Siluan time and space again today. It just so happened that he had gained a lot from this journey across time and space, and he needed some time to plan carefully. Good morning, God of Wealth. The God of Drama said happily after seeing Su Wen. Good morning, Mr. Drama God. Su Wen said with a smile, this God of Drama is very mysterious. Having traveled through time and space so many times, he has more or less some knowledge of the information about the god of stars, the god of fighting, and the god of wind, but the god of drama was the only one who was confused. Even if he met the god of fighting in the future and started chatting with him, he would not mention the god of drama. If you think about it carefully, the god of fighting seems to be intentionally or unintentionally downplaying the existence of the god of drama. By the way, the wealth spirit from Chengdu disrupted the economic market last night, so he was invited here. The god of drama said, the star god asked me to tell you. If you are interested, you can go and have a look. Su Wen raised his eyebrows and asked, what did that wealth spirit do? He manipulated his summons to wipe out some local gray zone forces, and then used the money from those gray zone forces to try to summon a big one.
Taking the money from the Grey Forces, isn't it a good thing for Kai Ling to do compared to some people who destroy the social order? In a sense, it's a good thing, but he got too much money this time. If he is allowed to absorb it at will, it may cause a big mess. How much money did he get last night? 42.5 billion, so much? Su Wen was stunned. If 42.5 billion was absorbed at one time, the economic turmoil caused would not be limited to Chengdu. After all, according to calculations, 1 billion or 2 billion is not so bad, and the country can still bear it if it is prepared, but a sudden shock of more than 40 billion yuan may turn into an economic crisis, right? The god of drama nodded and said, "Fortunately, because of you, the star god has paid some attention to the wealth spirit, otherwise there might really be trouble." After a moment of silence, Su Wen said, "Is the area where the wealth spirit is attacking limited to Chengdu?" "Yes, he can't run too far in one night." "Can Chengdu alone make so much money?" The god of drama thought for a moment and hinted, "I've already said that it's a force in the gray area." "If it's a gray area, all parties will be involved, right?" Su Wen nodded slightly and said, "I understand." "What it means is that he has great powers and has his own network of relationships in every industry, right? That's why we have such a large cash flow in our hands." By the way, when did the star god stop the wealth spirit? Su Wen thought of something and asked suddenly. "When I noticed that the money spirit wanted to refine the money, I stopped it." So when the wealth spirit attacked those people, the star god knew about it, but he didn't stop it, right? Shi Shenhua turned around and said with a smile, "If you are interested in the spirit of wealth, you can go and take a look. In room B12 on the 13th floor, the star god is trying his best to persuade the wealth spirit to join the country." Su Wen waved his hand and said, "Okay, I'll go take a look. I'm also very curious about the spirit of wealth. Just because the spirit of wealth would worship him in the future and even make a suicidal charge at the border, he wanted to go and see what kind of person this was. The most important thing is that the only person destined for wealth that he can currently contact is the spirit of wealth.as for the financial shadow. Maybe it hasn't appeared yet. As the leader of the financially destined people, it is not too much to check on your subordinates, right? If the star god knew this, he would meet me sooner or later after persuading the spirit of wealth to enter the state organs. After all, if a person with the destiny of wealth is promoted to the king level, doesn't it still depend on his own opinion?" Soon, Su Wen took the elevator to the 13th floor. On the way to find room B12, he also saw some people busy around. Everyone was stunned when they saw Su Wen wearing a mask. Then everyone stood up and saluted Su Wen solemnly. Chapter 60. I'll treat you, you pay. Seeing this scene, Su Wen quickly returned a military salute. Although he had learned the military salute posture during military training from childhood to adulthood, Su Wen's salute was still very different from the salutes of the people around him. But at this moment, no one would laugh at Su Wen's irregular salute. This little episode also gave Su Wen a great shock, and he felt a surge of emotion in his heart. When you appear in a busy area, and suddenly all the soldiers stop what they are doing, look at you collectively, stand up collectively, and salute you at the same time, that is a touching feeling of recognition from fellow countrymen. No matter what he experienced in the future time and space, everything in the future time and space was just a textual presentation to him, and nothing was truly presented to him. After all, written expression has a certain objectivity and indirectness. Only when you experience it yourself, you will feel the indescribable emotion and the heart-touching impact of the picture, which is beyond words. It was from the experience just now that Su Wen learned that there were still a large number of soldiers busy working inside the organization. Yes, the organization created by Star God was established by the state, and with such confidentiality and importance, it is normal that the staff are all from the military. "Brother Kaishan, I knew you were coming." The god of fighting was standing in room B13. When he saw Su Wen come in, he said with a smile, "Is that the spirit of wealth?" Su Wen looked at the transparent wall in front of him and asked softly, "Room B13 is next to room B12. If B12 is the interrogation room, then B13 is the room where the interrogator observes the emotional fluctuations of the interrogated person and conducts research. Due to the precision of the building materials and the use of the latest high technology, even if someone in House B13 shouts at the top of their lungs, the person being interrogated in House B12 will not notice anything, right?" The god of war smiled and said, "It's this guy. I heard that the star god used his divine tool to teleport over there last night. The situation is quite dangerous." Su Wen nodded slightly upon hearing this and said, "Indeed, if he were to absorb all of it, the national economy would definitely experience a wave of turmoil. By the way, Brother Kaishan, if the other party is Kaling, then he is your subordinate? Why? Well, you see, both of your professions have the word wealth in them, and you are the god of wealth. The word God is so noble, and it is the top profession among the people of destiny. How can a spirit compare to a god? Look at it this way: what if it's not a subordinate, but an enemy? Even if the level of the spirit is not high, the enemy is still an enemy. Why are there so many levels? The god of fighting chuckled and said, "Let's watch first. I'm just talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously." Suan smiled, glanced at the god of fighting, and then turned his gaze to the spirit of wealth who was talking to the god of stars. It seems that the god of fighting knows some information about those who are destined to be rich or other types of people, it's just that the other party didn't tell me clearly. Is it because the time is not right, or is he concerned about something? But it doesn't matter, whether the other party says it or not, you already know it. If he hadn't known that Kai Ling would be his future subordinate, he might not have come here on purpose to see Kai Ling. At the same time, in room B12. Master Star God, you are powerful, your mind can hold the mountains, rivers, sun and moon, and your vision has seen through the years and the future. Kai Ling said, but I am just a nobody. I don't have your broad mind or your noble sentiments. I just want to live my own life. So I really have no intention of joining a national organization, and please don't force me anymore. As for what happened last night, I also admit that I did it. But if you just ask around, you'll know that group of people, no, they are no longer worthy of being called human beings. They force women into prostitution, forcibly demolish houses and sell houses, and cause other people's families to be broken up. Haven't they done enough of these things? If they didn't have money, they would have been in jail for life. You say, if I kill people like this, isn't that just getting rid of harm to the people? The star god said softly, I have just told you the reason why I advised you to join the national organization. You should be very clear in your mind. After saying this, the star god paused, and then said, as for what happened last night? I don't intend to delve into it, and in the final analysis, there is no evidence pointing to you, saying that you did it. All nearby cameras are damaged. Even last night you were drinking with your friends in the dormitory. There are so many people who can prove that you were in the dormitory and did not go anywhere. You said, without evidence, who can convict you? Kai Ling fell silent after hearing this. After a moment, he chuckled and said, Master Xingshan, you are a little beyond my expectations. I thought you were going to tell me about human rights equality and that all crimes must be punished by law. The star god's tone remained unchanged, and he said calmly, no one is stupid, and I don't want to talk nonsense here anymore. After all, we all have things to do. I'll ask you one last time, are you really not going to join? Kai Ling asked, if I don't join, will you kill me? No, you are not a thug. You will definitely contribute to the country in the future. Why should I kill you? If I don't join, will you intercept me and prevent me from entering the Yajing to explore? No, most of China's Arrow realms are open to those with a destiny, and even support you to enter the Arrow realm for exploration. If I don't join, will you use official force to target me, or even my relatives around me? No, if I don't kill you or stop you, then why would I target your relatives? I have one last question. How will you deal with me? Nationalize last night's money. If that's all, I think. I still love freedom and don't want to be constrained. Lord Star God, I'm sorry you good. The Star God stood up and said, it's okay. Everyone has their own choices, especially me. I will never force anyone. Then you stay and make a statement. If there is no problem, you can leave. Kai Ling's eyes were dull, and he asked in disbelief, are you really going to let me go just like that? He didn't understand. If that was the case, why would the star god in front of him bring him back directly? He even explained to me the dangers of absorbing money and causing social unrest, as well as the possible problems in the rule realm. If that's the case, then what's the difference between what I just said and nonsense? Did I really misunderstand? How could the star god, the extremely powerful being with the word God in his name, have the mind to harm a tiny financial spirit like himself? Just simply advise yourself, if you want to join, join, if you don't want to join, forget it. What else? Star God said, are you still planning to stay for dinner?
As he spoke, the star god stretched and said, "Speaking of eating, by the way, god of wealth, what are you going to eat for lunch?"
"It's my treat."
As soon as he finished speaking, Suwon pushed the door open and walked in.
"At least treat me to a nice meal?"
"Okay, I'll treat you, you pay, you're in charge of the money anyway." When Xingshan was talking to Suwon, Kai Ling was stunned and stared at Suwon with unbelievable eyes.
Chapter 61. Doing an experiment, huh?
Why are you still here? After Xingshan and Suwon chatted for a while, he turned his gaze to Kai Ling and asked in confusion, "Go to the next room B11 to take notes, and then you can leave." Of course, things here need to be kept confidential.
"If you reveal it, we will hold you accountable according to the law."
Upon hearing this, Kai Ling said, "Master Xingshan, I just suddenly thought that contributing to the country is the duty of every citizen. Your words just now had a huge impact on me, and I suddenly realized it."
"How can one be just an ordinary person and do nothing in life?"
The star god said in a cold tone, "I have already said that this is the last time I ask you, and you have clearly answered me." Kai Ling said anxiously, "Master Xingshan, through what you just said, I know very well the impact of the profession of Kai Ling on society, so after thinking it over, I think it is best to join the country and become a national employee."
"Do you really think so, real? You won't regret it?"
"Won't."
"Okay, in that case, let's sign the agreement."
The star god waved his right hand, and an ancient scroll appeared in front of the spirit of wealth.
"For those who are destined by heaven, the state's control is not that strict.
As long as you follow the relevant national regulations, the country will provide you with assistance within its capacity. After you sign this agreement, if war, disaster, calamity, unrest, or any other major event occurs, you may not resist due to subjective reasons if the country calls for it.
If you take on obligations, you will enjoy corresponding rights. This is my promise to you."
Upon hearing this, Kai Ling picked up the ancient scroll and looked at it carefully. Then he bit his finger and wrote his name on the ancient scroll, Buzz. The ancient scroll trembled slightly, and was then taken into the arms of the star god. "I feel your dedication to your country, but you can actually write your name on the scroll using your hand as a pen." The star god said softly, "You can even pick up the black pen next to you and sign the scroll."
"There is no need to bite your finger."
Well, spirit, he had just clearly seen some bloody writing on the scroll. Moreover, the scroll of the star god was so high-end that it seemed out of place with the surrounding table and the black fountain pen, so he simply bit his finger, used blood as a seal, and signed his name. "But I didn't expect, well, since you have decided to join the state agency, the state will be responsible for you to the end." The star god said solemnly, "You will be assigned to the corresponding team by this afternoon at the latest.
We will inform you when the time comes. Don't forget to meet your new teammates.
From now on, you may become comrades in arms who share life and death while exploring the Arrow Realm."
Kai Ling's eyes froze for a moment, and then he couldn't help asking, "Master Xingshan, can I join Master Caishan's team?" The star god laughed uncontrollably and said, "You finally told me your true thoughts?"
After saying that, the star god motioned for the god of wealth to sit next to him.
"Tell me about it. The god of wealth is in front of you. What hints have you received?"
Upon hearing this, Kai Ling's pupils shrank, then he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly laughed.
"It is my great honor to have you two divine beings come to visit me."
On the other side, the star god shook his head and said, "Don't think too much. The god of wealth just woke up and happened to come here to find me for something.
If you want to leave now, I can erase your name and let you leave."
Suwon nodded slightly and said, "Yes, I came to the star god to discuss other matters, not for you." Well, spirit, are these two people's words so heartbreaking?
Really? Am I overthinking it?
After the god of wealth appeared, I got a hint that I had entered the range of his power. Kai Ling took a deep breath and said, "Within this range, the cost of summoning creatures from other worlds is only half of what it used to be." Upon hearing this, the star god said softly, "What else?" At the same time, the probability of summoning high-level and super-level creatures will be improved to a certain extent.
In that case, let's do an experiment. As he spoke, the star god looked at Suwon and said, "God of wealth, you look at the spirit of wealth with disgust, even self-hypnotizingly hating him, disgusted with him, and don't want to see him again." Suwon said aloud, "Okay." As soon as he finished speaking, Suwon looked at Kai Ling,
frowned slightly, and began to feel a sense of disgust from the bottom of his heart. This wealth spirit in front of me is so annoying, you bastard, it's disgusting just looking at it, I want to vomit, ugh. Thinking of this, Su Wen's brows were tightly furrowed, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Kai Ling became increasingly strange. At the same time, Kai Ling's face changed, and he stood up from his seat with a look of panic. How? The star god flipped his right hand and chuckled. The spirit of wealth said, Lord Star God, can you please ask Lord God of Wealth to stop hating me? I already know the consequences of God of Wealth's hatred. Upon hearing this, the star god gently touched Su Wen with his left arm and said, God of Wealth, how about I treat you to Peking duck at noon? Sure. The roast duck in the imperial capital is still very famous. Yes, and I also know a few private restaurants that cook pretty good dishes. Okay, when the time comes, call Do Shin and we'll go eat together. Forget about the fighting god, but that drunkard wanted to drink as soon as he arrived at the restaurant. Especially since he knew he was bewitched yesterday, he probably wanted to get drunk even more. Forget it, the fighting god gets drunk and I can't stop him. The fighting god has a pretty good willpower. He won't act crazy when drunk, but he's a little funny. When he's drunk and wandering around the streets, he likes to crawl into trash cans. I don't know what stimulated him when he was a child. I don't know. With the interruption of the star god, Su Wen's ill will towards the spirit of wealth gradually subsided. Lord God of Wealth, Lord God of Stars. The spirit of wealth said honestly, when the god of wealth was dissatisfied with me, I was prompted that the money required to summon creatures from another world would double. At the same time, the probability of summoning the lowest level creatures has increased significantly, and there is a certain chance of summoning dead things. Also, when the god of wealth is dissatisfied with me, I feel uncomfortable all over, as if I have done something unforgivable. Star God said softly, don't worry, we were just doing an experiment. By the way, you have also joined the country, what do you think? Kai Ling thought about it and asked hesitantly, can it really be proposed? Of course you can. Don't treat us as villains. In the future, we are all comrades in arms. We will still be friendly to our own people. Then when I summon creatures from another world, can I do it next to the god of wealth? Hearing this, the star god smiled and said, you need to ask the god of wealth himself about this. We respect your proposal, but at the same time, we also respect the god of wealth's ideas. Hearing this, the spirit of wealth looked at the god of wealth cautiously with a look of anticipation. Chapter 62, The Star God with Conspiracy. If time permits, of course. Su Wen said with a smile, looking at the future subordinate in front of him. He was still very friendly after all. This subordinate would die for him in the future, although there were other factors involved. The other party was indeed going to avenge him, and in the final analysis, the relationship between the person who determines wealth and oneself is such that we prosper together and suffer together. If you live your life well and live powerfully, then all those who are destined to wealth will have a bright, broad, and unlimited future. But once I die, those who are destined to be rich will only be able to stand there and stare at each other when they break through to the king level. Thank you, God of Wealth. Kai Ling said this with a dog-licking look on his face. This expression was completely different from the indifference that kept people at a distance when he was talking to the star god before die. In the eyes of the spirit of wealth, no matter how powerful the star god is, it has nothing to do with him. Even if you don't join a state-owned unit, you can still explore the world and drink with friends. Therefore, his respect for the star god came purely from his fear of the strong. The respect expressed in words and deeds was only to avoid angering the star god and thus causing greater trouble for oneself. But the god of wealth is completely different. The moment the god of wealth appeared today, he knew that he had found his organization. If he wasn't short of money, perhaps the loss of half of his money wouldn't be a big deal to him. However, the probability of summoning high-level and super-level creatures has increased, which is very fatal. The most important thing is that what we can see has such great benefits. Who knows how many benefits we can't see in the future? To put it bluntly, your future may lie in the hands of the god of wealth. The god of wealth is here. Why are you still wandering around? Moreover, the one with the word God in his head represents power and mystery among the ones with destiny. You are the spirit of wealth, and the one opposite you is the god of wealth. Just from the names of these two professions, we can get some clues, right? How stupid would he have to be not to take advantage of the opportunity to lick the god of wealth? If you have any questions, you can contact me After leaving these words, Su Wen and Xingshan walked out of room B12.
You came to see the spirit of wealth, do you know something too? Xingshan and Su Wen walked side by side and spoke softly right.
Su Wen nodded slightly.
Since the star god asked this, was there any need for him to talk nonsense? Since you know, I won't say anything extra.
Star God said, last night, after the trading team stayed up all night, we made an estimate of your bodybuilding methods and formally invited all countries to demonstrate them.
Your trading platform will be online soon. Su Wen chuckled and said, really? So fast? Foreign exchange income.
The faster the better. The star god smiled and said, when the foreign exchange income comes in, it will be completely your income. You can absorb it at will. The economy abroad is turbulent, so let it be turbulent. Anyway, given the shortcomings of the Western social system, economic crises are constantly cyclical. Su Wen looked at Star God and said softly, Star God, I gained something last night and got some new bodybuilding methods.
Do you have time to take a look?
The Star God was stunned and said excitedly, of course there is. The basic bodybuilding method that the God of Wealth brought out was more or less inspiring to him. He took out something last night, and after careful consideration, he had some insights into it. He didn't expect that he would take out a new one today. It seems that the efficiency has improved significantly after the God of Wealth became rich. No, the trading platform of God of Wealth must be launched as soon as possible, not a moment's delay. The better we get money from the God of Wealth, the faster we can come up with better and more mysterious bodybuilding methods. And now, the star construction ability is only one step away, but this bottleneck is also the most difficult to break through. If he can achieve a breakthrough in the near future, his combat capability and the might of the star array will rise to a new level. Let's go to the office area and let the God of Drama take a good look at us.
Xingshan said with a smile, then took Su Wen one step out and arrived at the office area. He wanted to see the new bodybuilding method as quickly as possible, and even felt that taking the elevator was a waste of time. What's wrong? The God of Drama looked at the God of Stars and asked, why are you a little excited?
Su Wen smiled and said, I have some feelings, and the Star God wants to see them.
Drama God, do you feel something again? So, the Star God is going to have another epiphany?
Thinking of this, the God of Drama felt very complicated. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind to study the basic bodybuilding methods carefully, and he would even use the power of Xixiang's body to gain insight and deduce them. He also wanted to experience the state of enlightenment again. This time, I will demonstrate it to you using Qi and blood. Su Wen spoke, and then his mind moved, and the power of Qi and blood roared out, outlining a figure in the sky. He also used the power of Qi and blood to simulate the flow of Qi and blood in the human body, the inhalation and exhalation, and even the scene of attracting the power of the surrounding stars during the last journey through time and space. The limit of martial arts was still level 3. The most important thing is that there are too many categories of bodybuilding methods and they are too complicated. Since you haven't broken the limit of the 3rd level, just wait a little longer, Buzz. Around the Star God, a small purple clock appeared and began to float and vibrate continuously, recording the Star God bodybuilding method evolved by Su Wen. At the same time, the aura of the Star God began to become illusory. Obviously, what Star God gained this time was greater than all the previous enlightenments combined. Seeing this scene, Su Wen's expression remained unchanged, as he had expected this. In the last time, he told Star God that he could travel through time and space and bring future theoretical achievements back to the past. Therefore, when the Star God was transforming the basic bodybuilding method, he would inevitably bring his own personal ideas and use the perspective of the future to straighten out his past self's thoughts and trigger inspiration. The change from basic body tempering method 3.0 to Star God body tempering method, rather than basic body tempering method 4.0, can show Star God's intention well. Beside him, the God of Drama looked at the God of Stars and sighed softly. As he expected, the Star God entered into enlightenment again. Moreover, with his vision, he could see that the bodybuilding method developed by the God of Wealth this time was very consistent with the Star God's magical system in all aspects, so it was extremely normal for it to bring such a great insight to the Star God. But when will it be his turn? At this moment, Su Wen turned his gaze and looked at the God of Drama.
Master Xingshan, I have another new bodybuilding method. Are you interested in taking a look? Chapter 63 The Weeping Fighting God. I'm interested. I'm very interested.
The Drama God's eyes lit up and he spoke quickly. He didn't dare to say that he knew a lot about other aspects of the God of Wealth, but he knew a lot about bodybuilding methods. The god of wealth would never speak like this unless it has something to do with him. In other words, the god of wealth has deduced a bodybuilding method for himself that can allow him to enter a state of enlightenment? Suwon chuckled when he heard the words, and then he moved his mind, and blood and energy burst out of his body again, and he began to demonstrate the Shishin body strengthening method in the air. The effects of Shishin bodybuilding method and Shingshin bodybuilding method are completely different. After achieving some success in the Shishin bodybuilding method, one can learn the opponent's fighting style and combat talent by imitating others. The essence of drama is imitation. As a veteran strong man, the god of drama added his own understanding of drama when he was refining the god of drama body building method, presenting a brand new bodybuilding method that is completely different from the traditional bodybuilding method and the Star God bodybuilding method. To be honest, when the knowledge of the God of Play's bodybuilding method flooded into his mind, he was also shocked by the God of Play's vision. According to the God of Play's idea, as long as the warrior who practices the God of Play's bodybuilding method is strong enough and experiences and observes enough battles, he will have a large number of means to fight the enemy, similar to the 108 transformations of Tiangang and Disha in mythology and legend. It's a pity that the upper limit of a warrior is not high, so many of the god of drama's guesses and predictions are also placed at the end, which can be regarded as his expectation for the future of martial arts. Although everyone knows that the expectations of the god of drama are too high, so high that martial arts cannot bear it, but everyone also understood that it was mainly because the level of the god of drama was too high, so high that the bodybuilding method he casually improved would surely possess amazing magical powers as long as it developed along the path he preset. In the epilogue, the god of drama also raised doubts about martial arts. According to his strength and understanding of everything in the world, normally, the improved bodybuilding method should be able to break through the third level upper limit of martial arts. However, in the process of deducing and improving it, he clearly felt that the bottleneck of martial arts was due to the lack of certain elements. However, he couldn't explain it specifically, and theoretical researchers of martial arts need to explore it themselves. As long as martial arts can break the third level limit, it will be a new era of rapid development for martial arts. This change is interesting. The god of play watched the constant changes in the god of play's bodybuilding method, as well as the inexplicable resonance between the internal blood flow and the surroundings, and a smile flashed in his eyes. Then he watched quietly the demonstration of the god of play's bodybuilding method above him without saying anything else. The air around was filled with tranquility, but soon, an uninvited guest arrived in the office area. As soon as the god of fighting entered the office area, he saw Suwon's demonstration in the silence of the god of stars and the god of drama. The two of them stood there so calmly, staring at the different bodybuilding movements in the sky. Especially the aura around them was somewhat unpredictable, so he could naturally see the status of the two. In other words, both the god of drama and the god of stars achieved enlightenment because of the god of wealth. Thinking of this, Doshin walked to the sofa next to him and sat down quietly without making any sound. On the one hand, he was thinking about how to get the god of wealth to take him to play. He thought, I have a good relationship with the god of wealth, right? The god of wealth brought the god of stars and the god of drama to their enlightenment together, but didn't bring him along. This couldn't be said to be inappropriate. He just felt a little sad. If it was just Star God before, coupled with the sour tone of the old man god of drama, he wouldn't have thought it was a big deal. Maybe the Star God has extraordinary understanding, and he always has some sudden insights during the process of the god of wealth's innovative bodybuilding methods. People's situations are different and cannot be compared, but now, the old god of drama has also begun to have an epiphany. This shows that the god of wealth can obviously lead everyone to enlightenment, so he also wants to try the feeling of enlightenment. Who knows, he might be able to come up with some extraordinary magical power. On the other hand, the star god and the drama god both had a sudden realization that if they rashly interrupted them, they might really be eaten alive by these two afterwards. Especially considering how much the old drama god values enlightenment. If I provoke him, or if he deliberately gives me a whole theory similar to cruel drama, I will be doomed. The most important thing is that the god of stars, the god of drama and the god of wealth, these three can predict the future and help you avoid misfortune and seek good fortune. In other words, he can't afford to offend anyone, so he just stayed here obediently and waited for the enlightenment over there to be over. The god of wealth is so powerful. Can the old god of drama be brought into a state of enlightenment by the god of wealth? Call. After a moment, the star god opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of foul air. At the same time, the god of drama also opened his eyes. God of drama, have you also had an epiphany? The star god looked at the drama god and asked softly, It's not an epiphany. The god of drama said, but it is true that observing the new bodybuilding method will give you a sense of inspiration.
Watching it once saves you 3 years of hard training.
Upon hearing this, the star god chuckled and said, "From this perspective, it is no different from sudden enlightenment."
The god of drama nodded slightly and said, "Indeed, I feel like I have suddenly realized something." In that case, you won't break your promise, right? In public and private, we should do our best. Okay, I feel much more relieved with your words.
After saying this, Star God looked at Su Wen and continued, "God of wealth, I gained a lot this time, thank you very much." Su Wen heard this and said, "You have helped me a lot.
We are all comrades in arms, and we should help each other."
The star god laughed and said, "Indeed, I am too narrow-minded. But this time, my gains were a little unexpected." Beside him, the god of drama couldn't help but glance at the god of stars when he heard this. Given the star god's character, he has mentioned many times how much he has gained, which means that the gains from this sudden enlightenment are indeed beyond imagination.
Your epiphany is over?
At this moment, the voice of the fighting god came from the side.
Yes, it's over.
The star god nodded slightly and said, "Next, I want to tell you about my gains. Just now, I was in a state of enlightenment, the stars were twinkling, and my soul accidentally connected to the sky full of stars, and I saw some images that were worthy of warning." The god of fighting stood aside, and was stunned when he heard the words of the god of stars, and then he kept the words he was about to say in his heart. It can be seen that what the star god predicted is very important. It seems that something big has really happened, as the star god said these 4 words, "Worthy of caution. As for whether I can have an epiphany, compared to such a big thing, it's better to step back for now. Anyway, the god of wealth is here, how can he run away? Well, the god of wealth really doesn't like to drink, but if you like to drink beverages, it's not that he can't accompany you. Wine, if it doesn't work, just quit. The fruit juice drinks made from various rare fruits are actually quite delicious." During the epiphany, the stars gave me a warning, and it appeared in a bloody scene, which I have never encountered before. The star god's tone changed, and he said solemnly, "I saw the fighting god crying in the rain."
Fighting god?
Chapter 64. Absolutely impossible. What the hell is he crying? When the star god saw the grim future during his epiphany, was he the one crying? No way. Even if he was surrounded and attacked from all directions, chased, tortured, and cursed by a group of people stronger than himself, he would never cry. With his character, he would never shed a tear even if he was against the whole world. Even though the cruel drama theories told to him by the old god of drama and the world architecture and structures known for their spectacles and absurdities made him vomit like that, he held back and did not shed a single tear. He can endure physical discomfort, let alone emotional fluctuations. Impossible, absolutely impossible.
What happened to Doshin? The god of drama's eyes moved, and he asked directly, "No, I should ask what happened to the future god of fighting?"
To make the god of war cry, something earth-shattering must have happened.
Upon hearing this, the fighting god nodded quickly and said, "Yes, something big must have happened."
The star god said softly, "I saw the fighting god standing alone outside a solemn building. It was raining heavily, and people around him were standing with umbrellas, but the fighting god was the only one standing in the rain.
And that scene seemed to be commemorating someone.
The scene was filled with blood, a memorial ceremony was being held, and the crowds were surging around.
Most importantly, the god of war was crying. This means that perhaps one of us has fallen."
The god of fighting thought for a moment and said, "Star god, I didn't hold an umbrella.
The heavy rain fell on me and I was soaked. How did you know I was crying?"
The star god glanced at the fighting god and said, "With your strength, you can definitely change the weather with a thought. Even if you don't want to ruin the atmosphere, the heavy rain will not fall on you as long as you don't want it to." The star god paused and continued, "And I saw someone try to hold an umbrella for you, but you turned him away. In that kind of situation, you let the heavy rain hit you wantonly."
What does it mean? Do I need to tell you?
Fighting god, that makes a lot of sense, but whose funeral would make him cry? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at the god of drama, with a trace of pity flashing in his eyes. After all, he has the best relationship with the god of drama in the organization, and he would come to chat with the god of drama when he has nothing to do on weekdays. He was a little annoyed by the new drama theory that the god of drama told him.
"Don't look at me like that."
The god of drama raised his eyebrows and said, "God of fighting, I suddenly remembered that I forgot to tell you something last time. In that modernist theory, Isn't there an absurdist play? The fighting god's pupils shrank when he heard this, and then he quickly interrupted the drama god's words. Star god, do you see clearly? The exact person is also vague, but I know that with a state funeral of that scale, and your attendance and tears, it's most likely one of us. The star god said, the stars show that the year will be 24, which is 2 years from now. Such a straightforward reminder. I can even say so simply and clearly that there is no sign of any backlash from the heaven's secret. It seems that the crisis is already very obvious. In short, something big is bound to happen in 2024. We must be careful. Especially, pay attention to the abnormal behavior of the creatures in the Arrow realm. The god of fighting was startled when he heard this and said, "Okay. I understand." The star god reminded him like this, especially since this matter was closely related to him. So no matter what, he has to be on alert all year round in 2024 and 2025. In other words, even if the star god made a mistake in his divination this time, and no one with the word god in their name died in the organization, the one who died must have been closely related to him. After all, the scene of him crying was seen by the star god. Although he thought in his heart that he would not cry, he was just being stubborn that he knew a little about his own situation. At the same time, Suwon felt a little emotional. Perhaps the funeral scene that the star god perceived was his. After all, among the 5 Chinese people with the word god in their names, he was the only one who died, and he did die in 1924. But then again, are Doshin's feelings for him that deep? Such a tough guy was actually crying secretly in the rain. However, there is another possibility, that is, the funeral scene that the star god saw was actually the star god himself. The star god himself said that during enlightenment, the soul connects to the star entity and the resulting astrological warnings. The picture is full of blood. Moreover, the star god also died in 1924. Unlike himself, who was killed by aliens, the star god killed everyone in the border battlefield. In the end, even if he died, he wanted to burn his soul to give back to the motherland. How could such a person's funeral not be a state funeral? In the year 24, I died and the star god also died. For the god of fighting, 2 of his comrades died at once, so he shed tears in the rain, which is normal, right? Just looking at the star god's appearance, it seems that he is not thinking about his own demise. Yes, with the sealing combat power of the star god, if he had not killed his way through the Arrow realm single-handedly and even destroyed so many worlds in the end, and had the desire to die, I am afraid no one would be able to kill him. In the last timeline, before I was about to return, the high priest of the Long Yuan clan said that after his death, the position of the god of wealth would be transferred to the Long Yuan clan. In other words, if the one with the word god in his head is killed, the throne will be transferred to the realm of arrows. This may also be an important factor. Why the alien in Yajing is determined to kill him, but after the death of the star god, he burned himself to give back to the star array, causing the star array to directly begin to sublimate. Perhaps, the star god's throne was not taken away by aliens. How could a star god who has the means to preserve his throne, even if he is willing to die to destroy his enemies, consider his own death at this stage? God of wealth, you might be more careful. The star god looked at Suwon and said, that bloody warning would not happen without reason. You are important to the country, to society, and to us. If you die, it will be a devastating blow to everyone. The star god paused, then said, and to be pragmatic, if you die, perhaps our strength, which continues to rise due to enlightenment, will stagnate. From this point of view alone, you are very important to all of us. Therefore, it is reasonable for the god of war to shed tears after your death. I have predicted your future before. Your future is filled with murderous intent. 24 years may be your first great disaster. The god of fighting stood aside, his mouth twitching slightly as he listened to the words of the god of stars. Although he felt that what the star god said made sense, he always felt weird. He said this as if he was being utilitarian. Only if the god of wealth can make him realize something, will his relationship with the god of wealth be particularly good. Actually, he is not that utilitarian, right? As long as he can get along well with the god of wealth, he and the god of wealth can become particularly good friends. Of course, it would be even better if his friend, the god of wealth, could help him, give him an epiphany, and increase his strength. Suwon glanced at the fighting god, then turned his gaze to look at the star god. Actually, I have another idea. P.S. There is one more chapter to be updated today. Chapter 65, Year-End Performance. You say. The star god stretched out his right hand and spoke. Even though the god of wealth is not of high rank and not very powerful now, but aren't the surprises that the god of wealth has brought them enough? You just said that the whole picture was filled with blood and the stars gave a serious warning. Suwon said softly, and you said it directly, but there was no backlash at all. Is it possible that the crisis represented by this blood color is a life-threatening crisis that you may encounter in the future? After all, if you die, it will be a devastating shock to the country and society. In fact, he didn't find it strange that the star god could perceive the images. After all, the star god's bodybuilding method was invented and improved by the star god 24 years ago in that time and space. Furthermore, in the star god bodybuilding method, the future star god clearly had his own agenda, wanting to make his past self stronger. Therefore, it is reasonable that the star god of the main time and space sees the scene after the fall of the star god of that time and space when he has an epiphany. The god of fighting sheds tears. God of fighting, it is time for you to shed tears. Your idea makes sense. After a moment of silence, the star god said, it is indeed possible. In 1924, I died, and the fighting god came to the funeral and cried in the rain. As he spoke, the star god looked at the fighting god and said, Fighting god, if I died, would you cry like that? The god of fighting did not hesitate and said firmly, definitely not. Okay, I understand then. The star god nodded slightly and said, God of drama, can you deduce whether my life will be in danger at the note of 24 years? If the blood-red air and the fighting god's tears are consistent, then this possibility is indeed not small. Although, I don't think the things in the arrow realm can kill me, but just in case. The world is so big, maybe we are just frogs in the well. Beside him, Doshin said weakly, what I just said, is that I won't cry. The star god said softly, I know, but I have calculated it. If you say no, then it will be yes. What if I just said yes? You already said you can do it, why are you asking me? Beside him, the god of drama spoke up, Star god, you know that you are blessed by the stars. My deduction skills may be useless to you, and may even predict wrong information to mislead you. The star god smiled and said, since this information is bound to be wrong, isn't that better? The god of drama shook his head slightly when he heard this, and then his mind moved, and it seemed as if thousands of dramatic sounds came from behind him. In an instant, infinite changes were present. Suwon stood aside. In fact, he wanted to tell Star God the whole story, but he had just experienced it, and he had not yet forgotten what the Star God did after he knew that he could travel through time and space. The death of the Star God was actually caused by himself. So let the Star God and the drama god do the math. My every move now will have a huge impact on the future world. In 20 or 4 years, a king-level alien will sneak into China and attack me. Since he knew this, it meant that this king-level alien sneaked into China in 1924 and was doomed to die, but he also knew that with the alien's crazy attitude towards him, if one trick didn't work, he would try another. No matter how many weird moves you use, you will always get hit. It doesn't matter, you'll get used to it as you die. Moreover, his lifespan was obviously increasing, so to be honest, he was a little curious about his innovative ways of dying each time. What other ways can those aliens think of to kill me? He just didn't believe that. After traveling through time and space so many times and predicting all their thoughts in advance, he still couldn't kill them. Wait until he develops his martial arts, then he had to lead the martial arts army to flatten those arrow realms. It's so annoying to have assassinations and conspiracies all day long. Star God, I'm sorry. After a moment, the drama god opened his eyes and said, I cannot predict your future. The stars are vast. If I force myself to predict them, I'm afraid it will cause some unexpected changes. Upon hearing this, the star god said, it's okay. I'll be more careful next time and it should be fine. The god of drama suddenly looked at Suwon and said, God of wealth, I just failed in my prediction about the god of stars, and then I made a prediction about you. Although your future is as unpredictable as chaos, I still see some sources of your crisis. If there's more, I can't say it, you guys understand. I only said 2 words, bug. Pull. The god of fighting said with a sigh, insect shit? Drama god, the god of fighting noticed the god of drama's gaze, smiled awkwardly, and said quickly, it was just a joke, don't mind it. Suwon whispered, the evil spirit swarm, the Lai tribe. The god of drama chuckled and said, talking to smart people saves energy. Fighting god, no, who are you alluding to? The god of wealth can see into the future, so this kind of thing must be easy to do. All of his magical powers were in the field of combat. When it came to fighting, he was not afraid of anyone. But if he was asked to guess the twists and turns in the words of the gods, it would be a bit difficult for him. I have heard of these two ethnic groups. The star god said, leave it to me. I will personally visit their world in a while. At the same time, the fighting god said, I'll go see, too. What kind of powerful tribe dares to target us, the god-headed Destiny? The star god glanced at the fighting god and said, forget it. Your strength has not yet been fully improved. You are not even at the king level. You haven't even fully comprehended the fighting godly power. What are you going to do? The god of drama nodded and said, the Lai tribe is a well-known tribe after all. God of fighting, with your small body, are you going to feed them vegetables? If you really want to go, you still have to wait 2 years. Maybe it will be better when you enter the king level. The Doshin's eyelids kept twitching, and he said helplessly, so, am I being disliked? The god of drama patted the god of fighting on the shoulder and said, we have made it so obvious, why do you still have to ask? Fighting god, my own strength is still too rubbish, set a small goal first, aim for high performance by the end of the year and become the king. Chapter 66, Wholesale of Bodybuilding Methods. Suwon looked at the star god and the drama god, who looked down on the fighting god and laughed beside them. Although his strength is far inferior to that of the fighting god, how long has he been the chosen one? The most important thing is, as a rear-end support, how can he compare his fighting ability with the god of fighting? Brother Doshin, actually, I have another set of bodybuilding methods. After watching the show for a while, Suwon spoke. Really? The fighting god rubbed his hands together and grinned. He knew that after the god of wealth had taken care of the god of stars and the god of drama, it would be his turn. Sudden enlightenment, he is here, beside them. The star god and the drama god looked at each other upon hearing this. The achievements of the god of wealth this time were huge, especially the god of drama. The more he looked at Suwon, the more satisfied he became. With 500 million, the god of wealth can obtain a body building method that is unique to the three of them, which will bring them great benefits. What if there was more money? Even though he did not fully achieve enlightenment this time, as he watched the god of wealth produce amazing results one after another, he became more and more convinced of the thoughts in his heart: protect the god of wealth. Anyone who wants to kill the god of wealth is becoming his enemy and is cutting off his path of spiritual practice. When facing his mortal enemy, he usually uses every possible means. At this moment, the god of drama made a secret decision in his heart that even if it meant violating the previous contract, he had to save the god of wealth's life at the critical moment. It is reasonable and logical that the god of wealth must not die. Of course it's true, Suwon said with a smile. Then he waved his right hand, and the fighting god body tempering method condensed by the power of chi and blood began to evolve in the air. He also understood the fighting god's bodybuilding method. Warriors who practice the fighting god's body tempering method will become more courageous as they fight. When others fight, as their injuries worsen, they will gradually become weaker and even powerless. But warriors who practice the fighting god body tempering method are different. As the battle progresses and their injuries worsen, their bursts of strength become increasingly powerful. On the battlefield, only warriors who practice the fighting god body tempering method are the ones that the creatures in the Arrow realm dare not despise. Because of this group of crazy warriors, unreasonable battles across levels often occur, which is extremely unbelievable. It is precisely because of the characteristics of the fighting god's bodybuilding method that Suwon has a certain understanding of the fighting god in front of him. Among people of the same level, perhaps no one can be the opponent of the fighting god. Is it true that the god of battle gets his title in vain? This bodybuilding method is quite interesting, the star god said softly. If you look closely, you can seem to spot a figure practicing his skills, with some of the demeanor of a fighting god. The god of drama glanced at the god of fighting, who was in a state of enlightenment beside him. With a thought, the surrounding energy gathered towards the direction of the god of fighting. At the same time, the surrounding time and space seemed to be slightly different. In order not to hinder the fighting god's enlightenment, I will first send the fighting god into my world of drama. The god of drama said, let's continue talking. Don't worry, it won't have any impact on the god of fighting's sudden enlightenment. The star god nodded slightly and said, God of wealth, are there many types of bodybuilding methods that you sensed this time? Hearing this, the god of drama's eyes also flashed. Although the god of wealth did not explain his talents to them, they could guess roughly what he had shown. First of all, the god of wealth can predict what will happen in the future through money. Secondly, the future predicted by the god of wealth can be spoken at will. Finally, the skills that the god of wealth realized through money also have a lot to do with them. Perhaps These bodybuilding methods were developed by them. Now the situation
is very clear.
Since they have decided in their hearts to develop bodybuilding methods in the future, the god of wealth will be able to come up with a bodybuilding method that corresponds to them and is even closely related to their magical powers. This means that the bodybuilding method that the god of wealth comprehended is what they will develop in the future. The god of wealth uses money to make the skills they will develop in the future and the inspirations they will gain in the future available to the public in advance. With such magical powers, he deserves the title of god of wealth. Of course, both the star god and the drama god knew that their guesses might be wrong, but if they guessed the god of wealth's talent wrong, that's also a good thing. The talent of a person with a destiny prefix starting with god is an important measure to protect his own life, not to mention that the god of wealth did not explain it to them. Even if the god of wealth wanted to tell them, they would interrupt him many times and prevent him from revealing his innate talents. As people with a divine destiny, they are too aware of the shocking nature of their own talents. Once exposed, there will be absolutely no benefits but only 100 disadvantages. But if our own people don't know, then it's even more impossible for the enemy to know.
It's better for everyone to smile knowingly when talking about this kind of thing in the future.
After long-term contact, everyone will have a general idea of each other. As for the rest, no further explanation is needed.
Fortunately, there are more than 20 kinds. Su Wen thought about it and spoke. Star god? Drama god? Did they hear it right? More than 20 kinds of bodybuilding methods? Is your family engaged in wholesale of bodybuilding methods? Each of these bodybuilding methods that can bring them inspiration has immeasurable value, and even ordinary people with destiny cannot access this information at all. But now, the god of wealth told them that he could wholesale these bodybuilding methods? Yes, each type of bodybuilding method has its own specialties.
Su Wen said aloud, the bodybuilding method that the star god just observed is called the star god bodybuilding method, which can draw on the power of the stars. The Shishin body strengthening method can improve the diversity of one's own fighting style through imitation. The fighting god body strengthening method makes you braver the more you fight. Even under the right circumstances, it is not impossible to fight to the last drop of blood. Su Wen paused for a moment, then continued, and the other bodybuilding methods I have learned, such as the mechanical bodybuilding method, can make a warrior enter a cold and ruthless mechanical state during battle. The life body strengthening method can be used autonomously during combat, absorbing the blood and energy overflowing from the surroundings to heal itself. These bodybuilding methods are relatively strong, while the remaining bodybuilding methods are relatively mediocre, and are even worse than the basic bodybuilding method version 3.0. It's just that these bodybuilding methods came into being because of the needs of some ethnic groups and regions. I was inspired to come up with them based on their specific cultures. He also took a quick look at the mediocre bodybuilding method after the last period of financial chaos ended and the information flooded into his mind. In the previous timeline, Star God sold the bodybuilding method to various countries. However, the original intention of the basic bodybuilding method was to enhance the survival probability of those with the Chinese destiny. When the martial arts team led by Xing Xin and Su Zimin created the body refining method, they also created it completely according to the body meridians and spiritual needs of the Chinese nation. Therefore, when the basic bodybuilding method was sold to other countries and nationalities, serious rejection reactions occurred during the practice process. After all, the basic bodybuilding method is a creation jointly nurtured by the Chinese nation and Chinese culture. How can foreigners integrate spiritual practice?
Even if someone is gifted and can naturally practice basic bodybuilding methods, they are
only a very small minority. Therefore, in order to localize the bodybuilding methods and give birth to a local group of warriors, major countries have also begun to conduct in-depth research on martial arts based on the differences in their own national culture, spirit, and physical meridians. Because of this, many bodybuilding methods that were native to various countries and nations came into being one after another. When Kai Ying was collecting information related to martial arts, he naturally included these bodybuilding methods. God of wealth, since you have mastered so many bodybuilding methods, the god of drama asked softly, then have you understood about Xiaofeng's bodybuilding method? Chapter 67 God of Freedom. No. Su Wen shook his head and said that after he knew that he had wronged the god of wind, he no longer had any prejudice against him. But unfortunately, the last great harvest of martial arts theory did not include the wind god body tempering method. When the star god, drama god, and fighting god were improving the bodybuilding methods, the age of the wind god might have been a little young, and in the last timeline, he did not come into contact with the god of wind after learning the news of Xing
Shen's death, he met Kai Ying and then entered Kai Ying's secret base to begin learning martial arts theory. Finally, the god of fighting came and took him to kill monsters. Then, he was surrounded by the Longyuan clan. However, he also learned from the high priest of the Longyuan clan that after his death in the subtimeline, the position of the god of wealth that was transferred was incomplete. If nothing unexpected happens, the successor to the god of wealth should not have the ability to travel through time and space, and once he arrives, the successor of the god of wealth will lose his power as the god of wealth. This is something that is worth studying, and we also need to thank the high priest of the Longyuan clan for coming thousands of miles to personally deliver this useful information. In order to express his gratitude to the high priest, if there is a chance in the future, he plans to bring the god of fighting and the god of stars to Longyuan realm to sit and drink tea with the high priest and appreciate life. Xiaofeng, you are still a little young, Star God said softly. Besides, if he doesn't have this awareness and experience, it will be difficult for him to accomplish the task. The god of drama nodded slightly upon hearing this, and then said, "Then when I urge Xiaofeng to do his homework in the future, I will give him some theoretical knowledge on martial arts. It just so happens that I am planning to study bodybuilding and martial arts recently." Upon hearing this, Star God couldn't help but laugh and said, "You've made Xiaofeng's already heavy homework even worse." The god of drama sighed and said helplessly, "I can't help it. This is all for his own good. I believe Xiaofeng will thank me in the future." Yes, once Xiaofeng has learned the relevant knowledge of martial arts and the bodybuilding method, and added his own understanding of the Wind God's magical power into it, perhaps the Wind God's bodybuilding method will come into being in the future. Suan stood nearby and laughed out loud at the god of drama. If you think about it carefully, the god of wind is quite pitiful. The homework was already heavy, and now there was an additional extracurricular knowledge cram school, and he is being supervised by the god of drama himself. It seems that the god of wind will have less time to relax in the future. However, he was also very curious about what kind of power the wind god, who had been urged to learn the martial arts knowledge system since he was a child, would unleash in the future. As for those who are destined to be god, except for those who die early, others can definitely live to 10 years later as long as they don't waste time. Each one of them has a significant effect. By the way, God of Wealth, since you have so many bodybuilding methods, and of various types, would you mind letting me contact you directly? The star god thought for a moment, and suddenly said, according to the process we originally designed, it is a communication process between countries. Moreover, there are professionals in charge. Although the efficiency is not as satisfactory as expected, each bodybuilding method can be used to its maximum effect in their hands. If I give you the contact, I might be able to get a discount on the price. But there is also an advantage, which is that it is fast. As long as she nods, the money and related technology will be sent over quickly. Perhaps, you can even gain some very good favors. Upon hearing this, Suan said directly, "If you think it's appropriate, then it's fine." The star god must know more information than I do, and if the transaction of bodybuilding method can be completed in an extremely efficient manner, it will also be of great benefit to myself. Although the price is not as high as the official transaction, it cannot be said to be a loss. All I can say is that I gave up some values in exchange for some favors. The star gods all said that some favors were very good, which meant that they were really very good. I have a good relationship with the god of freedom and Melina, and we occasionally team up to explore some complex arrow realms. Star God said, "If you don't mind, I can help you contact her." As the only one of the two god-headed people in Melee, it is not a problem for her to make the final decision on these transactions. As long as we reach an agreement, you will hand over the bodybuilding method to the other party, and the other party's money should be credited to the account soon. Beside him, the god of drama smiled and said, although China and Melina are in a competitive relationship, the relationship between the Destiny ones is not that tense given the current situation. Especially the top Destiny masters, who often cooperate with each other. The star god has a better relationship with the god of freedom, while I have a better relationship with the British god of magic. If necessary, I can also help you contact. Suan nodded and said, "That's troublesome." To be honest, even in the future time and space, he has never come into contact with foreign destined people, not to mention the people with the word God in their names abroad, the god of freedom and the god of magic. This was the first time he had heard of them, but it's normal. There are people with destiny in China, and it's also common in foreign countries. Good. The star god nodded slightly, and then endless starlight flashed in his eyes. Wait a minute, she should be here soon.
By the way, the god of wealth and the god of freedom are pure Western thinking, respecting the strong.
Sometimes she might make some jokes to liven up the atmosphere, but of course, these jokes are harmless. You can just take it as some witty remarks and listen to it. But don't worry, I'm here, the god of drama is here, and this is China's territory, she won't dare to do anything reckless. This is not Melina after all.
The god of drama waved his hand, and a black thermos cup floated into his hand. Trade with peace of mind, we will take care of everything. Before he finished speaking, Star God's eyes moved. The next moment, a star array appeared in front of the office. She triggered the star array I left behind and is coming over here. God of wealth, when we do the transaction later, I will talk and you can give me the signal from the side. If you think this price is okay, raise your left eyebrow. If you are not satisfied, just raise your right eyebrow. When making a deal, don't consider my relationship with her. This transaction can be regarded as a small-scale confrontation between the two countries at a micro level, so there is no need to worry too much. The star god looked at Su Wen and told him something. Soon, a graceful and beautiful figure walked out from the star array.
Dear Xing, are you whispering something to someone? P.S. There will be an extra chapter today. Chapter 68. He is the god of wealth. We are just talking about some family matters. You won't be interested.
The star god looked at the god of freedom who walked out of the star array and said calmly,
Honey, if you don't tell me, how do you know I'm not interested?
The god of freedom said with a smile, then turned his gaze to look at the god of drama. Oh, dear Master Drama God, it's been a long time since we last met. The god of drama took a sip of wolfberry tea and said, Indeed, I haven't seen you for a few years. After briefly chatting with the god of drama and the god of stars, the god of freedom turned his gaze to Su Wen. This handsome young man in front of me, are you the one that the star god mentioned who wants to trade with me?
The god of freedom smiled and said, Brother, my name is Ruisna, can you tell me your name?
Upon hearing this, the star god raised his eyebrows and said, Rishna, I called you here to discuss an important matter.
Can you please control your unruly behavior? Dear Xing, don't be so serious. After we complete the transaction, you can do whatever you want. The most important thing now is to make the transaction.
As the star god spoke, his mind moved, and a small purple clock appeared next to him and began to rotate continuously. Buzz. 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 Images kept appearing in the sky, and as the strengthening movements and breathing techniques of the basic bodybuilding method continued to evolve, the god of liberty also restrained the playful expression on his face. With her perspective, she could naturally see that these seemingly simple movements and breathing rates contained multiple mysteries. Just as she was immersed in it, the small purple clock suddenly stopped. How do you feel about this technique?
Dear Xing, this is very unkind of you. Can't you let me read it first before asking?
The Statue of Freedom said helplessly that she was enjoying the show just now, but suddenly it was gone. This feeling of having her neck choked made her very uncomfortable.
Since you also think it's good, how much do you think this technique is worth?
The star god did not answer the god of freedom, but spoke directly.
How much are you going to take?
The god of freedom was silent for a moment, then spoke in a serious tone. It wasn't the first day that she and Star God knew each other, so she knew Star God very well. This price can't be lowered just by her joking. Most importantly, she could see how the mysteries of those strengthening movements and the life energy generated autonomously during breathing could help strengthen the body. Just as China is worried about the mortality rate of the chosen ones during their training, Melina also has this worry. Therefore, when she saw the first half of the basic bodybuilding method, she knew that she had to get this technique back. It just so happens that Star God wants to sell it, and it looks like he wants to use a useless number like US dollars to trade, which is perfect. Born into a financial family in Melina, she knows the price system and value of the US dollar very well. What's the difference between exchanging US dollars for this skill and getting it for free? 30 billion US dollars. As well as Melina's latest cutting-edge chip technology, battery application technology, and precision machine tool technology. You also need to send a corresponding engineering team to help us complete the update. After the star god glanced at Su Wen, he spoke. The goddess of freedom frowned slightly when she heard this. She was shocked by the star god's exorbitant price, but why is the price asked by the star god so low? Could it be that the star god cannot see the epoch-making significance of this technique? But since the star god said so, she naturally would not deliberately ask for a higher price.
Dear Xing, your price is really a bit high.
The God of Liberty said, "You and I both know that the value of our country's cutting-edge chip technology is unparalleled.
Do you think this will work?
You and I will both take a step back and exchange 50 billion US dollars, battery technology and precision machine tool skills for this skill."
What do you think?
Because of her relationship with the star god, she also learned some traditions about the ancient Eastern country. For example, when negotiating price, you need to retreat in order to advance and work on the price. Of course, she just mentioned it casually. If the star god really doesn't want to, she can still trade him at his original price. After all, judging from the price of this technique, she got a great bargain.
Upon hearing this, the star god fell silent and did not respond immediately. Far away, Suwon raised his left eyebrow slightly. Can.
After a while, the star god spoke. It doesn't matter if you don't get the cutting-edge chip technology.
This is just the beginning. There will be plenty of time and opportunities to trade in the future, and we can't charge too much for Marina. After all, we have to take it slow and steady. In the short term, they are the ones who suffer. But did they really suffer a loss? 50 billion US dollars, calculated at a ratio of 1 to 6, would be 300 billion RMB. Yesterday they only provided 500 million to the God of Wealth, but the God of Wealth achieved such dazzling results. Now that he has directly obtained 300 billion, the income of the God of Wealth must be even more dazzling. As for the economic shock that the disappearance of 50 billion US dollars will bring to Molina, over the years, America has experienced economic crises from time to time, and each time it has been able to share the crises with the world, and even turn crises into safety, and then reap the benefits of the world with such skilled coping skills. Does he need to worry so much? Anyway, it's not China. Dear Xing, you didn't wake up today, did you? The God of Freedom was stunned and said in disbelief, "You actually agreed to my proposal so decisively?" The star god's tone remained unchanged, and he said, "Of course it's not over yet.
This technique was created by him.
Since you have taken such a big advantage, it's not too much to owe him a favor, right?" As he spoke, the star god pointed at Suwon. The God of Freedom looked at the star god, and then looked at Suwon. "Dear Xing, can I take back what I just said?
After careful consideration, I think that using cutting-edge chip technology for trading is a win-win situation."
The star god looked at the God of Freedom and said, "What do you think? Really? Do you think we really care about the so-called cutting-edge chip technology? Well, cunning star, so you called me here just to wait for me? Just tell me, do you want to change it?" The God of Freedom looked at Suwon again and asked softly, "Young man, do you have the spirit of a gentleman? Can you tell me the name of your profession?"
Before he finished speaking, the voice of the star god sounded directly beside him. "He is the God of Wealth."
Chapter 69, Star God's Big Melon. The God of Wealth? The God of Freedom looked at Suwon deeply and said, "So that's it. Dear Xing, let's start the transaction."
"I am still happy to owe a favor to that handsome little God of Wealth." The God of Freedom paused, then smiled and said, "I just don't know what the little God of Wealth will do with this favor one day in the future."
A favor is equivalent to a condition. Come to me and make any condition you want.
Beside him, the star god's eyelids were twitching wildly.
"I will give you this technique, and you should complete the transaction quickly." "Oh, dear Xing, aren't you a little too anxious?" The God of Freedom laughed out loud and said, "And you're just going to give me the technique without asking me to sign your copy of the scroll?"
The star god's tone remained unchanged, and he said, "If you want to default on your debt, you can try."
"Look at you, your tone of voice is as stinky as the cheese made by Aunt Mary next door. How could I be the kind of person who refuses to pay?"
The star god did not respond, but just looked at the God of Freedom quietly. "You annoying star, you're still as annoying as ever."
The Statue of Liberty snorted softly, then pointed his right hand into the air, and a faint light shot straight into the sky, heading towards the other side of the ocean at full speed. Suwon stood aside, watching the way the star god and the God of Freedom talked. He always felt a little weird.
"Does it feel weird?" The voice of the God of Drama suddenly sounded in Suwon's mind, with a hint of gossip in his words.
"Yes, Master God of Drama, is there any unknown relationship between the God of Stars and the God of Freedom?"
Suwon's eyes lit up, then he quickly restrained himself. At this moment, it is quite exciting to chat with Mr. Drama God about the gossips of Star God.
There is still some relationship between them.
The goddess of freedom once publicly declared in a certain place that she would one day bring the star god back to Melina to help her bear children. The cheerful voice of the god of drama sounded again, and these words made Suen feel a little excited. Ugh, it turns out that there are such unknown secrets between the two godlike beings, but if the goddess of liberty liked the star god, then why didn't she attend the state funeral when the star god fell in the last time in space?
What does the star god think?
Suen looked at the star god in front of him and asked calmly. The star god controls the origin of the stars and knows a lot. Even in combat, which he is least good at, he has reached a level that ordinary people with destiny can hardly imagine. The god of drama transmitted the message, and the god of freedom coveted the star god, but the star god avoided it every time. During this period, the goddess of freedom even tried to use force on the star god, but unfortunately, she was no match for the star god.
The god of drama paused for a moment, then said, "If you ask me, this is nonsense." The god of liberty. Still too young.
Ask a star god to help her give birth?
And you want to use that kind of coercive means?
Suen listened to the words of the god of drama while eating the big melon of the god of stars, and the deal between the star god and the god of freedom has also come to an end.
Okay, turn around.
The god of liberty said softly, $50 billion, please check it. As for the technical support you requested, the relevant engineering team will come to China within a week, and you will just need to receive them when they arrive. The star god nodded slightly and said, okay, in that case, this deal will come to an end for now.
The god of freedom frowned slightly upon hearing this and said, it's over now.
Is there still? Before he finished speaking, the god of liberty glanced at the god of wealth, seeming to be thinking about something. Dear Xing, for the sake of our relationship, if there are similar transactions in the future, you must notify me first. I believe that our transaction will be like today's transaction, which will give both parties a satisfactory result. God of wealth, from the moment the star god mentioned this profession, she understood it all. Of the main purpose of this transaction is not the so-called technology at all, which is why Star God said he doesn't care about cutting-edge chip technology from the beginning to the end. The god of stars and the god of wealth only care about US dollars. Just as there are people with destiny in China, there are similar people with destiny in Melina. This type of chosen one is called an economic chosen one in Marina. Their combat effectiveness is pitifully low. Apart from absorbing money and causing some turmoil, they are almost useless. She knew very well that once the god of wealth got the US dollars, he would certainly absorb them, which would then cause certain economic turmoil in America. She knows all this, but she doesn't care. The entire country's economic turmoil will soon recover. Compared to this epic-making skill, it's all worth it. It can even be said that her family will directly enter a new stage of development because of the birth of this kung fu. Of course, this is not the reason she cares most about. After the god of wealth created this epic-making skill, he sold it, which means he was short of money. The reason for the lack of money is probably the huge amount of consumption generated by studying this technique. China can hardly bear this consumption, therefore, it is necessary to sell martial arts techniques. She sent me US dollars, which in a sense was also an investment. Another reason, of course, is the favor of the god of wealth. That I knew the other party's purpose, but I chose not to point it out. As for human feelings, all we can say is that we owe each other one. After all, if possible, she wanted to bring the god of wealth, who had such high strategic value, into the family. In the words of the Chinese, without human interactions, how can two strangers develop feelings for each other? Overall, the pros outweigh the cons. It's worth using all of Melina's money to exchange for her friendship and the prosperity of the family. By the way, Xing, you used the star array to bring me here, isn't it just for this? The Statue of Freedom looked around and suddenly said, Of course not. The star god said softly, my star sign was shaken yesterday, and what I felt was related to the Lai tribe at the 36th Arrow territory on the Chinese border. In the Lai tribe, a great treasure will be born soon. It's good for both you and me. The god of freedom's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he asked, what kind of treasure is it? Can you roughly calculate it? The star god shook his head slightly and said, when it comes to the most precious treasure, it is beyond the control of the stars. Yes, the orb of light we obtained when we explored Australia's number 28 Arrow realm last time has the ability to block divination. So, are you going? Dear Xing, are you looking down on me by asking me this? The god of freedom chuckled and said, why wouldn't I go if you invited me? The star god said calmly, don't make it sound so touching.
If you don't gain anything this time, will you still go?
The god of freedom's expression remained unchanged, and he said with a smile, "Then I need you to provide me with something."
If there is no gain, I still need an excuse to go.
After saying this, the god of freedom's face straightened, and he suddenly said seriously, "Let's get back to the topic, Xing.
Recently, when you, the new Chinese Destiny ones, went to the Arrow Realm for training, did the number of the Arrow Realm you trained in increase significantly? Chapter 73,248 Your training level number has increased significantly? The star god frowned slightly and asked solemnly next to him. The god of drama also stopped gossiping and turned his serious gaze towards the god of freedom. The god of freedom looked at the god of stars, and the god of drama nodded and said, "Yes, I recently received intelligence that a person with a destiny was actually teleported to the 1476th training arrow realm during his training." Hearing this, the star god and the drama god fell silent at the same time. Yuan was shocked when he saw the solemn atmosphere in the office area. 1476th training arrow realm. Is it serious? But the problem is that when he was training, the training realm number was more than 70,000. If the training level number 1476 is a very serious problem, then what is the meaning of his training level number 70,000 or more, a catastrophic disaster? But the god of freedom was still here, so he didn't speak out immediately. He should wait until the god of freedom leaves before explaining everything to the god of stars. If there really is a big problem, we should let star god know as soon as possible and make preparations early. Isn't the rate at which the training realm number is increasing too fast? After a moment, the god of drama spoke softly. Who says it's not? The god of freedom sighed. 2 years ago, it was just over 700, but now it's 1476. If the price continues to rise at this rate, the crisis we face will be too great. We can still hold on for now, but I'm afraid this situation can't last for too long. Star God said, "In China, the highest known training level number is 937. Then you guys are still okay. But the 1476th training arrow realm has appeared in Molina, and we should be there soon too." The god of freedom was silent for a moment, then said, "Xing, if we are in danger in the future and it happens to be convenient for you, I hope you can come to rescue us." The star god said softly, "If the situation permits, we will go there." The god of freedom smiled and said, "I feel relieved when you say that." Beside him, the god of drama said, "Your area is quite large, and it is close to Mexico. Once Mexico falls, you will be attacked from both sides." The god of freedom, god of wealth, glanced at him and said, "Yes. So I really envy you Chinese people, because you have a long history and a huge population, and you have a god born here." The star god thought for a moment, and suddenly said, "Rishna, let's go to the Lai tribe tomorrow." The god of freedom nodded and said, "Okay. The sooner you get the treasure, the sooner you will have more powerful power. The days ahead may not be easy." The star god and the drama god can both predict the future. Perhaps this is why China is willing to sell this epic-making technique at a low price. Only by strengthening the power of humanity can we survive better in the distant future. Now that the deal is done, can I do what I want? The myth of freedom turned his face and chuckled. Right. The star god nodded and said, "The deal is done. I won't stop you from doing anything you want." So, before he finished speaking, a star array suddenly appeared under the feet of the god of freedom. The next moment, the figure of the Statue of Liberty disappeared from the spot faintly. One could hear the slightly irritable voice of the god of freedom from the star array. "I didn't expect that Marina has developed to this extent." The star god turned his gaze to Su Wen and said, "When a destiny person enters for the first time, he will enter the training arrow realm for training. As the number of times the destiny master trains increases, the training realm will gradually form a spatial connection point with the destiny master's country. In other words, the higher the number of the training realm, the more enemies we may face in the future. Of course, there are also some Yajing races who are friendly to us. But this friendly attitude is very ambiguous. From the experience of the fighting gods, you can also see that the friendliness they show is just a layer of skin covering the surface of viciousness. Now, do you understand why I was so nervous when I heard what the goddess of freedom said just now? In a sense, the highest level of experience may represent the number of hostile worlds we will face in the future. Fortunately, most of the experienced arrow realms are not very strong. Under the current circumstances,
both sides can still maintain a relatively peaceful state. The god of drama suddenly spoke up, but everyone who knows this information understands that once the power of the arrow realm reaches a certain point and breaks the balance, it is only a matter of time before a war breaks out. Suwon took a deep breath and said, I saw the god of freedom said that America would ask the Destiny's training realm number.
Don't we Chinese ask?
The star god shook his head and said, Of course I asked.
Then why didn't you ask me?
The training realm numbers of the destined ones with the word God in their names are all in the top 10, so there's no need to ask. Suwon was stunned, then frowned slightly. Are star god and drama god's training realm numbers so high? So what kind of situation did you encounter?
God of wealth, you seem to have a different opinion on what the star god said?
The god of drama looked at Suwon and asked. When the god of freedom told him the training number just now, he felt that something was wrong with the god of wealth. After the star god explained to the god of wealth the meaning of the training realm numbers, the god of wealth felt even more uneasy that he could see that something was wrong with the god of wealth, and naturally the god of stars could see it as well, but the star god didn't ask,
perhaps because he didn't want to ask, or perhaps because he
didn't dare to ask. That ominous premonition had already begun to linger in their hearts since the moment they noticed that something was wrong with the god of wealth, but since the fact has already happened, what difference does it make whether you ask or not? After a moment of silence, Suwon said, My training realm number is 73,248. After these words were spoken, the star god and the drama god's breathing paused. Quiet. At this moment, the office area suddenly fell into a state of extreme silence. What followed was an extremely oppressive feeling of heaviness that gradually formed around 73,248. The beating of each character was like the heaviest hammer in the world, hitting the hearts of the star god and the god of drama hard.
Ha 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 ha, I finally understand a little bit about the fighting methods and tactics in the Dojan avatar.
Suddenly, a loud laugh came from the nearby cut space. P.S. As usual, there is one more chapter. Chapter 71. Happy Fighting God. Fighting God is very happy. He finally experienced what the star god and the drama god had talked about, that wonderful state of flying inspiration and constant insights. It turns out that sudden enlightenment is so refreshing. It is so refreshing that once you experience it, you can't help but indulge in it and want to feel comfortable again. Especially the joy and celebration that came from his soul at that moment, and the flashes of inspiration that burst out again and again, which made him involuntarily sigh. So that's how it is. Especially during the moment of sudden enlightenment, the inscriptions of magical powers that were once obscure and difficult to understand became as simple as elementary school addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. I had only heard about it before, but had never experienced it myself. After this experience, he increasingly believed that it was a wise choice to have a good relationship with the god of wealth. Doesn't Brother Kaishin dislike drinking? Then he won't drink it either. What is wine? Are there any good drinks? From now on, he will drink whatever Brother Kaishin wants to drink. Even if he wanted to drink the original liquid produced by the sacred tree of the Huahua clan, he would go and get it for his brother the god of wealth. Since the Huahua clan wanted to frame him, don't blame him for revenge.
Thank you, Brother Kaishin. Star God, I finally understand what the enlightenment you mentioned feels like.
Master Shishin, I finally understand why you are obsessed with the enlightenment posture. Once you have this kind of experience for the first time, it is impossible not to miss it.
That kind of, why is everyone silent? Why is the atmosphere around here so weird?
After the fighting god said a lot of things, he finally felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere around him. One can even say that it is very solemn. It was so solemn that he felt like a bloody war was about to happen. It must be his illusion. At this stage, how could a bloody war break out? Where are we now?
Fighting God, do you know what the number of the training realm of the god of wealth is?
The star god looked at the fighting god and spoke calmly.
How many?
The god of war was stunned for a moment, then said, I am training in the number 6 training arrow realm.
What's the number of the god of wealth? Is he ahead of me or behind me?
But the god of wealth appeared later than me.
He should be behind me. Is it number 7? Or number 8?
Beside him, the god of drama said quietly, the god of wealth is number 73,248. Fighting god, what? The latest information on the training realm number is that isn't it just over 900? Moreover, based on the increased ratio of the arrow realm in recent years and the information obtained by the Destiny ones among the arrow realm people, it can be deduced that the arrow realm number is at most 2 to 3,000. There are even those who have destiny who have suggested that among the 3,000 great ways, the number of rule realms will never exceed 3,000. Although this statement still needs to be proven, the upper limit is several thousand rule arrow realms, which is already known to everyone. Moreover, with thousands of rule arrow realms, this is already like a dark cloud covering the city. And now, what's the matter with the more than 70,000 arrow realm serial numbers?
You guys aren't kidding me?
The fighting god took a deep breath and asked. At this moment, how he wished he could hear a series of teasing laughter.
Who do you think would joke about something like this?
The star god spoke up and said, to be honest, the god of wealth's arrow realm number was far beyond their expectations. 73,248. What does this mean? Among so many rule arrow realms, even if most of them are not strong, among 100 rule arrow realms, there will always be a few rule arrow realms that are very powerful. When the number of rule vector realms is raised so much,
how many enemies will they face in the future, Brother Kaishin? Is it true?
The fighting god asked solemnly, even though he knew that what he asked was nonsense, but he still wanted to get an accurate answer from the god of wealth.
It's true,
Suwon said without hesitation. There's really nothing to hide about this kind of thing. Originally, he thought that everyone had an arrow realm number of several thousand or even tens of thousands, so since no one asked, he didn't say anything. After all, if the Yajing serial number is very important, someone will definitely ask about it.
All right.
The god of fighting sighed heavily, then sat on the soft chair next to him and fell into silence. With more than 70,000 worlds, the outbreak of war will be inevitable, but what can they use to fight against more than 70,000 worlds?
God of wealth, do you think the training realm you are heading to will be the highest numbered training realm?
The god of drama put down the thermos cup and asked softly.
Won't. Suwon thought for a moment and said, 73,248 is not an integer. Unless the string of numbers corresponds to the rhythmic changes of the world, it will definitely not be the upper limit.
The god of drama nodded slightly and said, I also think that the training level numbered 73,248 will not be the upper limit. But since the god of wealth's training realm is so special and breaks our understanding of the sequence of realms for those with the word God in their names, as long as the god of wealth is here, we still have hope. Don't forget, the god of wealth can allow us to constantly enter the state of enlightenment.
At this point, the god of drama smiled and said, Star God, if I let you maintain your enlightenment posture, would you still be afraid of these things?
And fighting god, don't be scared by these mere 70,000 rule arrow realms.
What's so great about this? As long as we can stand at the top, no matter how many rule arrow realms there are, can't we just flip our hands and destroy them?
Upon hearing this, the star god chuckled and said, Indeed, we are the ones who carry the destiny.
If there is no danger, how can we grow up quickly?
It's a good thing that there are more rules and regulations. At least we already know about this matter, so we can be mentally prepared. The most important thing is that we don't have to worry about not having enough experience energy to upgrade. This many rule arrow realms are enough for us to reach the top. As he spoke, the star god glanced at the fighting god.
Fighting god, weren't you just excited about comprehending part of the fighting godly power? How? You are the god of war, and you are frightened just like that? So are you the god of battle or the god of bickering? When the god of fighting heard this, he stood up and said, Then I must be the god of fighting.
After saying this, the star god, the drama god, and the fighting god all looked at Suwon at the same time. Suwon smiled and said, As long as everyone is here, we all have hope. As soon as he finished speaking, the four god-headed destined ones burst into laughter. For a moment, the laughter resounded throughout the entire office area and echoed for a long time.
What happened? Fengshen, who was doing his homework, heard the laughter and asked in confusion, Why did everyone start laughing?
Chapter 72 The right to refuse to be called up. Breeze. As the god of wind moved his mind, the flow of gas around him began to undergo subtle changes.
Strange, why can't Breeze sense the change in Brother Saishin's mood? And Brother Doshin's heart is so complicated. It's weird, forget it. I really don't understand the adult world. There's only a little homework left. After I finish it, I should be able to go play for a while. Hey.
Thinking of this, the god of wind retracted his scattered thoughts and continued to write quickly. And meanwhile, on the other side. By the way, star god, what you just said to the god of freedom, is it true or are you just fooling him? The god of drama picked up the thermos cup next to him and asked softly. Real. The star god smiled and said, "The Light Tribe does have a treasure.
I can guarantee that.
But whether you can harvest the treasure depends on your ability of freedom."
The god of drama nodded slightly and said, "The Light Tribe is quite powerful. The treasure is free to go there. You can go to their treasure house.
If we can pack up the Light Tribe's 1,000-year-old storage and bring it back, it will be a good thing for the entire China." The star god said, "Okay, I will try my best to pack up the treasure of the Light Tribe and bring it back." Beside him, the god of fighting asked doubtfully, "Star god, are you going to join forces with the god of freedom to deal with the Light Tribe?" The star god nodded and said, "Yes, when the goddess of freedom came here to trade just now, I told her about this matter and she agreed.
We will set off tomorrow."
The god of fighting was stunned when he heard this, and then asked, "Did the god of freedom come just now, right?
She didn't touch you, did she?"
The star god took a deep breath, and then the surrounding space was filled with twinkling stars. The next moment, the fighting god disappeared from the spot. "Don't worry, star god just teleported Do Shin to the deep sea tens of thousands of meters deep, and also asked him to patrol over there to see if there is any movement in the arrow realm over there." The god of drama looked at Su Wen and said with a smile, "You will get used to it slowly." The god of fighting sometimes can't control his bad mouth. When facing a foul-mouthed fighting god, the star god will usually teleport him to the deep sea.
After inspecting the area, he will swim back on his own.
Su Wen thought for a moment and asked softly, "Master Drama God, if the fighting god provokes you with his bad mouth, what will you do?" The god of drama laughed and said, "I'm not as direct as the god of stars.
After all, I'm older. To me, the god of fighting is just a child." "So you won't bother with the fighting god?"
"No, I will throw him into my fantasy world, deprive him of his 5 senses, thicken his soul, and give him some special protective training." Sure enough, the old god of drama is also a ruthless person. The star god just teleports the fighting god to the deep sea, and if it doesn't work, he can just swim back. At most, you will feel a little tired and waste some energy, but the god of drama, it seems that this special protective training should be a test of patience. If you are interested, you can also experience it. The god of drama smiled and said, after the god of fighting came out a few times before, he said that he felt really good. Su Wen refused directly, "No, I think such a blessing should be left to the fighting god. Depriving the 5 senses, immersing in darkness, if this were used by the enemy, it would probably be a form of mental torture, right? But Mr. Drama God should be careful when he attacks, and the fighting god is so resilient, so it doesn't seem too bad to say that this is just a training session. The most important thing is that the god of fighting also enjoys it. He hasn't changed his bad habit of talking too much, which shows that the training of the god of drama is nothing to him. Maybe the god of fighting will even have his combat power soar thanks to the training from the god of drama. But then again, the leader of the East China Sea defense line in the last time in space, the strongest fighting god in China, actually played such a role in the organization? It's really beyond people's expectations. God of wealth, if the destined one does not enter the arrow realm to explore for a long time, he will be forcibly recruited at a certain time. The star god's eyes flashed, and he suddenly said, especially after the Destiny One returns from training, under normal circumstances, if he does not take the initiative to enter the Rule Arrow realm to explore for 7 days, he will be forcibly recruited. But as people with the divine destiny, we have the right to refuse conscription. At this point, the star god paused, then said, "But your situation is special, and it seems to be different from ours. So I'm not sure whether you will be forcibly called up. I'm telling you these things so that you can be mentally prepared in case of any accidents." Su Wen's face straightened and he said, "Okay, I understand. Is it compulsory conscription? Ordinary people with destiny cannot refuse, but people with destiny starting with God can refuse. Well, I should be able to refuse, and I can see it from the future. After dying twice while exploring the Arrow realm, in order to avoid risks, I might not go to the Arrow realm anymore. Otherwise, considering the attention that the creatures in the Arrow realm showed to him, how could he possibly live until 2024? And seeing how crazy the creatures in the Arrow realm were towards him, he guessed that they knew something about the profession of the god of wealth. Put yourself in his shoes. If you were a creature in the Arrow realm, looking at the god of wealth's abnormal talent and magical power, you would be nervous even if you were allowed to live for 1 more second, not to mention the ability to travel through time and space. The bestowal of second-level magical powers is actually quite perverted. If Yajing knew that I could travel through time and space, there are tens of thousands of Arrow realms, but only 49 of them have united. Aren't they looking down on themselves too much? Before, he was a little anxious about the possibility of Yajing surrounding and killing him, but after traveling through time and space many times, he had seen many ways of death and had become more tolerant. Bring it on. He wanted to see if tens of thousands of Arrow realms could unite and riot together in the end. Moreover, the more anxious the creatures in the Arrow realm are to kill me, doesn't it prove my strength from another perspective? By the way, I can use these $50 billion as I please, right? Su Wen changed the subject and asked. $50 billion, converted to 300 billion Chinese yuan, a little source of income is equivalent to 10 million. Those 300 billion Chinese yuan are equivalent to 30,000 sources of wealth. All of a sudden, it became available, sure. The star god smiled and said, "This is your reward, and you have also secured some cutting-edge technology for the country. In other words, the country still has to thank you for your contribution." Beside him, the god of drama said softly, "But god of wealth, don't absorb it all at once. Quantitative change will lead to qualitative change. America's dollar hegemony has kidnapped the whole world. If the turmoil is too great, it may also affect this side. Well, you absorb $10 billion first and test the waters." Su Wen grinned and said, "Okay. Since the $50 billion are in my hands, there is no need to rush. First, take $10 billion to test the waters and see what kind of storm will be set off on the other side of the ocean after the $10 billion is absorbed by yourself and the value is converted into financial resources. This way, we can have some data for reference." The thought came to his mind, and soon, Su Wen's financial resources column began to change. Chapter 73 Tragedy of Fate. Financial resources value, 6,056.5, plus. Looking at the amount of his financial resources, Su Wen felt a sense of comfort. This is the richest time for him since he became the god of wealth. More than 6,000 financial resources, it's comfortable just looking at it. I finally don't have to suffer emotional fluctuations due to the rise and fall of dozens of financial resources. Now it seems that I can be considered a 1,000 yuan household, right? The waist suddenly bulged. After you have more financial resources, you will be more confident when you launch the financial chaos in the future. If I do something in the future, won't it attract the attention of the long river of time and space? I was worried before, fearing that the long river of time and space would be dissatisfied and kick me out of the future time and space. Now, he is not so afraid anymore. Don't we have to pay tolls to travel the long river of time and space? I have money, just give it to him. Hint: during the period when the river of time and space was watching you, you once again attracted the attention of the river of time and space. Buff: the attention of the long river of time and space. Within 10 hours, the financial resources consumption in time and space will be doubled, can be superimposed. Su Wen: oh shit, I forgot that I am still under the attention of the long river of time and space. Cough cough. Well, financial resources are still very important. Why pay more if you can pay less? Although more than 6,000 seemed like a lot, he still felt that it was not enough. Therefore, the long river of time and space runs through the three magnificent time and space of the past, present, and future, and contains endless mysteries and wonders. It should be the most powerful and imperceptible existence in the world. After talking about the long river of time and space, Su Wen calmed his mind. I have to change my bad habit of complaining about the long river of time and space in the future. These are all sources of income. Are you ready? The star god looked at Su Wen and asked softly, "All right." Su Wen nodded slightly and said, "I absorbed $10 billion. Overall, the gains were great." Hearing this, the star god smiled and said, "As long as you gain something, that's good." As he spoke, he looked at the god of play and said, "God of play, I'm going to prepare a batch of star warriors for tomorrow's battle. Please tell the god of wealth about the information on the Arrow realm." The god of drama took a sip of wolfberry tea and said, "No problem, leave it to me. Then I'll be relieved." After saying that, the star god waved towards Su Wen, turned around and disappeared on the spot. "Master drama god, fighting godlike, how long will it take for you to come back?" Su Wen looked at the place where the fighting god was before and asked. "If nothing goes wrong, about 3 or 4 hours. The god of drama waved his hand and said, "The god of fighting has thick skin and tough flesh. His path also needs to be attacked and tempered in all aspects, so that he can rise and grow faster. Besides, he has a strong fate and won't die in a short time, so there's no need to worry about him." At this point, the god of drama paused, then said, "Let me tell you about the relevant information of Yajing. Originally, Star God should have told you these things, but since Star God is busy, I will do it instead.
The chosen ones come from the general population, from students, businessmen, company employees to thieves, robbers, workers in special industries, etc. Everyone has the potential to become the chosen one.
We are called the destined because of the irregularity and unpredictability of our appearance.
Anyone has the potential to become the chosen one.
However, there is a certain inevitability in the destiny of heaven.
If we delve deeper into this issue, we can reach the dialectical relationship between chance and necessity at the philosophical level.
It means that anyone can become the chosen one, but if we work our way forward from the chosen one, then in a sense, the chosen one must be the chosen one. For example, even if all kinds of accidents happen, even if a world war breaks out, even if plague and disasters are rampant, as long as you don't die, you will definitely become the god of wealth.
Suwon said softly, the chosen one gives everyone hope, but from the perspective of fate, the chosen one's status is very cruelly determined. The god of drama nodded slightly and said, yes, that's right.
Just like the tragic fate in Greek drama, the protagonist's future tragic fate is determined from the moment he is born. For example, the fate of King Oedipus, the ancient Greek playwright Sophocles, who killed his father and married his mother, foreshadowed that he had no way to hide or avoid it. No matter how he struggles, and no matter how the people around him struggle, the prophecy of killing his father and marrying his mother is bound to come true. Fate is extremely mysterious and unpredictable.
And the ancient Greek drama of fate is similar to the destiny.
Suwon, Mr. God of Drama, why did you mention the tragedy of fate in ancient Greece in front of him? There is also the plot where King Oedipus kills his father and marries his mother. After knowing the magic of the god of drama, he felt a little nervous. This should just be an example, right? Are you hinting at yourself? Who can bear this kind of future development?
Did the god of fighting tell you something about me?
The god of drama seemed to see through Suwon's thoughts and said with a smile, don't worry, your fate is special and unpredictable. It is impossible to predict the future.
So when you talk to me about drama, you don't have to be as scared as the god of war.
What I told you about Oedipus Rex and the ancient Greek tragedy of fate was just an example. Suwon heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this, and then said, I seem to suddenly understand why Brother Doshin suffers from suggestion syndrome. When the god of drama heard this, he asked with great interest, what's the reason?
Master Drama God, you can't predict the future of Star God, so does that mean Star God can't predict your future either?
Yes, at my level, even if Shi Xiang protects me, even the star god can do nothing. So, you and the star god can't predict each other's future, but you can both predict the future of the fighting god.
Why don't you just take advantage of the fighting god?
When the god of drama heard this, he burst out laughing and said, you are right.
Xiaofeng is still too young after all.
Besides, he is beside me and is very busy every day, so he doesn't have time to hang out. I can't predict the future of Star God, and your future is too uncertain. So when I use Shi Xiang to find information about the future, I should pay more attention to Doshin.
Suwon smiled and said, yes. Star God probably thinks so too, so Brother Doshin is sometimes confused.
In the organization, there are 5 people with the word God in their names. The god of drama and the god of stars can tell fortunes, and the god of wind can tell good from evil and sense emotional fluctuations. As your strength grows in the future, you might even be able to eavesdrop on other people's inner thoughts. You can also travel across time and space to the future to collect useful information from the future. There is only the fighting god, who is confused and has no channels to obtain
information. Look at it from another perspective, the god of war should be very happy.
The god of drama said, we will get the information for him, and he only needs to take up the weapon and fight. If I could, I would like to switch places with the fighting god. As he spoke, the god of drama was suddenly stunned the next moment. He said in a dark tone, but it is also true.
If I were a fighting god and charged into battle, I would probably not be alive today. P.S. There will be an extra chapter today.
Chapter 74 I paid, that's all old news, let's not talk about it. The god of drama sighed and said, next, I will tell you about the relevant information of the Rule Arrow Realm. And in our China, the city with the largest number of Arrow Realms right now is probably the imperial capital.
This is also the reason why our organization is located in the imperial capital. If there is any problem, we can take direct action here.
Suwon sat aside and began to listen carefully to the relevant information given by the god of drama, based on the serial number classification of the Yami realms, which Yami realms now regard China as an enemy, which Yami realms can communicate normally, and which Yami realms are relatively friendly. What needs to be noted in the Ya realm is that the etiquette, culture, and traditions of each Ya realm are different. Starting from the basic information of the Yajing, the growth rate, and the international situation, Shishin talked about how to obtain the divine tools. According to the god of drama, divine tools are extremely valuable. After entering different realms, different destiny missions will be triggered according to the different ethnic groups and regions they come into contact with. The person who is destined to receive the mission can choose whether to accept it. After completing the mission, there is an extremely low probability of obtaining the divine tool. The divine tools are the most suitable, or even exclusive, weapons and equipment for the chosen ones to fight. As for the treasures mentioned by the star god and the god of freedom, there are also treasure houses and cultivation resources among the Yajing people. The destiny mission is not mandatory. If the destiny person has enough strength, he can kill and seize the resources and treasures of the Arrow Realm tribe according to his own wishes. A supreme treasure is one that is extremely powerful or has infinite uses, and is extremely rare, even in a large-scale Arrow Realm with extraordinary strength. There may not be a few treasures. It can be said that every ethnic group regards the treasure as the lifeline of racial inheritance. The ranks of the chosen ones are divided from level 1 to level 9. And this is the first major stage. Those with the destiny prefixed with God will gain a supernatural power at the first, second, fourth, and seventh levels respectively. In the first major stage, those with the destiny prefixed with God will be endowed with 4 supernatural powers. However, ordinary people with destiny can only obtain supernatural powers when they are at the first, fourth, and seventh levels. The quality of his supernatural powers is already far inferior to that of the one with the word God in his destiny, and he even has one less supernatural power than the one with the word God in his destiny. Not to mention the issue of original talent. Just looking at the supernatural powers, those with the word God in their names are far superior to ordinary people. The second major stage is the king level. When breaking through from the 9th level to the king level, there will be an advancement ceremony after the experience energy is full. However, the advancement ceremony does not need to be too formal. You only need to collect all the advancement materials required for each profession and refine them directly by yourself. After the king level, the third major stage is the emperor level. However, the king level and emperor level drama gods were not explained in detail, but only mentioned briefly. In a word, there will be a war between the human camp and the creatures in the Arrow Realm in the future, but they are not sure when it will happen. Master Shishin, I gained something while deducing the technique. After listening to the drama god's lecture, Suwon said, so there is a vague time period when the Rule Arrow Realm portal was broken and the war broke out. The god of drama was stunned when he heard this, and then asked excitedly, what time? If the time of outbreak of future war can be confirmed, it will be big news. You can even prepare for war mobilization in advance and be fully armed to meet the coming war. Who knows? They might even be able to ambush some people at the gates of some enemy areas to ambush the enemy. How much effect can it have in wars at the national and ethnic levels if we have the initiative and information? Unbelievable. The portal should be broken in 2 years. Suwon thought for a moment and said, that is, in 2024, it should be around the beginning of the year, the war will break out. The god of drama fell silent after hearing this. After a moment, he looked up and said, although I know that you said that future information will not be affected by the backlash of the heavenly secrets, but the time for the outbreak of the war is accurate to within a month. It is simply, it's incredible, real, so amazing. Perhaps, this is where the god of wealth's true power lies. When it comes to wars between races, both sides will use a large number of treasures to block the secrets of heaven and prevent the other side from seeing certain images and information through divination of the future. Of course, if they can fool the other party with false information, then neither side will hesitate at all. The main purpose of the star array hovering in the sky above China is to shield China's natural opportunities and prevent the creatures in the Arrow Realm from exploring. The secondary function is to monitor the entire territory of China and carry out precise strikes against the Yami creatures that invade China. Maybe, I paid for it. Suwon thought for a moment and spoke. In a sense, having the star god and the drama god predict the future is free, right? You spend your own money to travel to the future time and space, and also give time and space. The river of time and space is majestic and boundless, its power is unpredictable and incomparably noble. In short, I paid the money while star god and drama god did not. Can the treatment be the same for those who pay and those who get it for free? Drama god, for a moment, he was speechless. When I first heard it, I thought what the god of wealth said was absurd and unruly, but if you think about it carefully,
It is true that the God of Wealth's ability is to control all the wealth in the world. In today's society, money makes the world go round. So what the God of Wealth said seems to make sense. The point is, he and the star god want to spend money, but they don't know where to pay for divination. I have money but nowhere to spend it. Think carefully about the information I just told you about the rule realm. The god of drama said, after all, we are not like the god of fighting who only knows how to fight. We still need to think about this information. And I've said everything I need to say. The news you mentioned is also very serious. I need to deduce it as soon as possible. Suwon nodded slightly upon hearing this and said, okay. Master Drama God, you go ahead and do your work. After saying that, Suwon walked towards his office, looking at the gaze buff of the river of time and space under his attribute column. Suwon flipped his right hand and the divine tool ingot appeared in his hand. The God of Wealth's divine tool, Yuanbao, plus. The God of Wealth's divine tool contains infinite mysteries, but the divine power of the God of Wealth's divine tool is weak now. If the God of Wealth puts wealth into it, it may stimulate some magical effects of the ingot. P.S. I see some friends are looking for books, so the author recommends an old completed book here, which is also a simulator novel. Friendly reminder, there is no female protagonist in the old book. The female characters that appeared in the early stage were just for the needs of the plot. Interested friends should not misunderstand. Book title, The Heavens Descend. I use simulation to create a perfect start, or you can go directly to the author's homepage. Chapter 75 Yuanbao Transformation, Investing Financial Resources into the Ingot? Suwon thought quietly in his heart, the ingots with weak divinity have such functions. After the transformation, won't they be more powerful? Besides, there are more than 6,000 financial resources now. If you are rich, it's okay to give it a try. Thinking about it, Suwon had an idea and began to invest money in the magic tool ingot. Respected God of Wealth, you have invested 100 sources of wealth to feed the divine tool Yuanbao. The divinity of the divine tool Yuanbao has gained a faint enlightenment. Indistinctly, the divine tool Yuanbao accelerated its transformation process. Suwon raised his eyebrows and asked, no more? 100 sources of income, that's 1 billion, a billion was invested, but there wasn't even a splash. It just means that the divine tool Yuanbao received a slight enlightenment. Why did he feel that the magical ingot in his hand was a giant gold-eating beast? Try again. Suwon had an idea and fed wealth to the divine tool Yuanbao again. Respected God of Wealth, you have invested 100 sources of wealth to feed the divine tool Yuanbao. The divinity of the divine tool Yuanbao has gained a faint enlightenment. Indistinctly, the divine tool Yuanbao accelerated its transformation process. Suwon, the reminder about the divine tool Yuanbao is so perfunctory. The first and second prompts are exactly the same, no change at all. Try again. If there is no change, forget about the divine tool ingot. After Suwon made the decision, he began to feed the divine tool Yuanbao. Respected God of Wealth, you have invested 100 sources of wealth to feed the divine tool Yuanbao. The divinity of the divine tool Yuanbao has gained a faint enlightenment. With your feeding, the divinity in the divine tool ingot has been slightly enhanced and is about to enter a state of transformation. Suwon looked at the divine tool ingot in his hand that was shining with golden light. The luster was brighter than before, and sighed slightly. It seems that his guess was correct. This is a gold-eating beast, but the divine tool Yuanbao is his exclusive divine tool, and he knows very well in his heart that the sooner the divine tool Yuanbao transforms, the more help it will be to him. Sooner or later you will have to use your financial resources to feed the divine tools and ingots. You have some in your hands now, so just keep feeding them. Look at this magical tool Yuanbao. What changes will happen after it swallows up so much wealth? With your feeding, the divinity in the divine tool ingot has been slightly enhanced, and it will soon enter a state of transformation. With your feeding, the divinity in the divine tool ingot has been slightly enhanced and will soon enter a state of transformation. With your feeding, the divinity in the divine tool ingot has been slightly enhanced and is ready to enter a state of transformation. With your feeding, the divinity in the divine tool ingot has been slightly enhanced and immediately entered a state of transformation. Suwon, is this magical tool Yuanbao a joke? Feed it once, change a word at the end, and that's it.
are you keeping yourself hanging, including this time when it is about to enter the metamorphosis state? I have fed it 19 times. I have already spent 190 billion, which is 19 billion. It's hard to imagine that after spending so much money to feed the divine tool Yuan Bao, the divine tool Yuan Bao has not yet entered the transformation state. Let's do it again to make it a perfect number. Su Wen had an idea and started feeding the baby for the last time. There were only 6,000 sources of income in total, and in just a short while, 19,000 had been spent by the divine tool ingots.no. Just leave it alone for now. With your feeding, the divinity in the divine tool ingot has been enhanced to a certain extent and entered a state of transformation. The divine tool Yuan Bao begins to transform. Transformation time, 10 minutes. Please be patient, Lord God of Wealth. Su Wen looked at the divine tool Yuan Bao floating in the air in front of him, with a golden energy cocoon forming around it, his eyes flickering. This divine tool Yuan Bao has its own spirituality, right? Just as the magic sword has a sword spirit, the magic weapon Yuan Bao must also have a treasure spirit, right? Otherwise, why would this magical ingot change as soon as I complained? The source of wealth that I just fed has already reached the standard for transformation, but it has not started to transform because it is suppressed by Baoling.so. Baoling embezzled the money? The exclusive tool of the God of Wealth is quite unique. After a while, Su Wen couldn't help but sigh. Then he picked up the water cup beside him and took a sip of water. He also wanted to see what kind of changes would happen to the divine tool Yuan Bao after it completed its transformation. This cost him $2,000. Soon, the transformation of the divine tool Yuan Bao was completed. Divine tool Yuan Bao, transformation is complete. Hello, respected God of Wealth. Your special divine tool Yuan Bao will accompany you in the future and provide you with services. A playful and cute voice came out from the ingot. The tone was full of curiosity and longing for the world. Are you the spirit inside the divine tool Yuan Bao? Su Wen summoned the divine tool Yuan Bao into his hand and asked. Lord God of Wealth, you can understand it this way. After the divine tool Yuan Bao finished speaking, a faint light flashed, and then a cute mini-man appeared in Su Wen's sight. The little man is wearing golden clothes and a golden hat of the God of Wealth, and his outfit is very festive. Can all divine tools be like you? Su Wen looked at the little man transformed from the magical tool Yuan Bao and asked puzzledly. Of course not. Lord God of Wealth, how can you compare the lovely ingots with those ordinary divine tools? Yuan Bao puffed his cheeks and said with some dissatisfaction, those divine tools are too low level, and most of them are just standard weapons. How can they be divine? Su Wen heard this and asked softly, so you have divinity, which is why you have such intelligence. Yuan Bao nodded and said, Yuan Bao is attached to your divinity, the God of Wealth. The stronger your divinity is, the greater the role that Yuan Bao can play. So, when I was feeding you money just now, how much of my money did you steal? Yuan Bao was stunned, and then said anxiously, Yuan Bao does not have the wealth of Lord Black God of Wealth. Lord God of Wealth's 2,000 wealth is just enough to meet the conditions for Yuan Bao's transformation. Su Wen said, before you transformed, could you sense my thoughts? Is it such a coincidence? Okay. Yuan Bao nodded and said, it is precisely because I can feel your thoughts, Lord God of Wealth, that Yuan Bao can meet some of your conditions within the scope of my authority. Su Wen, it seems that the different words at the end of each sentence just now were really replaced by Yuan Bao. Let's not chat about that either. What additional abilities have you gained after this transformation? Su Wen changed the subject and asked in a serious tone. Lord God of Wealth, please look. Yuan Bao pointed his right hand forward, and a magnificent, roaring, surging river appeared in front of him, but in just a moment, the illusion of the long river disappeared, as if it had never appeared, and there was no trace of it around. Lord God of Wealth, the greatest use of ingots is that they can communicate with the long river of time and space in your spacetime according to your needs. As soon as Yuan Bao finished speaking, Su Wenting stood up from his seat with a look of horror on his face. Chapter 76, A red flower becomes red, a black flower becomes black. The long river of time and space, a majestic and unknowable thing that runs through all time and space of the past, present and future, from the previous timeline. He also knew that the long river of time and space was not what he had initially thought, but just an extremely magnificent consciousness. Deep in the long river of time and space, there seem to be unknown changes. That change has given me a certain favorable Impression. Of course, it might be because of my filial piety that he likes me, but no matter what, crossing time and space is his biggest secret, and it is also the basis for the main time and space to have a bright future. The long river of time and space has always been his blind spot in knowledge now. After the transformation of the divine tool Yuanbao, it actually possesses the ability to communicate with the long river of time and space. How amazing, how incredible is it? Then how do you communicate across the long river of time and space? Su Wen asked softly, do you need to spend money? Now that he is being watched by the long river of time and space, it is difficult for him to think about some things, let alone say them, but he felt that it might require spending money. After all, if it's just communication, there's no need to spend money. Yuan Bao replied, but if you need help from the river of time and space, you will need to pay a certain amount of money as the price of asking for help. Su Wen's pupils shrank. Can he still ask the river of time and space for help? Oh shit, in front of such a majestic existence in the long river of time and space, to put it bluntly, the enemies in reality are all garbage. How exactly do you want to help? Su Wen asked seriously, tell me in detail. Yuan Ba thought for a while and said, with my current divine status, I cannot ask the river of time and space for too much help, but as long as I have enough financial resources, I can ask the river of time and space to lower its gaze and destroy some areas. The financial resources you mentioned are sufficient. How much financial resources do you need? If the God of Wealth wants to ask the river of time and space to help, the current financial resources are far from enough. At least, the most basic unit must be 10,000. Can the long river of time and space attack at will? As long as the long river of time and space wants to, why not? After a moment of silence, Su Wen asked, how much money do I need to remove the buff of the river of time and space on me? Yuan Bao was stunned when he heard this, then waved his hand and said, this does not require a source of money. Lord God of Wealth, please wait a moment. I will contact the river of time and space. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Bao slowly closed his eyes. The next moment, in Su Wen's vision, the gaze of the long river of time and space began to disappear rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the gaze of the long river of time and space disappeared. Master God of Wealth, please take a look. Is it gone? Yuan Bao opened his eyes and spoke softly. Yes, it has disappeared. Su Wen nodded slightly and said, to eliminate the attention of the long river of time and space, just make contact? Yuan Bao said, yes, this is very simple and does not require much effort. And I just asked, the long river of time and space said that they are paying attention to you, Lord God of Wealth, because Lord God of Wealth was driven back by the power of the long river of time and space, and caused a certain disturbance in the long river of time and space in this world. And the river of time and space tried to contact you, but you didn't respond, so they just lowered their gazes towards you. I'm also reminding you to respond to the river of time and space if you notice it. After saying this, Yuan Bao said with a guilty look on his face, I am sorry, Master Kaishan, because of Yuan Bao's negligence, you have to endure such trouble. Please punish me. Su Wen was startled when he heard this, and then said, it's okay, it's a special reason, I can understand. He really didn't expect that the reason why the long river of time and space was watching him was like this, and from what Yuan Bao said, regarding the long river of time and space, why does it seem like the long river of time and space is like a large organization? If it is not a separate individual consciousness but a well-organized large organization, then what is happening to me can be understood. The increased attention time when I complained about the long river of time and space was probably added deliberately by people from the long river of time and space. Young man, not only did you not return my call, but you also complained about me in front of me? So the river of time and space is equivalent to an organization that takes care of various livelihoods? Su Wen asked, as long as there is enough financial resources, will the river of time and space provide help? Yuan Bao replied softly, yes, the principle upheld by the long river of time and space is equal exchange. For example, Lord God of Wealth, if you travel through the future time and space, the more noise you make in the future, the more attention you will attract from the long river of future time and space. Based on the extent of the chaos in the order of time and space caused by your actions, the river of time and space will impose corresponding punishments. Su Wen, so, this is also the reason why I had to pay for the arrangements before. In the last timeline, the God of Wealth in the future time and space has died. Normally speaking, there should be no God of Wealth appearing in China again, but I crossed time and space and appeared. It even caused quite a stir. Well, thinking in this way, we can't say that the long river of time and space is a dark river. Quite reasonable. I used to feel that the river of time and space was a bit dark, but that was because I had no way to communicate with the other party, and now, the new function of Yuanbao is to communicate with the river of time and space. So you will have a certain initiative when crossing time and space. At least it's no longer the various explanations provided by the yin-yang narration and the state of not understanding anything. As Su-wen thought about it, his mind moved and the information about the divine tool Yuanbao appeared in front of him.
The God of Wealth's divine tool, Yuanbao. Stage, beginner. Ability, communication in time and space. Divinity, 2, status, ready to feed.
The God of Wealth's magical tool, which contains countless mysteries, has just woken up from its deep sleep. After being enlightened by the source of wealth, it has the ability to communicate with the long river of time and space. Hint 1. After being fed with the wealth of the God of Wealth, the spirit born from the divine tool ingot is loyal to the God of Wealth. Tip 2. The character of the God Yuanbao will gradually approach that of the God of Wealth. As the saying goes, if you are close to vermilion, you will be red; if you are close to ink, you will be black. Please let the God of Wealth take the appropriate measures for the specific situation. Su-wen looked at the attribute bar of the divine tool Yuanbao, and especially after seeing the second prompt below, the corner of his mouth twitched. What's the meaning? Will Yuanbao's personality in the future be very similar to mine? My personality is pretty good, right? Yuanbao, is your 2 points of divinity due to the 2,000 sources of wealth I fed you? Su-wen asked, so 1,000 financial resources is equivalent to 1 point of divinity? Divinity, it looks so noble. Needless to say, he also understood that the higher the divinity, the stronger the power that the ingot could exert. That's not the case. Yuanbao shook his head and said, the 2,000 sources of wealth you fed to me, Lord God of Wealth, have gained a little more divinity after completing the enlightenment. The little bit of divinity at the beginning is what Yuanbao brings with him. Without this bit of divinity, Yuanbao would have been destroyed long ago. P.S. There is one more chapter. Chapter 77. 20 years later, so 2,000 financial resources are equivalent to a bit of divinity? If the God of Wealth insists on quantifying the divinity, we can calculate it this way at this stage. What's the meaning? Every bit of divinity is precious, and the growth of divinity will become slower and slower, and more difficult. Yuanbao explained, in the future, tens of thousands of financial resources may not necessarily increase the divinity a bit, so, Su-wen touched his chin and said, okay, I think I understand now. Originally, he thought that divinity was just a quantified product, corresponding to the power of the divine tool ingot, but now it seems that divinity has a different value comparison. By the way, Yuanbao, if I travel to the future through time and space, can you follow me? Su-wen thought of something and asked suddenly. Okay. Yuanbao said softly, wherever time and space Lord God of Wealth goes, Yuanbao can go there simultaneously. No matter which time and space it is in, Yuanbao can communicate through the long river of time and space. Su-wen changed the subject and asked, since you can communicate with the river of time and space, can you also bargain? Yuanbao said, of course, but Yuanbao's rank is very low now, so I may not be able to negotiate the price down. Moreover, considering the current state of Lord Kaishan, it is a bit of a small fight in the long river of time and space. Okay, I understand. Lord God of Wealth, are you going to start the Wealth Chaos Spacetime now? Why? You can help with this too? Yes, when you launch the Fortune Chaos Spacetime, I can help you. The God of Wealth, choose the place to descend. That would be great. Su-wen laughed and said, then let's start the Wealth Chaos Spacetime. Choose a place where there are many people in peace, and if possible, try to land in a big city. It would be great if Yuanbao could choose where to land. In this way, he could avoid the problems that occurred in previous timelines. If something big happens in the future and the Chinese capital falls, it would be very embarrassing for me to appear in the occupied area. If you have bad luck, all this wealth and time will be wasted. At the next moment, Yuanbao suddenly said, Lord God of Wealth, you cannot go to the minimum future time, which is 10 years later. Su-wen frowned slightly and asked, what's going on? I created chaos in time and space by myself, and I can travel through time and space at will. What's going on with Yuanbao? Something went wrong with the exclusive tool of the God of Wealth? But Sil-1 spacetime detection shows that you are still alive in the next 10 years. Yuan Bao said, the most basic and fundamental order of space and time is that the same person in different space and time cannot appear in the same space and time at the same time, otherwise it will cause great turbulence in the long river of space and time.
Su Wen's brows relaxed.
He actually lived 10 years later this time. Shit, how could he live so long this time? Although it was reasonable for him to live for 10 years, it was outrageous that he was not killed by the crazy creatures in the Arrow Realm. It seems that this journey through time and space will bring me great gains. He was also very curious about what happened in the future that those creatures in the Arrow Realm dared to let him live for more than 10 years, then grow it. Lord God of Wealth, 10 years is a unit.
Do you want to go to 20 years later? Yes.
Su Wen nodded in response. This time, since the length of time he would live in the future would increase significantly, he wanted to change the timeline and go to 20 years later to take a look. Of course, if you are still alive 20 years later, then keep pushing it back. He was also very curious in his heart. How long had he lived in this timeline? How did I die after living for so long? Okay, the time and space of financial chaos begins. Yuan Bao said, 20 years later, the time travel test of Kailuan is in progress, test passed. According to your request, the landing destination is a peaceful, non-war zone, and a relatively developed large city is given priority. As soon as he finished speaking, the interface of time and space and chaos began to appear in front of Su Wen. You are a newly minted second-level god of wealth. You have consumed a tiny bit of your financial resources and are using them to disrupt time and space. The powerful power of wealth vibrates in time and space, and very weak and fragmented power of time and space is vibrated out, carrying you to 20 years later. The exclusive divine tool of the God of Wealth has been detected, Yuan Bao, and it has begun to take effect. With the help of the power of Yuan Bao, you came to the southern Suzhou and Hangzhou areas. God of Wealth from the past. After 20 years of development, everything around has undergone earth-shaking changes. Especially in the economically developed Suzhou and Hangzhou areas, the changes are even more dazzling to your eyes and confusing to your heart. Your inexperienced look has also attracted the attention of some people around you.
But it's just a matter of attention.
Seeing you wearing clothes from 20 years ago and wearing a mask of the God of Wealth on your face, the people around you don't seem to be surprised. In their hearts, perhaps this is another child paying tribute to the hero in their hearts. You are the God of Wealth who is making a fuss about nothing. You are very surprised by the ultra-modern science fiction technology around you, especially when you see some flying machines flying overhead. You are even more shocked.
In the next 20 years, people's technology will also usher in a surge. At the same time, you are also very happy in your heart.
The improvement of people's scientific and technological level means that the battlefield in the East China Sea has not been lost.
Otherwise, this scene would not be like this at all. You walk along the roadside path, walking aimlessly while watching the people around you.
Then you walked into a small path, and when no one was paying attention, you took off the mask of the God of Wealth on your face.
Smart God of Wealth.
It seems that you also know that it is somewhat inappropriate to continue walking on the street wearing a God of Wealth mask after 20 years. You believe in your comrades, they must have made impressive achievements. Because of their strength, the mask that belongs only to the one with the word God in his head must be known to everyone. In order not to attract attention, you decide to make yourself a little more ordinary, blend into the crowd, seek information about your comrades among the crowd, and find opportunities to contact your former comrades. God of Wealth from the past. You want to borrow a cell phone from someone to make a call, but you search for a long time and don't find any cell phone. Smartphones, which were popular in 2002, seem to have been eliminated in 2003.
No one uses such antique gadgets anymore.
Finally, after you reach the Suzhou and Hangzhou People's Cultural Square, a long, solemn and mournful music begins to sound around you. At the same moment, you find that everyone around you stops walking, stands still and bows their heads in silence, and some middle-aged people even sob quietly.
P.S. Do you guys want to see the extra chapter about the star god going crazy in the previous timeline? If you want to see it, deduct 1, if you don't want to see it, deduct 2. If there are many people, the author can write it.
Chapter 78, The Defection of the Wind God. As the solemn music drifted, the surrounding environment of Suzhou and Hangzhou People's Cultural Square began to change.
A holographic projection full of technology blooms directly in the sky. The time of presentation is July of 2034, which is exactly 8 years from now.
God of wealth should not stay in this time and space. You hold your breath and observe silence like the people around you, while quietly observing what is happening on the projection of Suzhou and Hangzhou People's Cultural Square. For something to cause such a stir, even to the point where everyone stopped to mourn, it must be a major event.
Perhaps, this is also an important source for you to understand information channels.
As the holographic projection changes, the national tragedy that occurred in July of 2034 slowly unfolds before you.
July 25th, this day is worth remembering by all Chinese people, and should even be engraved in our hearts. Even if the wheel of history rolls forward, we must not forget it at all.
It was on this day that Fengshen, the god of destiny, the leader of the imperial capital battlefield, and one of the deputy editors of the Martial Arts General magazine, caused chaos and took the opportunity to defect and leave the country. At the same time, 215 arrow realms in the Imperial City battlefield and 190 arrow realms in the Demon City battlefield jointly rioted. With the cooperation of the traitor Wind God, the Imperial City battlefield defense line was breached, the Imperial City outer ring was destroyed, and heavy casualties were inflicted.
The god of war, one of the god-headed destined ones, died in this rebellion.
Before his death, His Majesty the god of war burned himself, causing strange phenomena in the heaven and earth, and all 195 arrow realms in the battlefield of the Demon City were wiped out from the air. Compared to that impressive achievement, His Majesty the god of war also paid with his life. It was because of the blood sacrificed by His Majesty the god of war that the battlefield of the Demon City was officially pacified.
Since then, the area near the Demon City has entered an era of rapid economic development and rapid technological advancement. Suang is located near the Magic City, so it is no longer disturbed by the alien creatures in the Arrow Realm.
It can be regarded as China's rear base to resist the creatures in the Arrow Realm. His Majesty the god of drama, who was also a god-born person and raised the god of wind, was also seriously injured in the rebellion and was dying. Later, he was ambushed by the god of wind and the aliens and died. Before his death, His Majesty the god of drama used great willpower to condense the magical power of the Tao of drama, and the overwhelming magical power turned into a fatal blow, killing all the Arrow Realm aliens that invaded the imperial capital, and destroyed the 64 Arrow Realms that were the portals of manifestation.
Since this battle, the combat power of alien species in China has been greatly weakened.
But what China sacrificed for this was the precious lives of 2 divine beings. It was on this day that China lost 3 people with the word God in their names, while the Yajing aliens, who were the opposite of China, gained a person with the word God in their names who should have belonged to China.
Traitor Fengshen, unkind and unjust. Disloyal and unfilial.
The god of drama raised him, and the god of war has been his friend for many years. For unknown interests, he abandoned the safety of the country and plunged China into a desperate situation. We should remember that if we ever reach the top, we will hold the military flag and take the head of the traitor Fengshen to comfort the soul of the deceased. As Suwan looked at it, his eyes gradually became dull. What does it mean? No. This development is not right. Did the god of wind really rebel, betrayed China and went to the side of the aliens, and the god of drama is dead? Or he was killed by a surprise attack from the wind god and the aliens. In addition, the new god of war who was born in the next 20 years also died. Looking at the introduction above, how could he have the nerve to jointly riot in the imperial capital battlefield and the demon capital battlefield, and even persuade the god of wind to launch a rebellion? Just to kill the god of war. This treatment is almost as good as mine. It can be seen that the god of war is really strong. He exploded before his death and directly wiped out 195 arrow realms in the battlefield of Demon City. The god of war is so powerful, and he's not a rookie like me, so why does Yajing want to fight so hard to kill him? But the most outrageous thing is the rebellion of the god of wind. Last time I suspected that the god of wind was a traitor, and then the god of drama played the injustice of Doi, and in the end it seemed to prove that the god of wind was not a traitor. His information was exposed because a mental poison was planted in the body of the fighting god. But now, the drama, the injustice of Doi may be indicating that the god of wind was wronged. There is also the rebellion of the wind god, who pretends to be a traitor and then jumps into the side of the Arrow Realm aliens to spy on the situation. But is it worth sacrificing the lives of 2 godlike beings just to gather some intelligence? This business. I'm losing so much money that I'm about to pawn my pants. If someone comes up with such a strategy and idea, they must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Maybe this person is a traitor. 2 of the destined ones with the word God in their names fell. and one of the destined ones with the word God in its names defected. In just one day, China in the year 2034 lost 3 of the destined ones with the word God in its namesake. How did China survive such a calamity? The god of fighting, how sad would he be? I have already lost 3 god-headed destined ones. If I die again, Su Wen sighed and suddenly felt a little chilled. I must be dead, this is inevitable. In the next 20 years, China finally gave birth to a divine being, and a martial god with overwhelming combat power. How could such an outrageous thing happen? Could it be that when Fengshen killed Li Dong, he had already betrayed him? Lord God of Wealth, the future will continue to change as the present changes. Yuan Bao consoled him. Perhaps Fengshen encountered something while growing up, which led to his drastic change in character. If you had intervened in the past and prevented the incident that caused the Wind God's temperament to change drastically, then the Wind God's defection and the deaths of the God of Drama and the God of War might have been avoided. Su Wen shook his head and said, in fact, according to my opinion, everyone has their own choices. As long as you feel that you can afford the cost of doing this, then it's fine. There must be a major reason for Fengshen's defection. This is obvious without even thinking about it. It's just that the Wind God defected. Why did he join forces with the Arrow Realm aliens to kill Master Shishin? Although I have only been here for 2 days, I can see that Mr. Drama God really cares about the Wind God. Su Wen sighed and said, let's see what happens in the future. Star God shouldn't have any problems. If he does, then no one should play with him. Then wait a moment, let's go find the Star God. Since the Wind God's defection happened in the future timeline and caused such serious consequences, he needs to negotiate the matter with the Star God. From the previous timeline when the Star God went crazy, he could see that the Star God could be trusted, at least for now, putting aside other things. If the Star God was a traitor, why would he do such a thing, just to gain the trust of the main time and space? You are willing to sacrifice your own life, and he slaughtered so many people in the Arrow Realm. The most important thing is that, to me, it is only a subspace-time, but to the Star God of that space-time, it is his main space-time. Could a traitor have such a big plan? God of Wealth, who is known as the Witness of Misery. You came to the future and witnessed the betrayal and fall of the people around you. For a moment, you felt very complicated. Chapter 79 Du Guowei visits Suzhou, Hangzhou and Wuhan University. With the end of the holographic projection, you have a certain understanding of the apocalypse disaster that occurred in 2034. Soon, the crowd around you began to flow, and when you noticed that some important historical records were still being played in front of the Suzhou and Hangzhou People's Cultural Square, you found a place and began to watch quietly. After watching for a long time, you learned another big thing. In 2039, after the Arrow Realm aliens had tried to open up the Magic City battlefield many times without success, they set their sights on the Suzhou and Hangzhou area, intending to open up a 5th battlefield similar to the Magic City battlefield in this prosperous area. In May of the 39th year, at a time of despair and disaster, a dark shadow covered the sky. With just one strike, the emperor of the Plaka clan who opened up the 5th battlefield was severely injured. Since then, the aliens have learned that there is a terrifying strong man hiding in the Suzhou and Hangzhou area of China. In March of the 41st year, the aliens in the Arrow Realm used treasures to block the exploration of the star array and sneaked into Suzhou, intending to condense the summoning array in the Suang River and use it to open up the 5th battlefield. According to scholars who study aliens, if the 5th battlefield is opened on that day, the corresponding defensive strength of the Magic City will definitely be weakened, and even the Magic City battlefield will be reopened due to a chain reaction. By then, under the attack of the 2 major battlefields, perhaps the Magic City and Suzhou and Hangzhou will be like the fallen western frontier, allowing the horseshoes of the aliens to trample on them at will. At that critical moment, the Black Shadow took action again, killing the 2 Imperial aliens who had sneaked into the Suang River, protecting the peaceful land of Suang. Since then, Black Shadow has been revered as the Shadow God. Although no one has ever seen the Shadow God, and no one knows what his occupation is, it doesn't matter. Judging from the Shadow God's actions of saving the world, it is appropriate to call him a god. Especially compared to the rebellious Wind God, Shadow God is more worthy of the title of God. When Su Wen saw this, his complexion recovered a little. Talented people emerge in every generation. It seems that many heroes will be born in China 20 years later. However, he felt that the Black Shadow called Shadow God, even if his profession was not Shadow God, was probably a destined one with the word God in its prefix. If it weren't for the destiny one with the word God in its head, let alone anything else,
the fact that the advancement process requires the approval of the Destiny One. With the word God in its head, this mysterious black shadow would not have been able to hide so cleanly. Didn't they say before that every 4 years a destined one with the word God in its name is born? Suwon laughed and murmured, in 20 years, 4 or 5 people were born. Isn't that normal? Including the god of war, there are only 2 of them, right? There should be other people with the word God in their names, that's great. Although the god of drama, and the god of war are dead, and the god of wind has defected, as long as there are more people with the word God in their names who appear, there is still hope for China. Beside him, Yuan Bao nodded and said, that's right. Lord God of Wealth, don't underestimate China. We are also very strong. Otherwise, why would those bastards go to such great lengths to kill us? As long as they can't kill us in the initial stage, we will become stronger and stronger. And with the adults around, we will get better and better. When Suwon heard this, he looked at Yuan Bao and said with a smile, you are right. At the same time, the interface of wealth and chaos and spacetime began to roll again. The god of wealth is relieved. After watching these major events, you start to wander around the Suzhou and Hangzhou People's Cultural Square, wanting to see if there are any museums or memorial halls nearby. Through these cultural tourist attractions, you feel that you can more intuitively understand what has happened in the past 20 years. When you wander to the other side of Suzhou and Hangzhou People's Cultural Square, you find a projection in the sky showing a middle-aged man with half-white hair. At the same time, there were some cheers. Warmly congratulate Professor Du Guowei, a master of martial arts theory, deputy editor-in-chief of the Martial Arts Journal, vice chairman of the Martial Arts Association, and 4th-level martial artist, for visiting Suzhou and Hangzhou Wuda for educational guidance. A god of wealth who is extremely good at getting things for free. After you have traveled through time and space many times, you are very familiar with the martial arts master Du Guowei. Especially after you heard that this martial arts master was going to give a speech at Suzhou and Hangzhou Wuda, you began to have some thoughts about going. You were very interested in this martial arts master whom you had never met. Shameless god of wealth. Please make your choice. 1. Go to Suzhou, Hangzhou and Wuhan University to listen to the lectures given by Master Du Guowei. 2. Do not go to Suzhou, Hangzhou or Wuhan University, and then look for museums and memorial halls. God of wealth who moves at will. You followed your inner thoughts and intercepted a flying vehicle that was flying in the sky to pick up guests, aiming at Suzhou, Hangzhou and Wuhan University. After entering the aircraft, you find that it is indeed an aircraft from the next 20 years. The structure inside is very delicate, filled with mysterious accessories and sci-fi concept creations. And you'll find that the aircraft is unmanned, so you can just get on the vehicle and tell it where you want to go. And the moment you enter the aircraft begins to flash red lights. The next moment, a cold mechanical voice came from the aircraft. Hello, respected and noble god, I am very happy that you can ride the Zhelong aircraft produced by Ion Company. The entire Ion Company will be honored for your ride today, and we hope you will have a wonderful experience while riding the Zhelong aircraft. Excuse me, dear God-headed destiny person, do you want to make a high-profile announcement and notify the relevant responsible persons of Suzhou, Hangzhou, and Wuhan University to highlight your presence? Stupid god of wealth. You didn't expect that an ordinary aircraft could detect your identity as a god, but soon, you stopped the aircraft's high-profile behavior and issued a strict and low-key order to it. As the aircraft flew towards Suzhou and Hangzhou Wuhan University, the red light flashed again. Soon, a gentle female voice appeared. Dear God-headed destiny, the intelligent brain dragon is at your service. The moment you appear, your authority will exceed that of all the executives of Ion Company, and the relevant information will be strictly controlled. Please rest assured, according to the intelligent brain rules set by His Majesty the Star God, no information related to the God-headed destiny will be leaked. I don't know if it's because you, the one with the word God in your name, are riding this flying machine, but it's speeding forward, surpassing the vehicles ahead in various ways. Finally, 5 minutes later, I sent you to the gate of Suzhou Hangzhou Wuhan University. Chapter 80 Familiar profile. Today is the day when the famous martial arts master Du Guowei visits Suzhou and Hangzhou Wuda. So many people from Suzhou and Hangzhou come here to visit.
After discussing with Master Du Guowei, the presidents of Suzhou and Hangzhou Wuhan University announced that the east gate of Suzhou and Hangzhou Wuhan University would be open directly today, and anyone who wanted to attend Master Du Guowei's lecture could enter the school to watch.
Considering the large number of participants, Master Du Guowei decided to hold the lecture in the playground.
At the same time, Suzhou, Hangzhou and Wuhan University will also publish the lecture video of Master Du Guowei on the official account to spread the lecture record of Master Du Guowei to the whole society. In the words of Master Du Guowei, as the deputy editor-in-chief of the martial arts journal, he has the responsibility and obligation to spread the latest news of martial arts to the society and introduce some of the latest research and development results of martial arts to everyone. God of Wealth entering the future martial arts university for the first time. As a full supporter of the development of martial arts, you actually got lost in a martial arts university. This is simply ridiculous. After you asked the cleaning lady and security guard at Suzhou, Hangzhou and Wuhan University, you quickly followed the direction they pointed and rushed to the playground of Suzhou, Hangzhou and Wuhan University. However, while you are on your way, you are also thinking, are the names you just called auntie and uncle a bit unfair? After all, you are the god of wealth from the past 20 years. If we divide you by age, you are already in your 40s at the age of 42. But you don't care about these. After all, you are only in your 20s and still a young person. But you, a young man who has just arrived in the future for 20 years, are not as good as a 70-year-old man in terms of acceptance of future technology.
I wonder who is the one with the worst brain. Just as you arrived near the playground, Du Guowei's loud voice, enhanced by the energy and blood and the loudspeaker, continued to vibrate around.
After hearing the other party's voice, you were no longer in a hurry.
While listening, you walked slowly towards the playground of Suzhou, Hangzhou and Wuhan University.
The Martial Arts General Journal was founded by the late martial god, and it is under the care and cultivation of the martial god that I have achieved what I have today. As for the title of master given to me by the martial arts and academic circles, I have never been satisfied with it. I once discussed the development of martial arts with His Majesty the God of War, and every word His Majesty the God of War once said has now become a reality in the martial arts world, and some of the forward-looking theories were even proposed more than a decade ago. Here, we have to admire the foresight of the Lord God of War. In my opinion, only His Majesty the Lord of War is truly worthy of the title of martial arts master. I am just a martial arts apprentice following His Majesty the God of Martial Arts.
How dare you call me a martial arts master?
Now that the preface has been said, I came to Suzhou and Hangzhou Wuda University today specifically to discuss with you the development of martial arts in the world today. After years of research and upgrading, our Chinese martial arts have even developed related martial arts potions to help martial artists achieve breakthroughs. Every year, countless articles are submitted to the Martial Arts Journal. The development of Western martial arts is also gradually advancing under the influence of our Chinese martial arts. A British warrior proposed to combine existentialism with martial arts, which had been shackled for a long time. He meant that warriors should develop independently and be wary and malicious towards this world.
Others are hell.
The world is absurd, and the relationship between people is absurd. Regardless of the pessimistic ideas of existentialism, the development of existentialist martial arts can indeed be considered a branch of orthodox martial arts. And this warrior who proposed existentialism is indeed practicing his own martial arts philosophy with himself.
Classmates, our Chinese martial arts spirit is different from that of the West and America.
Their martial arts theorists grew up in a rebellious and innovative way, while ours is passed down from generation to generation.
I am not criticizing the other party.
Every way of growth has its own advantages and disadvantages. I hope you can absorb the advantages of Western martial arts theory and avoid certain limitations of Chinese martial arts. Immersed in multiple time and space, you have witnessed the development of martial arts from scratch, God of Wealth. You stand at the edge of the playground, listening to Du Guowei's lecture with great interest. Listen to the other party's conversation, from the development of Western martial arts to the bottleneck of Chinese martial arts, and then to the main problems facing the Chinese martial arts community today. Du Guowei also put forward some of his own views on these issues. Therefore, Du Guowei wanted the students from Suzhou, Hangzhou and Wuhan University to explain their ideas.
He wanted to see if the children who grew up in the era of the rise of martial arts might have a different way of thinking. But to Du Guowei's disappointment, the students from Suzhou, Hangzhou, and Wuhan University did not come up with any ideas that would impress him, and some of the students' opinions were even ridiculous. However, he chose to tolerate and encourage these absurd ideas. Although he strongly disagreed with them, the development of martial arts was born from impossible ideas. Perhaps these unique children can really become people who lead the martial arts trend in the future. God of Wealth who eavesdropped on the information. You looked at the enthusiastic emotions of the students of Suzhou, Hangzhou, and Wuhan University, and finally a smile appeared on your face. Although the drama god of this time and space has died, isn't it the warm smiles on the faces of these children that the drama god desperately wanted to protect? Watching the rising sun that represents hope, the drama god of this time and space should be very happy. But it's okay. The drama god of this time and space is dead, but the drama god of the main time and space is still alive, so it's not a big deal. At least China has not collapsed in the next 20 years, which is pretty good. You are sighing with emotion, and somehow, Du Guowei, who is sitting in the center of the rostrum in the playground, suddenly turns his gaze towards you. A fourth-level warrior's vision is such that he can see flying insects even at a distance of 10,000 meters, not to mention the spectators sitting around the playground. Du Guowei was slightly stunned when he saw you, and even stopped what he was saying. For a moment, the leaders of Suzhou, Hangzhou, and Wuhan University nearby thought that there was something wrong with the loudspeaker. Just as you turned your head to look around, the familiar profile and the clothes full of age made Du Guowei's hands tremble, and he stood up directly from his seat. God of Wealth from the past. In this future, you seem to have a close relationship with martial arts master Du Guowei before your death, and your appearance also caused many accidents in this martial arts lecture. God of Wealth, since I am so poor, please support me with some gifts. Chapter 81 The happiest day of my life. You noticed Du Guowei's gaze, and following his gaze, you and Du Guowei looked at each other from a distance. At the moment of eye contact, you probably guessed the reason why Du Guowei was stunned. Perhaps Du Guowei recognized you. You smiled at Du Guowei, and Du Guowei stood in the center of the rostrum and nodded to you imperceptibly. The next moment, Du Guowei sat down and continued his lecture, while explaining why he stood up just now. It turned out that there was some leakage in the lecture facilities of Suzhou, Hangzhou, and Wuhan University. It was because of the leakage that he got shocked that he stood up and wanted to see if there was any problem with the students below. It is fortunate that no one was hurt. In this case, the martial arts frontier lecture will continue. When the president of Suzhou and Hangzhou Wuhan University heard that the lecture was interrupted because of a power leak, his face turned pale and he ordered a thorough investigation of the matter. Once the relevant personnel are found, they will not be let off easily. The deputy editor-in-chief of the martial arts magazine finally came here, and something like this happened? How embarrassing. Suan looked at it and couldn't help laughing. I didn't expect that Du Guowei's ability to talk nonsense is also first-rate. Thinking about it, he probably understood why Du Guowei knew him so well. In the last timeline, he read some articles in the most authoritative journal in the martial arts world, the General Journal of Martial Arts. He also has profound attainments in martial arts. So it is natural to see that there are many watered-down articles in the Martial Arts General Journal. Some articles even put forward a point of view and opinion, and then discuss it over and over again. They are all watered-down articles. At that time, he decided to reorganize the martial arts magazine after returning, and he knew Du Guowei's talent in martial arts. If he founded a martial arts magazine, it would be very normal for Du Guowei to become the deputy editor-in-chief of the martial arts magazine. In particular, Fengshen is also one of the deputy editors-in-chief of the martial arts general magazine. This shows that it was definitely his proposal to create the martial arts general magazine. I have lived for more than 10 years this time. During the development of martial arts, I must have often hung out in the martial arts magazine. It is normal for me to have intersections with Du Guowei. However, Du Guowei said that it was the god of martial arts who created the martial arts general magazine, and that the god of martial arts led Du Guowei into martial arts. He is now thinking, could this god of war be him? As the founder of martial arts, it's not too much to be called the god of martial arts, right? Of course, if there really is a person whose profession is the god of war and whose innate supernatural powers can accelerate the progress of martial arts,
then it is reasonable for him to become the editor-in-chief of the Martial Arts General Journal. He understood the specific situation after Du Guowei finished his lecture, The Elusive God of Wealth. Because of your sudden appearance, the famous martial arts master Du Guowei's focus is obviously not on the lecture. So after a brief summary and a few very representative questions, Du Guowei ended this martial arts lecture. Even though students and people from all walks of life were a little confused about the end of this lecture, Master Du Guowei said it was over. At most, they could ask some questions and it was impossible for them to say anything more. The presidents of Suzhou, Hangzhou and Wuhan universities had prepared their speeches and thank you speeches for a long time, but they were messed up by Du Guowei's behavior of not following the original plan. But the president is the president, and he quickly put together a new speech, and gave a summary on the podium and thanked Master Du Guowei for coming to Suzhou, Hangzhou and Wuhan University to give lectures. Finally, in the crowded playground, Du Guowei came to your side in a changed appearance, and after revealing his own energy and blood, he motioned for you to follow him. After wandering around for a while, Du Guowei brought you to a quiet and deserted place. With a surge of blood and energy, Du Guowei returned to normal. He looked at you for a while and asked you excitedly, Master Martial God, is it really you? Proud God of Wealth. Please give your answer to Du Guowei's question. 1. He denied his status as a martial god and said frankly that he was the god of wealth, not the god of martial arts. 2. Admit your identity as the god of war, and let Du Guowei explain, and don't let anyone leak your information. 3. Neither admit nor deny. Ask Du Guowei about the situation of Star God and Fighting God. You mysterious god of wealth. You didn't reveal your identity. After letting Du Guowei sit down to talk, you asked about the Star God and the Fighting God. When he heard you call the Star God and the Fighting God by their names, Du Guowei's lips trembled and tears streamed down his face. Although you didn't directly admit your identity, if you weren't a martial god, why would you call the Star God and the Fighting God by their names? After calming down, Du Guowei begins to tell you about the Star God and the Fighting God. Xingchen is the general leader of the Shanghai General Battlefield. Although he was invited by Wushan to serve as the deputy editor-in-chief of the Wudao General Journal a few years ago, he has not asked about the affairs of Wudao for a long time. He heard from others that the situation in the mountain and sea battlefield has been severe recently, and the top alien warriors have been constantly attacking the defense line of the mountain and sea battlefield. There have even been several times when the situation was so dangerous that the Star God had to intervene. Now that Lord Star God is guarding the mountain and sea battlefield, he doesn't know much about Lord Star God's situation. He is only a 4th-level warrior, and his influence is insignificant. He can't access that kind of top-level information at all. As for Lord Fighting God, he has had more contact with him. As the general commander of all battlefields inside and outside China, Doshin usually travels between various large battlefields, sits in the imperial capital, and guards China from unrest. Perhaps because Doshin's main activity destination is in China, Doshin, who is also the deputy editor-in-chief of the Martial Arts General magazine, occasionally comes to the headquarters of the Martial Arts General magazine to take a look. According to Du Guowei, he witnessed the growth of the god of fighting with his own eyes. At the beginning, before the god of drama and the god of war fell, and before the god of wind defected, the god of fighting was a chatterbox and liked to be the first to do anything. However, with the great turmoil, the god of drama and the god of war fell, the god of wind defected, and the star god needed to take charge of the affairs of the mountain and sea battlefield. All the affairs of the battlefields, big and small, within China fell on the shoulders of the god of fighting. After that, the fighting god gradually spoke less and less, and even that kind of innocent laughter with a little bit of honesty could no longer be heard. When Doshin came to inspect the headquarters of the Budo General magazine, he once lamented that the happiest days of his life were when everyone was still here. At that time, they joked and boasted together, and they were so happy. You listened to Du Guowei's story and fell silent. After a while, you want Du Guowei to tell you something about the god of wealth. Du Guowei was stunned for a moment, then said that when he joined the Martial Arts General magazine, the god of wealth had already been brutally killed by aliens, so he didn't know much about the life story of this god-headed destiny person. He only knew that the god of wealth didn't seem to be very popular. Because after the death of the god of wealth, the 5 gods, the god of stars, the god of fighting, the god of drama, the god of martial arts, and the god of wind, never mentioned each other again, as if the other party should not exist.
Chapter 82. Let the wealth spirit come over. It's settled.
Suwen picked up the water glass and took a sip of water. Now the situation is very clear. The god of war is just a vest he wears, not to mention anything else. Just the fact that the god of wealth fell at the beginning is unrealistic. And no matter what, he knew that he had lived at least 10 years this time. As for the question of the god of wealth being unpopular, Du Guowei doesn't understand,
so it's understandable that he thinks this way.
It seems that it is because I am wearing the armor of the god of war that I have lived for more than 10 years. Suwen sighed. The great siege caused by the Wind God's rebellion was probably caused by my exposure.
Otherwise, how could the aliens be so crazy? Hundreds of Arrow realms rioted all at once?
As he spoke, Suwen chuckled, shook his head and said, the danger I'm facing has escalated again. Before, it was a coalition of 49 races. The one in 1934 involved hundreds of Arrow realms. If nothing unexpected happens, I should have invested all my wealth before I died, and then asked the River of Time and Space to help.
We directly wiped out 195 Arrow realms in the battlefield of the Demon City.
That's awesome. Beside him, Yuan Bao said softly, Lord God of Wealth, you were able to mobilize the River of Time and Space to help you 3 or 4 years ago, which shows that you were very rich at that time. And with the power of the River of Time and Space, it is extremely normal to wipe out 195 Arrow realms. Or maybe there are only 195 Arrow realms in the Demon City battlefield, otherwise there would be even more Arrow realms that were wiped out.
Suwen nodded slightly upon hearing this and said, you also think that we should ask the River of Time and Space to help, right?
That's right. After all, the Master's power is not strong, and it is still a long way from erasing the Arrow realm.
But Master, don't be discouraged.
As the god of wealth, your main duty is not to fight.
Yuan Bao noticed Suwen's silence and spoke quickly. If the god of wealth is unhappy, then perhaps I will be unhappy too.
Speaking of which, among the myths and legends of our Chinese nation, there are legends about the god of wealth.
Suwen suddenly asked, regarding the story of the god of wealth killing people everywhere, do you think it is possible to come true?
Yuan Bao replied, Lord God of Wealth, you are also practicing martial arts.
Aren't you developing towards the direction of being a martial god of wealth? And in the future, won't you be called a martial god?
The god of wealth and the god of war, so together they are the god of wealth and war, right? Suwen chuckled and said, what you said makes sense, yes, as long as the martial arts develop smoothly, sooner or later one day you will have gold in your left hand and a big knife in your right hand, trading with one hand and killing with the other. Fight or make peace, choose one. However, martial arts have only developed to the 4th level now, and the road ahead is still long and arduous. God of wealth who travels across time and space to tease order. You were told by your little fanboy that you have a bad relationship with others, and you even learned that the god of wealth had already died. How do you feel? After learning some information, at this moment, you want to get the contact information of the god of fighting and the god of stars. With these two comrades by your side, perhaps your safety will be guaranteed. Of course, based on your experience of traveling through time and space twice before, you would rather stand next to the star god and kill him randomly this time, rather than being killed randomly by the fighting god. In response to your question, Du Guowei waved his right hand, and a holographic projection appeared directly in the sky. Then he quickly found a simple but encrypted number and dialed it.
This is Xing Shen's personal number.
He gave it to Du Guowei a few years ago and told him that if Wudao General Magazine encountered any unsolvable problems during its development, he could call him. But after the call was connected, the voice that came from the star god's adjutant was. After introducing himself, Du Guowei looked at you. After seeing you shook your head slightly, he did not confess the news to the star god's adjutant, but only said that he had something particularly serious to report to the star god's president. The adjutant said that the situation on the Shanhai battlefield is grim now. If the star god comes back, she will explain the situation of Du Guowei's call to him.
Afterwards, Du Guowei's call was hung up.
God of wealth from the past. The failure of contact has made you realize the importance of communication methods. Perhaps you should really negotiate with the star god about your unique communication method.
And under your gaze, Du Guowei made another encrypted call. This was Do Shen's call.
In Du Guowei's opinion, as a martial god, you faked your death and escaped, and returned again a few years later.
The first people you should notify must be the star god and the fighting god.
But unfortunately, when Doshin called, no one answered. Beep, beep, beep. After watching Du Guowei call Doshin several times without success, did you stop him from continuing to call and directly ask him if he knew anything about the Destiny Ones Kai Ling and Kai Ying?
Du Guowei used his authority as deputy editor-in-chief of the martial arts magazine to quickly retrieve the news about Kai Ling and Kai Ying.
The one with destiny, the shadow of wealth. Death method. 30 years ago, he went deep into the battlefield area of the western frontier and attempted to indiscriminately assassinate the royal bloodline in the number 08 Arrow realm.
During the assassination, he was surrounded and killed by 5 king-level aliens. Age, 35. Medals, 1 National Second-Class Medal and 1 Patriot Medal.
Looking at Kai Ying's message, Su Wen's eyes flashed to this destined person who helped me a lot in the last timeline also dead. After 20 years of fighting, more than 10 years of war, death is normal. Being surrounded and killed by 5 king-level aliens, it seems that Kai Ying's rank limit should have been broken. While you were sighing, Du Guowei found out the information about the wealth spirit. To your surprise, the spirit of wealth is not dead. Although he doesn't understand why you, the god of war, want information about the wealth spirit and the wealth shadow, but as your follower, he will never ask you anything he shouldn't ask. In his opinion, everything you do must have its own deep meaning. You ask Du Guowei to find out Kai Ling's private number, contact him, and have him come to Suzhou, Hangzhou and Wuhan University as soon as possible. Du Guowei was shocked, but he still did as he was told. He was not stupid and could tell that you were very close to that money spirit, otherwise he would never speak in such a tone. Beep, beep, beep. As the phone was dialed, Kai Ling answered the call.
Du Guowei repeated what you said.
Once he said this, Kai Ling was stunned.
He knew Du Guowei.
The Martial Arts General Journal was also a journal founded by his superior.
But this Du Guowei, a mere 4th-level warrior, is speaking too rudely to him, isn't he?
Even if he had some respect for Du Guowei, it was only for the sake of the god of wealth.
If we really looked at it in terms of rank, what was Du Guowei?
It just so happens that Kai Ling has been recuperating at home recently, so he plans to go and see what Du Guowei, who is so arrogant and even speaks to him in an imperative tone, is thinking. It would be fine if something big really happened, but if not. He is a great spirit of wealth, so he is not that easy to mess with.
P.S. There is one more chapter.
Chapter 83. The wealth spirit enters with a high profile. This guy, Su Wen, looked at the thoughts of the wealth spirit in the wealth and chaos spacetime interface and couldn't help laughing out loud. Fortunately, Kai Ling is recuperating at home and can come directly. Since we can't contact the fighting god and the star god, it's pretty good to have the wealth spirit protecting us. I think Kai Ling's strength is also at the king level. After all, in the last timeline, the wealth spirit had lost hope. After reaching the 9th level, so it launched a tide of beasts to attack the alien Arrow realm. I have lived for more than 10 years this time. If the wealth spirit reaches the 9th level during this period, I will definitely help it break through. As for those unhappy thoughts of the spirit of wealth, very normal. The upper limit of martial arts, even if it breaks through again, is only the 4th level. In the eyes of those with destiny, what is martial arts? If the star god and the fighting god had not both held positions in the Martial Arts General Journal,
I am afraid that the development of the Martial Arts General Journal, and even
the development of martial arts, would not have been so peaceful. Although some people with destiny do not understand the ideas of the star god and the fighting god, the 2 top figures in China both support the development of martial arts. Who would be so blind as to stop it? As long as there is a destined one who stands up to stop it, there is no need for the star god and the fighting god to take action. The supporters of the 2 destined ones with the word God in their names alone are enough to suppress all the voices of opposition, but in the final analysis, respecting martial arts is respect, and they will certainly not put martial artists on the same level as those with destiny. After all, the upper limit of martial arts is their. Of course, we can't say we look down on them. After all, before becoming the chosen one, who among us hasn't practiced martial arts, the ability to preserve one's life in the early stages of martial arts is still very strong. Du Guowei contacted Kai Ling. Although Kai Ling was dissatisfied, he still came over. That was enough. Now that you are here, when the spirit of wealth arrives, all negative emotions will naturally disappear. Just as Du Guowei was explaining some information about the fortune destiny to you, a space crack appeared directly above Su Wuda. The next moment, a man in a white robe, standing on a mighty dragon, appeared in everyone's sight.
He was very majestic and high profile. Helpless god of wealth. You looked at the high-profile entrance of the wealth spirit in the sky and decided to cultivate a low-key character in the wealth spirit in your own way after returning. How can you be so high-profile if you are not strong enough to defeat all enemies and be invincible in the world?
Soon, the wealth spirit located Du Guowei's aura, and when he descended from the sky with a handsome dragon, he looked like a god from heaven, mighty and domineering. But when the wealth spirit descended to a certain height, his expression suddenly froze, and then he was overjoyed, and quickly took the dragon back, eliminating all the strange phenomena caused by his arrival. At the same time, Kai Ling posted a message under his own account. Today, the weather is fine. I took Jialong out of the city to play, passed through Suzhou and Hangzhou, and saw the architectural layout.
I was very touched. I hope you will all know.
After posting the message, Kai Ling straightened his clothes, took a few deep breaths, forced himself to calm down, and appeared in front of you. After seeing you in person, Kai Ling's eyes were filled with tears and his face was filled with excitement. Du Guowei, who was sitting next to him, looked at Kai Ling's expression and felt that it was very familiar for some reason. But he also knew that Lord Martial God and Kai Ling were really familiar with each other.
No, perhaps Kai Ling was Lord Martial God's former subordinate. He was very curious, as the spirit of wealth, why was he so excited to see the Lord of War? But he didn't ask, nor did he say anything.
Having received confidentiality training, he knew all this very well.
There are some things that cannot be asked or said.
You raise your hand to signal Kai Ling to stop talking, then turn around and ask Du Guowei if he has anything to do recently. If not, accompany him to go somewhere else.
Du Guowei did not hesitate and quickly said that he was not busy.
He had finished all his work some time ago. He came to give the lecture because he had nothing to do and was bored these 2 days. After that, following your eye signal, Kai Ling sensibly took you and Du Guowei away.
The world changes in an instant, and when you come to your senses, you have arrived in a luxurious manner. Look at the layout of the surrounding manor and ask the spirit of wealth if there is a secret base or something like that.
The wealth spirit was stunned for a moment, then took you to open a secret compartment and into a secret room where some cultivation resources and various treasures were stored.
When you lamented that the secret base of Kai Ling was far inferior to Kai Ying, Kai Ling bowed to you.
He has collected all the resources for his promotion to the 3rd rank king, and his experience energy is also full. I hope you can approve him and let him be promoted to the 3rd rank king, so that he can gain stronger power and make greater contributions to you. God of Wealth from the past. Do you agree to the God of Wealth's request for promotion, spend part of your financial resources to make arrangements, and then use your God of Wealth's power in the future? 1. Agree to Kai Ling's promotion request. Now that you are rich and powerful, you don't care about the little money that Kai Ling can get from his promotion. 2nd, reject the request of the wealth spirit to be promoted. For you who have transcended time and space, the promotion of the wealth spirit in the future time and space is meaningless to you and can only increase your financial burden. 3. Explain the situation to the spirit of wealth based on your own ideas. Stingy God of Wealth. You did not directly agree to the God of Wealth's request for promotion, but asked him to sit down and you wanted to tell him some secret things. This time, you open your heart to the God of Wealth from the future time and space, explaining that you are the God of Wealth from the past time and space, and now you have just crossed the timeline and come to the future time and space.
Out of love, you are willing to help him complete the promotion and advance to the next level.
In theory, you don't have much financial resources, and the influence across time and space requires the consumption of financial resources, so you cannot directly agree to the promotion request of the wealth spirit. After experiencing a violent shock in his pupils, the wealth spirit takes you to open the secret compartment in the secret compartment, and arrives at a place filled with all kinds of gold, silver, jewelry, cultivation resources, and various foreign currencies in the Arrow realm. When you first arrive here, it feels like you have entered a treasure cave of a Western dragon.
Everything you see is valuable.
The wealth spirit said frankly that if he could not be promoted, then these treasures would be of no value to him.
So he wants you to help him, see if you can extract the financial resources he needs for promotion from these valuable items?
God of Wealth who travels through time and space. Your future subordinates offer you their savings from these years, just to complete the promotion of their rank. I wonder if you are willing to satisfy the God of Wealth's wish. God of Wealth Diary is September 10th, 22. The weather was sunny today. I was in a time of financial chaos and exploring across the timeline when suddenly a mysterious force blessed me, greatly increasing my financial resources. Later, I used the power of my financial resources to make deductions, and a blessing came to my mind. It turned out that on the other side of time and space, there was a group of lovely readers who were supporting my journey through time and space. I hope you all can rest assured. I have been trying to break the barrier of time and space recently. Once I break it, I will talk to Natsum about adding more chapters. If he disagrees, I will beat him up. My friends, am I doing the right thing? Chapter 84, Handling Fees of the Long River of Time and Space. Then let's see what happens if we absorb money from the future time and space? Suwon laughed and spoke. In fact, he had thought about it before. Since he could refine the corpses of those aliens into a source of wealth after killing them in the future time and space, then if we convert it, we can naturally absorb the money from the future time and space. To put it cruelly, the future spacetime is just one of the countless subspacetimes derived from the present spacetime. When he returns, the future time and space may not even exist. In this case, being able to use the money of a virtual subtime and space in the future to exchange for the growth of the current main time and space is a good thing for everyone. As for the subtime and space theory that was once mentioned by the fighting god Kanyan, one of the subtime and space, well, let's try it first and see how it goes. As the one who controls the wealth of the world, you should be the richest god of wealth in the world. In this future time and space, you saw mountains of gold, silver, jewelry, and a large number of valuable resource products. You can't help but sigh, as expected of your subordinate. After 20 years of development, his ability to amass wealth is really strong. Afterwards, at the request of the wealth spirit, you absorb the wealth spirit's treasure house in front of you. Financial resources plus 0.003. Resource of wealth plus 0.008. Resource of wealth plus 0.002. Financial resources plus 0.0007. Financial resources plus 0.3. Financial resources plus 0.05. Oh, clever god of wealth. After a short period of absorption, you found that the amount of wealth you absorbed by refining treasures in the future time and space was shockingly low. Especially some of the natural treasures that can be collected by the king-level wealth spirits, any one of them should be worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of dollars, but after you absorbed them, you didn't even get a single source of wealth. In doubt, you stopped absorbing and began to think about the values of the future time and space. Thinking, Suwon frowned slightly, then looked at Yuan Bao and asked, Yuan Bao, do you know why there are so few financial resources? Yuan Bao thought for a moment and said, Master, the wealth you absorbed and refined in the future time and space may be lost after flowing through the long river of time and space and coming to this world. Suwon was silent for a moment, then said faintly, so the missing amount is the handling fee paid to the river of time and space? Yuan Bao thought about it, nodded and said, you can understand it that way. Suwon, even though the financial resources had been lost by more than half, or even 90%, he felt that the deal could still go on. Let the people with destiny of wealth in the future time and space hand over the wealth accumulated over the years to him, and after he absorbs and refines these wealth into financial resources, he will use the power of the god of wealth that transcends time and space to help them get promoted. But now, the loss of financial resources is 99.999%, and I don't know how many nines there are behind it. With such high losses, are you making money for yourself, or are you working for the river of time and space? In the process of traveling through time and space, not only do you have to pay for every move you make, but the way you make money is also almost completely cut off by the long river of time and space. The road to wealth that was originally as surging as the ocean, after being blocked by the long river of time and space, became as weak as urine and slipped away. It's a bit outrageous, Master, you are only a second-level god of wealth now. Your rank is too low, and your say in time and space is very weak. Yuan Bao said, when you stand at the top of the god of wealth's throne, perhaps the river of time and space will not charge such a rampant fee. Suwon, yes, once your rank is raised to the top, the river of time and space will no longer charge you such a handling fee, because there is no need. The amount of money I have to pay for traveling through time and space is already ridiculously high. Above the 9th level is the king level. There is an imperial rank above the king rank. Whether the imperial level is the pinnacle remains to be seen. If we travel through time and space once, even if we sell the earth, it wouldn't be enough, right? With such a huge source of income, is it necessary for the long river of time and space to be fussy about those tiny fees? Moreover, as a major customer of the river of time and space, I have consumed so much financial resources and my voice has increased. Isn't that normal? It's reasonable to have some preferential policies for big customers, right? What a black river. Suwon sighed, feeling somewhat helpless that he now roughly understood that in the previous timeline, the god of fighting took him to kill those demon spiders to make money. At first, he thought that with only a few hundred heads to generate such little income, the requirements for refining magical powers must be very high. After all, not all alien species are the same as the group of destiny monkeys in the training realm. As the training realm of the god of wealth, it is a bit special. It makes sense, right? But now it seems that such a scarce source of income should be a lot darker than the long river of time and space. The fortunes you discover in the future may just be fortunes in the long river of time and space. The most important thing is, not only did the river of time and space charge me so much in handling fees, but after I was forced to advance because of the experience energy generated by refining the Arrow Realm creatures, the river of time and space actually took my money. Isn't it a bit too much to score twice? Is there a second charge? Master, we will have in-depth cooperation with the river of time and space in the future. You must not say these complaints in front of them. Yuan Bao said with a serious face. They are not very kind-hearted and they hold grudges very well. Suwon looked at Yuan Bao and said, "Do you think I'm a fool? How can I complain in front of others when I'm so weak?" Yuan Bao chuckled and said, "I knew that the master had ulterior motives and had all sorts of schemes and ideas in mind." At the same time, after Suwon learned that the river of time and space was charging a fee, that Siluan space-time interface began to jump again. Poor god of wealth. Under the influence of the power of the ingot, a message from nowhere flooded into your mind. Through the information, you learned that the great river of time and space will tax your illegal gains in the future time and space, so your income from absorbing treasures will be reduced. After knowing the whole story, you sighed towards the spirit of wealth. After absorbing most of the wealth spirit storage, you finally accumulated enough 20 sources of wealth to interfere with the future time and space. You decided to fulfill the wealth spirit's wish and help him practice. God of wealth who disrupts the order of time and space. You use 20 points of wealth value to make adjustments, and then use the power of the god of wealth that should have disappeared, allowing the wealth spirit to ascend. Having received your consent, the wealth spirit sat cross-legged, and a vast array of animal shadows appeared around him. At the moment when the wealth spirit was promoted, the creatures from other worlds summoned by the wealth spirit were immersed in this wave of promotion and received certain feedback. Thus, you also gained insight into some of the abilities of the wealth spirit. Through money, a connection is established with beings from another world, and beings from another world are willing to stay, or even serve as the wealth spirit's vanguard. This is the blessing of the wealth spirit's cultivation after its promotion. Practicing Taoism is so difficult, and the contradictory yet reasonable symbiotic relationship between wealth and spirits also opens your eyes. Chapter 85, Epic Revenge of Wealth. What you didn't notice is that Du Guowei, who was standing by and saw everything that happened, also had his pupils trembling wildly and his brain in a mess. The Lord Martial God whom he had admired for a long time could actually help Kai Ling complete his promotion? As the deputy editor-in-chief of the Martial Arts General Journal, he still has the authority to know about the promotion procedures after the 9th level of the destiny. So he soon realized that the Lord God of War he thought of was not a Lord God of War, but more like the Lord God of Wealth who had long since fallen. As a martial arts master, Du Guowei, who has made sudden contributions to the development of martial arts in China and even the world, is not a stupid person. After calming down and thinking simply, he understood the cause and effect. The God of War is the God of Wealth. In other words, the God of War, the one with the word God in his head, does not exist. Everything is just a disguise for some reason. Thinking of what he had said in front of you before about the God of Wealth's bad popularity, Du Guowei felt extremely ashamed and felt that he had already been socially ruined. Soon, the wealth spirit completed the promotion. The moment it became a third-level king, the wealth spirit looked up to the sky and howled to express its excitement. In the previous timeline, Kai Ling went to die because he could not be promoted to the king level. This career-oriented mentality made Kai Ling very painful during this period. But now, the painful emotions no longer exist with the completion of the promotion ceremony. Even though we know that the god of wealth will eventually leave, the god of wealth in the past time and space is still alive, and the path of the god of wealth has not been cut off, so everyone still has hope. Then the wealth spirit prepared a speech and told you that he wanted to contact other fortune tellers to share the good news with everyone. But please rest assured, Lord God of Wealth, those who come here to advance will definitely pay for it out of their own pockets, and will even give Lord God of Wealth the most precious gifts. The wealth spirit said with a sly smile, saying that the two destiny holders, Kai Meng and Kai Gui, were extremely lucky, and found the right opportunity to seize the secret vault of a large clan, which contained a lot of good things. God of Wealth who has been beaten by the long river of time and space for the first time. Do you want to satisfy the God of Wealth's wishes? 1. Satisfy the idea of the wealth spirit. Let the wealth spirit notify the fortune destiny people in various parts of China, absorb their treasures in exchange for financial resources, and help them complete their promotion. 2. Reject the idea of the spirit of wealth and tell the dark side of the long river of time and space. Stingy God of Wealth. You rejected the proposal of the spirit of wealth and explained to him the issue of the handling fee of the river of time and space. After learning that the handling fee of the river of time and space was so high, Kai Ling also fell silent. Any item he had stored over the past 20 years would be enough to cause a stir in China, but most of his storage combined only amounted to 200 million in cash? But after thinking it over carefully, Kai Ling still expressed his thoughts. Because the god of wealth of this time and space has fallen, the source of wealth has been cut off, and the future of all those who have the destiny of wealth is dark. If one could use their life savings to achieve promotion, everyone would be happy to do so. If you can't get promoted, what's the point of having all this money and treasure? I hope the God of Wealth can have mercy on these helpless wanderers who are desperately looking for a home. As he spoke, the spirit of wealth knelt on the ground with a thud and kowtowed to you fiercely. The force of his kowtow caused the entire dark space to tremble violently. What followed was the endless kowtow of the spirit of wealth. You are a paper-talking god of wealth. As the leader of the fortune destiny, you don't understand how severe your fall is to the bodies and souls of all the fortune destiny. After you came to your senses, you quickly helped the spirit of wealth up. Perhaps because you saw the excited look on the wealth spirit's face, or perhaps because you wanted to know about the situation of the wealth destiny person, you asked the wealth spirit about the situation of the wealth destiny person. After taking a deep breath, the wealth spirit tells you, the god of wealth from the past, the epic and tragic revenge that the god of wealth destiny launched against your enemies. 3 or 4 years later, when the god of war fell, all the people in China who were destined to be rich cried out in grief, as if the sky was falling and they were filled with despair. In April of the 35th year, the man of destiny and the wealth master knew that there was no hope of a breakthrough, so he took the terrifying wealth accumulated over the past 10 years, sneaked across the battlefield defense line, and launched a suicide attack on the traitor Fengshen who was in the number 02 Arrow realm outside the western frontier defense line. In June of the 35th year, the Destined One, the poet of wealth, used all his strength to transform into the power of wealth, burning his life and soul to launch a suicide attack on the traitor Fengshen. On July 3, 353, the Destiny Master Kaishan, in despair of having his path cut off, gathered a great deal of treasure, built an altar, burned himself, and launched a suicidal attack on the traitor Fengshen. On July 28, 1935, 29 people including the Fortune Spell Master, Fortune Guide, Fortune Killer General, etc., used their own souls as a guide to sacrifice the Fortune Dao, attracting the Fortune Dao Yuanbao to descend, gathering strength, and intending to kill the traitor Fengshen. But the traitor was too powerful, and a shadow of the Wind God killed the 29 Destiny Ones on the spot. Year 36, the Mandate of Heaven, Year 39. 1940s, a month ago, the king-level Destiny Master, the Tomb Bearer of Wealth, was seriously injured in a war and returned to the imperial capital to recuperate. However, he felt hopeless on the road while recuperating, so he let out everything and summoned the Tomb Bearer of Wealth that covered the sky. The Tomb Treasurer left a suicide note. She knew that her strength was too low to cause any harm to the traitor Fengshen. She could not even play any other role except making him laugh. But she wanted to take revenge on the god of wind. The god of wealth died, their financial resources were cut off, and everything they had was cut off by the traitorous god of wind. What was the meaning of this future? Silent god of wealth. You listen to the story of the revenge that the god of wealth has carried out on you, and you feel mixed emotions. Although you knew that your own death would cut off your financial resources during your many journeys, you did not take the situation of the financial destiny person to heart and treat it in the most important position.
And when many lives are lost because of you, even if it was not you who commanded them, and it was not your wish, can you really calm down? The meaning of the wealth spirit is very clear. Dear God of wealth, seeing that the God of wealth is in such a miserable state, can you lend a helping hand and help your subordinates in the future time and space?
1. Agree with the idea of the spirit of wealth and ask him to inform the fortune tellers in various parts of China, but everything needs to be kept confidential and do not leak your information. 2. Reject the idea of the wealth spirit.
The future subtime and space are just an illusory timeline.
You spend money to cross time and space to promote the development of martial arts and understand the future situation, not to do charity.
P.S. There is one more chapter to be updated. Chapter 86, Martial Arts Secret Medicine Well.
Suwon looked at the list of names of people with destiny and wealth and couldn't help but sigh. These are the people who sacrificed their lives for him, although he sought revenge on the god of wind because his financial resources were cut off and he became desperate. But, don't I represent financial resources? In other words, isn't the support of these people who are destined to make money actually support for themselves?
Master, do you need help? Yuan Bao adjusted his god of wealth hat and asked in a low voice. The second option makes a lot of sense.
Suwon said, I spent my money traveling through time and space just to promote the blossoming of martial arts and to obtain useful information for the future.
Fundamentally, it's not about charity.
There are plenty of opportunities to do charity, but I am in the future and I am unlucky for some reason. I think the strong men from the Long Yuan clan may come here in a while. After all, after I died, the dragon son of the Long Yuan clan obtained the position of the god of wealth. Of course, I have lived for such a long time this time. If the dragon son of the Long Yuan clan dies during this period, I can't say for sure. It's not that dragon son, but also a figure in the other side's arrow realm. Anyway, once I come, the power of the god of wealth will be under my control, and then there will definitely be problems on the other side.
Yuan Bao nodded and said, So you want to refuse?
Suwon shook his head and said, No matter how many reasons I have for refusing, no matter how much my rationality tells me to make the most correct choice, I just want to do some charity now. Suwon paused, then said, Even if this charity only exists in the illusory future subtime and space, it may be a waste of effort. But what if the future subtime and space is not an illusion? If that time and space is actually happening, and not formed and evolved from an ever-changing future time and space, then the charity I am doing now will be the greatest help in despair for the people of wealth and destiny in that time and space. In July of the 42nd year, the god of wealth from the past time and space descended.
What about the future? In the year 1952, in the year 1962, what if the god of wealth from the past comes again? So in a sense, their source of income has not been cut off. Give them hope, and also give future subtimes and spaces hope. Just think of it as repaying the favor I owe to the time and space finance shadow. Although in this timeline, Kai Ying is already dead, as he spoke, Suwon moved his mind and made his own choice in the interface of wealth and chaos spacetime, sentimental god of wealth. You knew that the god of wealth's kneeling and narrating actions were moral kidnapping, but you still agreed with the god of wealth's idea. Obviously, Kai Ling's moral kidnapping was successful. At the same time, you must tell the wealth spirit not to reveal his information, otherwise it will attract the crazy siege of the aliens. As Kai Ling listened to your words, he recalled the siege you launched by the wind god in hundreds of arrow realms a few years ago. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Just thinking about that scene gave him a lingering fear. As for keeping secrets, Kai Ling is also an expert in this area. After joining the National Department and immersing himself in it for many years, sometimes when there is a lack of manpower to train new destiny people, Kai Ling will come to make up the numbers. So he knows and understands confidentiality very well. So, he first asked his good friend, the Wealth Ghost, to come quickly. The Wealth Ghost left a series of question marks on the communication interface, expressing his incomprehension, but under the insistence of the Wealth Spirit and the urgent situation, the Wealth Ghost still agreed to come. Just as the Wealth Ghost rode the dark clouds to the sky above the Wealth Spirit Manor, he suddenly trembled all over, and then he was overjoyed and rushed into the Wealth Spirit Manor with an incredible look on his face.
Then, the wealth ghost looked at you with a red face, and even his breathing became rapid, his mind went blank. The wealth spirit knows that you are in a hurry, so he goes up to the wealth ghost and grabs him to explain the situation, and then the wealth ghost leaves in a hurry. When he went out, he didn't take much treasure with him. He didn't think much of it before, but now, the opportunity for promotion is right in front of him. If he missed the promotion because of himself, he would live in regret for the rest of his life. The god of wealth who covets martial arts. You sit aside, borrow the equipment of Kai Ling's house, and with the help of Du Guowei, start searching for information on martial arts and discuss martial arts with Du Guowei. Seemingly knowing what you were thinking, Du Guowei begins to systematically tell you about the developments in China and abroad in recent years. Especially when you talked about the birth of the martial arts secret medicine, your eyes lit up. This is the key factor in breaking through the third level of martial arts, and it is also one of the most important things for you to cross time and space and come to the next 20 years. According to Du Guowei, the martial arts secret medicine was created by Du Baihua. He doesn't know how Du Baihua developed the martial arts secret medicine, but the martial arts secret medicine can indeed break the third level barrier of a warrior. Although the preparation method of martial arts secret medicine is very complicated, it is not difficult to control. It just so happens that Du Guowei knows the formula and specific process of the martial arts secret medicine. He even provides you with one-on-one guidance to help you master the formula of the martial arts secret medicine as quickly as possible. Learning to make martial arts secret medicine, the wealth ghost came in a hurry with a lot of treasures. In order to leave a good impression on you, the former god of wealth, he even went home to change into a solemn Zhongshan suit. The solemn attire and straight back diluted the poor temperament that had surrounded him for a long time. And the wealth spirit also had good foresight and stopped the wealth ghost from explaining, and told it to wait for you to learn the martial arts secret medicine. The wealth ghost also knew the situation, so he placed all his treasures in the wealth spirit's secret room and set up a barrier to put the wealth spirit's treasures aside. In the eyes of the wealth ghost, although he is poor, he is much richer than the wealth spirit. It is better not to mix up the treasures, otherwise the shameless wealth spirit will definitely take the opportunity to take more. Finally, after the wealth ghost finished placing the treasures, setting up the barrier, setting up the ritual, and making psychological preparations, you, after many experiments, finally succeeded in mixing a cup of martial arts secret medicine. Even though this martial arts secret medicine is not as neat as the one produced on the assembly line, and the taste and experience may not be very good, but as your first product, Du Guowei thinks it is very memorable. The god of wealth, filled with emotion. After you prepared the martial arts secret medicine, you finally remembered the ghost of wealth beside you. At the same time, you also began to extend your evil hands to the treasures that the wealth ghost has accumulated for many years. Chapter 87 The Unfortunate Shadow God. You begin to absorb the treasures of the wealth ghost, and in the process of transforming the treasures of the wealth ghost, you are surprised to find that the treasures brought by the wealth ghost are extremely valuable. By absorbing only 1/10 of the wealth ghost's reserves, you have accumulated enough 20 sources of wealth for the wealth ghost to advance. You are the god of wealth who is poor but still sneers at poverty. While allowing the wealth ghost to be promoted, you looked at the wealth spirit with disdain. Look at the treasures stored by the wealth ghost, and then look at you. You are also a person with the destiny of wealth, so how did you get by? After the wealth ghost was promoted, he was very excited. Just when he was about to roar to the sky to express his excitement, the wealth spirit really stopped him. The news that Lord Kaishan is here needs to be kept secret, which means the news of our promotion cannot be leaked. Even if the god of wealth is bound to be exposed in the end, we must try our best to cover it up before it is exposed. So you, a ghost of wealth, what are you shouting about after you are promoted? Are you afraid that others will not know that you have been promoted? The wealth ghost scratched his head in embarrassment, and then after getting your permission, he excitedly notified his good friend, the destiny person, Wealth Dream. At this moment, Kai Mang was guarding the southern border. Hearing Kai Guei calling him, he led Kai Guei into his dream and asked him what happened. When Kai Mang woke up from his sleep, he ignored the wartime regulations and did not follow the formal procedures. He just sent a message to the president of the southern border saying that he had to return in an emergency, and then disappeared in an instant. Soon, Kai Mang brought the treasure to Kai Ling Manor. Until the moment of completing the promotion, Kai Meng still felt like he was dreaming.
She even couldn't help but wonder if she had made some progress in her dreams, and her obsession with advancement was too strong to affect reality?
After listening to the stories of the wealth spirit and the wealth ghost, Kai Meng suddenly realized what was going on, and then looked at you with eyes full of horror and disbelief. You, the god of wealth who can freely cross time and space, come from the past to the future, and regard the order of time and space as nothing, are really too metaphysical and incredible. However, if this incredible thing happened to their leader of wealth, the beloved god of wealth, then it would be fine and reasonable. Looking at Kai Meng's idea, Suwen couldn't help laughing out loud. This dream about wealth is very interesting. When unbelievable things happened in front of her and facts that challenged her worldview appeared before her, she couldn't believe it, but if this matter can bring her benefits, then there is no problem. What a lovely pragmatist. When the wealth ghost and the wealth spirit used their own magical powers to contact their former friends in the way of wealth, the wealth dream stood aside, wanting to say something but stopping himself. O thoughtful god of wealth. After Du Guowei's reminder, you noticed the abnormality of the dream about wealth, so you made a decision in your heart. 1. Temporarily stop learning martial arts and ask Kai Meng what he is struggling with. 2. Ignore the abnormality of Kai Meng and continue to let Du Guowei give you a lecture. Looks like a smart god of wealth. You made the choice that a normal person would make. You stopped learning martial arts and taking martial arts secret medicine to ask what the problem was with the dream of wealth? Hearing your question, Kai Meng gritted her teeth and told you her thoughts. According to Kai Meng, the shadow god who guarded the Suzhou Hangzhou area and killed the 2 invading alien emperors really existed. The profession of that destiny man is shadow god. One of the destined ones with the word god in their names, an absolutely powerful person who should have stood side by side with you, the star god, and the fighting god and fought side by side. The reason why she is familiar with Shadow God is because Shadow God has some psychological problems, so when his negative emotions reach a peak, he will come to her and ask her for help to make Shadow God fall asleep. Deep sleep is the most comfortable way to relax your mind and relieve negative emotions. Because of this, she and Shadow God gradually became familiar with each other, and even called each other sisters for a period of time. She didn't know about Shadow God's past experiences, but she had witnessed the boundless darkness of Shadow God's subconscious when he was asleep. Even when chatting with the Shadow God, one can hear from his tone that he is dissatisfied with the country and hates society. That was the grief from childhood and the misfortune from his original family. All these griefs gathered together and made the Shadow God lose the heart to protect the lights of thousands of homes in China. In the words of the Shadow God, the world tortures me with pain, and I have never slaughtered the world, which is the kindest choice I have made in my rational state. As Kai Meng spoke, especially when she said that the Shadow God hated evil, if she encountered human traffickers or corrupt officials, she would kill them in the most cruel way. So much so that wherever the Shadow God appears, the gray area often flows like a river of blood. Angry god of wealth. From the story of Kai Meng, you probably guessed the unfortunate experience of the Shadow God in his childhood. Human traffickers and corrupt officials are the main reasons why the Shadow God started to hate society. Seeing this, Suwen slowly clenched his fists. He had traveled through time and space so many times, and it was during this time traveling spanning 20 years that he got to know a new destined one with the word God in his name, the previous god of war, or the vest on his body. That one doesn't count. If only one Shadow God was born in 20 years, then perhaps the birth of the destined one with the word God in its head requires some prerequisites. Shadow God, a divine being who could change the world, was actually ruined by a group of social scum. I hope there's still enough time. Suwen took a deep breath. He roughly guessed the reason why Kai Meng told him this. I am the god of wealth that transcends time and space. In the future, Shadow God's personality was distorted due to unfortunate experiences. Assuming there was still time, and the misfortune that happened to Shadow God 20 years ago had not yet occurred, then perhaps he could just intervene in the past. He gave Angshan a wonderful childhood, and Angshan became their comrade in arms and stood shoulder to shoulder with them in the future. You look serious and ask Kai Meng if he knows any information about Shadow God. For example, in what year was Shadow God born? Where is his home? What is his name? Or what the Shadow God looks like, his accent, etc. Anything that can help you identify the Shadow God as soon as possible, you want to know. Kai Meng was silent for a moment, then said that he didn't know much. The only thing he knew was that Shadow God was not very old, and was born in Shaoxing.
He probably awakened and became a destiny person when he was 12 years old.
But before becoming the chosen one, Shadow God had already encountered many misfortunes.
Kai Meng bowed deeply to you.
If possible, she would like you to save the Shadow God of the past time and space. Every time she guided the Shadow God to sleep, the boundless madness emanating from his subconscious mind made her feel sorry for her friend.
What kind of misfortune did the powerful God-headed destiny encounter in his helpless childhood?
While you were discussing the Shadow God with Kai Meng, Du Guowei came running over excitedly and said that the Star God had called back.
Chapter 88 The Calm Before the Storm. You stand next to Du Guowei and let Du Guowei answer the call from Star God.
Excited God of Wealth. Although you have traveled through time and space many times, this is the first time you have seen the Star God in the future time and space. You are also curious about what heights this comrade who has grown up with you for 20 years has reached now.
The call was connected, and a slightly tired voice came out of the phone. Du Guowei, what do you want to talk to me about?
Star God, here I come. Your voice caused the Star God who was still in the mountain and sea battlefield to be silent for a moment. The next moment, the laughter of the Star God can be heard. God of War, no, God of Wealth, welcome back. As the Star God's voice fell, in a place that you could not perceive, the star array covering the entire Chinese land slowly turned and began to undergo subtle changes. At the same time, a starlight flashed in the Kaling manner. When everyone came to their senses, the Star God in purple had already appeared in the manor. The Star God looked at you and said apologetically that the situation on the Shanghai battlefield was serious. He was sorry that he could not return in person to meet you. It has been many years since we last met. No, in the past time and space, perhaps we had just spoken. After that, the Star God briefly spoke to you, and you told him what you had learned about the Shadow God. After hearing your words, the Star God's tone remained unchanged, still calm. He already knew about the Shadow God, and this was his fault for not considering that the shadow path was strong enough to block the detection of the star array when it was first born. His fault was that he focused his attention on the defense and exploration of the Arrow realm, and thus neglected the psychological investigation and cultivation of the domestic chosen ones. The Shadow God, whose name is Emo Xiaosu, had once looked into the eyes of the Shadow God from a distance after completing part of the liquidation. After that, after destroying the two divine tools, he roughly discovered some information about the Shadow God and his tragic childhood. Because he knew about the misfortunes that Shadow God had encountered, he had never looked for Shadow God. Even though he wanted him to join the battle, those misfortunes made him unable to speak. The Star God looks at you and directly tells you the basic situation of the Shadow God without any preparation. The Shadow God in 2022 was only 8 years old, and his name was Emo Xiaosu. Her mother was beaten to death by her adoptive father in June 2002, but because her adoptive father had connections with the local police station, the incident was resolved.
This incident left a permanent scar in Emo Xiaosu's heart.
In July of 1922, after an attempt at revenge failed, her adoptive father sent her to the hands of a famous local human trafficker.
After being beaten for a long time, Emo Xiaosu awakens and becomes the chosen one.
Later, due to the special nature of Shadow God's profession, the star array did not detect that she was a destined one with the word God in her name, and only thought she was an ordinary destined one, so the local police station came to her.
The person in charge of this matter is a yin-yang sorcerer.
After finding out Emo Xiaosu's profession as a Shadow God, he actually wants to enslave Emo Xiaosu.
Emo Xiaosu realized that something was wrong and fled quickly.
Afterwards, the yin-yang sorcerer was bold enough to issue a wanted order in the name of the government, using secular power to hunt down Emo Xiaosu. In order to force Emo Xiaosu to show up, he did not hesitate to dig up his mother's grave and whip the dead body in public. After that, Emo Xiaosu, also known as the Shadow God, grew up under the pursuit of various forces, including not only the pursuit of the destiny, but also the help of local official forces. At that time, because all kinds of struggles were concentrated in a small city in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, and the local forces deliberately blocked it, they were not aware of it. Even Emo Xiaosu was terrified after realizing the power of the star array, and did not dare to reveal the slightest trace of the aura of a destiny person with the word God in his head. As he spoke, the Star God sighed. After knowing this, he felt that neither he nor China was qualified to talk to the Shadow God. During Shadow God's growth, China did not bring her a single bit of warmth, but only endless harm and torture. As Kai Meng said, Shadow God was able to hold back her crazy thoughts and not slaughter the world. This was the greatest kindness in her heart. Finally, Star God solemnly tells you that if possible, I hope you can hurry up and take people to rescue Emoshiasu immediately. You must prevent the local forces in Jiangsu and Zhujiang from harming the future Shadow God. Seeing this, Su Wending stood up from his seat without any hesitation. He walked out of his office and quickly headed towards Star God's office. Boom boom boom. Su Wen knocked on the door and walked into Star God's office after getting Star God's permission. God of Wealth, has anything important happened? The Star God seemed to notice that something was wrong with Su Wen's aura, so he stopped what he was doing and asked. Star God, I explored the future and found that a person with the word God in his head was killed by local forces. Su Wen said directly, there is a person in charge in the Jiangsu and Zhujiang areas, the Yin Yang sorcerer who is destined to be the master. After discovering that Shadow God, the destiny with the word God in his head, had not been detected by the star array due to his special attributes, he wanted to enslave him. Upon hearing this, the Star God's breathing stagnated, and his breath became slightly disordered. If you look closely enough, you can see that the purple star mask on the Star God's face is trembling slightly. Not far away, the God of Drama noticed something and frowned. What happened? Is the Star God angry? As he spoke, the God of Drama slowly stood up. He saw it when the God of Wealth entered the office of the God of Stars just now. However, the God of Stars and the God of Wealth are still a little young. At his age, he has become indifferent to everything in the world. And no matter what happens, you should keep a calm attitude. In the face of everything, no matter how big the event is, you must stay calm and never get angry. Only by calming down and thinking about the problem can we better find a solution to the problem. Star God, what made you angry? The God of Drama walked into the office of the God of Stars and said softly, you said before that emotional stability is the most important skill. How long has it been since you last spoke? The Star God took a deep breath and said, the God of Drama, the God of Wealth just said that there is a destiny master in the Jiangsu and Zhujiang area who is a Yin Yang sorcerer. He wants to take advantage of the weakness of a destiny master with the word God in his head and enslave him. As soon as these words came out, the thermos cup in the God of Drama's hand exploded. At the same time, everything in the surrounding space seemed to have lost movement and sound, and no sound was made anymore. Quiet, silence, and this extremely strange silence represents the calm before the storm. In the Jiangsu and Zhujiang area? A Yin Yang sorcerer, huh? P.S. There is one more chapter to be updated. Chapter 89. Wait until I'm done. The drama god's voice was very calm, but deep within that calmness, there was a tyrannical rage hidden, the one with the word God in his name and destiny, the most powerful one in the future. It must stand at the highest peak and serve as a pillar to resist foreign invasion, precisely because those with the word God in their names have infinite potential and unpredictable magical powers. They, as the top few, will bear the risk of alien invasion in the future. Such geniuses, such strong men, must grow up in the spring breeze, grow up under the sunshine, and safely pass through the weak early stages under the protection of the country, and then grow up rapidly. If the country protected you when you were young, and you protect the country until it becomes strong. But now, a mere Yin Yang sorcerer actually wants to enslave the one with the word God in his heart? Not to mention that he himself is also a godlike chosen one, the mere act of one chosen one forcibly enslaving another has already violated his absolute forbidden zone. The threat from the aliens in the Arrow realm is imminent, and these disgusting things are still thinking about this? Occupation, Yin Yang sorcerer. The God of Drama said indifferently, my name is Huang Liang. I am 27 years old and currently a level 6 destiny person. If a 6th level Yin Yang sorcerer really encounters a newly awakened destiny one, the other party will definitely not be his match. Beside him, Su Wen spoke up, the real name of Shadow God is Emoshiasu. Her mother was beaten to death by her adoptive father in June of 1922. Her adoptive father had connections, so the matter was left unresolved. She then wanted to avenge her mother, but her adoptive father found out and sent her to local human traffickers, where she was tortured. At this time, maybe, the God of Drama's face changed slightly when he heard this, then he pulled Su Wen over, turned around and disappeared on the spot. In the Star God's office, there is still a faint trace of theatrical energy remaining, obviously. At the moment just now, the God of Drama used his power of drama. Shadow God, the Star God slowly sat down, and after a moment of silence, he murmured to himself, it seems that the star array is still not perfect.
Such a loophole actually appeared. If the god of wealth hadn't warned me, I'm afraid a person with a divine destiny would have suffered the greatest threat in his life. In a gloomy room in the Jiangsu and Zhujiang area, a young girl was tied to the bed with ropes, unable to move. Next to him stood a middle-aged woman who was putting on gloves. "Girl, stop struggling," the middle-aged woman said coldly. "I injected you with an anesthetic needle in advance and tied you up here. Not to mention you, even a strong man would have to lie down immediately today. Don't worry, it won't hurt in a while. According to your father's request, I will only sever the tendons in your hands and feet. I have given you anesthesia, so it shouldn't hurt." As he was speaking, a man with a crew cut came in from the small door next to him. "Why are you wasting time talking to a little girl?" the crew-haired man said viciously. "Her father brought her here so that we can give her a good beating." Both his hands and feet were broken, and then they were comminuted fractures. Not good. If you scratch her face, she won't look like a beggar. She has such a pretty face. She won't be able to beg for money in the future. The props are all ready for you: the whip, salt water, and some other things," the middle-aged woman said as she checked the equipment. "In fact, if you ask me, this little girl has a good figure and looks. It would be a pity to destroy her. Why not sell her? Maybe we can make some money." The man with a crew cut shook his head and said, "No, her father gave her a lot of money, so she must be destroyed." "How about crippling his limbs and then selling them?" "That's fine, but don't scratch your face. I know some rich guys like to play with this kind of disability." "Yes, I remember Mr. Wang, he seemed to like it very much, right?" "Yes, even I am a pervert and I think that guy is a pervert." Imo Xiaosu was lying on the iron bed. After being injected with anesthesia, his consciousness was a little confused, but for some reason she could hear the conversation between the middle-aged woman and the man with a crew cut very clearly. At this moment, she felt extremely desperate and scared. As a child, she couldn't imagine how such terrible people could exist in the world. How could they remain calm and even smile as they say they would dismember themselves, or even cut themselves into pieces and cripple themselves and give them away? Are these people still human? My mother died at the hands of that devil, and I was sent here by him, and I am about to suffer a fate worse than death. For a moment, Imo Xiaosu struggled in confusion and pain. With the dizziness and helpless fainting brought by the anesthetic, she felt that she had been abandoned by the world. No, the whole world, they are all bad. There is no good person. What they often say on TV is all lies. She believed what was said on TV, and as a result she was given anesthesia and put on an iron bed. Asshole. In a daze, Imo Xiaosu heard an angry roar. The next moment, she completely fainted under the effect of the anesthetic and lost all consciousness. As soon as he lost consciousness, his heart was filled with endless fear. Gradually, she felt that this world was just like this and there was nothing worth lingering on. If possible, she would rather the world be destroyed. Mom died, and she died too, then let's all die. Faintly, in Imo Xiaosu's heart, a dark shadowy aura exuding despair seemed to be stimulated and began to slowly appear and flow everywhere. These damn people. The god of drama's tone was filled with anger, and the middle-aged woman and the man with a crew cut who were about to dismember Imo Xiaosu were now turned into pieces. But for the god of drama, the destruction of the body does not mean the end. The torture from the soul has just begun. Well, Suwen picked up Imo Xiaosu from the iron bed and sighed softly. Fortunately, I made it in time. If we were a step later, the second tragedy that happened to the shadow god would have occurred. Being tortured by human traffickers may sound like just a phrase at first, but when you actually witness it, you will realize how unscrupulous the methods of these human traffickers are. Damn it. These two words are not an exaggeration at all. The future shadow god's crazy pursuit of the human trafficking group. Maybe, also to dispel the inner fear brought about by his own childhood experiences. This child has awakened. The god of drama looked at Imo Xiaosu and said softly, "God of wealth, hold this child and come to my Xishang world to rest for a while. When the child wakes up later, you should comfort him more." Suwen nodded and said, "I will." Yes, he will. After rescuing Imo Xiaosu, he thought about the situation of the Yin-Yang sorcerer and suddenly felt a little scared. When I just awakened, someone came to my door. Fortunately, Li Wenjie and the others are different from this Yin-Yang sorcerer, otherwise his situation would not be much better than that of the shadow god. No, it should be said that he is not as good as shadow god. The shadow god is extremely powerful in combat, and his ability to escape can even hide from the star array. Is he good at fighting? Once something goes wrong, you won't be able to escape. When I'm done, I'll go and help you comfort the child. The god of drama waved his hand and brought Su Wen and Mo Xiaosu into the world of drama. The next moment, he took a deep breath, and when he looked up at the sky, his eyes flashed with a seductive bloody light. Chapter 90. The god of drama is always strong. The Xishang world is located in an antique, majestic, and classical house. Mo Xiaosu was lying on the bed, with incense burning beside her and a fresh orchid placed next to her. The overall layout is full of positive and sunny charm, which makes people feel the beauty of life and the graceful scenery of nature. Well, Su Wen sat aside and sighed slightly. The person in front of me is just an 8-year-old girl, but the misfortune that this little girl has encountered has surpassed that of most people in the world. Fortunately, he arrived in time with the god of drama and prevented the tragedy from happening again. In particular, the Yin-Yang sorcerer's conspiracy to enslave, and the subsequent use of official and local forces to hunt down Mo Xiaosu, may be the fundamental reason for the future shadow gods' disappointment with society. Thinking of this, Su Wen turned his gaze and looked towards the Cylon space-time interface. In the Xishang world, Yuan Bao hid himself and never appeared again, god of wealth who reverses the past time and space. With your power, you can easily change the tragic events of the past. And the sudden flash of inspiration from somewhere in the dark also lets you know that Shadow God's past has changed. So you explained this to the Star God. Because of your and the Drama God's timely arrival, in the next timeline, the powerful Shadow God will stand beside you and become your comrade in arms, fighting against the foreign enemies with you. Star God, Wealth Dream, Wealth Spirit, and Wealth Ghost all heaved a sigh of relief when they heard your words. A person with the word God in his head is extremely important to the country, society, and even the entire human camp. They all believe that with Shadow God joining in the next timeline, the situation in China will definitely get better. Then, you frowned and asked the Star God about the Wind God. You are eager to know, is the rebellion of the Wind God real, or is it a fake rebellion after their negotiation? Next to them, the faces of several Fortune Destiny people changed drastically, and they hurriedly and carefully looked at the Star God. Is this the kind of news they can listen to? After learning that their leader had the ability to travel across time and space, they also had some speculation about the most serious upheaval in China, the rebellion of the Wind God. Perhaps the god of wind rebelled in order to gather information for the god of wealth. Perhaps there is another hidden reason. Perhaps it was arranged by the god of stars and the god of drama. In any case, this kind of heavy news is not suitable for them to hear. After all, their strength is only about the 3rd or 4th level of the king rank, and their strength is low. Knowing such an important matter will do them 100 disadvantages and no benefits. The Star God doesn't seem to care whether the Fortune Destiny Master and Du Guowei are present, and begins to tell you about the Wind God's rebellion. When Su Wen saw this, his face turned grim and he sat up straight. Wind God rebellion, it will be revealed soon. According to the Star God, he had no prior knowledge of the Wind God's rebellion. So based on his subjective judgment, the Wind God must have really rebelled, not just pretended. Next, the Star God explained to you the basis for his judgment. First, before the rebellion, he was in charge of guarding the Shanhai battlefield. For a period of time, the Wind God frequently came to the Shanhai battlefield. And not long after the Wind God arrives, the aliens will riot, and even the top alien combatants will be dispatched every time. If the Wind God wants to communicate with the aliens, it is best to do so during the battle. Even he would not be able to detect it at all. Secondly, the rebellion of the god of wind led to the fall of the god of drama, which was the most important reason for him to judge that the god of wind had defected. You, the god of wealth, can travel across time and space. When you in this timeline lose the ability to travel across time and space, we will know that we have become a subtime and space that explores the future. So if the rebellion of the god of wind only led to the death of you, the god of wealth, then even if he didn't know about it beforehand, he would still ask the god of drama about the planning and arrangement of the rebellion afterwards. But the death of Xishan caused turmoil in China, and even the human race fell into decline. The last and most important reason is that the reverse reasoning of the wind god rebellion being false does not hold true. For such a serious matter, even if the god of drama and the god of wind discussed it in advance and wanted to use the death of the god of drama and you as a pretext to let the god of wind infiltrate the enemy and do something important, they would definitely inform me and the god of fighting. But the god of fighting and I did not receive any notification, and the great change happened very quickly. In a very short period of time, a great riot in the Arrow Realm was triggered, and many top aliens blasted open the gate of the Arrow Realm and attacked you and the God of Drama. How powerful is the God of Drama?
Moreover, for a layout of this level to develop in such an orderly manner, it must have been arranged and planned for a long time. Therefore, I conclude that the rebellion of the Wind God must have been planned by many parties over a long period of time. Just when the God of War and I didn't react, your disguised God of War had completely erupted, triggering a great force to wipe out the 195 Arrow Realms in the battlefield of the Demon City. Afterwards, you in this time and space perished on the spot. Then it was the God of Drama, who was restrained by various forces, and attacked by the top aliens who infiltrated the Arrow Realm from all directions. In the end, he burned himself, exhausted everything, and launched the strongest attack. Before dying, the God of Drama still wants to relieve some of the burden and pressure on the country, so he will follow your example and erase part of the Arrow Realm in the Imperial Capital battlefield. If you and the God of Drama had not resolved the battlefields of the Imperial Capital and the Magic Capital before your bloodbath, I'm afraid the current situation would be even worse.
The God of Wealth is in a state of confusion. After listening to the Star God story, you feel extremely complicated. You don't understand why the God of Wind, who is a man of destiny and one of the strongest people in China in the future, would defect? Originally, you still had some hope in your heart. In case there was any important information that needed to be discovered from the aliens, the sacrifice of the God of Drama and yourself might be the token of the God of Wind's surrender to the enemy. But now it seems that even the Star God and the Fighting God are completely unclear, so how can this be true? If it is really a conspiracy, it must cost you and the God of Drama's death. Even if the God of Wind doesn't say it, the God of Drama will definitely leave a message, or some hidden means to inform the God of Stars at a specific time. The Fighting God is a big mouth, but he is a Star God who has guarded the mountain and sea battlefield for many years, so he is still very reliable. If even the Star God didn't tell them, and if the Wind God really pretended to defect, then no one would know. Who can really confirm that the Wind God is a hero in the future? On the side, Kai Meng took a deep breath and asked carefully, how strong was the God of Drama at that time? The Star God was silent for a moment, looked at you, and said only one sentence. The God of Drama has always been very strong. Before his death, he was even stronger than he is now. Chapter 91. A new interpretation of the script of The Injustice of Doi. You are shocked. In your heart, you always thought that the Star God was the strongest. Even though he had traveled through time and space many times and learned more and more information, the name of the Star God still resounded throughout all walks of life in China. He also sat in the mountain and sea battlefield, commanding the strongest group of destiny people from China to fight against the top powerhouses of the other species. Although the situation was tense, he remained firm. Most importantly, the deeds of the Star God killing madman in the last timeline still left a deep impression on you. A Star God with such strength is not the strongest? Suddenly, you recall what the God of Drama once said. The battle that the Star God is least good at. Thinking of this, you suddenly realize that in the eyes of the God of Drama, the other abilities of the Star God are really stronger than his combat power. After all, in terms of combat power, the God of Drama can beat the God of Stars. The Star God looks at you who is lost in thought and continues to talk about something about the Wind God. Since he controls the stars in the sky, the stars, palaces, and roads in all directions may have different meanings when viewed from different levels. Also, there are some doubts about the matter of the Wind God. The biggest question, which is still a mystery, is that the God of Drama burned his life to launch the most powerful attack, which is powerful enough to destroy dozens of worlds, but he actually spared the God of Wind? With the power of the God of Drama, when everything is burned and all the power of the God of Drama's origin is exploded, the improvement brought about is extremely terrifying. At that time, the God of Wind led the aliens to surround and kill the God of Play. If the God of Play had killed the God of Wind with this attack, there would be no subsequent events involving the God of Wind. Therefore, he and the God of Fighting had discussed this issue before. Was the fact that the God of Drama did not kill the God of Wind a message from the God of Drama for them? But this matter is a paradox. What happened to the aliens that made the God of Drama willing to give up his own life and the life of you, the God of Wealth who was always the anchor of time and space, to help the God of Wind rebel? As the highest combat power on the Chinese side,
he often interacts with the top combat powers of the Doshin and other species. Sometimes when he gets a chance to kill an Imperial alien, he will bring back its corpse or some of its power, study it carefully, and even use divine tools to deduce with the corpse of the Imperial alien. Using the corpse of the Imperial alien as the starting point, more useful information can be deduced more quickly and directly. Through this information, he learned about many important events in the alien world, and even learned a lot about the treasures, but he just couldn't find the kind of major event that would cause the god of drama to destroy himself. In short, the things that happened to the aliens are not worthy of being compared with the death of the god of drama. They are not qualified at all. At this time, the fact that the god of drama did not kill the god of wind brought up another issue. The god of wind has been following the god of drama since he was young, and has been taught by the god of drama. As the continuation of his life, the god of drama may have already regarded the god of wind as his own grandson. Even if his descendants defected, as a kind elder, at the critical moment of life and death, how could he be so cruel as to kill his own grandson? The Chinese spirit of inheritance is like this. The spiritual lineage has been passed down from generation to generation, and there are many events that parents and elders have planned for their descendants. God of wealth who travels across time and space. You frowned and mentioned the script of The Injustice of Doi that the god of drama had mentioned, as well as some of the things you suspected about the god of wind before. The star god's breathing stagnated, and then the starlight around him became brighter. Afterwards, the star god restrained his own energy and his emotional fluctuations gradually recovered. After learning that you once doubted the god of wind and ordered the god of fighting to kill the god of wind in a certain time and space, he suddenly realized. Because of the script of The Injustice of Doi, he and Doshin have been wondering if there is any hidden reason behind Fengshen's defection? Did they wrongly accuse Fengshen? If the wind god really planned for the country and bore this great crime, and was later killed by one of them, wouldn't it be too cruel for the wind god? But if you have ever doubted the god of wind, and even if your doubt led to the god of wind being unjustly killed by the god of fighting in a certain time and space in the future, then all of this can be explained. The script of The Injustice of Doi symbolizes what happened in that subtime and space. The rebellion of the god of wind in this time and space has nothing to do with the script of The Injustice of Doi. If we judge it based on this reason, then everything makes sense. The wind god is truly rebelling. Suwon took a deep breath and slowly stood up from the bench. Of the wind god rebellion is real, the star god said it. Moreover, star god's suspicions were well-founded. The last few doubts also found suitable explanations. The script of The Injustice of Doi also represents the unjust killing that occurred in the previous time and space. It is possible that when the person was killed, there was no problem with the god of wind. In other words, what is the relationship between the unjust killing that occurred in that subtime and space and this subtime and space? Suwon looked up at the ceiling of the room and let out a breath. Although finding the traitor was a good thing, he always felt aggrieved and depressed in his heart. Even at the beginning, he was skeptical of the god of wind, but deep down, he didn't want Fengshen to be a traitor. Is it because of homework pressure? Suwon muttered to himself. The fact that Fengshen will be able to become the deputy editor-in-chief of the martial arts journal in the future shows that his theoretical research on martial arts is still at a certain level. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be the wind god body tempering technique this time. It's just that this bodybuilding method, for a moment, he was in a difficult situation. So he thought that he should pass this worry to the star god and let the star god worry about it too. Buzz. A ray of light flashed, and the figure of the god of drama appeared in the room. I've almost finished dealing with the situation here, but the child hasn't woken up yet? The god of drama looked at Imo Xiaosu and said solemnly, under strong stimulation, incomparable despair and fear, this child's mental state is on the verge of collapse. The anesthetic in this child should have been filtered out when he came to the world of Shixiang. Don't want to wake up, do you not want to wake up and face this cruel world? As he spoke, the god of drama moved his mind, and all kinds of grand and majestic changes began to appear in the sky above the room. For a moment, it seemed that the voices of various characters from ancient and modern times, China and abroad, kings, generals, gods, demons, etc., were heard around. Normally speaking, it is unpleasant to hear different tones and timbre frequencies at the same time, especially when they are very different and have various flavors and auras that are forcibly blended. together to create a mixed tone, but for some reason, the myriad sounds emitted by the Xishan space at this moment, when combined together, sound so beautiful and pleasant. The next moment, a milky white energy light came from top to bottom, gently covering Imo Xiaosu's entire body. Fortunately, my world of drama is nourishing to the soul. The god of drama said softly, this child's psychological problems should not be difficult to deal with. P.S. There is one more chapter to be updated. Chapter 92 Guidance from the Future Spacetime Star God. After a moment, the god of drama frowned slightly. This child's shadow divinity, on the side, Suwen hurriedly asked, Master Xishan, is there a problem? The god of drama said, I just used the drama to deduce, incomplete, do you understand? Imo Xiaosu's shadow path divinity is incomplete? Yes and no, it's because of awakening. Imo Xiaosu was supposed to awaken a few years later, but she awakened prematurely, causing her divinity to be incomplete, right? The god of drama nodded and said, normally speaking, when Imo Xiaosu's life is threatened, the despair and fear in his heart stimulate the Shadow Dao divine nature, causing it to want to awaken forcibly. But the Shadow Dao divinity that is about to awaken is not complete. In order to restore the completeness of the Shadow Dao divinity, the Shadow Dao divinity should continue to remain dormant after healing Imo Xiaosu's injuries. It's destiny. There's a set time for the awakening of the destined. Imo Xiaosu shouldn't have awakened at this moment. If he awakens at this moment, his shadow divinity might be damaged. The god of drama paused and said, but the problem lies here, because my world of fantasy is isolated from the real world, and some of its rules are not restricted by the rules of the real world. Perhaps the divine nature of the Shadow Dao has just been stimulated and awakened, and then it was stimulated by my world of drama. Perhaps it is the divine power that instinctively protects the master. Now the divinity of the Shadow Dao is gradually awakening. Suwen asked solemnly, what should we do then? The god of drama thought for a moment and said, it's okay, it's okay. I will teleport you over, and you ask the god of stars to come over quickly. With the help of the power of the stars in the sky, it may be of some help. As soon as he finished speaking, Suwen found himself in the office area. This time, Suwen didn't even knock on the door and broke into Star God's office. Are you late? The Star God looked at Suwen's panicked appearance, waved his right hand, and put away the star array layout hovering in front of him. He was investigating the general situation of the Zhoutian array. He would leave a prototype first and then upgrade and improve it after returning from the Lai tribe. After all, improving and upgrading the star array is a huge project and cannot be completed in a short time. Star God. Suwen hurriedly said, the god of drama told you to go to the Xishan world immediately. Something important is going to happen. Go quickly. Upon hearing this, the star god took a step forward and grabbed Suwen. In the next moment, the stars twinkled. When the starlight faded, they had already appeared in the world of fantasy. Star God, mobilize the power of the stars in the sky. You are responsible for healing this child and stabilizing his soul. The god of drama sensed the star god's arrival and spoke loudly, good. The star god did not hesitate. The starlight around him surged and rays of starlight began to fall from the sky, healing wounds and strengthening souls. This is something the star god is very good at. Buzz. 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 The world of drama began to tremble slightly, and then a magnificent and powerful force that seemed to transcend everything generated from the surroundings and poured into Imo Xiaosu's body, and the moment the Xishan power entered Imo Xiaosu's body, the aura of this magnificent power changed. Shadow, shadow. Shadow. The surrounding power seemed to be boiling, and seemed to be calling for the arrival of the Shadow Dao divinity. Star God, I will use the Dao of drama to imitate the Dao of Shadow's divinity and try my best to draw out all the Dao of Shadow's divinity in this child without leaving any flaws. The god of drama said, but this matter concerns divinity, I am not very sure. You assist from the side. If there is any problem, you do your best to rescue. For this child's shadow path awakening, we will do our best. The star god did not respond to the drama god, but the constantly changing gestures in his hands and the boiling star energy around him all showed that he had begun to fight desperately. The importance of a person with the word God in his heart is self-evident. If there is a problem with the divinity of this person with the word God in his heart, it will be a heavy blow to his future path. No one present wanted to see that kind of scene happen. Suwen stood aside, watching the god of drama and The god of stars fighting desperately, feeling helpless, then a light bulb went off in his head and an idea formed in his mind. Although he is of low rank and unable to help, he can call on others for help. The star gods of the future time and space are far superior to the star gods of the main time and space in terms of strength, knowledge, means and control over supernatural powers. If I tell the star god of the future time and space about the current situation, perhaps the other party will have a different opinion. Maybe I can help too. God of wealth whose thoughts span the past and present. Under the influence of the mysterious power of time and space, a thought came to your mind, and you explained the current situation of time and space to the star god. When the star god learned that the shadow god was forced to awaken and that the shadow Dao divinity might be defective, the star god also fell silent. But the knowledgeable star god will never let you down. After a moment of silence, the star god gave you several solutions. He asked you to tell the star gods of the past time and space to do their utmost to attract the stars in the sky, and even use the power of the star array if necessary. Then, this star power is continuously injected into the Xishan world, and at the same time, the power of all the stars of the four major constellations of Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise are mobilized to help the god of Xishan. If the god of drama still cannot solve this problem, then let the star god of the past time and space use his own star origin as a guide when activating the power of the four constellations, and with the help of the star array, resonate with the four constellations. The Xishan world was born from the Xishan's path, and the four major constellations and all things can resonate with the Xishan world to a certain extent. If that doesn't work, use the distribution of star power at a ratio of 1 to 3 to 3 to 3 to control the star power and mobilize the power of the Tai Bai star. Then use the power of the Tai Bai star at a ratio of 3 to 4 to 3 to activate the internal energy of the sun. Then, draw the violent power of the sun into your body, use your own star origin as a filter, soothe the powerful force from the star, and transform it into the purest power to guide the complete shadow path divinity. When Suwon saw this, he directly told the star god about the proposal of the star god of future time and space. If the star god from the future time and space can explain it in such detail, then it must be useful. On the premise that the situation has not deteriorated to the worst, tell the useful information, you know. As for whether others will listen to it, it is up to the star god of the main time and space to judge, but he felt that the star god would use it. The person who knows yourself best must be yourself. With his help, the star gods of the future time and space can also communicate directly with the star gods of the main time and space. If star god lets himself, who has 20 years more life experience, give him direct guidance, he will definitely gain a lot. Not far away, star god's eyes moved after hearing Suwon's words. The next moment, the starlight was bright, and the sky began to gather from all directions. Chapter 93 The Brutal Murderer. Boom boom boom. Under the full guidance of the star god, a huge amount of star power poured into the Xishan world through the power of the star array. At the same time, the figures of the four major constellations in the sky began to appear. Good. The god of drama felt the influx of star power around him and his face lit up with joy. After the four major constellations resonate with his world of theatrical images, he can easily transform the power of the stars into the power of theatrical images. Furthermore, he can deploy more power of the dramatic image to imitate the power of the shadow path, thereby leading to the awakening of the divinity of the shadow path. If he had only a 50% chance of drawing on the shadow Dao divinity before, now he had an 80% chance. As for the remaining 20%, then we can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. Call out. A moment later, a dark beam of light burst out from Mo Xiaosu's body. The violent force seemed to break through the barrier of the theatrical world and directly impact the outside world, but at this critical moment, how could the god of drama allow the power of the real world to interfere with the awakening of the divinity of Shadow Dao? Shadow God must awaken perfectly, no one can stop him today, he said, finally, as the black light column gradually gathered its energy and completely sank into Mo Xiaosu's body. A weak wave emanated from his body. Feeling this faint fluctuation, the star god and the drama god breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time of the next moment, the power of the stars and the power of drama dissipated instantly, as if the earth-shaking action just now only existed in the illusion, without leaving any trace. The child should wake up in a while. The god of drama said softly, besides, you have completed your awakening, so there is no need for you to stay in the drama world. The star god nodded and said, I used the heart of the stars to conjure up a soft bed. The heart of the stars has the effect of soothing the soul, so it will come in handy. Okay, that's it. As soon as Shishin finished speaking, they had already appeared in the organization's office area. At the same time, a magnificent, star-studded dream bed appeared before them, and Mo Xiaosu was lying quietly on the dreamy stars. It seemed that the soothing power of the heart of the stars took effect, and it seemed that after awakening, the shadow god's innate power sensed the confusion and helplessness in Mo Xiaosu's body and began to comfort him autonomously. In short, the issue of Mo Xiaosu, the future shadow god, has come to a perfect end. I can sense the power of the shadow path. It is very strong. The star god said, once they grow up, perhaps in the future one person will be able to guard an entire battlefield. Beside him, the god of drama nodded and said, indeed, in the process of imitating with the Tao of drama, I have also gained a certain understanding of the Tao of shadow. In the future, the god of shadow may be able to form an army on his own. It was hard for me to imagine before how a person who had just awakened could escape the functional inspection of the star array. Now, I understand. The concealing ability of the shadow path is truly unparalleled in the world. Fortunately, you guys caught up. But the next work of appeasement is the top priority. The god of drama said solemnly, this child's psychological trauma is very serious. Especially if you don't recover from the psychological trauma you suffered in childhood, it will cause big problems in the future. After all, a person's personality is usually basically formed in childhood. The star god sighed and said, yes. Some people need a lifetime to slowly heal from the misfortunes of their childhood. This is also in line with some theories of human psychology. As he spoke, the star god looked at Su Wen and said, God of wealth, time was tight just now, and I didn't have time to ask. What will the shadow god with an unfortunate childhood look like in the future that you observed? Su Wen thought for a moment and said, the future shadow god will have deep resentment towards the country and society. Whenever he goes to a place, he will look for human traffickers and corrupt officials to kill. In response to the star god's question, Su Wen did not hide anything and told him everything he knew about the shadow god's encounter, from witnessing his mother's death to being tortured by human traffickers. 4 years later, Destiny awakened, but because he instinctively wanted to escape the detection of the star array, he was discovered by the local Yin-Yang sorcerer who was in charge of the local Destiny people, and wanted to forcibly enslave him, and the Yin-Yang sorcerer mobilized national and local forces to hunt down and kill the shadow god from multiple angles, and the shadow god also fought his way out of a sea of blood and deep hatred. Well, after a moment of silence, the star god sighed heavily. If the god of wealth had not discovered it in advance and changed the fate of the god of shadow, then I would be the real sinner. After such a painful experience, he can still maintain his normal sanity and even protect the Suzhou Hangzhou area in the future. This child's character is already very strong. The god of drama looked at Mo Xiaosu lying on the bed, his eyes full of heartache. For some reason, he extremely hated the slavery of the chosen ones, and when he grew up, he tried his best to avoid such things from happening. But when the god of wealth told Mo Xiaosu about his tragic experience, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. This child's original fate was even more miserable than his. At this moment, the three of them looked at Mo Xiaosu and fell silent. As for the words that the god of wealth had just given him, he felt that there was no need to delve into the matter further. Everything depends on the will of the god of wealth. If the god of wealth wants to say something, he will naturally tell you. He won't ask until the god of wealth doesn't want to say it. No need. Star god, master drama god, you are all here. As the elevator arrived, the voice of the fighting god appeared at the same time. Something big has happened in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang areas. The god of war hurried forward and said solemnly, after I inspected the situation of the group of arrow realms in the depths of the East China Sea and found that there was nothing unusual, I went into a dishonest arrow realm and killed some of them. Then on the way back, I heard that a group of people with destiny in Jiangsu and Zhejiang were killed inexplicably. The murderer's method was extremely brutal. I heard that several people of destiny were beaten to pieces and their bodies turned into blood mist. Moreover, after killing those destined ones, the murderer did not even spare their souls. Some destined ones who were good at soul detection found some soul remnants at the scene. If nothing unexpected happens, his soul should be scattered, and he may even have experienced terrible torture before death. How miserable! The god of war paused, then said, by the way, among the group of destiny people who died, the highest rank seemed to be a 6th rank Yin-Yang sorcerer. To be able to kill a 6th level destiny being so brutally, he must be at least a 7th level destiny being.
or a higher level destiny being. Star God, Master God of Drama, do you think that after the massacre of the Chosen Ones, especially when it involves high-ranking Chosen Ones, do we need to take action? Ha? Why aren't you talking? Who is this little girl? The aura on him is a little unusual. Do we have a new comrade? Chapter 94 Yuanbao solves the puzzle. Looking at Imoshiasu lying on the bed, Doshin was excited. After the arrival of the God of Wealth, they gained a new comrade in arms. In other words, there are 6 people with the word God in their names in China today. The more people with the word God in their names, the less pressure they will have on their shoulders when a war breaks out in the future, right? If China's God prefix destined ones continue to be born at this frequency, then the tens of thousands of arrow realms will be nothing more than a sprinkle of water. If tens of thousands of arrow realms did not appear, he would still have to worry about unfair distribution in the future, but no matter what, the appearance of a person with the word God in his name is definitely a good thing. That's what I did. The God of Drama looked at the God of Fighting and said in a dark voice, Xiao Do. I am the brutal murderer you mentioned. Do you want to fight me? Fighting God? What does it mean? He kind of doesn't quite understand. What Mr. Shishin means is that he was the one who committed the massacre in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. It's impossible. Uncle Drama God is so gentle in his daily life, often holding a thermos cup in his hand. His biggest dream is to give lectures to everyone and pass on Chinese opera. Although Mr. Drama God is very powerful, how could he do such a cruel thing for no reason? Master, did those people provoke you? The God of Drama glanced at the God of Fighting and ignored him. Su-Wen was very considerate and gave Doshin a look, telling him not to hesitate on this issue anymore. What's going on? The fighting god came to Su-Wen and asked quietly. Su-Wen pointed at Imoshiasu, who was lying on the bed, and repeated exactly what he had just said. Boom! A violent aura burst out from the fighting god's body, and the naked murderous intent seemed to dye the surrounding space blood red. Hateful, how dare he, a mere yin-yang sorcerer, as a fellow divine being. After hearing about Imoshiasu's experience, he couldn't help but feel a little pity for him. At the same time, there is also the unstoppable murderous intent. In other words, the yin-yang sorcerer was dead, and even his soul was dispersed by the God of Drama, otherwise he would have to go through this again. When he thought about what might happen in the future, he couldn't help but feel a little sad. This child has just awakened. Why are you showing off here? The God of Drama snorted coldly, and with a thought, he forced the murderous aura of the God of Fighting back into his body. Master, I'm not showing off, I just feel uncomfortable. If you really feel bad, go to Jiangsu and Zhejiang. The situation was urgent at the time, and I only dealt with the main culprits. Good. The fighting god gritted his teeth, turned around and left. After taking only 2 steps, he stopped. Master, you haven't told me who to kill yet? The God of Drama said, Star God, please tell the God of Fighting about this matter. I'm a little tired, so I'm going to rest first. After saying this, the God of Drama instantly disappeared from the spot. The Star God shook his head slightly, then pointed his right hand, and a stream of purple light poured into the mask of the fighting god. Not only in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, you should also go to other places to inspect them. I have passed on to you the information about some people who have forced other people into slavery, or even maliciously destroyed public safety, or even done things that angered the heavens and the people. I have also marked their current locations. I will first send you to the Jiangsu and Zhejiang areas, and then you can follow your own ideas and treat it as a nationwide inspection. As soon as he finished speaking, a star array appeared under the feet of the fighting god. The next moment, the fighting god disappeared from the spot. The fighting god just arrived and he was sent away again? Su-Wen looked at the place where the fighting god disappeared and asked. Fighting god, through fighting and killing, will grow faster. The star god said, fighting and killing are sometimes not just targeted at the outside world. It's time for a nationwide sweep. Otherwise, some people of destiny will really treat us as decorations. Su-Wen nodded slightly when he heard this. Indeed, when the external threat is very severe, the internal situation must be kept stable. The strongest fortress often collapses from within. So the traitor, Star God, do you think there will be traitors among the chosen ones? Su-Wen thought about it and spoke. The Star God narrowed his eyes slightly, and after a moment of silence, he said, You want to talk about more than just ordinary destiny people, right? Su-Wen was stunned. As soon as he opened his mouth, the Star God saw through him.
but it is indeed easy to communicate in this way. If he spoke to the god of fighting in the same tone as before, the god of fighting would definitely say a lot of nonsense. In the end, he might be told that the emergence of a traitor is inevitable, so we must firmly strengthen ourselves, and only by strengthening ourselves can we succeed. As expected of a star god, he immediately understood the deeper meaning of what I wanted to express. We too need to keep an eye on the shadow god. The shadow god is about to wake up. Star god said softly, so after this matter is dealt with, come to my office again and we can discuss the problem just now. Su-Wen nodded and said, okay. Yes, it was indeed not very appropriate for me to talk to the star god about the problem of the wind god at this time, especially when it comes to such sensitive issues. Confidentiality must be ensured, and when they need to look after the shadow god, this is not a good time to explain. If nothing else, the god of wind's talent of being able to sense everything around him through the breeze requires him to be vigilant. Even though he was blessed by the long river of time and space, and what he knew and thought could no longer be sensed by the wind god should still be able to hear what he said. So while guarding the shadow god, Su-Wen turned his attention to the interface of wealth and chaos in space and time. The mysterious power of time and space once again affects you, and you learn the latest situation of shadow god's perfect awakening. You told the star god this news. After hearing this news, star god also smiled. It seems that this matter has come to a perfect end. If so, it is worth the ruin of their subtimeline. When you relax, the star god suddenly asks you, since you have just allowed him to talk to the star god of the past across time and space, can you bring back some of your own insights? If you simply use the method of physical training to convey your insights, the artistic conception and the rhythm of the Tao you convey will have too many flaws, and there will be certain errors. If you can directly bring the 20 years of insights he has sorted out to the past, it will be extremely good for the star gods of the main time and space, and even for the star gods of the next subtime and space. If he had the power he has now 20 years ago, the situation in China would never have fallen into this state. O thoughtful god of wealth! You think what the star god said makes sense, but you don't know if you have the ability to do so? Yuan Bao detected the master's thoughts and came to explain. Master, you can bring items from the future spacetime back to the main spacetime, just like the power-transmitting talisman you brought back at the beginning. However, the star god perception of the future time and space is extremely valuable, and the turmoil it causes to the time and space order is far greater than the body refining technique, so you need to spend a certain amount of money to dredge the long river of time and space. Chapter 95 The Little Rai Tribe. Then how much financial resources do you estimate you will need to bring back the insights of the future spacetime star god? Su-Wen asked in his heart, and as he expected, he had to pay more. He probably has an idea of time and space. Chung his style of doing things now. In the process of traveling through time and space, you can do whatever you want, as long as you can afford the price, even if you turn the future spacetime upside down, even if you move back the killer weapons invented in the future spacetime, and then completely rewrite the fate of the main space-time. As long as you can afford the money, you can do whatever you want. But what if you can't afford the money? I'm sorry, as the maintainer of the order of space and time, the river of time and space will not allow you to challenge the stable order of the river of time and space, until the future spacetime star god brings back the insights he needs to bring back. No estimate can be made. And this assessment was not conducted by me. I need to take this insight and contact the long river of time and space, and then the long river of time and space will make an assessment. Next, I will bring back the price offered by the time and space river for you to review. If you think it is reasonable, then we will pay for it. If you think it is unreasonable, then forget it. Su-Wen looked at Yuan Bao's answer and had an idea in his mind. Ever since Yuan Bao appeared, the status of the river of time and space in his heart began to gradually decline. Now it's just like a normal business communication. It cannot be said to be unreasonable, it can only be said that it is somewhat inconsistent with his initial imagination of the long river of time and space. Increasingly, they began to move closer to Heihat. Needless to say, this will be another huge expense. Then the power transmission talisman I brought back at the beginning was free? Su-Wen asked in his heart. He had never forgotten the talisman that was used to pass on his skills. However, when traveling in the future time and space, he also learned that the power transmitting talisman is not a disposable item, but can be reused. Otherwise, the deceased in the first timeline would not have carried the talisman for transmitting power on his body. After he used the talisman that transmitted power from the future time and space, the talisman quickly turned into a handful of yellow earth and dissipated. Between heaven and earth, from this we can see that all items in the future time and space are disposable. According to the reply from the river of time and space, this is the first time that you have brought something back from the future, and it is not something particularly important.
So they didn't charge any fees.
Of course, the main reason was that you had just become the god of wealth and had activated your ability to cause chaos in time and space for the first time. The river of time and space noticed this and wanted to show some appreciation. After all, they are going to do business in the future. If they don't give you a taste of the sweetness, will they continue this business in the future? Su-wen, what kind of cows and horses are these, god of wealth who transcends time and space? Facing the star god's idea, you gave a positive answer. But at the same time, you also expressed your concerns. The price will be different depending on the amount of insights you bring back, so you hope that the star god will not cram all the insights into you at once. It is best to put in the most important insights that take the longest time in the development of the main spacetime. After learning about the high handling fee of the spacetime river, the star god also fell silent for a rare moment. After a while, the star god whispers to you, "Thank you for your hard work, god of wealth." Because of the high handling fees of the long river of time and space, the returns you get from the treasures of the subtime and space are terribly low, which means that you can only spend your own money to bring back their insights. God of wealth who is being comforted. You have traveled through time and space so many times, and this is the second time you have been comforted and cared for by the star god. As for star god's worries, you smiled and told him not to worry, that with such abundant future resources, he could also bring them back to the main spacetime and sell them in batches. Using global resources to support its own time and space travel, it is still feasible at present. If we really can't supply them later, we will find a way to deal with this problem. The star god nodded slightly, and then he stretched out his right hand. Endless and mysterious star waves began to resonate in his hand. Standing aside, you felt as if you were facing the vast universe instead of the star god himself. The star god of the main time and space has already stood at the top of the Destiny ones. You can't imagine how powerful the star god who has grown for another 20 years is. You may even speculate in your heart that when the star god said that he was not as good as the drama god, he might have just been being modest. While the star god was concentrating his own insights, he suddenly remembered something. According to the star god, after he and the god of freedom agreed to go to the Light tribe to collect money, the Light tribe was indeed no match for them as they expected. They also found the treasure house of the Light tribe, and gained a lot from it. But they did not find the treasure of the Light tribe. He had always believed that the Light tribe did not have any treasure. It was not until 7 years ago when he was guarding the Shanghai battlefield that he noticed 3 king-level aliens trying to cross the line while patrolling the battlefield's defense line. After he killed them, he discovered that 2 of them were king-level warriors from the Light tribe. Afterwards, he had nothing to do, so he used the corpses of the strong men of the Light tribe to deduce and discovered that there were treasures in the Light tribe, and there were 2 of them. One is the Life Spring, buried in the formation vein of the Light tribe, and outside the Life Spring are several layers of camouflage destruction formations. Those formations have no other use but to emit a destructive aura. It was those destructive auras that blocked the rich life aura of the Life Spring, which also caused them not to discover it. There is another treasure, which is located in a secret vault 100,000 meters underground in the Light tribe. The Light tribe calls it the Light Sword. It is said to have great power, but the Light tribe has never used it. When he and the God of Freedom explored, although they reached the depths of the Light tribe, they did not expect that the Light tribe's secret vault would be hidden 100,000 meters underground, and there were also a large number of hidden magic arrays. It was because the secret vault of the Light tribe was fine that the Light tribe was able to recover in just a few years. If the star god from the main time and space has not yet gone to the Light tribe, or has already returned, you can tell him about it. The treasure house of the Light tribe is displayed openly for bluffing. The secret vault and the 2 treasures are the core items of the Light tribe. If he hadn't caught those 2 Lai kings by chance, he probably wouldn't have thought that a small Lai tribe would actually have 2 treasures. When Su-wen saw this, a smile appeared on his face. The next moment, he stood up and looked at the star god, saying, "Star god, I have news about the treasure of the Light tribe. Are you interested in listening?" God of Wealth Diary. On September 14, 22, the weather was cloudy. I am about to break through the barrier of time and space. but it seems that I am lacking some natural treasures called gifts to support me. I think if I have this treasure in my hand, I will be able to break through the barrier of time and space.
Chapter 96 Gentle Star God, of course I'm interested.
The star god was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "But God of wealth, have you spent almost all of the $10 billion you absorbed?" First, he used money to deduce the matter of the shadow god, and directly stated the shadow god's name and region. Later, he brought the god of drama to his door and changed the shadow god's fate. Later, when he was guiding the divinity of Shadow Dao, he reminded himself aloud how to more effectively combine the power of the stars with the power of drama Dao. Now, the information about the Rai tribe has been predicted. Although the god of wealth's abilities are indeed very strong, he always breaks their expectations. Correspondingly, the stronger the ability, the more astonishing the consumption. Calculating the time, it was only after the god of wealth absorbed $10 billion that such shocking news and insights were revealed. If nothing unexpected happens, the $10 billion should be enough. To predict the future so openly and even to change the predetermined trajectory of fate without any disguise. It is beyond imagination that the god of wealth can do such a thing with $10 billion. It seems that when they are fighting in the Arrow realm, they have to find a way to get some money for the god of wealth. The god of wealth has brought them so much help, so they have to help him solve the financial problems. If $10 billion is not enough, then try 100 billion. If 100 billion is not enough, then try 1 trillion. If it's still not enough, add more. If it really doesn't work, when a small-scale war breaks out in the future, we can just seize the currency system from Yajing and see if the god of wealth can absorb it. It's almost gone. Suwen said softly that with the enlightenment of the star gods in the future time and space, the long river of time and space will definitely not miss this opportunity to make money. He didn't know the price of the river of time and space, but it would definitely not be less. I'll take care of the money. The star god said, "How can the god of wealth, who controls the wealth of the world, worry about money?" "You said so?" Suwen smiled and said, "Then I'll leave it to you." The star god is still very smart. Since the other party said that he would handle the money matters, it is likely that I will not have to worry about money issues in the short term. The information I got from the Lai tribe is that there are 2 treasures in the Lai tribe. Suwen said in a serious tone, one is the Fountain of Life, and the other is the Rai sword. Soon, Suwen told Star God everything he knew. The Star God will set off with the God of Freedom tomorrow. Now that we know the hidden secrets of the Lai people, things will be much easier. 2 great treasures, really good. The Star God sighed and said, and the secret vault is set up, and the surroundings are covered with the aura of destruction? The Lai tribe also has something. As he spoke, the Star God paused and said, God of wealth, can you absorb the currency of the Lai tribe? Suwen nodded and said, it should be possible. In fact, the scope of what I can absorb should be all valuable items. It's not limited to money. I can absorb mineral veins, magic weapons, natural treasures, and so on. Hearing this, Star God's eyes lit up. Good. The Star God patted Suwen on the shoulder and said, believe me, I won't let you down on this trip to the Lai tribe. Suwen nodded slightly. After knowing this information, the Star God would surely gain something amazing. The secret vault of the Lai tribe is a storage that allows the Lai tribe to recover in a short period of time after encountering a disaster. If we can get hold of the treasures in the secret vault of the Lai tribe, wouldn't the harvest be small? Suddenly, Emo Xiaosu, who was lying on the dreamy starbed, uttered a low murmur. After noticing Emo Xiaosu's unusual behavior, Suwen and Xingxin hurried forward. The next moment, the god of drama also appeared beside him. Obviously, the god of drama's rest was just an excuse. He has been paying attention to Emo Xiaosu's situation. Kid, are you awake? The god of drama asked gently after seeing Emo Xiaosu open his eyes. Emo Xiaosu was stunned when he saw the 3 people, then he slowly closed his legs and curled up into a ball. It's okay, kid, don't be afraid. The god of drama comforted him. Those who hurt you have all received the punishment they deserve. From now on, no one will hurt you again. The god of drama had a gentle voice as he continued to comfort Emo Xiaosu, who was curled up together. Xingxin and Suwen stood aside, unable to find a suitable opportunity to speak, so they could only stare at the god of drama for comfort. Perhaps it was the gentle tone of the god of drama, or perhaps it was the soul-soothing effect of the dream star bed. But Emo Xiaosu slowly raised his head and looked at the god of drama, the god of stars, and Suwen. But Emo Xiaosu just watched and didn't say anything. All 3 knew that no matter how an 8-year-old girl behaved after such trauma, they could accept it. Don't say anything. even if you use the power of the shadow god to attack them, they will not blame the other party to in such a dangerous situation. The divinity of Shadow Dao was stimulated and awakened. It was normal for it to make some abnormal behaviors after waking up. After a moment, Emoshiasu walked down from the dream star bed. The moment she walked down, she turned around and looked at the dreaming and beautiful star bed that seemed to be created by gods, and a trace of reluctance flashed in her eyes. She didn't have any other thoughts, she just felt that the bed was beautiful and it was very comfortable to lie on it. Xiaosu, if you like, I'll give you this dreamy star bed, okay? The star god saw through Emoshiasu's thoughts and spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Emoshiasu quickly took his hand away and took 2 steps back. Really, I will give you this dreamy star bed. The star god smiled gently and said, and this dreamy star bed was originally prepared for you. You can feel it too, right? This dreamy star bed's attachment to and love for you? Emoshiasu lowered her head and bit her lips. After a while, he said with difficulty, Can I? The star god smiled and said, of course, this thing is yours. As soon as he finished speaking, the dream star bed turned into a purple-blue gem necklace, floating in front of Emoshiasu. Xiaosu, reach out and take it. This is the main body of the star bed. From now on, as long as you want, the star bed can be unfolded at any time, and it can even be transformed into other things according to your thoughts. Emoshiasu stretched out his hand, and when it was about to touch the heart of the star, he quickly retracted it. Then he looked up at the star god, and under his encouraging gaze, he reached out and took the heart of stars. Seeing this, a smile flashed in the eyes of the star god. Afterwards, the star god pulled Emoshiasu to sit aside and began to speak to her gently. The star god's gentle tone seemed to have a special kind of magic, and gradually Emoshiasu began to speak. Beside him, the god of drama sighed, when it comes to comforting people, the star god is still the best. Suwon nodded slightly. Indeed, he did not expect that the star god could be so good at comforting people, but if you think about it carefully, in the process of traveling through time and space, it seems that only the star gods in the future time and space are aware of the pressure that I may face, and are constantly comforting myself. Star god, you are always so gentle. Chapter 97. The first sacred item, the Heart of the Stars, is the first divine tool obtained by the star god. The god of drama said softly, I didn't expect that the star god would give the heart of the star away this time. Although among the many divine tools of the star god, the heart of the star is not the most powerful, nor is it the highest level. But for the star god, this is definitely one of the most important divine tools. If there is no heart of the stars, I'm afraid the star god won't be able to stand here peacefully. Suwon heard this and said, just as the heart of stars once protected the star god, perhaps the star god gave it to the shadow god with the intention of the heart of stars protecting the shadow god. The god of drama nodded and said, perhaps, that's what the god of stars thinks. After saying that, the two fell silent. The star god gave the shadow god the heart of the star. Should they also give something as a gift? Suwon was fine, as he had only been the god of wealth for a few days, and he was so poor that he only had the $40 billion in his heart, so he didn't know what to give as a gift, and the $40 billion will probably be gone soon. He is poor and really has nothing to show for it. As for the god of drama, if he gives a gift to the god of shadow, should he also give one to the god of wealth? After all, the god of wealth has just joined the organization, and since he is giving gifts, we cannot favor one over the other. Even if the god of wealth doesn't care, they can't ignore this. God of wealth, is there anything you want? The god of drama was silent for a moment and then suddenly asked. I don't want anything except money. Suwon laughed out loud and said, Master Drama God, are you going to give me a gift? The god of drama nodded and said, yes, I suddenly remembered that I haven't given you a meeting gift since you joined the organization. But since you don't want anything, I'll postpone the meeting gift for now. Whenever you want something in the future, you can come and talk to me. Suwon's eyes flashed, and he asked, anything is fine? The drama god smiled and said, as long as it's not too abnormal or too rare, I can usually get it. Okay. Suwon chuckled and gestured that he understood. Since the god of drama has said so, would it be impolite for him to refuse? Moreover, the god of drama is so powerful, even stronger than the god of stars. He is probably the strongest person he has ever met, and the ceiling among the people with the destiny in China. For such a strong man, isn't it easy for him to get what he wants? In 2 days, after the news of the bodybuilding method is released by the United States, I will contact the god of magic and ask the old man to come over. The god of drama said, that old guy can be said to be the uncrowned king in Britain.
No force in Britain has room to resist his decision.
The god of drama paused, then said, "But god of wealth, I have a good relationship with that old guy, and Britain's economic strength is far inferior to that of Marina.
Can you give me a cheaper price?"
Su Wen nodded and said, "Sure.
But Mr. Drama God, what are your psychological expectations? How about £10 billion?
Sure. £10 billion, according to the exchange rate, is 80 billion Chinese yuan, although it is not as good as Marina's 300 billion. After all, I have sold it many times, so it is normal to be cheaper. It is reasonable to adjust the selling price appropriately according to the country's economic level, right? It's impossible to sell it to a third country at the same price as Molina, right? Isn't this bullying?
It's relatively fair and also convenient for continuous harvesting, right? And to be
honest, asking Britain to pay £10 billion is not a low price, even compared with Marina's $50 billion US dollars. The impact of these £10 billion on Britain is probably much more drastic.
It's okay. If Britain really has no money, I can get you the magic book of the God of Magic.
The god of drama smiled and said, "Although it is not a divine tool, it contains all the magic of the god of magic, from low level to super level, and even some forbidden spells comparable to the imperial level. Take that magic book with you, and you can use it to protect yourself when you enter the Arrow Realm for training."
Su Wen thought for a moment and said, "Master Drama God, if you have a good relationship with the God of Magic, is it appropriate for us to do this?" "Why not?"
The god of drama kept his tone unchanged and said, "That old fellow has been the god of magic for as long as I have. Plus, the god of magic controls the power of the elements of heaven and earth. He knows a wide variety of things.
Naturally, the gains from exploring the Arrow Realm will be enormous.
Just from what I know about him, I know he's extremely wealthy.
As the god of wealth, if you don't kill him, who are you going to kill?"
"Don't worry, his collection is definitely enough for you to keep for a long time." The more Su Wen listened to the god of drama's words, the more he felt they made sense. If I am so poor and the god of magic is so rich, then this can be considered an equal exchange, right? How can you call me a butcher if it's something we both agreed on? There will be many more transactions in the future. Take your time, don't be in a hurry.
Xiaosu, this is the god of drama.
After guiding Mo Xiaosu out of her negative emotions, Star God introduced, "The one next to Master Drama God is Brother God of Wealth. It means that the god of wealth foresaw the danger you might encounter, and brought the god of drama to save you." Hearing this, Mo Xiaosu walked up to the two of them cautiously and said nervously, thank you, Grandpa God of Drama, and thank you, Brother God of Wealth." The god of drama smiled and said, "Xiaosu, from now on, you should regard this place as your home.
We are all your family."
Beside him, Su Wen nodded and said, "Yes, Master Shishin is right.
Xiaosu, this will be your home from now on. I promise you that no one will ever bully you again."
The god of drama said solemnly, "If anyone dares to bully you, tell me, and I will definitely deal with it to your satisfaction."
Su Wen continued to nod and said, "Yes, we will all stand on your side. Whoever provokes you, we will all beat him up together, right?"
So Xiaosu, you have to learn to be happier and put more smiles on your face, really.
Could you please stop imitating me? The god of drama raised his eyebrows, looked at Su Wen, and said, "Can't you say something to comfort Xiaosu?" Su Wen smiled awkwardly and said, "Don't you think what you said makes sense, Master God of Drama?" "I agree with you, don't I?" Puff looking at the appearance of the god of drama and Su Wen, Mo Xiaosu couldn't help but laugh out loud. The god of drama's eyes lit up.
Wasn't their purpose to make Mo Xiaosu laugh? Now that the goal has been achieved, does it matter how it was achieved? Then the drama god glanced at Su Wen, and Su Wen silently returned a look to show that he understood. Just cooperate, he still knows a little bit. You god of wealth, I really admire you. Look at the few words you just said. Do they add up to more than 20 words? Soon, the funny sounds of Shishin and Su Wen bickering could be heard from the office area. Faintly, the clear laughter of a little girl could be heard echoing around. P.S. There is one more chapter to be updated. Chapter 98, Judgment of Spacetime Order. The Star God couldn't help laughing when he saw the drama god and Su Wen trying to be funny. You two should keep Xiaosu company. I'm going to get busy now. After the Star God sent a message to Su Wen and the god of drama, he quietly left the office area. Tomorrow, he has something important to do, especially after learning the information about the Lai tribe. he needed to be more fully prepared. Not long after Xingxin left, Suan left the office area with peace of mind after seeing Mo Xiaosu's smiling face. Originally, he wanted to find Star God to talk about the problem of Wind God, but when he arrived at Star God's office, he saw a sign hanging on the door of Star God's office that read, "Making Star Warrior, do not disturb." After that, Suan returned to his office. "It's so boring." Yuan Bao transformed into a human form in the office and said with emotion, "Master, when you were in the world of the god of drama just now, I didn't dare to make a sound at all." Suan smiled and said, "Actually, it shouldn't be a big deal if you are exposed. It's a divine tool. It has some intelligence, isn't that normal?" After a moment of silence, Yuan Bao said, "Master, it is not normal for a divine tool as intelligent as mine to behave like this." Suan looked at Yuan Bao's serious expression and smiled slightly. He could probably guess that Yuan Bao, the exclusive divine tool of the god of wealth, should be very unusual. When you are watering the source of wealth yourself, doesn't Yuan Bao give you a surprise? To be honest, he still suspects that Yuan Bao has his own private money, but it doesn't matter. Yuan Bao's private money will come in handy sooner or later. As long as you are not short of money, just save your Yuan Bao's private money. What if it comes in handy someday? At the same time, the interface of financial chaos and spacetime. After a period of preparation, the star god gave you a purple ball that exuded a noble aura. The purple ball contains the important insights that the star god has gained over the years. If you can bring this purple ball back, then for the star god of the main time and space, there will be a complete change in growth. God of wealth jumping back and forth on the edge of time and space. Your divine tool Yuan Bao has sensed your thoughts and started to use the power of Yuan Bao to communicate with the long river of time and space and the subtime and space. Communicating, after the persuasion of the divine tool Yuan Bao, the time and space river also considers that you are a low-level god of wealth and is prepared to give you certain benefits. Evaluation item: Star God's insights spanning 20 years. The long river of time and space is being evaluated. Star God's enlightenment, extremely valuable. The impact of past time and space, huge. Judgment from the microscopic level: this perception is only for the star god, and the star gods in the past time and space will make great progress in strength after gaining this perception. Judgment from a macro perspective: as the star god who is the leader of the mountain and sea battlefield, his strength limit will rise, which will have a huge impact on the confrontation between the two sides. Influence on spacetime order, huge. In principle, such insights are not allowed to transcend time and space. After the intervention of relevant personnel, the financial resource price assessment began. Evaluation price, 10,000 yuan. Poor god of wealth. All your wealth combined cannot afford the price of bringing back the star god's enlightenment. Now, do you still insist on bringing back the star god's enlightenment? 1. Insist on bringing them back, and after being repatriated in this time and space, pay off all the money owed. 2. It will not be brought back. The time and space river evaluation program will disappear, and time and space evaluation will not be carried out again in the short term. O stubborn god of wealth! You insist on taking back the star god's enlightenment, even if it costs you all your own financial resources, or even leaves you in debt. After you told the star god about the judging process of the long river of time and space, the star god also fell silent. For the star god of this time and space, a source of wealth of 10,000, which is worth 100 billion, would not even bother him. But if we add the high handling fee of the river of time and space, I'm afraid he will have to make some careful plans. Then the star god suggested that he would collect a batch of valuable treasures for you to absorb, so that you would not rush to absorb the wealth of the main time and space, otherwise it would cause economic turmoil in the main time and space. In today's subtime and space, China can be said to be in shatters. Compared with the complete and peaceful main time and space, he hopes that the problems of the subtime and space can be solved in the way of the subtime and space. If that doesn't work, then go absorb the financial resources of the main time and space. After saying this, the star god said that the aliens in the Shanghai battlefield suddenly invaded on a large scale. It is very likely that your arrival caused their backlash. He will go all out to suppress it. You should also be careful in the Chinese mainland. Just before Star God left, he said that at the headquarters of the Martial Arts General magazine, there were several videos left for you by the God of Wealth from Zhishikang. Those videos are sealed, and only the aura of the God of Wealth can unlock them.
They are placed in the editor-in-chief's office of the Martial Arts General magazine. If you are interested, you can ask Du Guowei to take you to watch them.
After saying this, the Star God's phantom clone disappeared. At the same time, you feel the ground around you tremble, as if an extremely powerful war is breaking out in a distant region. You are very interested in the video left by this god of wealth and time and space. The main thing is, based on your understanding of your own character, you will never do anything insignificant to waste your own time.
Since you left a message, you must have something to explain.
So you didn't hesitate and asked Kai Ling, Kai Meng, and Kai Guo to take you and Du Guowei to the